Chapter 1 Rebirth. Su Tian, why? Why? Why must you seek revenge on me in this manner? Do you despise me so? Do you long for divorce so fervently? Very well. I shall grant your wish. From this day forth, there shall be no ties between us. Slap. A cold, lifeless divorce agreement was flung at Su Tian's face, accompanied by her voice, devoid of warmth, as if it carried her heart, now ashen and lifeless. It was so heavy, heavy enough to sever all emotional ties between the two. Bang! It was only when the door slammed shut that Su Tian, his mind blank, jolted back to reality. Divorce agreement. Date, August 14th. It is I, the living me. In the next moment, Su Tian turned to survey his surroundings. By the bedside lay a deliberately discarded piece of red lingerie, and the floor was strewn with torn garments, bearing witness to the wild events of the previous night. In an instant, Su Tian's breath quickened. He remembered. August 14th. At this very moment in the past, the Su family had conspired to chill Tang Binjian's heart and drive her to divorce by getting him intoxicated and sending a woman to his bed, fabricating an illusion of infidelity, and then had someone from the Su family call Tang Binjian, allowing her to catch him in the act. They had stolen her company's secrets, sabotaged her international collaboration, exposed her bidding prices to competitors, administered laxatives during her most painful menstrual days. In pursuit of divorce, he had wrought upon her a trail of wounds. Yet she had never sought revenge against him. She had said, "It's just an international collaboration. If it's ruined, you are more important." She had said, "Next time, don't steal confidential documents. It's too easy to get caught by security. Whatever you want, I will give you. In this world, anyone could harm you, but I, Tang Binyan, will not. There is no reason. As long as I live, no one shall lay a hand on you." Indeed, even after the divorce, she could not let him go, still covertly watching over him. Moreover, she had elevated the Su family to become the foremost magnate in Jiangxing. However, once the Su family had drained him of his worth, they severed his limbs and orchestrated a fire, leaving him to be engulfed in flames. It was only in the moments before his death that he learned the truth, that his revered elder brother, his nurturing parents, who had shown him such warmth, secretly wished for his demise. They believed that by engineering his tragic death, they could deceive Tang Binjian's gaze. Yet no one anticipated that Tang Binjian's true identity was 1,000 times more terrifying than it appeared. Upon uncovering the truth, Tang Binjian single-handedly annihilated the entire Su family, then took her own life before his grave. He could never forget that scene. She wept as she caressed her gravestone, despairingly repeating his name. Su Tian, Su Tian. I'm so afraid. Why have you left me again? In the next life, just glance at me once, will you? I miss you so much without you. I cannot go on. She, who was so regal and proud, was reduced to the most humble speck of dust before him. In the final second before her suicide, she still pleaded with him, yearning only for him to look at her. Anger, regret, pain, Su Rixin, Su Pingfeng. In this life, I, Su Tian, shall be irreconcilable with the Su family. Su Tian clenched his pale fingers, filled with boundless hatred. As for divorce, he absolutely cannot divorce. Wait, divorce? Su family. Today, is it not the day Tang Binyan, heartbroken, prepares to transfer the Yin Corporation to the Su family before leaving Jiangxing? It was precisely this transfer that allowed the Su family to soar, becoming an unassailable force in the future. Does the Su family wish to use me as one of their own, to swallow the Yin Corporation for free? Dream on. There is still time, Binyan. Wait for me. Wait for me. Half an hour later, Su Tian, following his memories, hurried to Jiangchang First Hospital, his heart fervently praying. Do not sign. Please do not sign that contract. He knew not what had befallen Binyan. He only vaguely recalled the Su family mentioning that the Yin Corporation transfer contract was signed by Tang Binyan in the hospital. However, just as Su Tian burst into the hospital, intending to locate Tang Binjian's ward. Su Tian, what are you doing here? Suddenly, in the hospital lobby at the payment counter, Tang Binjian's assistant, Chun Xiao, stormed towards Su Tian, blocking his path, her fury palpable. Before Su Tian could urgently inquire about Tang Binjian's whereabouts, a male voice suddenly emanated from the phone she held to her ear. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoxiao's expression softened slightly as she continued to obstruct Su Tian, speaking gently. Dr. Lin, Tang Zong has taken a day to come to the hospital. The director says her injuries are too severe, he is at a loss. Please hurry. I will wait for you at the hospital entrance. After hanging up, Chun Xiaoxiao raised her head, her cold, piercing gaze fixated on Su Tian, her face etched with disdain and fury. Faced with Chun Xiaoxiao's uncontrollable anger, an ominous premonition surged within Su Tian. Assistant Chun, how is Binjian's condition now? Have the Su family members arrived? Bingyan cannot sign that Yin Corporation transfer contract. Quickly take it to find her eye. Enough! Chen Xiao, suppressing her inner fury, pointed toward the hospital entrance, each word dripping with sarcasm. Su Tian, at this juncture, what are you pretending for? How is Tang Zong's condition, Su Tian? Do you not know what you have done? Upon hearing this, Su Tian's complexion turned ashen. Right? He remembered. Last night, the Su family had orchestrated that affair, calling Tang Bingyan, who was negotiating a collaboration in the capital, to say he had been injured. Without hesitation, Tang Bingyan had abandoned her business partners and rushed back to Jiangxing overnight. Unfortunately, due to her excessive speed, she had met with an accident en route. He recalled that previous lives accident had been quite severe, leaving Tang Bingyan with lasting ailments. So last night, Tang Bingyan, mistakenly believing she had caught him in bed with another, had sought an explanation from him on the staircase, while he, swayed by Su Rixin's insinuations, had callously pushed Tang Bingyan away. That push had sent her, already injured and enduring excruciating pain, tumbling down the stairs. She had collapsed on the spot, unable to rise. Yet he had thought Tang Bingyan was merely pretending, seeking to evoke his sympathy. He had coldly observed as she trembled in pain until she lost consciousness. In her final moments, she had smiled and asked him, "Do you truly detest me so that you can bear to watch me die?" And the following day, Tang Bingyan had thrust the divorce agreement in his face. Su Tian could not bear to contemplate. He dared not imagine how deeply Tang Bingyan's heart must have ached at that moment. Chapter 2: Tear up the contract. I am sorry. I will go to the ward to see her now, believe me. I will never mention the word divorce again. Su Tian gripped the divorce agreement tightly, a wave of regret washing over him as he promptly turned to seek Tang Bingyan. Yet his words did not sway Chun Xiaoxiao's demeanor. Instead, they elicited her scorn and mocking laughter. Chun Xiaoxiao stood in Su Tian's way, her words sharper and colder than ever. Su Tian, you truly are merciless. Do you wish to see Tang Zong harmed before you are satisfied? Do you have any idea how severe Tang Zong's injuries were yesterday? When I inspected the car today, the entire seat was drenched in blood. Blood everywhere. Yet her first instinct was not to rush to the hospital, but to find you. She was foolishly worried about whether you had sustained serious injuries. But what were you doing? You were entangled with other dubious women. Su Tian, I beg you, spare her. Do not harm her any further, all right? For over 20 years, she has never been this humbled. You have truly trampled upon all her pride and affection. Boom. Every word pierced Su Tian's heart like 1,000 needles. Never before had he felt such profound guilt and regret. How could she be so foolish, willing to bleed excessively to the point of death just to ascertain his safety? Su Tian, you were a scoundrel in your previous life. To forsake such a wonderful wife, repeatedly succumbing to the Su family's provocations to harm her. Huh? Su Tian's fingers turned pale from clenching so tightly. He suddenly turned around. Gazing at the tears welling in Chun Xiaoxiao's eyes, he spoke with unwavering conviction, words resonating deeply. Assistant Chun, I, Su Tian, vow with my life, from this day forth, I shall never allow her to suffer any harm. This marriage shall remain intact unless I perish otherwise. I shall never divorce. With that, Su Tian turned and vanished through the door. What did he just say? Vowing with his life to never hurt Tang Zong's heart again. Is this truly the resolve of a mere waste from the Su family? Is this truly something Su Tian could utter? No, it is inconceivable. It must be an act. How could Su Tian possibly come to his senses? Surely, he is merely attempting to garner benefits and projects for the Su family once more. Meanwhile, in the VIP ward number 9, President Tang, on behalf of the Su family, I sincerely apologize. We never anticipated that young Master Su Tian would exploit your favoritism to commit such outrageous acts. Have you finished? A frigid female voice interrupted Zus manager, cutting off his words. His situation is not subject to your commentary. Zus manager's expression stiffened, inwardly cursing the wretched person who clung to a useless man. Even after Su Tian's disgrace, you still protect him? You would even relinquish the Yin group, just to ensure the Su family treats him kindly in the future. He truly deserves to have been pushed off that building, nearly meeting his demise. However, Zus manager quickly reined in his dissatisfaction, donning a smile as he presented a document to the woman on the hospital bed. President Tang, this is the transfer contract we have prepared. Would you kindly sign it? The woman on the bed cast a cold glance at Zus manager. Her face, though pale and worn with illness, radiated a striking beauty that was almost aggressive, particularly the air of nobility that exuded from her, which made it difficult for Zus manager to breathe. Yet, thinking of the imminent benefits, he suppressed his fear and continued with a smile. By the way, President Tang, I recall you hold a 20% stake in Su Logistics. And regarding Li Bank, the 1 billion fund you purchased for Su Tian is nearing its maturity. Since you are planning to leave Jiang City, young master, Su hopes you will transfer these assets to the Su family. This is the contract. Your signature is all that is required. Tang Binjian's pupils reflected the avaricious and repugnant countenance of Zus manager. She was so weak that even her fingertips trembled as she grasped the pen. Her calm eyes scrutinized the grinning Zus manager. How many times has the Su family extracted benefits from her? She could not remember, for as soon as the name Su Tian was mentioned, she would unconditionally agree, because the Su family is his kin, and he longs for familial affection. Forget it. After today, her ties with Su Tian would be severed, and these possessions were originally intended for him. Very well, I will sign. Once she affixed her name, everything would come to an end. Tang Binjian's fingers trembled slightly as she tightened her grip on the pen, preparing to inscribe her name on the transfer contract. But at that moment, bang! The ward door was suddenly flung open with great force. Su Tian looked at the contracts clutched in Tang Binjian's hand, nearly choking with rage. He suppressed his loathing for the Su family and calmly turned his gaze to the woman on the bed. In an instant, his eyes reddened, and he trembled with self-reproach. Bingyan. His right hand was fractured, his kneecap cracked, his back sustained multiple injuries requiring a dozen stitches. His wife had suffered such severe injuries in the car accident, and in his previous life, he had foolishly believed the words of Su Rixin, that good brother, thinking she was merely feigning illness. Seeking his sympathy? How could he have been so utterly foolish? The assets you desire have already been arranged for transfer to your name by my lawyer. Once the divorce procedures are complete, the handover can commence. The Yin group will also be transferred to the Su family, as per your wishes. You need not endure your aversion to me to confirm this personally. You may leave. Tang Bingyan did not dare to raise her head to look at Su Tian, fearing that if she gazed upon him for even a moment longer, her resolve to let him go would waver. Her right hand trembled slightly as she held the pen, feigning calmness as she began to sign. However, rip, Su Tian snatched the documents from Tang Binjian's hand, and under Zus manager's disdainful and sinister gaze, he tore them into shreds. Zus manager stood frozen for 3 seconds. Young Master Su, have you lost your mind? This is the transfer contract for the Yin group. President Tang had previously agreed to transfer it to the Su family. You. In front of Tang Bingyan, Zus manager dared not unleash a torrent of curses. Su Tian, suppressing his hatred, turned his head, his eyes fixated on Zus manager with an inscrutable depth. That gaze sent shivers down Zus manager's spine. Before he could comprehend the stark contrast in Su Tian's attitude, he heard Su Tian scoff. When did she ever agree to transfer the Yin group to the Su family? What she consented to was for me. Everything is contingent upon my desires. And now, I no longer desire it. Take your people and leave this instant. Su Tian's sudden outburst stunned everyone in the ward into silence. You. Zus manager stared incredulously at Su Tian, his teeth chattering in fury. He could not believe that a mere adopted son would dare speak to him in such a manner. Had it not been for the fact that he still held some utility, had it not been for Tang Binjian's dependency on him, This worthless creature would have long been cast aside by the Su family. This wretch not only failed to express gratitude to the Su family, but also dared to resist their decisions. Rebellion. He truly had the audacity to rebel. Yet, despite Zus manager's fury, he had to consider Tang Bingyin standing nearby. Quickly, he suppressed his rage and spoke. Young Master Su, do not jest. You have been raised by the Su family. Since childhood, the Su family has cared for you for over 20 years. What is not yours if not the Su family's? Quickly let President Tang sign the contract. Your actions will surely disappoint the head of the family and his wife. Each time he invoked the bond of family to threaten Su Tian would relent. He believed this time will be no different. However, I do not wish to repeat myself. Get out. Chapter 3. The quack doctor. The expression on Chief Su's face was extraordinarily grim. Reluctantly, he cast a glance at the contract strewn on the floor, then fixed his gaze on Su Tian for several moments. After telling Tang Bingyin that he would come again another day, he exited the hospital room. Insanity. What the hell is wrong with Su Tian today? Not only does he dare to confront him head-on, but he also has the audacity to obstruct the Su family from acquiring the Yin group. It seems that Tang Bingyin has treated him too well, leading him to lose sight of his standing within the Su family. Just wait. Once he reports to the family head, this good-for-nothing will certainly be expelled from the Su family. With Chief Su and the others gone, only 3 individuals remained in the ward. Tang Bingyin, bodyguard A Wei, and Su Tian. Bingyin, I'm so sorry, I truly am. What happened yesterday was an accident. I had no idea you were injured in the car accident that I promise I will never hurt you again. Will you forgive me? As long as you don't divorce me, I will do anything. Su Tian, overwhelmed with guilt and panic, fumbled with his fingers, not knowing where to place them. He couldn't even bear to meet Tang Bingyin's cold gaze. Listening to Su Tian's heartfelt apologies, Tang Bingyin was momentarily taken aback. Then, a trace of self-deprecating amusement graced her lips. In that instant, her eyes regarded Su Tian as one would a stranger. The Yin group is not enough for you. What more do you desire? Just speak plainly. This marked the first time Tang Bingyin had addressed Su Tian with such indifference. Her tone, the coldest she had ever used, pierced Su Tian's heart like 1,000 daggers, rendering him voiceless. Clenching the divorce papers tightly, he gazed at Tang Bingyin's stunning visage, filled with both sorrow and determination. I prevented you from signing the contract with Chief Su not to demand more, but to convey that from now on, I will no longer vie for any benefits for the Su family. I truly desire nothing but you. I do not seek your forgiveness. I only ask for a chance to atone for my past mistakes. Please don't leave me. Under normal circumstances, such a confession from Su Tian would have prompted Tang Bingyin to lay her heart bare without hesitation. Yet this time, all she felt was sadness. Each time he sought her out, it was only when he needed something that he would lower himself. Time after time, her trust had only resulted in painful betrayals. You are not at fault. It is I who am to blame. Tang Bingyin shut her eyes, unwilling to meet Su Tian's gaze. She could not bear to look at him. This man was someone she had loved for years, someone she would have given her life to protect. Yet yesterday he had sought to take hers. But why was she so weak? Even after he had pushed her down the stairs and had witnessed her fall into a coma, she still found it difficult to hate him. All that remained was heartbreak and disappointment. However, soon enough, Tang Bingyin composed herself, her eyes regaining their calm. Enough said. Since you have brought the divorce agreement, please sign it and hand it to Away. If there is anything else you desire, coordinate with Away. I will give you whatever I can. I am tired. Once you sign, you may leave. As she spoke, Tang Bingyin turned to her bodyguard, who immediately produced a pen and held it before Su Tian. Su Tian gazed at Tang Bingyin's pale face, yearning to cry out. I have been reborn. I understand how grievous my mistakes were in my previous life. I will never harm you again. From this day forth, I shall dedicate my life to protecting you. But who would believe such an outrageous claim? She would likely think he was merely jesting, weaving lies to mock her, leaving her even more heartbroken. Su Tian, how dare you show your face here? Just as Su Tian was deep in thought, a furious voice suddenly rang out. Chun Xiaoxiao entered the room briskly, accompanied by a middle-aged doctor and a nurse. Upon seeing that Tang Bingyin's condition was relatively stable, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. Then, she turned, her face like frost, and glared at Tian, every word dripping with frenzied anger. You think that since Tang is still alive, you can come here to stoke the flames? Do you intend to threaten her with divorce? Tian did not hear the rest of her words. His attention was fixated on the doctor who had accompanied Chen Xiaoxiao. Lin Tong, lauded as the city's most esteemed orthopedic surgeon. However, having lived through a previous life, Tian was acutely aware that this doctor was nothing but a beast cloaked in false pretenses. A quack. Most of his so-called medical accolades were acquired through connections. Had it not been for the influential identity of the elderly man he had treated to death a year later, Tian would not have noticed that medical malpractice case trending on social media. Why was he here? Was this the quack who had harmed Tang Bingyan in his previous life? He recalled that the charlatan had insisted that Tang Bingyan needed immediate surgery, promising a high success rate. With that thought in mind, Tian chose not to immediately intervene in Lin Tong's treatment, but instead observed quietly, ready to hear his diagnosis. Assistant Chun, you have overstepped your boundaries. President Tang, Chen Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, shooting Tian a resentful glare before bringing Lin Tong to the frail Tang Bingyan. Dr. Lin, this is the President Tang I mentioned over the phone. President Tang, it is an honor to meet you. Allow me to examine your injuries. However, before Lin Tong could even touch Tang Bingyan's wrist, she instinctively recoiled her hand. Immediately, Chen Xiaoxiao hurriedly produced a silk scarf and covered Tang Bingyan's wrist. Apologizing to Dr. Lin, I'm sorry, President Tang has a phobia of physical contact with the opposite sex. Please bear with her. Lin Tong was momentarily taken aback, then forced a smile, but his expression quickly turned serious. President Tang, your injuries have persisted for over 12 hours. Initially, they did not seem severe, but a few hours ago, your back and calf sustained a second injury. There are signs of a fractured rib. Both your abdominal and thoracic cavities have suffered severe trauma that, if surgery is not conducted promptly, it could lead to paralysis. The last statement struck everyone in the room like a thunderbolt, causing their hearts to stop. Paralysis? Is it truly as the director said? Is it that serious? Chen Xiaoxiao asked incredulously, unable to contain her shock. But President Tang, doesn't he appear to be in such dire condition? That's because her injuries are internal. Internal damage isn't visible to the naked eye in a short time. Lin Tong replied gravely, casting a glance at Chen Xiaoxiao. If we miss the optimal surgical window, she might spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. Hearing such a grim prognosis, both Chen Xiaoxiao and Wei turned as pale as a sheet. Their furious glares swiftly darted toward Tian, whose body trembled slightly. It was all his fault. If not for him, how could President Tang have sustained such grievous injuries? Lin Tong, observing their expressions, felt a surge of satisfaction. He had heard early on about President Tang's remarkable status. Showcasing his medical skills today would undoubtedly elevate him in her eyes. With this thought in mind, he smiled easily. But you need not worry. I've already devised a medical plan. As long as President Tang cooperates, we can perform a surgery tonight that I am confident that the success rate will exceed 80%. Good. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Please arrange for the surgery as soon as possible. Chen Xiaoxiao, still shaken by the term paralysis, nodded almost instinctively, urging that the surgery proceed. President Tang, rest assured, I will ensure the surgery is flawless. Lin Tong was elated. Once the operation succeeded, he would be hailed as President Tang's savior. Just then, as Chen Xiaoxiao prepared to discuss the surgery details with Lin Tong, Tian suddenly raised his head. His face darkened, as if he were ready to kill. He stepped in front of them, each word resonating with authority. He cannot treat her. Chapter 4. Tang Bingyan. Do not inform anyone. Lin Tong was momentarily taken aback, then frowned. Before he could respond, Chen Xiaoxiao erupted. You don't want him to treat her? Are you so eager to see President Tang paralyzed? Step aside. With that, she advanced to push Tian aside. But he remained unmoving, his eyes, as if capable of penetrating the darkest depths, fixed intently on Lin Tong, his voice low but firm. He is utterly incapable of treating Bingyan. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by Tian's forceful declaration. What nonsense was this? This utterly incompetent Tian dared to claim that Lin Tong could not treat Tang Bingyan. Did he even comprehend Lin Tong's qualifications as a physician? I can't treat her. I'm the foremost orthopedic specialist in the city. You dare to question my expertise? Lin Tong shot back at Su Tian, furious. Anyone would be irate when their professional competency was challenged, especially one so renowned in their field. Expertise? Su Tian chuckled. It was precisely Lin Tong's lack of skill and his penchant for ingratiating himself with the powerful that had left Tang Bingyan with severe aftereffects. In this lifetime, he would never allow Lin Tong to treat her injuries. He was merely a hollow expert, elevated through connections and undeserved fame. Su Tian narrowed his dangerous eyes, unreservedly severing ties with Lin Tong. As his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire ward. In that instant, the gaze of everyone present towards Su Tian underwent a profound transformation. He has gone mad. Su Tian has truly lost his sanity. What enmity or grievance does he harbor against Tang Bingyan? Is his desire for her death so fervent? Lin Tong, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly and pointed an accusatory finger at Su Tian, remarking coldly, Well, you are the first to question my medical skills. Lin Tong, you are remarkable. Since you hold me in such disdain, feel free to seek out someone more competent. However, as a physician, I must advise you, if Tang's injuries are not addressed within 24 hours, the consequences could range from paralysis to life-threatening risks. Take heed, young man. Having said this, Lin Tong prepared to leave. Chen Xiaoxiao, alarmed, interjected, Dr. Lin, please don't be angry. We sincerely invited you here, and I assure you, the agreed-upon fee can be doubled. I will make sure he leaves immediately. Just give me 5 minutes to handle this situation. With that, she turned sharply, her face contorted with fury, her muscles trembling as she directed her ire at Su Tian, tears welling in her eyes. Su Tian, yesterday, when President Tang fell down the stairs, you merely watched with indifference as she faced death, and now you wish to impede Dr. Lin's treatment. What more do you want? How can you be so cold-hearted? I give you 10 seconds to leave this place. Immediately. Chen Xiaoxiao's emotions erupted. Her last words nearly roared. Su Tian, aware of the wrongs he had committed in the past, recognized that he no longer deserved the trust of those present. Thus, he refrained from further debate with Chen Xiaoxiao and turned instead to Tang Bingyan, whose lips curled into a faint, self-deprecating smile. A look of despair in her eyes, his heart trembled, and his tone softened. Bingyan, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I do not ask for your forgiveness now. I only implore you to trust me one last time. Believe me, Lin Tong cannot heal you. Grant me a day, and I will certainly bring the most skilled physician in the nation to ensure your safety. Just this once, please. Tang Bingyan's eyes, once vibrant, now appeared as if they had been extinguished. Gazing quietly at Su Tian, beneath her calm facade, her heart had already been pierced by countless arrows. She looked at the man she had loved for half a lifetime. For the first time, she saw anxiety, worry, and a plea in his eyes. How could he possibly care for her? Shouldn't he wish for her demise, to free himself from their marriage? Was she truly losing her mind to still hope for his compassion? Believe you, when has President Tang ever trusted you? Your heart is as dark as night. The entire Jiangxing knows of your incompetence. If you bring in a miracle worker, I suspect you are merely inviting the Grim Reaper to claim President Tang's life. As Chen Xiaoxiao spoke, she swiftly pulled out her phone to call the hospital security. She no longer wished to hear Su Tian's excuses. Yet, just as she was about to dial, a shocking realization struck her. What? President Tang? Chen Xiaoxiao stared incredulously at Tang Bingyan, her hand trembling around the phone. She knew how deeply Tang Bingyan loved Su Tian and understood his significance in her heart. But how could the once wise and unyielding woman, revered in the business world, now risk everything for this worthless fool? Even after Su Tian had deceived her countless times and caused her immense pain, in this moment of life and death, she still chose to believe? Are you truly willing to gamble with your life? Chen Xiaoxiao's heart was heavy with frustration, her eyes aflame with indignation as she fixed her gaze on Tang Bingyan. But did Tang Bingyan not understand Su Tian's capabilities? Did she not recognize his disdain for her? Yet, had she ever refused him anything? Even from the outset, she had known he was deceiving her. If this is your desired outcome, I will acquiesce. Just as in the past, whatever Su Tian desires, even if it costs me my life, I will provide. Chapter 5. By what right does he receive her favor, seeing Tang Bingyan prefer to trust a worthless man over his medical expertise? Lin Tong cast a cold glare at Su Tian before storming out of the ward. Chen Xiaoxiao was left infuriated and powerless. Tang Bingyan's elevated status meant that no one could alter her decisions. While she dared to entrust her life to Su Tian, Chen Xiaoxiao could not that if anything were to happen to Tang Bingyan, it would spark chaos throughout Huaxia. Dr. Lin, please wait, Su Tian. If anything happens to President Tang, you will meet a most gruesome fate. Absolutely. After delivering this threat, Chen Xiaoxiao hurried after Lin Tong. What he needed to do now was urgently seek out the renowned miracle worker of the past. Tang Bingyan's condition could not be delayed any longer. Everything will be fine. We have a day. This time, I will not allow Bingyan to be disappointed. It was only after Su Tian resolutely left the ward that Tang Bingyan slowly opened her eyes. She stared blankly in the direction Su Tian had departed, as if wishing to etch his silhouette into her very bones. Mississippi, I fail to comprehend. Why must you insist on Su Tian? He lacks status, capability, and wealth. What does he possess? Now, he is even threatening your life. How much longer will you coddle him? Are you truly willing to risk your life? The voice belonged to Ah Wei, who struggled to suppress his murderous intent. Were it not for his strong professional ethics and the fact that the young lady regarded Su Tian as vital, he might have genuinely considered dispatching Su Tian on the spot. Ah Wei hesitated, wondering if the young lady had finally come to her senses and resolved to abandon Su Tian. In the next moment, he heard Tang Bingyan's weak yet gentle smile as she gathered her clothes. Do not inform anyone of my injuries. Do not tell anyone. Her meaning was clear. Even if she were to fall, it must not occur in Jiangshan, where Su Tian resided, but rather in the capital. Otherwise, upon her demise, her family would surely direct their wrath towards Su Tian. Correct? Ah Wei. Rage, fury, hatred, a myriad of emotions filled Ah Wei's eyes. Even in death, the young lady would ensure Su Tian's affairs were settled. Was she concerned the people from the capital would trouble Su Tian? But what of Su Tian? What was he doing? He was using the young lady's trust to repeatedly endanger her life. Su Tian, you had better not lie this time. If the young lady perishes, I will not rest until I have avenged her, even at the cost of my own life. Perhaps it was due to his rebirth that he retained vivid memories of past events. He recalled. The miracle worker who had remained hidden in the bustling city had recently perished in a fire, his identity causing a stir on social media. The date was the 15th, tomorrow. A few hours later, Su Tian arrived at a quaint courtyard on Changtian Street in Jiangshan. The residence was remarkably traditional, with a black plaque hanging above the wooden door, inscribed with the characters miraculous hands, divine doctor, while ordinary individuals might dismiss the plaque as ostentatious. Su Tian, having been reborn, recognized that it had been bestowed by the emperor of the Qing dynasty. Zhang Zizhen's great-grandfather was the royal physician. Dr. Zhang, regardless of the conditions you propose, I am willing to comply. Please save my son. He is my only child. Just beneath Su Tian's gaze, a man, appearing affluent, pleaded desperately at the door. Su Tian found the man somewhat familiar, yet could not place him. Outside, Zhang Zizhen's young apprentice remained unmoved by the middle-aged man's entreaties. I do not know how you managed to find this place. But let me reiterate, no matter your esteemed status, it is of no consequence. M.Y. Master has long since renounced his practice and will no longer attend to any patients. But the middle-aged man attempted to argue further, only to be met with the resounding slam of the door. He stared at the closed entrance, despair flooding his eyes. His last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. The director had stated that within 10 days, if a suitable physician was not found, his son would inevitably perish. Why must the heavens treat him thus? They had already taken his beloved wife. Now, were they to seize his only son as well? What good was his status if he could not save his own child? As the middle-aged man left in a daze, Su Tian still could not recall where he had encountered him. Yet he was not surprised by the rejection. In his previous life, he had learned that Zhang Zizhen had withdrawn to Jiangshan due to a viral news story. Tomorrow at around 5 in the morning, Zhang Zizhen was burned alive in this very courtyard. The incident had garnered attention because a year prior, Zhang Zizhen had inadvertently caused the death of a critically ill patient, though the patient's family did not pursue legal action. The incident had left a permanent scar on Zhang Zizhen's conscience. Following that event, he had chosen to retire, never again treating another soul. In the days following Zhang Zizhen's death, this unfortunate incident would be scrutinized in detail. Just as netizens condemned Zhang Zizhen as a quack deserving of divine retribution, an unexpected report would emerge. Chapter 6. The viral news of the past, it turned out that the critically ill patient had not been killed by Zhang Zizhen, but rather had succumbed to medication prescribed by another doctor during Zhang Zizhen's treatment. The drugs had interacted fatally, resulting in the patient's immediate demise. Zhang Zizhen, being of high status, had his family conceal the matter, and after extorting several million from him, they trivialized the incident, reducing it to a mere whisper. Thus, the burden of this fatal calamity inevitably fell upon Zhang Zizhen's shoulders. Reflecting on this, Tian let out a sigh. It is a pity that the renowned Dr. Zhang, who has dedicated decades to healing and saving lives, has been wronged by such petty individuals. He will likely carry the weight of this error with him to the grave, unable to find solace. Creak. At that moment, the door before Tian was suddenly flung open. The young disciple Lin Xiao, with a frigid gaze, conveyed the message. My master has retreated into seclusion a year ago and refuses to see patients. Do not waste your efforts coming here. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was slammed shut. Tian stood before the resounding door, showing no sign of anger. He understood that the medical incident from a year prior had become a festering wound in Zhang Zizhen's heart. Until the misunderstandings of that year were clarified, it was unlikely that Zhang Zizhen would attend to any patients. Without knocking, Tian called out to the door. Dr. Zhang, I am aware of the reason for your retreat to your hometown a year ago, and your refusal to treat patients. The medical incident from that year was not your fault. It was due to that family seeking two doctors simultaneously and taking medications prescribed by both, which led to the fatal interaction. This matter bears no relation to you. Tian's amplified voice reverberated from outside the window into the room. In an instant, the elderly man immersed in concocting remedies inside the room trembled all over. The herbs in his hands fell to the ground, and his weary eyes suddenly glistened with moisture. It was as if he had heard something utterly incredulous, causing his whole body to quiver. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, who had been organizing herbs behind the counter, paused momentarily before rushing to the door, flinging it open. What did you just say? Simultaneously, a hoarse yet calm voice emerged from a small room within the clinic. Young man, did you just assert that the incident from a year ago has nothing to do with me? Yes. Upon hearing Tian's assured tone, Zhang Zizhen slowly inhaled deeply and then, with a serious expression, remarked, regardless of its veracity, I appreciate the warning. I will have someone investigate. He had never fathomed that human malice could reach such depths. He had always believed he was responsible for the death. Now, it appeared he must indeed look into it, Dr. Zhang. Ascertaining the truth of this matter will require time. However, you may not survive until tomorrow morning. Tang Bingyan must undergo surgery within 24 hours, and he could not afford to give Zhang Zizhen the luxury of time for investigation. At this moment, all he could do was leverage his foresight to gain Zhang Zizhen's trust. You curse my master! Upon hearing Tian's words, Lin Zhao's expression darkened suddenly. The elderly Zhang Zizhen, upon hearing this, also wore a somewhat grim countenance. Tian's words had already convinced him to a degree, but hearing Tian claim he would not survive until morning was absurd enough to evoke a self-deprecating shake of his head. Indeed, he had overthought the matter. The incident from that year was Zhang Zizhen's fault, and how could he still entertain hopes of vindication? The old man shook his head with sorrow and was about to instruct Lin Xiao to expel the intruder. Yet at that moment, Tian's voice rang out once more. Dr. Zhang, I am not jesting. If you do not believe me, I assure you, you will not survive until tomorrow morning, if my words are mere fabrications. I myself shall not see the dawn. Each word was emphatic and resonant. However, upon hearing this, Lin Xiao erupted in fury as he lunged forward, seizing Tian by the collar, his eyes ablaze with rage. What nonsense are you spouting? How can my master, in perfect health, possibly die? Your fate is irrelevant. Do not curse my master. As Lin Xiao raged on, he pulled Su Tian towards the door. Creak! Just then, the pharmacy door swung open abruptly, and a septuagenarian appeared, interrupting Lin Xiao's actions. Release him. Let him speak. Master. Upon seeing the elder, Lin Xiao's expression softened considerably, yet casting a glance at Su Tian, he still retorted angrily. This man curses you to death to solicit your assistance. How can you allow him to speak? He is nothing but a villain. Zhang Zizhen cast a warning glance at Lin Xiao and then slowly shook his head, signaling for Lin Xiao to refrain from further impulsive words. Lin Xiao huffed in frustration but dared not oppose Zhang Zizhen. Retreating to the side, I have long admired the esteemed name of Dr. Zhang. I am Su Tian. Zhang Zizhen remained silent, his murky eyes scrutinizing Su Tian. Soon, a hint of disappointment flickered in his gaze. Indeed, he was still too young. It seemed that Su Tian's earlier declarations were merely an attempt to capture his attention. Chapter 7. A fire has truly ignited Su Tian. I do not recall knowing someone like you. Zhang Zizhen's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes bore into Su Tian. The events of a year ago are now in the past. I shall not inquire further. I wish to know your intentions behind claiming I will not survive until tomorrow morning. We are strangers. Why would you come here to curse this septuagenarian? Su Tian spoke earnestly. I apologize. Zhang Lao. Due to the limited time, some of my words may have been offensive. That I have come to beseech you to save my wife. If you agree, I will assist you in averting a life-threatening peril. Just on the basis of you? Lin Xiao scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Su Tian. His master had treated countless influential figures in the past. If his master were in danger, many would surely come forward to assist. Would it fault him? Zhang Zizhen listened to Su Tian's arrogant words, yet did not betray any sign of emotional disturbance. He regarded Su Tian with a deadpan expression, his tone tinged with displeasure. I do not know how you found this place. Since you are aware of me and the events from a year ago, you must also understand my character. Many have sought my assistance in healing. However, not a single one has dared to curse me to death. Nevertheless, considering the fate that has brought us together, I shall grant you an opportunity for explanation. Clearly, Zhang Zizhen was already incensed. Su Tian smiled calmly, yet his tone bore no hint of jest. Last night, I had a dream in which a fire broke out here, so I came today to warn you. Zhang Lao. Before Su Tian could finish, Lin Xiao interjected vehemently. You expect anyone to believe your ridiculous claims? Get out. Zhang Zizhen observed Lin Xiao's actions with a cold gaze. Remaining silent, he evidently acquiesced to Lin Xiao's intent to expel Su Tian. Su Tian felt no anger. He recognized that his words lacked credibility. After all, claiming to have dreamt was indeed a flimsy excuse, and since the incident had not yet occurred, it was unlikely anyone would believe him. That he walked directly to the counter, picked up a pen, left his phone number, and turned to Zhang Zizhen with unwavering conviction. Around 5:15 tomorrow morning, the left side pharmacy will catch fire. When you extinguish the flames, be sure to check if the liquid in the white barrel is water. Zhang Lao, I have said my piece. Whether you believe it is up to you. This is my number. I await your contact. With that, Su Tian smiled lightly and nonchalantly turned to leave. His resolute tone and composed demeanor suggested absolute certainty that a fire would indeed occur. And if Zhang Zizhen did not heed Su Tian's warning, he would surely perish in the flames. Absurd. Observing Zhang Zizhen approach to retrieve the note Su Tian had left, Lin Xiao seethed with anger. Master, why did you not stop me? I should have torn his mouth apart. This despicable man dares to curse you. Does he truly believe himself a fortune teller? However, Zhang Zizhen did not even glance at the number on the note. Discarding it directly into the trash, he then regarded his irritable disciple with a sigh. Enough. There is no need to bicker with such a person that we simply shall not allow him to enter again. Zhang Zizhen shook his head in disbelief, retreating into the pharmacy. What fire? Nonsense. Although the pharmacy had gas canisters, in order to ensure the efficacy of the remedies, Balintang had always used coal for concocting medicines. For some reason, as soon as Lin Xiao stepped into the pharmacy, he involuntarily recalled Su Tian's words. Although he had verbally dismissed them during the day, Su Tian's fervent certainty had left him feeling uneasy. He resolved not to sleep that night. Vowing to remain vigilant before the stove, He would not let it go unchallenged. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and settled down in front of the stove, staring intently at the flames. In the first half of the night, Lin Xiao was quite alert, but by 4 in the morning his eyelids began to droop and fatigue overwhelmed him. By around 5 o'clock, he succumbed to sleep, resting his head on his knees. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, a faint, acrid smell of gas gradually permeated the air, and a chilling breeze swept through the house, stirring the embers in the stove, which fell upon the curtains. In an instant, flames erupted. The fire blazed fiercely, and thick smoke billowed. In his slumber, Lin Xiao vaguely sensed a wave of heat and the choking scent of smoke, jolting him awake. Upon seeing the room engulfed in roaring flames, he was instantly alert. Fire! It is on fire! Lin Xiao, startled and flustered, leaped to the doorway, just as he was about to grasp the white bucket positioned there. A swift thought surged through his mind. Remember to check whether the liquid inside the white bucket is water. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao opened the lid and inhaled the contents. Gasoline. A sudden chill coursed through his limbs. This was the very gasoline he had purchased earlier that day, and in his moment of panic, he had momentarily forgotten about it. That person did not deceive me. Lin Xiao's heart raced with shock, cold sweat trickling down his back. Had it not been for that person's timely warning, he would have used this to extinguish the fire. Just then, the flames roared back to life. Lin Xiao, disregarding how Tian had come to know this, hurriedly carried the gasoline can outside and swiftly fetched a bucket of water. The fire in the room appeared significant, yet in reality, it was merely a few curtains that were flammable, not burning as fiercely as it seemed. The flames were quickly subdued. However, the decoction room was left charred and unrecognizable. Meanwhile, Zhang Zizhen, residing next door, was awakened and rushed over. Upon seeing the state of the herbal room, his murky eyes widened in alarm. How did this catch fire? Just a moment ago, Lin Xiao recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. Reflecting on the events, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Both he and Zhang Zizhen resided in Baolin Hall, their bedrooms adjacent to the herbal room. Had the gasoline ignited, there would have been no chance of escape. Lin Xiao gazed at Zhang Zizhen in trepidation. If it weren't for that person yesterday, we might have perished in the flames. Master, could it be that there truly exists someone with foresight in this world? Zhang Zizhen, equally perplexed, remained silent for a long while before softly replying. This must be mere coincidence. Nevertheless, it is a debt of gratitude for saving our lives. We must repay it. Quickly, seek out that person's contact information. Chapter 8 is 10 million insufficient. All right, I shall go at once. Lin Xiao responded eagerly and hurriedly began rummaging through the trash bin. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing Hospital, Tian, carrying the chicken soup he had simmered all morning, arrived at the hospital entrance just as he received a call from Zhang Zizhen. It is indeed Jiangxing Hospital. Yes, it would be troublesome for Zhang Lao to make a personal visit. After hanging up, Tian let out a long breath. The weight that had been pressing on his chest finally lifted. With Zhang Zizhen personally involved, Tang Bingyin's condition should be manageable. Upon reaching the corridor outside Tang Bingyin's ward, Tian spotted Chen Xiaoxiao and bodyguard away, urgently pleading with Lin Tong to expedite the surgery for Tang Bingyin. Soon, Chen Xiaoxiao noticed Tian approaching. I have already secured the doctors. They're on their way. Tian replied nonchalantly. Chen Xiaoxiao scoffed derisively, no longer inclined to engage Tian in conversation. Tian, there's no need for your theatrics. Are you merely after money? Away, give him the money. With a swift motion, Away signaled, and 4 bodyguards simultaneously opened their cases. Instantly, stacks of crisp red bills were laid bare before Tian. Tian, as long as Dr. Lin performs the surgery for President Tang, she will recover swiftly. If you agree to the surgery immediately, all this money will be yours. Tian cast a fleeting glance at the piles of cash, his gaze remaining unfazed. I do not want the money. Not want the money? Is 10 million insufficient? Ha! Your appetite has certainly grown. Here, I have a check in US dollars. Fill in any amount you desire. As she spoke, Chen Xiaoxiao produced a check from her bag and slammed it down heavily before Tian. Is this enough? Under normal circumstances, Chen Xiaoxiao would never part with a single cent. However, she found herself with no other options now. Tang Bingyin was unconscious, and unless a family member signed off, no one dared to proceed with the surgery. Tang Bingyin's relatives were all in the capital, leaving Su Tian as the only one able to sign as a family member. Su Tian furrowed his brow, not even glancing at the check. He could not be bothered to argue with Chen Xiaoxiao anymore. Brushing past her towards the VIP ward, Su Tian, what on earth do you still want? Only Dr. Lin can save President Tang. She is already unconscious. If the surgery is not performed soon, she will not survive. Su Tian, a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. Has your conscience truly been devoured by a dog? Chen Xiaoxiao's furious and anxious voice struck Su Tian's heart like a heavy blow. Bingyin is unconscious? He had no time to ponder further, sprinting toward Tang Bingyin's ward. Sir, the patient's condition is critical. You cannot enter now. The nurse at the door blocked Su Tian's path. Through the viewing glass, Su Tian saw Tang Bingyin lying pale on the bed, utterly weak, even reliant on a respirator. Even without medical expertise, Su Tian could discern how dire her condition was. Su Tian, do you see? If you hadn't obstructed Dr. Lin from performing the surgery on President Tang, how could she have ended up like this? Now, sign the document. As she spoke, Chen Xiaoxiao attempted to thrust the surgical consent form into Su Tian's hands. Get lost, startled by the icy aura radiating from Su Tian, Chen Xiaoxiao instinctively closed her mouth. Su Tian ignored her, moving aside while dialing Zhang Zizhen's number. Not far away, Lin Tong observed Su Tian approaching. A smug smile curling on his lips, Su Tian had confidently proclaimed yesterday that he would find some miraculous doctor, embarrassing him in front of so many. And now, he had not found the miracle worker and was instead coming to plead with Lin Tong. However, seeking his assistance for surgery would not be so simple this time. Su Tian would have to kneel and beg. With that thought, Lin Tong's smile faded, replaced by a cold sneer as he turned to Su Tian. Su Tian, only I can save President Tang now. But if you wish to implore me to act, it will not be so easy. Su Tian halted in his tracks upon hearing this. He then shot Lin Tong a glance, akin to looking at a fool, before deliberately ignoring him and walking past. Lin Tong stood frozen in place, bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't Su Tian coming to plead with him? As Lin Tong stared at Su Tian's retreating figure, he felt as if Su Tian's glance had struck him like an invisible slap across the face. Fixating on Su Tian, he enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis. Do you truly wish for Tang Bingyin to perish? In all of Jiangsheng, there is no one with superior medical skills than I. Given Tang Bingyin's current condition, she can last until the 24 hours she agreed upon with you. Once I treat her, I will see if she continues to protect you. This waste who desires her demise. Before long, Zhang Zizhen, clad in a worn-out robe, hurriedly arrived at the hospital with Lin Xiao. Su Tian promptly approached. Zhang Lao, where's the patient? Zhang Zizhen wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Follow me. Su Tian led Zhang Zizhen swiftly toward Tang Bingyin's ward. In the corridor, Chen Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow upon seeing Zhang Zizhen's attire. Lin Doctor, do you know him? I do not. Lin Tong shook his head slowly, a hint of derision in his smile. Assistant Chen, I have some renown in Jiangsheng. While I may not be known to every expert across Huaxia, I know all the specialists within the city and province. And I have never even laid eyes on this person. That I have heard that there are many fraudsters parading around these days. You must be cautious. Losing money is secondary, but if a life is lost, it becomes a grave matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxiao's expression turned cold. She had encountered numerous highly skilled specialists, yet Zhang Zizhen's attire and appearance were entirely inconsistent with the title of a miraculous doctor. How could someone like him save President Tang? She would have to be foolish to believe that. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiaoxiao resolved that she could no longer allow Su Tian to act recklessly. Su Tian, President Tang has staked her life on your ability to find a doctor. Yet, what have you done? You disregarded the capable Dr. Lin, opting instead to pull a self-proclaimed barefoot doctor from the roadside to treat President Tang. Do you wish for her to perish swiftly? Before Su Tian could respond, Lin Xiao, unable to contain himself, interjected. Who are you calling a barefoot doctor? Chapter 9 Zhang Zizhen takes action. Slapping Lin Tong's face. My master is a renowned figure in the medical field, both domestically and internationally. Countless prominent individuals have sought my master as help, yet they often find no way to reach him. Huffed. Lin Tong scoffed derisively. Spare me the talk of being a medical expert. I ask you, do you possess a medical license? A medical license? Tian laughed in anger. How dare a mere quack question the credentials of the esteemed Zhang? Do you even qualify? Lin Tong's smile instantly stiffened, his face turning ashen as he trembled with rage. He had never been so humiliated. Were it not for Tang Bingyin's favor, even if Tian were to kneel and beg, he would never again treat her. At that moment, the nurse suddenly swung open the door to the ward. The patient had awoken and had something to say. Who among you is the patient's family? Bingyin has regained consciousness. Tian, without a moment's hesitation, rushed into the room. I could see this moment. Tang Bingyin's complexion was pale, and she appeared exceedingly frail. Upon seeing her condition, Tian's heart tightened painfully. He swiftly approached her bedside, squatted down, and spoke softly. Bingyin, I have brought a miraculous doctor to help you. Your ailment will soon be cured. I have even prepared some soup for you. Once the doctor has treated you, you shall have it. Upon hearing these words, a look of bewilderment crossed Tang Bingyin's pale face. Was this a dream? Had Tian ever spoken to her in such a manner? Just then, Chun Xiaoxiao approached angrily, exclaiming, President Tang, Tian has somehow found a quack to treat you. He is putting your life at risk. At these words, Tang Bingyin's gaze gradually regained clarity. Soon after, a bitter smile appeared in her eyes, whether it was Tian's indifference 2 days prior or the myriad of past grievances. She had ample reason to believe that he could indeed resort to such actions. Bingyin, I assure you, the doctor I have brought is truly remarkable. He can heal you. Trust me. President Tang, you know better than I what kind of person Tian is. Chun Xiaoxiao hurriedly added, Please, I implore you to consent to Dr. Lin Tong performing the surgery. He is the only one who can save you. If you agree, your health will recover swiftly. Tang Bingyin glanced at Chun Xiaoxiao, then at Tian, and sighed inwardly. Let the miraculous doctor he found treat me. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoxiao and several others simultaneously turned pale. President Tang, you cannot let the doctor he summoned treat you. You must not gamble with your life. Dr. Lin Tong is right here. Only he can cure you. I've stated before, no matter what he desires, I shall provide. Tang Bingyin's beautiful eyes slowly opened, despite her currently sickly appearance. One could sense an undeniable resolve emanating from her. And one could contravene her wishes, President Tang. Chun Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming bitterness in her heart. What kind of enchantment had Tian cast upon her? How could President Tang trust him to the extent of disregarding her own life? Yet, Chun Xiaoxiao also understood Tang Bingyin's character. Once she made a decision, no one could sway her, just as when Tang Bingyin married Tian. She had defied even the elders of the Tang family, let alone her. Ultimately, Chun Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and ceased her futile attempts at persuasion. As Tang Bingyin's assistant, her duty was to execute Tang Bingyin's commands, even if she knew those commands were misguided. Dr. Lin, please step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Chun Xiaoxiao said to Lin Tong, leading the way out of the ward. What she needed to do now was not to persuade, but to remedy the situation. Lin Tong followed suit, and Wei hesitated for a moment, silently sighing before leaving as well as they passed Tian. He paused slightly, his expression cold as he remarked, Tian, if anything happens to President Tang, you shall not leave Jiangcheng Hospital today. With that, Wei departed the ward, accompanied by several bodyguards. Tian paid no heed to the words of others. At this moment, his eyes and heart were solely focused on Tang Bingyin. Bingyin, believe me, you will recover. Tang Bingyin merely smiled at his words, saying nothing. After Tian spoke, he stood up and made space for Zhang Zizhen. Mr. Zhang, I appreciate your assistance. Rest assured, Mr. Su, from my examination, it appears to be merely an internal injury. After my acupuncture, there should not be any significant issues, Zhang Zizhen replied calmly. Hearing his words, Tian felt a measure of relief. Understanding that treatment required absolute tranquility, he hesitated for a moment before stepping outside the ward. Outside, Chun Xiaoxiao and Lin Tong were observing the situation in the ward while conversing with Dr. Lin if any complications arise during the treatment. I hope you will perform the surgery immediately, Chun Xiaoxiao said. Lin Tong nodded. Assistant Chun, Rest assured, as long as I am present, I will ensure nothing happens to President Tang. Chen Xiaoxiao felt a slight alleviation of her anxiety. Thankfully, Dr. Lin Tong had not been driven away by Su Tian's incompetence. As long as Dr. Lin Tong was there, President Tang should be safe at that moment. Su Tian happened to exit the ward. Chen Xiaoxiao abruptly lifted her head to glare at him. Her eyes seethed with fury as she spat. Su Tian, you are a scoundrel. You have a capable doctor, Dr. Lin Tong, who can heal President Tang, yet you insist on relying on a quack. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Su Tian glanced at her. If your incessant chatter disrupts the treatment inside, there is no need for you to remain by Bing Yin's side. You? Chen Xiaoxiao was infuriated, clenching her fists tightly. Then, casting a glance at Lin Tong, who clearly possessed superior medical skills, but was being thwarted by Su Tian, she felt an overwhelming urge to see Su Tian punished for his incompetence. Meanwhile, inside the ward, Zhang Zizhen had commenced acupuncture. Observing Lin Tong's intense focus on the ward, Chen Xiaoxiao stole a glance inside and then furrowed her brow with concern. Dr. Lin, didn't you say surgery was necessary? Is acupuncture really sufficient? Assistant Shun, President Tang's previous unconsciousness was due to internal organ damage and abdominal hemorrhage, obstructing blood circulation, Lin Tong explained. Relying solely on acupuncture will not expel the internal stagnation. It may worsen her condition. Chen Xiaoxiao's expression shifted dramatically. Stop! Su Tian, immediately tell that quack to cease. Dr. Lin, you are the only one who can save President Tang. Please go in and replace that quack. Su Tian furrowed his brow. Be quiet. In a moment of desperation, Chen Xiaoxiao raised her hand, intending to push Su Tian aside and rush into the ward. However, at that instant, inside the ward, Zhang Zizhen suddenly withdrew a silver needle. Instantly, a stream of dark purple blood flowed from Tang Bingyin's abdomen. The stagnation was being expelled. Lin Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How could the stagnation in Tang Bingyin's body be expelled with just a few silver needles? No, someone must possess the skill to achieve this. Such individuals are known as national doctors. But in all of Huaxia, the number of national doctors can be counted on one hand. How could this waste? Su Tian have summoned such a figure. Although she recognized the expelled dark blood was indeed stagnation, she couldn't help but worry. Hearing Chen Xiaoxiao's words, Lin Tong's gaze flickered as he observed the ward. I cannot be entirely sure yet. Let us wait and see. Chen Xiaoxiao felt an anxious tension as she looked back into the ward. I could see this moment, as Zhang Zizhen continued with the acupuncture. The stagnation in Tang Bingyin's body was being continuously expelled. Gradually, her complexion improved, and the pallor of her face began to regain its rosy hue. From an external perspective, Tang Bingyin appeared to be recovering significantly. Moments later, Zhang Zizhen withdrew all the silver needles from Tang Bingyin. Seeing that he had not taken further action, Lin Tong's expression suddenly darkened. It is evident that this person is undoubtedly a quack. Chen Xiaoxiao's heart sank. That Dr. Lin, is he making a mistake in treatment? At that moment, Zhang Zizhen and Lin Xiao were just about to exit. Lin Tong, with righteous indignation, glared at Zhang Zizhen and Lin Xiao. Coldly rebuking, you are also a doctor. Do you think you can rely on the superficial skills of national doctors to deceive others? The decline of national medicine in Huaxia is precisely due to charlatans like you. Zhang Zizhen and Lin Xiao were momentarily taken aback. Lin Xiao, being younger and more hot-headed, could hardly contain his anger and was about to retort, but before he could speak, Zhang Zizhen restrained him. Zhang Zizhen, looking at Lin Tong with a calm demeanor, responded, You are correct. National medicine is indeed profound, and I have only learned a fraction of it. Pray tell, what insights do you possess? Huh. Lin Tong scoffed. I dare not claim any insights, but any medical student should understand the fundamentals. Surely you are aware that if a patient has internal organ damage, merely expelling stagnation is insufficient. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zizhen's weathered face remained impassive, yet his gaze held a hint of intrigue as he regarded Lin Tong. Internal organ damage must be sutured. Is that not necessary? Lin Tong sneered. If not sutured, what will happen if the patient suffers a second massive hemorrhage? You consider yourself a practitioner. Do you not understand how to assess the extent of a patient's internal organ damage based on the stagnation? At this point, even Zhang Zizhen, usually composed, found the situation laughable. As you say, if there's even a slight internal organ damage, would you suggest performing a major surgery? Is that truly responsible to the patient? Ignorance. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhang Zizhen moved past Lin Tong. Before Lin Tong could react, Zhang Zizhen's young apprentice, Lin Xiao, looked at Lin Tong with an expression akin to observing a fool. Based on the pulse, the extent of the patient's internal organ damage is far from requiring suturing. Otherwise, do you think she could have survived to this point? As soon as Lin Zhao's voice fell, Lin Tong's complexion turned pale. In the realm of Western medicine, the majority of internal organ injuries necessitate suturing. However, he had overlooked the fact that the suturing in Western medicine is primarily a precaution. If the esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine can accurately assess the extent of internal injuries, and if the wounds are minor, suturing is often unnecessary. This so-called waste that Su Tian had brought in was indeed a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Follow this prescription to procure the medicine for her. If you can find those 2 herbs listed, she will fully recover within half a month. If those 2 herbs cannot be found, substitute them with these 2 alternatives. Albeit, the effectiveness will be slightly diminished, and the recovery period will be extended. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoxiao immediately turned her gaze to the prescription and hastily spoke. The 2 herbs are precisely listed in the family prescription from the capital. Please hand me the prescription. The quality of the herbs from my family's pharmacy far surpasses those available in the market. I will have them delivered right away. Zhang Zizhen nodded slightly and directly handed the prescription to Chun Xiaoxiao. Su Tian nodded in agreement. Very well, I will see Zhang Lao off. With that, Su Tian escorted Zhang Zizhen out of the hospital corridor. Chun Xiaoxiao watched as the group departed, hesitating for a moment before approaching Lin Tong. Dr. Lin, could you take a look at this prescription and see if there are any issues? Compared to the doctor brought by Su Tian, she placed her trust in the skilled Lin Tong. All right, let me take a look. Lin Tong, filled with curiosity, accepted the prescription. This is... As Lin Tong finished reading the prescription, a tumultuous wave surged within him. Even a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine who was not of the highest caliber could discern the significance of this prescription. This was undoubtedly not a concoction that a mere barefoot doctor could compose. This was the work of a master in the field. The thought that he had previously questioned such a master-esque qualifications felt like a blazing embarrassment on his face. Dr. Lin, what is the matter? Chun Xiaoxiao inquired. Noticing Lin Tong's unusual expression, it's nothing. Although Zhang Zizhen's prescription was extraordinary, Lin Tong was a top expert in the medical community of Jiangqing. He could not afford to reveal any inadequacies before Chun Xiaoxiao. Especially in front of someone like her, he was aware that although he did not know the specifics about the esteemed Tang, he understood that Tang Bingyan had considerable connections to forge such a relationship. He must demonstrate his own value. However, from Lin Tong's perspective, Zhang Zizhen's prescription appeared flawless. He could not detect a single flaw. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Lin Tong clenched his teeth internally and made a decision. With a solemn expression, he declared, the prescription contains significant issues. These herbs are incompatible and could exacerbate the condition if administered to President Tang. That a change in herbs is imperative. What? Chun Xiaoxiao's breath hitched sharply. Incompatible herbs could worsen the condition. Chapter 11. The photo Dr. Lin. What should we do about President Tang's ailment now? Chun Xiaoxiao asked nervously. I will modify 3 of the herbs. This revised prescription will serve as an effective remedy for President Tang. As he spoke, Lin Tong retrieved a pen from his pocket, struck out 3 herbs, and wrote in replacements. Observing Lin Tong's composed demeanor, Chun Xiaoxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fortunately, she consulted Dr. Lin. Otherwise, a grave error could have occurred. Thank goodness for Dr. Lin. Otherwise, President Tang would have truly been harmed by that wretched quack brought in by Su Tian. Indeed, Su Tian was nothing but a fool who could accomplish nothing but create chaos. Lin Tong, noticing Chun Xiaoxiao's expression, could not help but smile lightly. The 3 herbs he substituted, while appearing to be a significant alteration to an outsider, were nearly equivalent in effect to someone with expertise. Although this action carried some risk, based on his experience, the changes would not notably impact the prescription's efficacy. The issue was not substantial. Most importantly, this maneuver would demonstrate to Chen Xiaoxiao that his medical skills surpassed those of Zhang Zizhen, effectively showcasing his value. As Su Tian escorted Zhang Zizhen away, they exchanged a few words before Zhang Zizhen hesitated and finally could not restrain his curiosity. Mr. Su, was what you told me yesterday truly just a dream? Zhang Zizhen did not suspect Su Tian of arson for a simple reason. The clinic had no back entrance. If Su Tian intended to set a fire, he would have to enter through the front. Moreover, Lin Xiao had been in the back room that night, making it impossible for Su Tian to ignite a fire unnoticed. However, how did Su Tian know their clinic would catch fire? To claim it was a dream seemed implausible. Su Tian smiled faintly. In truth, you could interpret it as me possessing the ability of precognition. Precognition. Zhang Zizhen was taken aback. Did such an ability, entirely unexplainable by science, truly exist? Unable to comprehend further and recognizing Su Tian's reluctance to elaborate, Zhang Zizhen shook his head and chose not to pursue the matter. Regardless of how Su Tian had obtained that knowledge, he would remember this favor. Mr. Su, do visit the clinic when you have time. Su Tian smiled. Certainly. Tian go. Suddenly, without warning, a stunning beauty clad in a red off-shoulder dress collided into his embrace. I waited for you day and night. I asked Brother Su and found out you were here. Tian go. Have you divorced that Tang? How long until you marry her? The girl clung tightly to Su Tian, her clear and bright eyes sparkling, her delicate willow-like brows and long eyelashes fluttering, evoking a sense of affection. Su Tian frowned in distaste, forcefully pushing her away. Simultaneously, a hint of cold mockery appeared on his lips. This woman was none other than Lin Yaoyin, the protagonist caught in the act by Tang Bingyan just the other night. Lin Yaoyin and Su Tian had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Uncertain whether she was instigated by Su Rixin or acted intentionally, Lin Yaoyin had staged a dramatic performance. Lin Yaoyin, you set me up? And now you have the audacity to say these things to me. Su Tian glared at her coldly, his dark eyes chilling as if encased in ice. Lin Yaoyin was taken aback. She felt as though the Su Tian before her was an entirely different person, utterly unfamiliar. She hesitated, then hurriedly explained, Tian go, I didn't mean to harm you. I merely wanted to enough. You need not seek me out again. With that, Su Tian lost all patience for further discussion, turning on his heel and walking into the hospital, leaving Lin Yaoyin on the verge of tears. Watching Su Tian's indifferent retreat, Lin Yaoyin contemplated calling out to him, yearning to clarify her intentions. However, the mere glance he had given her filled her with a sense of disdain and animosity. Ultimately, she refrained from pursuing him, her eyes brimming with tears of indignation as she departed the hospital. Outside the hospital, in a narrow alley, Su Rixin observed Lin Yaoyin as she dashed past, tears in her eyes. A cold smile creeping onto his lips, he had followed Lin Yaoyin closely when she sought out Su Tian. He had witnessed the embrace between them clearly. Shortly after Lin Yaoyin left, a lewd-looking youth approached Su Rixin with a smirk, stating, Boss Su, the task is complete. With that, the youth presented his phone, displaying a photo of Su Tian and Lin Yaoyin wrapped in each other's arms. It must be said that the lewd youth had a commendable skill in photography. The image captured a profile view, rendering Su Tian's features indistinguishable, yet it clearly depicted Lin Yaoyin's pitiful demeanor, as if she were playfully coaxing Su Tian. Had Su Rixin not known the nature of their relationship, he might have assumed Lin Yaoyin was Su Tian's wife. Well done. Su Rixin glanced at the photo, his smile widening in approval. Send me that photo. I will transfer the payment to your account. Thank you, Boss Su. The lewd youth nodded eagerly. Expressing his gratitude, Su Rixin's smile faded slightly as he gazed in the direction Su Tian had departed. Unfortunately, he lacked Tang Bingyan's contact information. If he could directly send the photo to her, it would be perfect at this moment inside the hospital. Hurry and prepare the medicine. Once it's ready, bring it over immediately. Chen Xiaoxiao had just handed the prescription to a subordinate when her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Frowning, she took out her phone and noticed a message from an unknown number without any saved contact, containing a photo. With a hint of confusion, she clicked on the message. The next instant, upon viewing the contents of the photo, her pupils constricted. What she received was indeed a photo of Su Tian and Lin Miaoyin in an embrace. Su Tian, Chun Xiaoxiao, gripped her phone tightly, her small hands trembling uncontrollably so much so that her grip turned pale. How could such a despicable man exist in this world? While striving to reconcile with Tang Bingyin and displaying his affections, he was also embracing another woman. Moreover, this woman was the very third party who had been caught in bed with him by Tang Bingyin. Even though Tang Bingyin and Su Tian were not yet divorced, he dared to be so brazen. Scoundrel! Su Tian was nothing short of a scoundrel. Chapter 12. Tang Bingyin vomits blood after taking medicine. No. I must inform President Tang. I must make her see what kind of person Su Tian truly is. Chen Xiaoxiao was seething with rage. Yet in the next moment, she abruptly calmed herself to no. This cannot be. Yesterday, Su Tian was caught in bed with that woman, and Tang Bingyin seemed inclined to forgive him, showing no intention of pursuing a divorce. What effect would presenting this photograph to Tang Bingyin truly have? Her level of trust in Su Tian was so profound that she would even disregard her own life. Chun Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with bitterness to the brim. She felt helpless and powerless. After a moment of struggle, she let out a faint sigh, deciding to wait for a more opportune moment to present it to President Tang. Subsequently, she quietly saved the original photo and put it away. Meanwhile, Su Tian had just entered the hospital when he received a call from his adoptive father, Su Pingfeng. Upon hearing Su Pingfeng's words, his expression turned icy. If it weren't for me, would Bingyin even know who you are? Do not think of leveraging anything from her in the future, nor meddle in my affairs. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. With that, without waiting for a response, Su Tian hung up. As he prepared to head toward Tang Bingyin's hospital room, he happened to see a middle-aged man glancing into one room and then another, seemingly searching for something. This man was none other than the middle-aged individual who had been driven out by Lin Xiao at the clinic yesterday. Su Tian gazed at his face, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him. He felt certain he had seen him before. Wait, Li Fujin, the chairman of Fujin Group in Longjiang Province. His worth ranked among the top 10 in Longjiang Province. The Su family was completely on a different level compared to Li Fujin. Given Su Tian's current status, he would have no means to interact with someone of Li Fujin's caliber. The reason he recognized this figure was that he had seen him in newspapers in his past life. His wife, Wu Rong, was his second wife, not the biological mother of his son. Li Chu in a bid to seize the family fortune. Wu Rong had administered a slow-acting poison to her son. This poison was colorless and tasteless. And after Li Hua's death, even doctors could find no trace of it. Yet, Li Fujin, unwilling to accept this fate, expended considerable resources to engage a national physician, who ultimately identified the poison that had caused his son's death and even provided an antidote. Though by then it was already too late, Su Tian fell silent for a moment, then resolutely approached Li Fujin. Mr. Li, greetings. Li Fujin was taken aback, looking at Su Tian with a furrowed brow. Young man, you must have mistaken me. I am not Li Fujin. After saying this, Li Fujin dismissed Su Tian and turned to leave. Su Tian, undeterred, continued, Mr. Li, your son is dying, and only I can save him. Upon hearing this, Li Fujin's body stiffened suddenly. In the next instant, a surge of anger erupted within him. Young man, if you think you can garner my attention with such words, you have gone too that moment. Li Fujin's gaze towards Su Tian turned frigid. Others sought to curry favor with him, flattering him, but this was the first time he encountered someone who seemed to curse his son to death. Were it not for his concern that Zhang Zizhen might be nearby, he would have already struck him. Su Tian smiled calmly, unfazed. Mr. Li, I understand that you may doubt my words, but I believe you are aware that your wife and son have never been on amicable terms. Correct? You think too much. My family is quite harmonious, Li Fujin retorted as he attempted to shove Su Tian aside. Get lost. Su Tian pressed on. Mr. Li, your wife, Wu Rong, intends to kill your son. Upon hearing this, Li Fujin stared silently at Su Tian for a few seconds. Suddenly, he laughed. I will check the surveillance, but if I find nothing, there may be a corpse on Central Avenue tomorrow with an unknown cause of death. In concluding his statement, Li Fujin regarded Su Tian as if he were examining a mere corpse. After speaking, he waved his sleeve and swiftly entered the elevator. Su Tian watched Li Fujin's retreating figure and exhaled slowly. Dealing with such individuals could indeed cost one their life. However, Su Tian was not overly concerned. Once Li Fujin reviewed the surveillance, he would comprehend the extent of his wife's actions. The following morning, in the hospital room, Tang Bingyin had just taken her medication and lay down when Su Tian entered, carrying a thermal container. Upon seeing Su Tian, Chen Xiaoxiao's disdain deepened. Su Tian, why are you still here? President Tang requires rest. Could you refrain from provoking her further? I brought her some soup, Su Tian replied, lifting the thermal container. Su Tian, you know very well the quality of the soup you prepare. Chen Xiaoxiao retorted. With President Tang in this state, you still intend to harm her. In the past, Su Tian had indeed engaged in such antics. Once, when Tang Bingyin suffered from stomachache, he feigned concern and prepared an extremely spicy soup for her. Yet Tang Bingyin, perceiving it as his caring gesture, drank it all, almost requiring hospitalization. Xiao, let him bring the soup over, Tang Bingyin interjected. Chen Xiao, infuriated, could not comprehend why Tang Bingyin, a reputed business queen, would display such a lack of acumen around Su Tian. Abandoning her usual decisiveness, however, not wishing to provoke Tang Bingyin further at this moment, she irritably directed, Ah Wei, you try this soup and see if there's an issue. Ah Wei wasted no time. He took the thermal container from Su Tian, poured a small bowl, and drank it in one go. Being someone close to Tang Bingyin, he was well aware of Su Tian's past absurdities. He had initially expected the soup to taste as dreadful as before. However, upon taking a sip, he found the chicken soup to be rich yet not greasy, perfectly seasoned. Observing Su Tian's gentle smile, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did you really make this soup? Chen Xiaoxiao noted Ah Wei's strange expression and quickly inquired. Well, is there a problem? No, Ah Wei shook his head, his expression complex. How is that possible? Chen Xiaoxiao did not believe it. She stepped forward to taste the soup herself. After taking a small sip, she too was pleasantly surprised. This chicken soup is remarkably delicious. Could it be that he has changed his tactics? Perhaps he intends to first win over Tang Bingyin's affections before striking her with a blow. Su Tian, observing their expressions, could somewhat infer their thoughts. He chose not to elaborate further and simply moved to sit by the bedside. Bingyin, let me feed you, he said gently, looking at Tang Bingyin with a soft tone. Tang Bingyin was momentarily taken aback. In the past, every interaction with Su Tian had been marked by coldness. He had never used such a tender tone before. After a few seconds of contemplation, Tang Bingyin nodded indifferently. Su Tian smiled and gently blew on the spoon before offering it to her. This tender scene made Chen Xiaoxiao and Ah Wei feel as though they were in a dream. It felt unreal. Had they not known of Su Tian's previous absurd actions, they might have believed that he and Tang Bingyin were a loving couple. After several sips of soup, Tang Bingyin, her gaze somewhat complex, remarked, Su Tian, you really need not go to such lengths. I have given you all that I can do. If you desire more, I cannot provide it. Su Tian smiled gently, shaking his head slightly. I do not seek anything. I only wish for your swift recovery. Tang Bingyin regarded Su Tian, her eyes reflecting a noticeable emotional fluctuation. However, at that moment, a sudden cough erupted from her, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from her lips, splattering into the soup bowl, creating a vivid crimson cloud. Chapter 13. Did you prepare the medicine according to the prescription I provided? Chen Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated sharply. In the next instant, she anxiously shouted, Doctor, nurse, hurry! Bingyin, are you all right? Su Tian panicked. Get away! In a fit of rage, Chen Xiaoxiao shoved Su Tian, causing him to fall to the ground. Just then, Lin Tong hurried in. President Tang just drank a few sips of soup and suddenly vomited blood. Chen Xiaoxiao explained hurriedly. Lin Tong's heart sank. Could it be due to his alteration of the 3 herbs? No, that's impossible. The 3 herbs he changed were extremely similar in property to the original ones. Even if there were a slight issue, it shouldn't cause Tang Bingyin to vomit blood. Acupuncture. It must be that old man's acupuncture that went awry. With this thought, Lin Tong swiftly approached Tang Bingyin's bedside to examine her condition. After his examination, Chen Xiaoxiao immediately inquired, Dr. Lin, what is President Tang's condition now? Lin Tong's expression was grave as he replied, "Based on my preliminary assessment, the medication the patient consumed shows no issues. Her vomiting of blood is likely due to the acupuncture." What? Chen Xiaoxiao and Ah Wei's faces changed dramatically. The person administering the acupuncture to Tang Bingyan was someone Su Tian had brought in. They had previously wondered how Su Tian could be so benevolent as to truly find a miracle worker for Tang Bingyan's treatment. Now, it seemed that Su Tian's intentions were nothing short of attempting to end Tang Bingyan's life. At that moment, Su Tian suddenly rose from the ground and grabbed Lin Tong by the collar. "Quack! What did you do? If anything happens to my wife, I will kill your entire family." Su Tian's eyes turned bloodshot. Resembling a wild beast, "Su Tian, enough!" Chen Xiaoxiao shouted fiercely. "I had thought you genuinely brought in a miracle worker. You intend to kill President Tang. Get lost. You must leave this instant." Suddenly, Tang Bingyan spat out another mouthful of blood. Tang's own, the expressions of Su Tian and Chen Xiaoxiao shifted dramatically. Su Tian, disregarding any further explanations to Chen Xiaoxiao, swiftly stepped aside to dial Zhang Zijian's number. Half an hour later, Lin Tong wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Noting that the patient's condition had temporarily stabilized, Chen Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh of relief. It was a relief that nothing serious had occurred. Lin Tong glanced at Su Tian, continuing with a hint of ulterior motives. "However, Assistant Chen, I hope you can trust in our hospital's professionalism. Please do not allow any unscrupulous individuals to treat the patient. Should any mishap occur, our hospital cannot bear the responsibility. Rest assured, Dr. Lin. There won't be a next time." Just as Chen Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, Zhang Zijian hurriedly entered the ward, accompanied by Lin Xiao. Zhang Zijian was still clad in traditional attire, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, clearly indicating his haste. Upon seeing the two, Chen Xiaoxiao's expression turned icy. "You cannot enter." After saying this, she cast a cold glance at Su Tian. "Su Tian, if it weren't for your interference, Dr. Lin would have already performed the surgery and saved Tang Zong. Now, not only has Tang Zong's condition not improved, he has coughed up so much blood, all because of this so-called miracle doctor you brought in. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow him into the ward. Dr. Lin is a mere quack. He cannot cure Bingyan AS for the reason behind Bingyan's vomiting blood. It remains unclear. Step aside and let Zhang Lao take a look." Su Tian's brows furrowed. "Daha. Su, mister. We are all professional doctors that I already informed you of the examination results. It is indeed a problem caused by acupuncture." As he spoke, Lin Tong turned to Chen Xiaoxiao, suggesting, "Assistant Chen, I recommend you report this to the police. Such charlatans who seek to profit at the expense of lives should face legal consequences." The impetuous Lin Xiao could not contain himself any longer, glaring angrily at Lin Tong. "Shut your mouth. My master has practiced medicine for decades without a single issue. When my master treats patients, you are likely still playing in the mud." Lin Tong scoffed coldly. "You are seeking profit at the expense of lives, and the evidence is irrefutable. The blood the patient has coughed up is still present." Lin Xiao was about to retort, but Zhang Zijian restrained him. His aged face bore no expression, his murky eyes gazing steadily at Lin Tong. "Young man, when I administer acupuncture, it merely expels the stagnant blood within the patient and does not harm their body. The cause of the patient's vomiting blood can only be determined after further examination. Daha. So it is our hospital's fault?" Lin Tong retorted, not waiting for Zhang Zijian to respond, turning his attention to Chen Xiaoxiao. His tone resolute. "Assistant Chen, if you allow these two individuals to interact with the patient, our hospital will not take responsibility for any medical accidents that may arise. Furthermore, if you allow these two to engage with the patient, please check out immediately." Chen Xiaoxiao's expression darkened upon hearing this. Given Tang Bingyan's precarious condition, how could they leave so easily? She pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Zijian and Lin Xiao, her voice icy. "Please leave this place immediately, or I will call the police." Su Tian's visage reflected displeasure. "Chen Xiaoxiao, have you not made enough of a scene?" Chen Xiaoxiao could hurl insults at him, deride him, and look down on him, and he would let it slide. After all, he was acutely aware that before his rebirth, he indeed was an unrepentant scoundrel. However, he would not yield on the matter of preventing Zhang Zijian from treating Tang Bingyan. Huh. Am I being unreasonable? I have no right to stop them. Chen Xiaoxiao's fury turned into a mocking smile. Your talent for playing the victim has not changed one bit. Su Tian, if you do not wish to end up in jail. You better roll out with them. Su Tian, witnessing Chen Xiaoxiao's attitude, became thoroughly enraged. Chen Xiaoxiao, I'm still legally Bing Yin's husband. I am her closest relative, and I have the right to decide who treats her. Step aside, you. Chen Xiaoxiao, upon hearing Su Tian's words, felt her strength wane. Yet he was not wrong. Regardless of the current state of Su Tian and Tang Bingyin's relationship, Su Tian had not signed the divorce papers, making him her legal husband and closest kin. In contrast, as merely an assistant, she had no right to dictate the treatment Tang Bingyin received. Nevertheless, despite her lack of authority, she could not bear to watch Tang Bingyin suffer at Su Tian's hands. I will not allow you to enter. Away. Block the door to the ward. Chen Xiaoxiao commanded with unwavering authority, as her words fell, away, accompanied by several bodyguards, positioned themselves in front of Zhang Zizhen. Their demeanor suggested that unless forcibly pushed aside, they would not allow anyone to reach Tang Bingyin. However, amidst the stalemate, Zhang Zizhen spoke slowly. Young lady, there is no need for such hostility if it truly is my acupuncture that has caused the patient to vomit blood. I am willing to take responsibility. However, regardless of the circumstances, you must grant me the opportunity for an examination to confirm whether my acupuncture was indeed at fault. Zhang Zizhen's tone, while calm, bore a firm conviction. Our hospital will conduct a comprehensive examination for Tang Zone. Such matters do not require your concern, you charlatan. Chen Xiaoxiao's voice was equally resolute. I do not trust you. I trust the results of the hospital's examination. Zhang Zizhen's brow furrowed slightly as he silently regarded Su Tian. Although his medical skills were commendable, he could do nothing if the patient's relatives refused treatment. These issues could only be resolved by Su Tian. Noticing this, Su Tian furrowed his brow. With Chen Xiaoxiao and her professional bodyguard assisting her, it was impossible for him to forcibly breach the ward. Soon, his gaze fell upon Lin Tong. He suddenly chuckled. Dr. Lin, you previously stated that it was acupuncture that caused Bing Yin to vomit blood, thus exonerating yourself entirely. Lin Tong's smile faltered slightly to Mr. Su. What do you mean? What do I mean? Su Tian replied, I strongly suspect that it is your hospital's treatment errors that have led my wife to vomit blood. Lin Tong's expression darkened immediately. Mr. Su, one must speak with evidence. Evidence? Then I must inquire where your proof is that my wife's vomiting blood is due to acupuncture. Su Tian continued, turning to Chen Xiaoxiao. Are you colluding with her to harm my wife? Chen Xiaoxiao, I always thought of you as not only Bing Yin's assistant, but also her good friend. I never imagined you would conspire with an outsider to endanger her. Both Lin Tong and Chen Xiaoxiao's faces changed drastically upon hearing this. Mr. Su, it is clearly your hired doctor who has caused the patient to experience complications. How can you slander us? Lin Tong retorted coldly. Su Tian, do not spread falsehoods and tarnish my reputation. Chen Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in anger. What evidence do you have for such accusations? I have no evidence, which is why I seek it. Su Tian replied nonchalantly. You are blocking my way, which indicates guilt. You are speaking nonsense. Chen Xiaoxiao, though aware of Su Tian's scoundrel nature, was still infuriated. She never expected Su Tian would dare to wrongfully accuse her. Am I speaking nonsense? Su Tian laughed. Then allow me to bring the doctor I hired to examine Bing Yin and find out why she is vomiting blood. Impossible. Chen Xiaoxiao retorted angrily. You obstruct me, yet claim there is no guilt in your heart. Su Tian shot back. You scoundrel. Chen Xiaoxiao was about to explode with anger. Su Tian was the one who had been harming Tang Bingyin all along. Now he had the audacity to turn the tables and accuse her of wanting to harm Tang Bingyin. What an unrepentant scoundrel. Chen Xiaoxiao was furious, yet she ultimately managed to maintain a sliver of composure, gritting her teeth. Fine. Let them investigate, but you can only investigate. No treatment. Furthermore, if nothing is found, Tang Zone will only be treated by Dr. Lin. And you will not interfere any further. Without Su Tian's hindrance, she believed Lin Tong would expedite the surgery for Tang Zone, and she was confident that Tang Zone's health would soon be restored. Let us investigate first. After speaking, Su Tian turned to Zhang Zizhen. Zhang Lao, I apologize for the trouble. Zhang Zizhen nodded, then approached Tang Bingyan to check her pulse. Mr. Su, your esteemed wife is not vomiting blood due to my acupuncture, but rather due to medication. May I ask if the prescription I provided was followed? Chapter 14. Please confirm the director's identity. Boom. The moment Zhang Zizhen's words fell, Chen Xiaoxiao felt as if a thunderclap had struck her head. A prescription? He had merely checked her pulse. How could he ascertain that it was not based on his prescription? Could it be that Dr. Lin altered the prescription? The thought made Chen Xiaoxiao instinctively turn to Lin Tong. In that instant, she felt a flicker of doubt towards the esteemed physician she had trusted implicitly. Under the scrutiny of Chen Xiaoxiao's gaze, Lin Tong's confidence began to waver. Yet, it should not have been this way. He merely substituted two ingredients, both of which possess similar efficacy. Did you not adhere to the prescription? Just as Chen Xiaoxiao and Lin Tong began to feel a sense of panic, Su Tian's voice suddenly resonated in their ears. He had entrusted the task of preparing the medicine to Chen Xiaoxiao, confident in her loyalty to Tang Bingyan. Could it be that Chen Xiaoxiao indeed failed to follow the prescription? Sensing Su Tian's piercing gaze, Chen Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of guilt. Hesitantly, she responded, I showed the previous prescription to Dr. Lin, who altered two of the ingredients at that moment. An overwhelming fury erupted within Su Tian's mind that he never anticipated that Chen Xiaoxiao would dare to toy with Tang Bingyan's well-being. Yet, Lin Tong was even more despicable. Lin Tong, how dare you modify Zhang Lao's prescription? Su Tian's glare seemed capable of murder. In his past life, Lin Tong's lack of medical skill had led to Tang Bingyan sustaining lingering injuries after her recovery. In this life, he was astonished to find that this quack had once again exploited the situation. Lin Tong felt Su Tian's eyes upon him, as if he were a prey being stalked by a ferocious beast. A chill creeping down his spine, he glanced at Zhang Zizhen and gritted his teeth, saying, I only replaced two ingredients with ones of similar effect. Tang Zong's vomiting of blood has nothing to do with me. It's undoubtedly this old man's prescription that's at fault. As he spoke, Lin Tong suddenly raised his voice, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Zizhen, exclaiming, Old fraud, you are nothing but a charlatan. I have no grievances against you, so why do you wish to harm me? Before Zhang Zizhen could respond, his young disciple Lin Xiao scoffed disdainfully, interjecting, You are also a medical practitioner. Do you not know that while some medicines may have similar effects, their interaction with other ingredients can yield entirely different results? With your level of expertise, you dare call yourself the chief surgeon of Jiangqing Hospital? Pathetic. Lin Tong felt his anger swell in response to Lin Zhao's scornful gaze. That I assure you, the prescription I modified is without fault. The real issue lies with the two of you, who are not even qualified doctors. Su Tian's expression darkened further. Even now, Lin Tong persisted in his stubbornness. All medicines carry their own risks. Prescriptions cannot be altered at will, especially those from traditional Chinese medicine, which are based on years of clinical experience. Lin Tong's unauthorized modifications have led to complications, yet he blames Zhang Zizhen. It's utterly revolting. Nevertheless, the condition of Tang Bingyan takes precedence. Zhang Lao, could I trouble you to stabilize Bingyan's condition? Very well. Zhang Zizhen nodded slightly. Having said that, he swiftly retrieved the silver needles he carried with him, preparing to administer acupuncture to Tang Bingyan. However, at that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao stepped forward, her voice cold. Su Tian, you previously agreed that this old man would not intervene in the examination, merely to check. Are you now going back on your word? This time, Su Tian, looking at Chen Xiaoxiao with righteous indignation, felt an overwhelming urge to lash out, that if you had not allowed Lin Tong to alter the prescription, how could Bingyan have suddenly vomited blood and lost consciousness? Who gave you the audacity to stand in my way? Chen Xiaoxiao glanced at Tang Bingyan, lightly biting her red lip. Even if Dr. Lin modified the prescription, he is still a professional doctor. However, I have not seen any credentials from this elderly man you have invited. To be safe, I can agree to not allow Lin Tong to continue treating Tang Zong, but the one who treats her next must be a qualified physician, given Tang Bingyan's precarious state. She dared not take any more risks. Lin Tong's face darkened at Chen Xiaoxiao's insistence that he not continue with Tang Bingyan's subsequent treatment. Mr. Su, do you truly prefer to believe this quack over me? A professional doctor? Tian furrowed his brow, responding, Chun Xiao Xiao, you know very well that Bing Yin's condition is dire. Step aside. Unless he can prove himself to be a qualified doctor, I will never yield, even if it costs me my life. You did at that moment. Tian was genuinely inclined to take action. However, just then, Zhang Zizhen's calm voice unexpectedly broke the tension. I haven't practiced in a hospital for over 30 years, but a decade ago. I serve as a professor at the Rintong Medical College in the capital. Rintong Medical College? Chun Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Being from the capital, she was well aware that it ranked among the top 3 medical institutions in China. Rintong Medical College has nurtured countless renowned doctors, serving as a cradle for exceptional medical talent. While she was not deeply versed in the medical field, she did understand its significance. Yet, looking at Zhang Zizhen, she couldn't help but let out a dismissive laugh. A professor at Rintong Medical College. You must be joking. Although she was unfamiliar with the prominent figures in the medical community, she was acutely aware of Tian's character. What type of person was Tian? She knew all too well that without Tang Bingyin, he was nothing but a good-for-nothing leech. Could he possibly have hired such a doctor? Did she think Chen Xiaoxiao was a fool? Meanwhile, Lin Tong seemed to have a revelation. Suddenly laughing, I am certain there are nothing but frauds. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Lin Tong, with a smug grin on his greasy face, declared indeed there was a renowned doctor named Zhang Zizhen at Rintong Medical College. His medical prowess is unparalleled throughout all of China. Chun Xiaoxiao paused, struggling to process his words. Dr. Lin, is there really such a doctor? Yes. Lin Tong nodded vigorously. However, that esteemed Dr. Zhang has been in seclusion and has not been seen for over a decade. I have heard that many powerful individuals have sought his services, only to be turned away. Mr. Su, you know your own capabilities. Someone of Zhang Lao's stature is not someone you can simply summon. Not only you, but even the top 10 wealthy individuals in the province would find it difficult to engage him. He confidently locked eyes with Tian, asserting, our hospital director had the fortune to attend one of Zhang Lao's lectures a decade ago and consulted him. If you don't believe me, I can summon our director. Chapter 15. Can we proceed with the acupuncture for your Tang Zong now? At this point, Lin Tong was almost convinced that Zhang Zizhen was merely a charlatan masquerading as Dr. Zhang, engaging in deception. Zhang Zizhen raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He was unfamiliar with the director of Jiangxing Hospital, as many had attended his lectures over the years that he knew primarily the top doctors in China. And countless individuals had sought his advice, many of whom he could not even name. However, Zhang Zizhen's raised eyebrow, in Lin Tong's eyes, seemed like an admission of guilt. Lin Tong grew more arrogant, old fraud. You seem to have no words left now, do you? Zhang Zizhen cast a disinterested glance at Lin Tong. If your director has seen me, let him come and see if he recognizes me. So you've been exposed as a fraud, yet you still cling to your lies. You quacks are truly tarnishing the reputation of professional doctors. Stay right here. I will fetch the director to reveal your true nature. With that, Lin Tong shot Zhang Zizhen a cold glare before hastily making his way to the elevator. Zhang Zizhen did not hinder him, and Lin Xiao merely chuckled derisively without uttering a word. Seeing Lin Tong's unwavering confidence, combined with her prior belief in him, Chun Xiaoxiao became even more convinced that Zhang Zizhen was indeed a fraud. Once Tang Zong awakens, I will inform her of the entire situation. Chun Xiaoxiao declared. Make sure to include the part where you allowed Lin Tong to alter the prescription. You. Chun Xiaoxiao felt a surge of blood rise in her throat at Tian's nonchalant remark. But since it was the truth, no matter how indignant she felt, she had to swallow her pride. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Tong returned with a doctor clad in a white coat, his hair streaked with gray. Appearing to be in his 50s, this man was none other than the director of Jiangxing Hospital. Upon hearing Lin Tong's claim that someone was impersonating Zhang Zizhen, the director was extremely incensed. The reason was simple. He had previously consulted Zhang Zizhen on medical matters, and regardless of whether Zhang Zizhen acknowledged him, he considered himself a half-student of Zhang Zizhen. He had always held Zhang Zizhen in high esteem. Now that someone was impersonating Zhang Lao, how could he not be furious? Upon entering the ward, Lin Tong pointed directly at Zhang Zizhen, exclaiming, Director, the fraud impersonating Zhang Lao is right over there. He strode confidently toward Zhang Zizhen. his demeanor haughty. Old fraud, you dare impersonate Zhang Lao. What do you have to say for yourself now? With the director's arrival, surely the true nature of this fraud would be exposed. Lin Tong had no doubts about his own medical skills. He was merely a victim of this charlatan's deceit. The director was poised to rectify the situation for him. Just as Lin Tong's confidence surged, he was suddenly shoved from behind, causing him to stumble forward. Get out of the way! In the next moment, the director hurriedly approached Zhang Zizhen, leaving Lin Tong momentarily stunned. Had he underestimated the director's disdain for those who impersonated Zhang Lao, observing the dean's demeanor? It appeared as though he was poised to charge forward and strike someone. This is disastrous. Dean, do not act impulsively. Violence is not the answer. Lin Tong, in a state of alarm, hurried after him. He despised that old charlatan. Yet he dared not resort to violence. After all, this was a hospital. Should anything go awry, the dean would bear the brunt of the consequences. However, in the next moment, Lin Tong found himself frozen in place by the scene before him. There stood the dean, beaming with excitement, rushing to stand before Zhang Zizhen, his eyes alight with fervent enthusiasm. Old Zhang, is it truly you? Do you remember me? 11 years ago, I attended your lecture at the Rin Tong Medical College in the capital. I even consulted you on a few medical dilemmas that I never anticipated your presence here. I regret not being able to greet you properly. Please do not take offense. The dean, overwhelmed with emotion, stumbled over his words, unsure of where to place his hands. This was the genuine divine physician of the contemporary era, his idol. As the dean excitedly introduced himself, Lin Tong and Qin Xiaoxiao were utterly taken aback. What on earth was happening? In that instant, Lin Tong trembled slightly. Could it be that the charlatan truly is Zhang Zizhen, the esteemed doctor? This was all too surreal, although he had never encountered Zhang Zizhen in person or attended his lectures. As a doctor, he was well aware of Zhang Zizhen's illustrious name. Throughout his studies, he had heard countless tales of old Zhang. This man was a legendary figure in the realm of medicine. He could scarcely believe that today he had crossed paths with such a renowned individual. Ironically, he had earlier suspected old Zhang of being a fraud. In a flash, the color drained from Lin Tong's face as he recalled the words he had uttered before. He had offended old Zhang, and now, advancing in a medical field would be a daunting task. After all, how many individuals in the domestic medical community were disciples of old Zhang? A mere word from Zhang Zizhen could shatter his prospects. It was over. Lin Tong felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his heart heavy with despair. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxiao and the others were equally dumbfounded by the unfolding scene. This Zhang Zizhen was a professor at the Rin Tong Medical College. How could Tian possibly know such a person? What merit did this worthless individual have to summon such an extraordinary presence? Before Qin Xiaoxiao could ponder any further, the dean's furious voice suddenly resonated through the ward. Lin Tong, starting tomorrow, you need not return to work. Lin Tong's face turned pale in an instant. The dean he wished to plead for leniency, but before he could utter a word, the dean interrupted him. You need not explain. The dean reprimanded sternly, to arbitrarily alter another's prescription, devoid of medical ethics, and then to shirk responsibility after the patient suffers a hemorrhage. This is a complete lack of accountability. It is precisely because of individuals like you that our medical community is plagued with disputes. Though our Jiangxing hospital may be small, we will not tolerate doctors of your ilk. Lin Tong stood there, staring blankly at the grim-faced dean, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his heart sinking into desolation. It was over. His career would end here. Miss, may I now proceed to administer acupuncture for your President Tang? At that moment, Zhang Zizhen's calm voice rang out once more. Under his gaze, Qin Xiaoxiao forced a stiff smile. Managing to utter, I was merely concerned for the president's health, a case of caring too much leading to chaos. Please do not take offense, divine physician Zhang. Now that you are able to treat our president, it is indeed a blessing for her. I see no reason to obstruct you. Zhang Zizhen chuckled at her words, refraining from further comment, and began to administer acupuncture to Tang Bingyan. After half an hour, Tang Bingyan awakened. After confirming her condition was stable, Zhang Zizhen finally departed the hospital. At this juncture, Tian had gone to escort Zhang Zizhen, leaving only Qin Xiaoxiao and Tang Bingyan in the ward. The doctor Su Tian had invited was indeed a physician of extraordinary skill. After Qin Xiaoxiao recounted the events that transpired during Tang Bingyin's unconsciousness in their entirety, Tang Bingyin could not help but inquire, "Is this doctor truly remarkable?" Chapter 16. Discharge procedures. Upon hearing Tang Bingyin's question, Qin Xiaoxiao's expression shifted, and she scoffed slightly. Perhaps it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Tang Bingyin fell silent at her words. After a moment contemplation, she spoke again. "Xiao, do you not feel that he seems different somehow?" Ever since the night before last, she had sensed a change in Su Tian, though she could not pinpoint what had altered. Qin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, then stared at Tang Bingyin in astonishment. Had the president finally relinquished her feelings for Su Tian only to have them rekindle? No, this simply could not happen. Despite Su Tian appearing somewhat transformed now, during Tang Bingyin's unconsciousness, he had been seen in the company of another woman. She could not allow Tang Bingyin to be deceived by Su Tian again. With that thought, she coldly chuckled. How could he possibly change? He surely harbors some ulterior motive. President, the divine physician he invited this time is merely fortunate. Luck has little to do with ability. Tang Bingyin's exquisite brows furrowed slightly. Xiao, I understand your bias against him, but people can change. President, Qin Xiaoxiao felt somewhat wronged. She was genuinely looking out for Tang Bingyin. However, Tang Bingyin did not afford her the opportunity to speak, interrupting her directly. Enough. I am tired. Please refrain from such talk in the future. You may leave. Qin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately fell silent. With Tang Bingyin injured, she did not wish to engage in an argument. With a sigh, Qin Xiaoxiao exited the ward. Just as she closed the door behind her, she suddenly noticed a woman hurriedly entering the restroom down the corridor. The figure seemed somewhat familiar. It was her. What was she doing here? Qin Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. The woman was none other than Lin Miaoying, who had been caught in bed with Su Tian the previous day. Was she here to find Su Tian? Qin Xiaoxiao's face turned icy. Su Tian, while feigning concern for President Tang, you are bringing this vixen here. Today, I shall unveil your true nature to President Tang. With that, Qin Xiaoxiao hastily made her way towards the restroom. This floor housed VIP wards, each equipped with its own bathroom, so it was unusual for anyone to be here. Inside the restroom, there were 6 stalls, with only the last one occupied. Voices could be faintly heard from within. It seemed Lin Miaoying was on the phone with someone. Qin Xiaoxiao entered the restroom and heard Su Tian and Tang Bingyin's names mentioned. It was indeed directed at President Tang. Qin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anger, but suppressed her emotions as she stealthily approached the restroom door. Simultaneously, she took out her phone and activated the recording feature. Soon, Lin Miaoying's voice echoed from within the restroom. Su, I truly do not know what to do now. Su Tian intends to seize Tang Bingyin's assets and wants to harm her. I am terrified. What? Qin Xiaoxiao's entire being trembled, her face turning pale. She was aware of Su Tian's unscrupulous nature, but she had never anticipated that he would wish to harm Tang Bingyin. Why? Tang Bingyin had already given him everything. All the assets of the Tang family in Jiangsheng were left to Su Tian. What more could he possibly desire? The answer became clear. Su Tian sought more, perhaps even everything. This elucidated why he had yet to divorce Tang Bingyin. Because if she were to perish, he would legally inherit all her assets. Meanwhile, within the restroom, Lin Miaoying continued her conversation, detailing Su Tian's plot to eliminate Tang Bingyin and ultimately claim her wealth. Qin Xiaoxiao, seething with rage, felt an urge to kill. Su Tian was nothing but a two-faced scoundrel. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Miaoying ended the call. Hearing the commotion, Qin Xiaoxiao hurriedly retreated from the restroom. However, she was wearing high heels, and the sound echoed loudly. Who is out there? Lin Miaoying, hearing the noise, swiftly opened the restroom door. She caught sight of a figure hastily fleeing. Yet, Lin Miaoying made no attempt to pursue. Instead, she picked up her phone, realizing the call had not ended. The screen displayed the name Su Rixin. Just now. Tang Bingyin's assistant was eavesdropping outside. She is likely going to inform Tang Bingyin, Lin Miaoying said, a calculating smile playing on her lips. Miaoying, you have done well, I assure you. Once Su Tian and Tang Bingyin are divorced, I will ensure Su Tian marries you. came Su Rixin's promise from the other end of the line. Lin Yaoyin smiled faintly. Let's discuss it once they are divorced. Subsequently, she refrained from engaging Su Rixin further and ended the call. She slowly raised her head, her gaze enigmatic. Tian, do not hold this against me. I do not wish to scheme against you, but my love for you is too profound. One day, you will understand that the person who loves you most in this world is me. With those words, Lin Miaoyin's expression grew resolute. As long as Tang Bingyan is aware of this matter, it is likely that they will soon file for divorce, isn't it? Soon. Meanwhile, in the VIP ward, Tang Bingyan reclined on the bed. Her phone emanating the anxious voice of Lin Miaoyin that Su Tian wants to kill Tang Bingyan and seize his wealth, that I am so frightened. Brother Su, please talk some sense into him. This voice, perhaps, she would never forget. It was indeed Lin Miaoyin's voice. Moreover, the phone displayed a photo of Lin Miaoyin embracing Su Tian. Merely gazing at the image, Tang Bingyan could distinctly sense the underlying intimacy that a frost settled upon her delicate features. And within the depths of her eyes, a glimmer of despair emerged, accompanied by a hint of self-mockery at the corners of her mouth. In the past 2 days, Su Tian had accomplished numerous things that had previously only existed in her dreams. Had it not been for hearing such a recording and seeing these photographs, she might have almost believed in Su Tian. Su Tian had not changed in the slightest. Everything he did remained purposeful. Everything I have is yours. As long as you speak, would I ever deny you? Tang Bingyan murmured, a sense of profound disappointment permeating her tone. Tang Zong, you need not be too heartbroken. Such a man is not worth your tears. Chun Xiaoxiao remarked, her heart heavy upon witnessing Tang Bingyan's state. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Tang Bingyan replied, Xiaoxiao, please assist me in arranging my discharge. Chapter 17. You do not deserve Tang Zong. Your health has not yet recovered. You cannot leave the hospital. Chun Xiaoxiao expressed her concern. Chun Xiaoxiao opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from saying anything more. Although Tang Bingyan's exquisite face exhibited little emotion, she could still sense the disappointment and despair emanating from her. How could Tang Bingyan not feel disheartened? How could she not feel hopeless? The man she loved deeply had repeatedly sought to end her life. Anyone in her position would feel despair. Have Su Tian arrange for a lawyer to draft the divorce agreement. I shall relinquish all my assets in Jiangcheng to him, Tang Bingyan stated, gradually closing her eyes, ceasing further conversation. Qin Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words, perceiving the legendary businesswoman before her as profoundly desolate and forlorn. Nevertheless, perhaps for Tang Bingyan, this was a blessing in disguise. Distance from Su Tian might allow her to attain a new lease on life. Yet despite this, Chun Xiaoxiao could not shake the sense of heaviness in her heart. After a moment, she exhaled a deep sigh. I will arrange it immediately. As noon approached, Su Tian once again arrived at the hospital, carrying a thermal container. The lunch he had prepared for Tang Bingyan was not a lavish feast, but rather nutritious congee he had painstakingly brewed for 2 hours. After consulting with Zhang Zijin, however, upon entering the VIP ward, he found Tang Bingyan's absence. Only 2 hospital cleaning staff were present, tidying the room and changing the linens that a foreboding sensation washed over Su Tian. He hurriedly approached them. Excuse me, could you tell me where the previous patient has gone? The 2 cleaning ladies exchanged puzzled glances, one of whom, slightly older, inquired, Are you a relative of the patient? Did you not know she has been discharged? Discharged? A thunderous shock resonated in Su Tian's mind that he swiftly asked, Do you know where she went? The older cleaning lady replied, We do not know, but you might check the underground parking lot. She left not long ago. Thank you. Su Tian, disregarding all else, dashed toward the underground parking lot. Upon arrival, he discovered that Tang Bingyan's car was no longer there. Tang Bingyan had truly left the hospital. A chill enveloped Su Tian's heart. How could this be? How could she depart so swiftly? Something must have transpired that I am unaware of. Are Su Rixin and the others behind this? A fierce intent for vengeance ignited in Su Tian's eyes. Yet at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. His immediate priority was to locate Tang Bingyan. Instinctively, Su Tian pulled out his phone. However, as he scrolled through his contacts, he suddenly recalled that 2 days prior, when he had intended to divorce Tang Bingyan, he had deleted all her contact information. leaving not even that of Ah Wei or Chun Xiao Xiao. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a ringtone pierced the silence. A call from an unfamiliar number. Without a second thought, he answered, and a strange man's voice soon reached his ears. "Hello. I speak with Mr. Su Tian." Not Tang Bingyan. Su Tian felt a pang of disappointment, but still replied. "This is he. Who are you?" "Mr. Su, I am the attorney representing Miss Tang Bingyan. I have prepared the divorce agreement and would like to know when you could come in to sign it." "An attorney? The divorce agreement?" "That's right. I have yet to finalize the divorce." Several thoughts raced through Su Tian's mind. He quickly suppressed his excitement and inquired, "Where are you now?" "I will be there shortly." "I am currently at the hospital room where Miss Tang previously stayed," the man on the line replied. "All right, I will be there immediately." "Hello, Mr. Su, I am Yin, the attorney for Miss Tang Bingyan. Here is the divorce agreement for your review." Wu Yin politely took out the divorce papers from his briefcase. This moment, his only connection to Tang Bingyan was this attorney. With that thought, Su Tian suppressed all his emotions and declared, "I will sign only if I see Tang Bingyan. Without seeing her, I refuse to sign." Before coming, Qin Xiao Xiao had already warned Wu Yin that Su Tian was not easy to deal with. So he did not find this demand surprising. Wu Yin maintained his smile. "Mr. Su, Miss Tang has shown great sincerity. As soon as you sign, all of her assets in Jiangcheng will be immediately transferred to your name. Given the current state of your relationship, there seems to be no need for a meeting. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Tian frowned. "Tell her that unless I see her, I will not agree to the divorce." "Mr. Su, there is truly no need for that. Even if you meet Miss Tang, you will only receive her private assets in Jiangcheng." Wu Yin continued to persuade. "Then we will not negotiate. I will not sign. As long as I refuse to sign, she will forever remain my wife," Su Tian asserted resolutely. Wu Yin hesitated, then said, "Mr. Su, allow me to communicate with Miss Tang, and I'll be right back." With that, Wu Yin stepped aside and dialed a number. Soon, Chen Xiaoxiao's voice came through the line. "Has Su Tian signed yet?" Just as Wu Yin was about to respond, Su Tian suddenly charged forward, seizing the phone from Wu Yan's hand. Mr. Su, my client has entrusted me with this matter entirely. Any discussion should be directed towards me. Discuss with you. Are you my wife? Why should I speak with you?" Su Tian's retort left Wu Yin momentarily speechless. Wu lawyer. "Let him speak," came Chen Xiaoxiao's voice again. Hearing this, Wu Yin stepped aside. Falling silent, Su Tian disregarded him and directly demanded, "Chen Xiaoxiao, where is Bingyan?" "Su Tian, how dare you ask about Tang Zong? Tell me, where were you when Tang Zong was unconscious?" "Ha! You were wrapped up with another woman, plotting together to harm Tang Zong and seize her assets. It is said that those who are despicable become invincible. Su Tian, you have reached the pinnacle of immorality. Do not harbor any delusions of seeing Tang Zong again. You do not deserve it." Chapter 18. Where is my wife? Su Tian stood frozen, listening to Chen Xiaoxiao's icy interrogation. What on earth had transpired? He had been by Tang Bingyan's side in the hospital for the past 2 days. He had not been with any other woman. As for the notion of wanting to harm Tang Bingyan, that was utterly impossible. Su Tian, at this point, do you still intend to feign innocence? I am too tired to argue with you. Whether you sign the divorce papers is up to you. If you refuse, do not even think about touching Tang Zong's assets. With that, Qin Xiaoxiao abruptly ended the call. Hearing the dial tone resonate in his ear, Su Tian took a deep breath. He understood Chen Xiaoxiao's temperament and was aware of her deep-seated prejudice against him. Further inquiry would be futile. "Mr. Su, what do you think about this?" Wu Yin resumed, pushing the divorce agreement forward. "I will not sign anything until I see her in person," Su Tian declared, turning on his heel to leave the ward. Just as he stepped out, his phone rang again. It was a call from his adoptive father, Su Pingfeng. Upon seeing the caller ID, Su Tian's expression darkened. The timing of Su Pingfeng's call left no doubt in his mind that Tang Bingyan's departure from Jiangcheng was undoubtedly linked to them. Suddenly, Su Tian's expression turned icy as he answered the phone. "Su Tian, have you divorced Bingyan?" Su Pingfeng's tone was unusually calm. "I haven't signed anything yet." After Su Tian's words fell, there was a moment of silence on the other end. The next moment, Su Pingfeng's accusatory voice came crashing through. "What do you mean you haven't signed? Why haven't you signed?" Upon hearing this, Tian couldn't help but curl his lips in a wry smile. In his past life, he regarded Su Pingfeng as his biological father, believing that everything he did was for his own good, obediently following his every command. Was he out of his mind back then? If he could, he would sever all ties with this family. However, as of now, he was still unaware of the situation regarding Tang Bingyan. He had to clarify things before he could address the matter at hand. In Jiangcheng, at the Fuqing community, apartment 36 in building 8. Upon entering, Tian glanced at his adoptive father Su Pingfeng, whose face was dark, and his gentle adoptive mother Yang Rongjuan, and spoke directly. Speak. What have you done to make my wife decide to leave immediately? Su Pingfeng's expression instantly darkened even further. How would we know if Tang Bingyan is leaving or not? Tian, a matter as significant as marriage, and you didn't even discuss your divorce with us. This is simply outrageous. Pingfeng, don't be angry. Tian is still a child. He is young and doesn't understand. Yang Rongjuan interjected, adopting a motherly demeanor as she comforted him. Now that Tang Bingyan has taken the initiative to divorce him, he is also quite upset. Please don't berate him any further. Su Pingfeng grunted, his expression softening slightly before turning to Tian. I don't care how you feel. After your divorce, all of Tang Bingyan's assets in Jiangcheng will be handed over to you. But with your current state, how can we trust you with those assets? Thus, after you sign the divorce agreement, come with me to transfer those assets. We'll manage them for you until you are capable of handling them. At which point, I will return them to you. This time, Yang Rongjuan did not offer further persuasion, but nodded in agreement. Tian, your father is correct. You are young and impulsive. You cannot manage those assets. It will be most prudent to leave them with your father and me. Upon hearing this, a faint smile emerged at the corners of Tian's lips. He had wondered why Yang Rongjuan suddenly seemed to advocate for him. Indeed, there was something unusual afoot. Su Pingfeng abruptly stood up. Tian, what do you mean by that? I am your father. How could I possibly harm you? My willingness to help you manage those assets is for your own good. Tian suddenly laughed. For my own good? Su Pingfeng, if you truly had my best interests at heart, you would not wish for me to divorce. At this, Su Pingfeng's face darkened. Yang Rongjuan, seeing this, quickly added, Tian, we understand your situation with Tang Bingyan. For both her and you, divorce is the best choice. We can draft a written agreement stating that the assets you acquire after the divorce will still belong to you. We will merely help manage them, and any profit made during that time will be yours. That I do not need that. I have said I will not divorce. Do you not understand plain language? Tian's tone began to exude an icy disdain. Yang Rongjuan sighed. Tian, we have raised you for over 20 years. Regardless of the circumstances, we would never wish you harm. Would we? Harm me? Tian suddenly chuckled. Your so-called lack of intent to harm translates to orchestrating my wife to share a bed with your biological son, Su Rixin, to facilitate my divorce from Tang Bingyan, so that Su Rixin can marry her? To eagerly await my divorce to seize my wife's assets? If that is the case, then I should sincerely thank you for not having killed me yet. Su Pingfeng and Yang Rongjuan's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated that Tian would bring such matters to the forefront. Before they could respond, Tian, no longer wishing to engage in meaningless dialogue, reiterated his purpose for coming. Tell me, did you orchestrate Tang Bingyan's departure? Where is she now? You little rascal, what does Tang Bingyan's departure have to do with us? She is leaving because she no longer wishes to see you. Divorcing you is the only way she can find closure. Su Pingfeng's expression turned grim as he continued. Tian, regardless of the situation, I am your father. If you wish to remain part of the Su family, sign the divorce agreement. Tian replied with a mocking smile. Oh, you wish to be my father? Su Pingfeng, you are unworthy of such a title. Tell me where Tang Bingyan is, starting today. We shall sever all ties, and I shall never set foot in this home again. Sever ties? Very well. Sign the divorce, and leave Tang Bingyan's assets behind. Otherwise, you will not leave this house today. Su Pingfeng declared, summoning 3 middle-aged men into the room to block the doorway. Tian recognized them as the bodyguards of Su Pingfeng and Yang Rongjuan. But to that moment, Yang Rongjuan dropped her previous kind demeanor. She retrieved a document from her briefcase and approached Tian. Su Tian, first sign the divorce agreement that Tang Bingyan prepared for you, and then sign here. Afterward, you may leave. From this point forward, we shall have no further relations. Chapter 19. Even if Su Tian wished for her demise, Su Tian glanced at the document. It was an agreement for an uncompensated transfer. He coldly regarded Su Pingfeng and Yang Rongjuan. Sign? Unless I am dead, you will not have my signature. He showed no intention of forcefully leaving. He was acutely aware of his own physical condition. After years of indulgence, he was simply no match for these bodyguards. Su Tian's defiance made Su Pingfeng increasingly uncomfortable. For the first time, he sensed that Su Tian was no longer the feckless puppet he could manipulate. All right, you have some spirit, having been raised by me. However, I shall see if you can maintain this bravado. As he spoke, Su Pingfeng instructed the 3 bodyguards outside. Take his phone and confine him to his room. Do not provide him with any food. He will be released only when he agrees to sign. Upon hearing the command, the 3 bodyguards immediately surrounded Su Tian. He offered no resistance, and, seeing the bodyguards reaching for his pockets, he simply took out his phone and tossed it onto the table, calmly looking at Su Pingfeng and his wife. I hope you will not regret this. With that, Su Tian walked toward his own room in the house. Su Pingfeng, seeing Su Tian's previous calm demeanor, felt an inexplicable sense of losing control over him. This feeling was deeply unsettling. Regret? Su Tian, once you sign, you'll be a worthless nobody. If you do not sign, do not expect to leave here alive. Meanwhile, at Jiangchang High-Speed Railway Station, Tang Bingyan and Wei were standing at the entrance. Chen Xiaoxiao was not present. She had remained in Jiangchang to handle the follow-up matters regarding the transfer of assets to Su Tian. At this moment, Tang Bingyan had been discharged from the hospital for 3 hours. She could have already left Jiangchang, having rescheduled her train ticket 3 times, yet she still had not departed. However, as the moment of leaving drew near, she felt as if her heart were being pierced by knives. She knew Su Tian was a scoundrel and recognized that he was not someone worthy of a lifelong commitment. Yet she could not let go. Even after being hurt by him countless times, she still harbored deep feelings for Su Tian. She was not waiting for him to come find her, merely for news from him. If he could send her a message asking her to stay, she would not hesitate to remain. Yet, 3 hours had passed, an entire 3 hours, without a single call or message from Su Tian. As time wore on, the disappointment in Tang Bingyan's heart accumulated like grains of sand, growing heavier by the moment. Over the past 2 days, she had been acutely aware of Su Tian's changes. If he were to simply say he did not want her to leave, she would grant him another chance, even if he were to demand her life. Was it merely an illusion over these past 2 days? Looking at the throngs of people and the couples passing by, Tang Bingyan felt a profound sense of desolation. Tang Zong, the ticketing is about to conclude. We need to enter the station. Wei reminded her from the side. Tang Bingyan took a slow breath, suppressing all her emotions. In the end, she pulled out her phone and dialed Chen Xiaoxiao's number. She did not have Su Tian's contact information. After their argument the night before last, he had angrily changed his number, and the one saved in her contacts was no longer reachable. Before long, the call was answered. Tang Zong, have you boarded? Chen Xiaoxiao's voice came through the line. Tang Bingyan hesitated for a moment before asking, has he come to find you? No. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoxiao's firm response, Tang Bingyan fell silent. Perhaps she truly was not that important in Su Tian's heart. No, to be precise, perhaps Su Tian had never held her in his heart at all. All right, I understand. With that, Tang Bingyan hung up the phone. Returning to the capital would be her rebirth, her new beginning. Leaving meant freeing both him and herself. Tang Bingyan departed. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Chen Xiaoxiao sat in a chair, looking utterly drained. Moments ago, she asserted with unwavering conviction that Su Tian had never reached out to her, nor sought out Tang Bingyan. Yet, beneath her resolute fa ade, a profound sense of guilt weighed heavily upon her heart. She was acutely aware of the depth of Tang Bingyan's affection for Su Tian and could only imagine the anguish that would ensue upon the revelation of her deceit. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to act thus. President Jiang, forgive me for my first lie directed at you. Every action I have taken has been for your sake, from building 008 in Jinbin Villa District. The voice of Li Fujiang echoed. Smack. You wretched woman, I wondered why Dong's condition was deteriorating, and it turns out you were the one behind it, with a singular son. How dare you? How dare you? A middle-aged woman with disheveled hair lay sprawled on the ground, clutching her bruised face, her body marred with wounds. This woman was none other than Wu Rong, Li Fujiang's wife, in a matter of days. Li Fujiang had consulted every renowned physician in the provincial capital, yet none could remedy Li Dong's ailment. Ultimately, upon learning of the legendary healer Zhang Zizhen, who had taken refuge in Jiang City, he hastened there, only to be turned away without even a glimpse of Zhang. Later, he discovered that Zhang had gone to the Jiang City hospital, but once again he arrived too late. However, it was at the hospital that he encountered Tian, who informed him that Wu Rong had poisoned Li Dong. Initially, he dismissed Tian as a lunatic. Yet, as he witnessed Li Dong's condition worsening, he was inexplicably compelled to check the household surveillance. To his shock, he uncovered evidence that Wu Rong had indeed poisoned their son's food. What poison have you given Dong? Li Fujiang seized Wu Rong by the collar, his gaze icy enough to freeze. She was his second wife. Having lost the first long ago, he had always treated Wu Rong well, never expecting her to harm his son. I swear, I did not poison him. I provided him with medicine to cure his illness. Wu Rong, bloodied and battered, faced Li Fujiang without a hint of fear. Medicine? Li Fujiang laughed bitterly in his rage. I have already sent the powder you placed in Dong's food for examination. It is a slow-acting poison. Do you still wish to deny it? I did not poison him. Someone is trying to frame me. Li Fujiang, you have been deceived. She understood Li Fujiang's character all too well. As long as she denied the poisoning, refusing to provide the antidote, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Should she confess, all chances of escape would vanish. You vile woman, if you do not reveal the antidote, I shall end your life today. With that, Li Fujiang raised his fist once more to strike Wu Rong. Yet, regardless of his blows, she clung stubbornly to her denial, as Wu Rong lay on the brink of unconsciousness. A young man resembling a bodyguard rushed in. Ignoring Wu Rong's plight, he approached Li Fujiang and stated, President Li, we have gathered all the information. That individual is named Tian, the adopted son of Su Pingfeng and his wife from the Su family in Jiang City. Here is his contact number. Chapter 20. A grand gesture, the bodyguard presented his phone to Li Fujiang. However, we have tried to reach him multiple times, but his phone remains off. Our personnel at Jiang City Hospital also could not locate him. His whereabouts are currently unknown. Understood. Li Fujiang accepted the phone and attempted to dial once more. The number you have dialed is currently turned off. Unsurprisingly, a mechanical, cold voice replied. Li Fujiang furrowed his brow slightly. Prepare yourself immediately. I must personally visit Mr. Su in Jiang City. With Wu Rong adamantly denying any wrongdoing, Tian was now the only hope for saving Li Dong. Very well. Just as the bodyguard was about to leave, Li Fujiang suddenly recalled something and asked, What does the Su family company do? I'm not very familiar with the affairs in Jiang City, but I hear Assistant Xiao Zhou is from there. He has mentioned the Su group before, so he should know more. Li Fujiang nodded slightly. Have him come here at once. Soon after, a young man in a dress shirt entered. Upon arrival, he cautiously inquired, President Li, what can I do for you? Xiao Zhou, I hear you are from Jiang City. Are you familiar with the Su family company? Li Fujiang asked. Zhou Xiaoming's eyes lit up. Of course, the Su family is quite a renowned real estate company in our region. President Li, I am actually classmates with Su Rixin, the current head of that firm. Is there a possibility of collaboration between our company and the Su family? If so, I can facilitate communication. Indeed, he had been a classmate of Su Rixin. In school, Su Rixin was a wealthy heir, and Zhou Xiaoming had been his sycophant. If the Fujian group were to collaborate with the Su family, it would be his moment to shine. After a brief pause, Zhou Xiaoming exited the office with an excited smile. Upon learning that he was not only from Jiang City, but also a classmate of Su Rixin, Li Fujiang promptly entrusted him with the responsibility of contacting the Su family. Zhou Xiaoming sensed that Li Fujiang was keen to befriend the Su family heir, conveniently overlooking the existence of Tian, the adopted son, and assuming that the person Li Fujiang wished to befriend was Su Rixin. Upon returning to his desk, Zhou Xiaoming quickly dialed Su Rixin's number. Since it had not been long since their last class reunion, he still had Su Rixin's contact. Before long, Su Rixin's nonchalant voice came through the line. Xiaoming. Why the sudden call? Is there something important? Zhou Xiaoming, oblivious to the subtle dismissal in Su Rixin's tone, replied with a smile. New brother, it's nothing major. I just recommended your company to our president that he would like to meet you. Me? Su Rixin was taken aback, quickly asking Xiaoming, what is the name of your group? Fujian Group. Zhou Xiaoming replied with a grin. What? Fujian Group? Initially indifferent, Su Rixin suddenly leaped to his feet. Xiaoming, you can't be joking. Of course not. To be honest, I am now the assistant to the president of our group. Xiaoming, I had no idea you had risen to such heights as the assistant to the vice president of Fujian Group. Impressive, Su Rixin exclaimed, then suddenly grasped something. Breathing heavily, he asked, Xiaoming, did you say your president wants to meet me? Yes. President Li happens to have business in Jiang City and, hearing of our good relationship, wishes to meet you. I'll arrange for dinner tonight. No. That won't do. I can just make a trip to the provincial capital. How could I trouble President Li to come to this remote place? Su Rixin hurriedly replied. Oh, it's merely a small matter. President Li could also assess your company while he is there. Perhaps he could provide you with some suitable projects, Zhou Xiaoming suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Rixin's breath quickened. All right, I will prepare thoroughly. After hanging up, Su Rixin felt as though he were in a dream. And who was Li Fujian? He was among the top 10 wealthiest individuals in Jiang province, an entity he could only look up to. He had no doubt that if he could establish a connection with Li Fujian, his rise to prominence was imminent. Quickly suppressing his excitement, Su Rixin called Su Pingfeng. When Su Pingfeng learned that the eminent entrepreneur Li Fujian was coming to Jiang City to dine with their family, he was even more astonished than Su Rixin. Shiner, your classmate isn't pulling your leg, is he? Not at all. While my classmate may lack skill, he wouldn't lie about such matters. That's a relief. Shiner, seizing such an opportunity reflects your capabilities. Your mother and I both believe you will never be an ordinary person. To Su Tian, that good-for-nothing is unworthy of comparison. Su Tian, what can he possibly compare? Su Rixin replied. Rest assured, I will perform splendidly in front of President L.A.S. for Su Tian. Let us bring him along. Without that useless leaf, how can my excellence be highlighted? Very well. This will serve as the last vestige of utility for that waste before his expulsion from the Su family. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the Su family awaited at their front gate a half-hour early to prevent Su Tian from escaping. Several bodyguards were vigilantly stationed around the entrance. Shiner, your father and I can attend alone. Why must you insist on bringing along that good-for-nothing Su Tian? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for you? Yang Rongjuan shot a disapproving glance at Su Tian. Su Tian, she continued, look at your elder brother. He is of similar age and is already connected with a prominent entrepreneur in the province. Now look at you, in your 20s, still a complete failure. If you embarrass yourself in front of President Li tonight, I will make you pay. Su Tian cast a casual glance at Yang Rongjuan, remaining silent. Initially, he had no desire to share company with the Su family, but upon learning that the invitation was from Li Fujian, he changed his mind. In his recollections, neither in this life nor the last had Su Rixin ever crossed paths with Li Fujian. This indicated that Li Fujian was indeed seeking him, as soon as Li Fujian arrives. He will possess the capital to contend with the Su family. However, after waiting for over half an hour, Su Rixin did not receive any news from Li Fujian and instead got a call from Zhou Xiaoming. Brother Xun, I apologize. Our car broke down on the way, and it seems we won't make it for a while, Zhou Xiaoming explained. The car broke down? Su Rixin furrowed his brow. Is everything all right with President Li? He's fine. He asked me to extend his apologies. Once we arrive in Jiangcheng, if it's still early, we will pay a visit, Zhou Xiaoming replied. It's all right, no rush. Please inform President Li that if you need any assistance, feel free to call me, Su Rixin said. After hanging up, Su Rixin relayed the situation regarding Li Fujian to Su Pingfeng and his wife. That Su Pingfeng sighed. Let's head upstairs, just as Su Tian was being escorted upstairs by the bodyguards. Yang Rongjuan happened to receive a phone call. Su Tian vaguely heard Yang Rongjuan mention the word divorce, causing him to frown involuntarily. He felt that this call was somehow related to him. Yet before he could listen further, he was forcibly led into the room by the bodyguards behind him. Downstairs, after finishing the call, Yang Rongjuan, beaming with delight, sat beside Su Pingfeng. Pingfeng, it's settled. Lawyer Wu has agreed to meet with us. We just need to go and collect the divorce agreement. Su Pingfeng nodded. Won't he come over? Su Rixin, overhearing his parents' conversation, felt perplexed and asked, Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? Good news, Yang Rongjuan replied with a smile. Su Tian is divorcing Tang Bingyin, and she has left all her assets in Jiangshan to him. Su Tian is adamantly refusing to sign the divorce agreement, so your father and I have discussed that if he won't sign, we will simply inform the lawyer that he has agreed, and we will see if we can sign it ourselves. Su Rixin finally understood. Yet despite Yang Rongjuan's optimistic words, a sense of unease lingered within him. Mom, if Su Tian doesn't agree to the divorce, can this really work? What can't work? Your father and I are Su Tian's parents. Since ancient times, marriage has been a matter of parental arrangement, whether Su Tian agrees or not. He will have to comply, Yang Rongjuan asserted. After waiting for a long time, Su Rixin hurriedly inquired, Dad, Mom, what's the update? Yang Rongjuan's expression was somewhat grim. We have obtained the divorce agreement, as long as Su Tian signs it. All of Tang Bingyin's assets in Jiangshan can be transferred immediately. Su Rixin was not particularly surprised. Such matters naturally required Su Tian's signature. Yang Rongjuan sat sternly on the sofa. No matter what, Su Tian must sign today. Chapter 21. Li Fujin has arrived. What if Su Tian refuses to sign? Su Rixin felt a twinge of worry. He understood Su Tian all too well. He was the type to yield to soft persuasion but resist hard threats. He has no choice but to sign. Su Pingfeng's gaze was icy. Su Rixin could clearly sense that Su Pingfeng was serious this time. Yet he still harbored concerns. After a brief silence, Su Rixin said, Dad, if Tang Bingyin finds out, she might not let us off easily. Exiner, you are simply too soft-hearted, Su Pingfeng sighed. Now that President Li of Fujin Group values you so highly, with him as your backing, what can Tang Bingyin do even if she finds out? I know her identity is shrouded in mystery, and she has significant influence. But is Li Fujin someone to be trifled with? Exiner, a man must be ruthless when needed. Listen to your father, Yang Rongjuan chimed in. Although our Su family has achieved some modest success over the years, it is not enough. Only by securing the assets in Su Tian's hands can you have the capital to carve out your own path. Su Rixin fell silent, contemplating he did not wish to take extreme measures against Su Tian, not merely out of brotherly affection built over many years, but due to the looming presence of Tang Bingyin. She was like an imposing mountain, exerting immense pressure on him. Too often, he had felt stifled by her aura. Yet, Su Pingfeng and Yang Rongjuan were not wrong. Now that Li Fujin had taken an interest in him, this was indeed an opportunity for his rise. Su Tian must divorce Tang Bingyin. He had to acquire the assets that Tang Bingyin had left for Su Tian. With this thought, a glint of cold determination flashed in Su Rixin's eyes. I will go get him. With that, Su Rixin hurried upstairs. Soon, he brought Su Tian down. Yang Rongjuan glanced at Su Tian and pushed a folder in front of him, saying, Sign here. Su Tian took a look. The document was indeed the divorce agreement between him and Tang Bingyin, along with numerous asset transfer contracts. Su Tian, given the circumstances between you and Bingyin, your parents are merely looking out for your best interest. Just sign it. Su Rixin patted Su Tian's shoulder, adopting a big brotherly demeanor. Su Tian replied nonchalantly, What if I refuse to sign? The expressions of Yang Rongjuan and Su Pingfeng immediately darkened. Su Tian, we are not negotiating with you. We are informing you that today, you must sign this. As Su Pingfeng sneered, he added, You should know that every year in Huaxia, many people go missing without a trace. If you refuse to sign, who knows what might happen to you? Su Tian's heart jolted. The reason he felt unafraid while being confined by Su Pingfeng and his wife was that he retained memories from his previous life. He was acutely aware that they still feared Tang Bingyin and would not dare to harm him. However, he never anticipated that they would contemplate eliminating him so soon. After hesitating for a moment, Su Tian said, I need to consider it. Could you grant me a bit of time? You wish to stall for time? Su Pingfeng scoffed. Tang Bingyin has left. She will not return to seek you out. Today, you either sign the document and I will let you go, or you will remain in this house forever. Su Tian, do not force our hand, Yang Rongjuan added. Su Tian, just sign it. As long as you do, we will still be a family, Su Rixin urged. Su Tian squinted slightly, surveying the three individuals before him. He had never sensed in his previous life that this family could be so repugnant. As Su Tian remained silent, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, with all four pairs of eyes locked onto each other. After a moment, Su Pingfeng seemed to grow impatient and lunged at Su Tian. "Hexen, hold him down." Su Rixin reacted instantly, rushing towards Su Tian from his right. Su Tian, quick on his feet, flipped off the sofa. Evading both Su Pingfeng and Su Rixin's grasp, without hesitation, he dashed toward his room, but he had no intention of fleeing the house, for he knew that outside there were Su Pingfeng's bodyguards if he ran outside. His situation would only worsen. For now, he could only retreat to his room and devise a plan. Bang! Just as Su Tian closed the door, Su Pingfeng and Su Rixin arrived at the door. Bang bang, that's Su Tian. "Come out. Do you think hiding in there will help you? Get out here." Outside, Su Pingfeng and Su Rixin pounded on the door. Su Tian's expression was remarkably calm as he swiftly pushed the bookshelf and bed against the door. Barricading it. "Su Tian, do you think hiding in your room will save you?" Outside, Su Pingfeng sneered. "Exiner, go to the storage room and get some gasoline. If you want to hide in his room, we'll just burn the house down. That way, we won't have to waste our efforts dealing with him." After Su Pingfeng's words, footsteps echoed outside, presumably Su Rixin fetching the gasoline from the storage room. Su Tian's heart sank. His room was on the second floor, and all the windows had been welded shut with steel frames, leaving him no means of escape. Su Pingfeng was correct. As long as they set fire to the house, he would undoubtedly perish. Before long, the scent of gasoline wafted through the air, filling the entire room. Outside, Su Rixin and Su Pingfeng each held a gasoline canister, dousing the area around Su Tian's door with fuel. Su Tian, do not blame us. Blame only yourself. With Tang Bingyin's mysterious identity, you chose to court disaster, refusing to leverage or influence for your own gain. This is all of your own making. Su Rixin muttered as he poured gasoline. That should do it. Light it up. Su Pingfeng soon finished pouring one canister. Good. Su Rixin nodded, pulling out a lighter to ignite the flames. Snap! The sound of the lighter clicked loudly. In that instant, Su Tian felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Ding dong! However, just as the situation reached a critical point, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. In the next moment, Su Rixin's phone also chimed. It was a call from the Su family's bodyguard. Su Rixin, puzzled as to why the bodyguard would call at this moment, nonetheless answered the call. Mr. Su, Mr. Li and his associates have arrived and are currently waiting outside. Chapter 22. The esteemed Mr. Li Fujian has come specifically to visit Mr. Su Tian. Su Rixin cast a glance at Su Pingfeng. His expression slightly grave. He had not anticipated that Li Fujian would choose this very moment to arrive. No need to rush. Su Tian cannot escape. Let's first meet with Li Fujian. It would be more prudent for Exiner to establish a rapport with Li Fujian before we deal with Su Tian. Su Pingfeng suggested. Su Rixin nodded in agreement. All right. Subsequently, the two set down the gasoline canisters in their hands. Su Pingfeng secured Su Tian's room and instructed two bodyguards to keep watch before proceeding downstairs to greet their guests. Upon opening the door, 4 men stood waiting outside. Li Fujian occupied the central position, flanked by 2 impeccably dressed bodyguards, with Zhou Xiaoming standing beside him. Xiaoming, this must be Mr. Li, Su Rixin remarked, observing the family of Su Rixin. Not seeing Su Tian, a flicker of disappointment crossed Li Fujian's eyes, and he nodded with a faint expression, refraining from extending a handshake to Su Rixin. Feeling somewhat awkward, Su Rixin turned to Zhou Xiaoming, who promptly introduced, Mr. Li, this is Su Rixin, the general manager of Su Corporation. Li Fujian nodded slightly. Let's discuss this inside. Oh, certainly. Su Rixin responded, quickly gesturing for Mr. Li to enter. Behind them, Su Pingfeng and Yang Rongjuan exchanged glances, both displaying signs of tension. Mr. Li's demeanor seemed somewhat off. Mr. Li, I heard you encountered some issues on the road. I hope everything is all right. Su Rixin began to express concern upon entering. Mr. Li, if your vehicle had problems, you could have simply called us for assistance. Su Pingfeng added. Mr. Li, you may not know this, but my son was quite worried upon hearing about your vehicle troubles. Yang Rongjuan chimed in to support Su Rixin's words. However, Li Fujin frowned slightly. Earlier during the journey, Zhou Xiaoming had praised Su Rixin profusely. He still recalled Su Tian's calm demeanor in the hospital, believing Su Tian to be commendable and thinking that his elder brother and family would not be lacking either. Yet now, it seemed he had overestimated them. Nevertheless, being a man of stature, Li Fujin did not reveal his displeasure. Su Tian. Both Su Rixin and Su Pingfeng were taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Almost instinctively, Su Rixin inquired of Li Fujin, "Mr. Li, what business do you have with that wastrel?" Wastrel. Li Fujin's expression darkened instantly. "Who do you refer to as a wastrel?" Su Pingfeng hesitated for a moment before realizing something, and quickly interjected, "Mr. Li, you wouldn't be confusing my unambitious younger son with my elder son, would you? Su Tian is merely a 20-year-old who has accomplished nothing. That if you wish to discuss collaboration with the Su family, you should speak directly with my elder son. Indeed, Mr. Li, Su Tian is just an incompetent fool, unworthy of an audience with you." Yang Rongjuan quickly added in agreement. Su Rixin straightened his posture nonchalantly. "Mr. Li, Su Tian is utterly inept. If you wish to discuss cooperation with the Su family, you may speak directly with me." I Fujin's countenance darkened further upon hearing the disparagement of Su Tian from Su Pingfeng and Yang Rongjuan. And upon hearing Su Rixin's inexplicably confident assertion, he suddenly chuckled. "You think I would come all this way just for a partnership with your small company?" Boom! Li Fujin's words landed like a heavy bombshell, leaving the Su family in stunned silence. What does this mean? Wasn't MRLI here to meet Su Rixin? What could the reason be? "Mr. Li, may I inquire why you have come today?" Su Rixin asked, bewildered. "I have come specifically to pay a visit to Mr. Su Tian." The smiles on Su Rixin and Su Pingfeng's faces froze instantly. The three were momentarily in disbelief. "He has come to visit Su Tian." I Fujin referred to Su Tian as Mr. Tian. Wasn't Li Fujin visiting because he was impressed by Su Rixin? Wasn't it to discuss collaboration with Su Corporation? How could it be that he was here for that wastrel Su Tian? And how could Su Tian, that wastrel, possibly know someone of Li Fujin's stature? Is Mr. Su Tian here? Could I possibly meet him? Upon hearing this, Su Rixin and Su Pingfeng exchanged glances, their expressions darkening in that moment. They found their previous assumptions laughable. They had believed Li Fujin was here for Su Rixin, convinced of his exceptional capabilities, thinking he was about to rise to prominence. Yet that wastrel Su Tian could never hope to match Su Rixin's achievements. However, at this moment, Li Fujin's repeated inquiries about Su Tian felt like invisible slaps across their faces, leaving them feeling utterly embarrassed. A hint of bitter laughter crept across their faces. Just an hour ago, they could have paraded Su Tian before Li Fujin to gain some advantage. But now, they had just coerced Su Tian into signing the divorce papers. If they summoned Su Tian now, not only would they gain nothing, but Li Fujin might even side with Su Tian against them. Noticing the strange expressions on the faces of Su Rixin's family, Li Fujin frowned. "Are you unwilling to let me see him? Is he not home?" With that, Li Fujin left his business card and departed with Zhou Xiaoming and his companions. Phew! After bidding farewell to Li Fujin, Su Rixin and Su Pingfeng collapsed weakly onto the sofa. Su Rixin's expression was grim. He was unsure when he had begun to perspire profusely. "Father, how could that wastrel Su Tian know Li Fujin? What should we do now? What if Su Tian seeks revenge using Li Fujin?" Su Rixin began to feel anxious. Although he still found it hard to believe Su Tian could possibly know Li Fujin, the reality was undeniable that he had no doubt that with Li Fujin's influence in Jiang province, it would be effortless for him to obliterate the Su family. "Father, mother, what should we do now? If Li Fujin has come looking for Su Tian, what happens if we make him disappear?" Su Rixin was increasingly flustered, entirely unaware of the depth of the relationship between Li Fujin and Su Tian. Chapter 23. A visit to Chun Xiaoxiao. Su Pingfeng sighed. "Today, we cannot touch that illegitimate child Su Tian. Then what should we do? Are we to simply let him go?" Su Rixin asked nervously. "If we let him go, he will undoubtedly retaliate against us." Su Pingfeng considered for a moment. "We should find him and talk it over. Reconciliation is our only option now. What if he refuses to reconcile?" Su Rixin remained apprehensive. He knew Su Tian all too well. Su Tian was a reckless individual who preferred soft tactics over hard ones. And he harbored grudges. A fierce glint flashed in Su Pingfeng's eyes. If he refuses to reconcile, I shall see to it that he meets his end in flames tonight. Of course, that was a last resort, something he hoped to avoid. Let us seek out Su Tian for a discussion. With that, Su Pingfeng led Yang Rongjuan and Su Rixin upstairs. At that moment, Su Tian had locked his door from the inside. Bang! Su Tian was vigorously smashing a chair against the window, attempting to break the security bars, but their sturdiness exceeded his expectations. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching outside, causing his heart to sink slightly. He was about to continue his assault on the security bars when he heard Su Pingfeng's voice call out, "Su Tian, we only intended to frighten you earlier. If you choose not to sign, we respect your decision. Frighten me." Su Tian found it hard to suppress a laugh. "You went so far as to use gasoline. Is that your idea of a scare?" Outside, there was a moment of silence. "Your father and brother were indeed a bit hasty, but we are family. How could we ever wish to harm you? We truly intended to frighten you. Come out now." Su Rixin added, "Su Tian, my father and I were indeed a bit distressed earlier. I apologize." Upon hearing such words, Su Tian's brow furrowed in confusion that he was perplexed. They had previously planned to set fire to him, so why the sudden change in attitude? Could it be that Li Fujin had just visited? Su Tian pondered silently, uncertain. However, he understood well that if he stood firm against Su Pingfeng and his family, the likely outcome would be that they would resort to fire. In this situation, he had no other choice but to cautiously open the door and observe how things unfolded. With this thought in mind, Su Tian took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions, cleared the items in front of the door, and opened it. "Su Tian, the previous matters were all misunderstandings. After all, we are family. How can we wish to harm you?" Su Tian regarded him coolly, giving a slight acknowledgement. Su Pingfeng smiled lightly, seemingly casually inquiring, "By the way, Li Fujin just came by the house looking for you. What is your relationship with him?" Su Tian had merely speculated that Li Fujin had visited, but now it appeared that Li Fujin had inadvertently saved his life. Su Tian's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that was difficult to decipher. "What relationship? What do you think my relationship with him is?" Su Pingfeng furrowed his brow as he looked at Su Tian. "If we knew, would we be asking you?" Su Tian chuckled softly, but remained silent. He was acutely aware that the three of them intended to probe into his background. However, given his current predicament, revealing his true self was out of the question. After a brief stalemate, Su Pingfeng sighed and added, "By the way, don't mention that you're upstairs tonight." As soon as Su Tian departed, Su Rixin immediately approached. "Dad, with Li Fujing backing him, won't we be unable to claim anything left by Tang Bingyan?" "Exiner, don't rush. Those who aspire to achieve great things must maintain their composure. Let us observe the situation first," Su Pingfeng replied. Upon exiting the Su family residence, Su Tian switched on his phone, only to be inundated with dozens of unfamiliar call notifications, all from the same number. After pressing the answer button, Li Fujing's voice resonated through the line. "Is this Mr. Su Tian?" "Mr. Li, right?" Su Tian responded. Li Fujing's tone suddenly turned enthusiastic. "Mr. Su, you remember me. That's wonderful. You must be here regarding your son's situation, correct?" Su Tian cut to the chase. Forgetting to make excuses, he directly asked, "Do you still want to save your son?" "Of course I do," Li Fujing hastily replied. "Then let us not dilly-dally. Find a place where we can meet," Su Tian insisted. "Certainly, Mr. Su. I'm willing to meet wherever you prefer, even at your home." Li Fujing's demeanor was exceedingly humble, his tone excessively polite, that if those in Jiang province's business circles were to witness Li Fujing's humility, they would likely be so astonished that their jaws would drop. As a titan of the Jiang province business realm, he had never bowed to anyone like this before. Su Tian was unfazed, knowing that Li Fujing's son's life was literally in his hands. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tian replied, "No need to come to my house. Let us meet at Chuijuelou.it was a nearby tea house, quite suitable for discussions. No problem. Should I send someone to fetch you?" "No need, I'll make my own way there. Just wait for me." Upon entering the private room of the tea house arranged by Li Fujing, Su Tian was warmly greeted Mr. Su, I truly did not recognize the mountainous height during our last encounter at the hospital. I sincerely apologize, and oh worries. We are now acquainted. Su Tian replied with a faint smile. Mr. Su, I want to indulge in small talk. Since you're aware of my son's predicament, could you please inform me how to cure his poisoning? Li Fujiang asked earnestly, his expression serious. I do possess a remedy, though the ingredients are rather difficult to procure, Su Tian stated. Please share the prescription. Whether I can find the medicine is my concern. Your kindness in providing the remedy will not go unremembered, Li Fujiang assured him. With Li Fujiang's humble attitude, Su Tian felt no need to withhold information and promptly presented the prescription he had prepared earlier. Mr. Li, follow this prescription, administer it 3 times a day, and within 7 days, your son's poison should be alleviated. Li Fujiang glanced at the prescription, filled with unfamiliar names of traditional Chinese herbs. Although he could not comprehend it, he had faith that this prescription could save his son's life. Mr. Su, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude, Li Fujiang exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. I want to say more. If you ever need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. With that, Li Fujiang bid farewell to Su Tian and hurriedly left. Shortly after his departure, a sharply dressed man carrying a briefcase entered the room. Su Tian recognized him as Li Fujiang's bodyguard. Mr. Su, this is something our M.R.L. I asked me to deliver to you. He forgot it in his haste. The bodyguard placed the case on the table, opened it, revealing stacks of cash totaling exactly 1 million. Li Fujiang indeed knew how to conduct business, ensuring that Su Tian did not leave empty-handed. With a slight smile, Su Tian remarked to the bodyguard, I shall graciously accept M.R.L.'s gift. The bodyguard said nothing further, leaving the room after delivering the case. Alone in the private room, Su Tian sat in silence for a few minutes before dialing a number. Lawyer Wu, I agree to sign, but I must meet Chen Xiaoxiao first. In Jiang City, at the Yin Corporation. At this moment, Chen Xiaoxiao sat in the president's office. Immersed in a mountain of paperwork, a secretary-like woman entered. Assistant Chen, the front desk just called. The Mr. Su Tian wishes to see you. Without lifting her gaze, Chen Xiaoxiao replied, let him in. Previously, Lawyer Wu had already informed her that Su Tian agreed to the divorce, and the document she was about to sign pertained to the transfer of the Yin Corporation from Tang Bingyan. Shortly thereafter, Su Tian entered the office. Chen Xiaoxiao glanced up at him, sliding a document across the table, saying, this is the divorce agreement. Once you sign, everything here will belong to you. Before signing, I need to see Bingyan. Where is she now? Su Tian asked directly. Assistant Chen's brow furrowed as she looked at Su Tian. Even if you meet with President Tang, she cannot offer you more or not be insatiable. Su Tian understood that Chen Xiaoxiao harbored deep-seated prejudices against him, which would not be easily altered, so he refrained from arguing on that point. He merely reiterated, if I cannot meet Tang Bingyan, I will not sign the divorce agreement. Do you truly believe that President Tang's offer is insufficient? Chen Xiaoxiao found it somewhat amusing. Su Tian, ask yourself honestly, do you think you, as the second son of the Su family in Jiang City, are worthy of President Tang? Do you understand the pressure she bears by marrying down? I hope you recognize reality and cease pursuing President Tang. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Upon hearing this, Su Tian fell silent. He had long been aware that Tang Bingyan's background was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. A woman capable of casually handing over billions in assets could hardly be ordinary. The individuals behind her applying pressure likely wielded significant power. Reflecting on this, Su Tian exhaled deeply, stating, you are right. I currently do not deserve Bingyan. However, I, Su Tian, will one day stand alongside her at the same height. Chen Xiaoxiao found his words laughable. Su Tian, you truly are blissfully ignorant. Su Tian remained silent. He cast one last glance at Chen Xiaoxiao. Recognizing that it was unlikely he could reach Tang Bingyan through her any time soon, he then silently turned and left the office. Upon stepping outside, Su Tian's expression gradually transformed into one of determination. Given the opportunity to live anew, he must grow strong in this lifetime. Meanwhile, In the capital, at the city center, a resplendent skyscraper adorned with a red relief bore the name Tang in graceful calligraphy. This building housed the headquarters of the Tang Corporation, ranked among the top 10 in national wealth. On the 36th floor, in the president's office, Tang Bingyin, her left arm bandaged, sat behind her desk, staring at her phone. Lost in thought. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Almost instinctively, she picked it up, revealing a message from Wu Yin. President Tang, Tian has agreed to the divorce. The cold words sent Tang Bingyin's complexion pale in an instant. She stared at the text for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, she slumped back in her chair, feeling the inevitable weight of reality. Tian, are you truly so heartless? After a prolonged silence, whether out of disbelief or unwillingness to accept, Tang Bingyin dialed Chun Xiaoxiao's number. The call was quickly answered. Chun Xiaoxiao's voice came through. President Tang? Tang Bingyin hesitated for a long time before softly asking, has he sought me out? Without hesitation, Chun Xiaoxiao replied. President Tang, our secretary Wu saw Tian out shopping hand in hand with Lin Miaoying this morning. That he has no time to look for you. Please, do not soften your heart towards Tian. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Even before your divorce, he is already entangled with another woman that he truly does not deserve your concern. I understand, Tang Bingyin replied, striving to suppress her emotions, her tone indifferent. After hanging up, a pale smile graced her lips. She and Tian had truly reached the Tijiang City Hospital. What? Li Dong is recovered. Is it true that he was poisoned as Tian said? How is that possible? Did you hear incorrectly? Just days prior, Li Fujiang had contacted Tian about his son's poisoning, claiming Tian could save him at that moment. He fervently vowed before Li Fujian, asserting that Tian had no knowledge of medicine and was incapable of saving anyone. Little did he expect that Tian's prescription would indeed prove to be life-saving. In that instant, Lin Tong felt as though she had been dealt a severe slap, a wave of fiery pain washing over her face. However, it was not long before a glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Tian had not only disrupted her efforts to forge a connection with Tang Bingyin, but had also established ties with Li Fujin, whom she had wished to befriend. Tian, you are indeed formidable. But do you think that what belongs to Lin Tong can be so easily taken? At the same time, Tian received a call from Li Fujin that, Mr. Su, my son's condition has improved. I truly must thank you. If you ever require anything from me, do not hesitate to ask that I will certainly do my utmost. Tian listened to Li Fujin's excited voice on the other end of the line and smiled gently. Since you, Mr. Li, have said so, I shall not be modest at present. I do have a matter on which I seek your assistance. Please, Mr. Su, go ahead. Li Fujin responded eagerly. Speak candidly. My situation is somewhat of a family scandal. But given how far things have escalated, I am no longer concerned about your amusement, Mr. Li. Tian replied bitterly. Recently, my wife and I have been at odds, and she has left home. That I hope you could assist me in inquiring about her whereabouts. In his previous life, Tian was aware of Tang Bingyin's formidable background, but was oblivious to her specific identity. He wished for Li Fujin to investigate, as clarity on the matter would provide him with a sense of security. Mr. Su, I never imagined someone like you would have such troubles. Li Fujin chuckled teasingly. And no need to laugh, Mr. Li. It is perfectly normal. Who hasn't had minor disagreements with her spouse in their youth? Li Fujin consoled before inquiring. May I ask what your wife's name is? Tang Bingyin, Tian replied, elaborating on the 3 characters that comprise her name. Very well, I have noted that down. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will inform you the moment I have any news. Thank you, Mr. Li. After exchanging pleasantries, they finally hung up. As soon as Li Fujin set his phone down, he summoned his secretary. After instructing the secretary to look into Tang Bingyin's whereabouts, he asked, do you find the name Tang Bingyin somewhat familiar? Mr. Li, it seems the president of the Tang Group in the imperial capital is also named Tang Bingyin, the secretary cautiously suggested. Could it be her? The Tang Group in the imperial capital? Li Fujin pondered for a moment before shaking his head slightly. Mr. Su is from Jiangcheng. He likely wouldn't have connections with such individuals that look into other avenues. That it wasn't that Li Fujin underestimated Tian. Rather, he had learned about Tian's past while investigating him. Logically, Tian should not be in contact with such prominent figures. Understood. I will take care of it. The secretary nodded and left. Dingling. Just as Su Tian ended the call, another call came in, upon seeing the name Lin Miaoyin on the caller ID. Su Tian frowned. He had initially intended to ignore it, but after some consideration, he decided to see what Lin Miaoyin wanted. What is it? Su Tian answered, his tone indifferent. Tian Ge, where are you right now? Lin Miaoyin's voice was somewhat delicate. Get to the point. Su Tian suppressed his revulsion at her saccharine tone, that he could not fathom why he had ever been attracted to such a woman. Tian Ge, why are you being so harsh? Didn't you say you wanted to marry me last time? I've already spoken to my parents, and they asked me to discuss with you how soon we can arrange for both families to meet and talk about the dowry. Su Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. The dowry, you say that, how much do you want? Tian Ge, my affection for you is purely for you as a person. Money is merely a secondary concern that a gesture of around 1 million would suffice. Su Tian nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this point. 1 million as a mere gesture. Was Lin Miaoyin out of her mind? Setting aside the dowry, could she first tell him what made her think he had 1 million to spare? Su Tian inquired with interest. Tian Ge, didn't you divorce that woman? I heard she left you with at least several tens of millions in assets. Surely, you don't think 1 million is excessive? Is 1 million not a lot? Of course it is not, but it also depends on whether you are worthy of it, doesn't it? Lin Miaoyin was momentarily taken aback. Tian Ge, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? It means you do not deserve it. On the other end of the line, Lin Miaoyin was left stunned by the busy tone that followed Su Tian's words. How could Su Tian say such things to her? She bit her lip and glanced at Su Rixin, who had been observing her call. To Su Dage, Su Tian said, I am not worthy of marrying him. The reason she contacted Su Tian was due to Su Rixin's insistence. Yet she had never anticipated that not only did Su Tian have no intention of marrying her, but he also uttered such derogatory remarks. Su Rixin's expression darkened. Su Tian was no longer the man he once was. He had completely severed their control over him. Now, with Li Fujin backing Su Tian, he dared not coerce Su Tian into marrying Lin Miaoyin. If you cannot marry him, you will not access the assets Tang Bingyin left for him. Su Rixin contemplated for a moment, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The only way to obtain what we desire is if he were to die. Lin Miaoyin's face paled slightly. A hint of fear creeping into Su Dage. What are you planning to do? You can't possibly be thinking of murder, can you? Lin Miaoyin gasped in disbelief. As long as our scheme is properly orchestrated. What is there that we cannot achieve? Su Rixin smiled wryly. Miaoyin, if you are willing to assist me, once successful, I can share half of the inheritance with you. Lin Miaoyin was taken aback by the audacity of Su Rixin. He had truly lost his mind. While she craved Su Tian's wealth, she was not willing to go as far as murder. Su Rixin, noticing her reaction, maintained a calm demeanor, saying, Miaoyin, don't you want to know how much we could acquire by eliminating Su Tian? Nearly 200 million. Just imagine, if you take half, you will instantly become a billionaire. 100 million. Lin Miaoyin trembled, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Su Rixin. She was aware of Tang Bingyin's wealth, but never had she imagined it to be to such an extent, nor that she would bequeath Su Tian so much. In that moment, Lin Miaoyin could only think of 4 words. Billionaire. Killing Su Tian would grant her 100 million. Lin Miaoyin found herself wavering. She looked at Su Rixin, hesitantly asking, Su Dage, are you serious? What advantage would there be for me to deceive you? If Su Tian did not possess such vast wealth, would I invest so much effort? Su Rixin smiled, his question laced with intrigue. So, will you say? Will you help me take him down? Lin Miaoyin hesitated. She recognized the likelihood of Su Rixin's claims being true. After all, he was somewhat of a notable entrepreneur in Jiangcheng. If it were merely a matter of several million, it would hardly warrant such high stakes. On one hand lay 100 million. On the other, the act of killing Su Tian. Lin Miaoyin struggled internally for a moment before finally gritting her teeth and making a decision. Su Dage, what do we need to do? Su Rixin's lips curled into a subtle smirk. I will call him shortly and inform him that you are ill, suffering from leukemia, and require a bone marrow transplant. Urging him to come for a match. Su Dage, perhaps in the past Su Tian would have come, but now he seems to harbor a strong aversion towards me. Lin Miaoyin expressed her doubt. Su Rixin chuckled confidently that I have my ways to ensure he comes. All you need to do is feign illness and assist me. This was manageable. However, she wondered if they would truly gain access to his assets. Rest assured, once he arrives, I will arrange for him to be on the operating table, and I have already prepared the pre-operative notice for the transfer of assets. Su Rishin's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of determination igniting within them. Once he signs, it is inevitable that there will be some unforeseen complications or incidents during the procedure. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyin's eyes brightened with realization. That's Su Dage. Then please call him. I will cooperate with you. Meanwhile, Su Tian had just deposited the funds Li Fujin provided him into the bank when he received a call from Su Rishin. Since the last incident, he and Su Rishin had nearly severed ties. Did Su Rishin still harbor hopes of reclaiming the assets left to Su Tian by Tang Bingyan? Uncertain, Su Tian nonetheless answered the call. Su Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing Su Rishin's words. Lin Miaoyin had just called him, expressing a desire to marry, and yet within less than an hour, she had fallen ill with leukemia, conveniently requiring a bone marrow match from him. The Su family certainly was not giving up. Su Tiangao firmly believed that Su Rishin was scheming to take over the assets left to him by Tang Bingyan. However, Su Tian chose not to expose this notion, but instead replied in a calm tone. I still have a few matters to attend to. I will come over shortly. All right, do hurry. Su Rishin appeared genuinely anxious. After hanging up the phone, Su Tian made some arrangements, ensuring his safety for this occasion before hailing a cab to the Su residence. Once the family settled down, Su Pingfeng cut straight to the chase. Su Tian, your elder brother should have briefed you on the situation. Miaoyin has grown up alongside you. Surely, you cannot stand by and watch her perish. Can you? I have inquired, and donating bone marrow poses no harm to your health. On the contrary, it offers numerous benefits. Just a moment ago, Miaoyin's father called me, and I agreed to it. What do you think? Su Tian regarded the family before him with a smile, but he did not trust a single punctuation mark of Su Pingfeng's words. In his previous life, when he perished, Lin Miaoyin continued to thrive. Nonetheless, regardless of the Su family's schemes, Su Tian chose not to expose them. He was determined that this time, he would not come in vain. After a moment of silence, he ultimately nodded. Fine, I have no objections. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of Su Pingfeng and Su Rishin. However, before they could revel in their joy, Su Tian spoke again, but I have a condition. Chapter 26. Tang Bingyan, send someone to protect Su Tian. Su Pingfeng furrowed his brow. What condition? Su Tian chuckled. It is not a significant matter. I recall that during my marriage, Bingyan gifted me a substantial fund as a dowry, which has been kept with you. That fund will be available for withdrawal in just a few days, and I hope you can transfer it to me. The fund, Su Pingfeng and his wife, along with Su Rishin, suddenly stiffened. Indeed, when Su Tian married Tang Bingyan, she had brought with her a dowry of 100 million, which was invested in a fund. The contract stipulated that it could be withdrawn 3 years after their marriage. Calculating the days, in just a few days, it would mark exactly 3 years since their marriage. Although the money belonged to both Tang Bingyan and Su Tian, it had remained in the hands of Su Pingfeng and his family, effectively making it their possession. This was no trivial sum. Su Tian, is it not sufficient for the fund to remain with us? You are still young. Obtaining such a large sum of money would not serve you well. You ought to remain grounded and carve out your own path. Yang Rongjuan advised earnestly. Indeed, Su Tian, your mother speaks wisely. Having that money might lead to complacency. Furthermore, I believe you would not wish to rely on a woman's fortune for the rest of your life. Su Rishin added, sounding sincere. Listening to Su Rishin's heartfelt words, Su Tian suddenly chuckled. He had no desire to depend on Tang Bingyan's wealth for his future. However, he was even less inclined to allow others to appropriate her money. He then regarded the three with a calm gaze. Whether you seek money or have my best interests at heart, if I do not receive the funds, I will not agree to the surgery. Yang Rongjuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. Su Tian, this is a matter of life and death. Regarding the fund, we can discuss it after the surgery. The money will still be there, but if we do not save a life, it will be lost. Su Tian's smile turned increasingly sardonic at her words. Lin Miaoyin had only just been diagnosed with leukemia, and they were already speaking of her demise. Did this family truly regard him as a fool? He cast a dispassionate glance at Yang Rongjuan. Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me. Unless the fund matters are clarified, do not mention saving her. This left Yang Rongjuan at a loss for words. Glancing helplessly at Su Pingfeng. After a brief contemplation, Su Pingfeng said, "How about this? The money is rightfully yours, and I can assure you that after the surgery, we will transfer the fund to you." How does that sound? Su Tian raised an eyebrow at this. Transfer it after the surgery. Su Pingfeng's words practically hinted at ulterior motives regarding the operation. He looked at Su Pingfeng, sneering, "That does not work for me. I have stated, without the funds, do not broach the subject of surgery." Su Pingfeng's brow furrowed in thought. Ultimately, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had made a decision. "Very well. I agree to your terms. We shall proceed with the transfer now, and when the time comes for your surgery in a few days, the fund will be in your account." "Dad, you..." Pingfeng. Su Rixin and Yang Rongjuan exchanged incredulous glances at Su Pingfeng. How could this be possible? Was Su Pingfeng truly willing to part with such a sum? Although they all wished for Su Tian's demise on the operating table, what if something unexpected occurred? Su Pingfeng raised a hand to silence them, then turned back to Su Tian. "The fund is yours. Is there anything else?" Su Tian appraised Su Pingfeng, having a rough idea of his intentions, but replied indifferently. "Let us proceed with the paperwork." Without further hesitation, Su Pingfeng took Su Tian to finalize the transfer. Of course, even with the paperwork completed, Su Tian would not have immediate access to the funds. After all, it was not a trivial amount, and the procedures were complicated, requiring at least 3 days for approval. Within those 3 days, he could easily revoke the funds transfer process, after nearly 2 hours of running around. They finally completed all necessary documentation, leaving them to await approval. Once the process was concluded, Su Tian parted ways with the Su family. As soon as Su Tian left, Su Rixin hurriedly asked, "Dad, what if he refuses the surgery after we give him the fund?" "Refuse?" Su Pingfeng shot Su Rixin a sidelong glance, smiling. At that point, he will have no choice but to comply. Both Su Rixin and Yang Rongjuan were momentarily stunned by this statement. "Dad, what do you mean by that?" Su Pingfeng's face revealed a shadowy smile. "You will understand in due time." Meanwhile, in the capital, in a high-end residential area. "Why do you want to harm me?" "I refuse to accept this." A furious roar erupted amidst a conflagration. "Su Tian, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Blame yourself for your ungratefulness. Set the fire. Burn him alive." Su Rixin's lips curled into a cruel smile, his eyes reflecting the inferno's glow. "Save me. Who will come to my rescue?" Yet, no matter how Su Tian struggled and cried for help, his figure was gradually engulfed by the blazing flames, ultimately leaving behind but a charred corpse. Su Tian. Tang Bingyin jolted awake, drenched in sweat. Her forehead and back clammy as if she had emerged from the depths of water. Was it merely a dream? Tang Bingyin gazed around her familiar room, letting out a slight sigh of relief. That dream had felt so real, as though she had been powerless to prevent Su Tian from perishing in the fire. The feeling of helplessness had nearly suffocated her. After taking a few deep breaths, she went to the bathroom to splash some water on her face, regaining a bit of clarity. Yet, the more awake she became, the more she felt that the scene from her dream had been all too real. Returning to her bed, sleep eluded her. She could distinctly sense Su Tian's despair and helplessness in his voice. After about 10 minutes, Tang Bingyin rose, picked up her phone, and dialed a number. "Away from now on. Protect Su Tian in secret if he is ever in danger. Report to me immediately. 3 days later, at a private hospital in Jiangshan." Lim Yaoyin lay pale upon the hospital bed, various tubes sustaining her life. The patient required immediate surgery. Any further delay could result in missing the optimal window for the procedure, significantly decreasing the chances of success. The attending physician looked gravely at Su Tian and the Su family. "We cannot delay any longer." Hearing this, Su Pingfeng's expression turned anxious as he turned to Su Tian. "Little Tian, I told you 3 days ago to proceed with the surgery, but you refused to listen. You have delayed this for 3 days, and now we have the critical notice for Lim Yaoyin's condition. Do you still wish to postpone?" Chapter 27. She will help Su Tian one last time. Su Pingfeng's frustration flared. "Money, money, money! Su Tian, What lies before you is a living, breathing life. I've already promised you that I would facilitate the transfer. For the past 3 days, our family has been busy with this matter. Cannot we save a life first and discuss the funds afterward? Yang Rongjuan sighed in agreement. Yes, Su Tian, please listen to your father's advice. Saving a life is paramount. Mr. Su, we truly cannot afford any further delays. The attending physician interjected. Su Tian surveyed the group before him. Chuckling, you need not attempt to morally bind me. It is futile, I reiterate, without the funds. Do not expect me to agree to this surgery. Seeing Su Tian's steadfast refusal, Su Pingfing's expression darkened further. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth. Fine, I will call and urge them again. With that, he turned to the nearby doctor, bring over the surgical consent form. Meanwhile, outside the ward, a figure observed as the doctor retrieved the surgical notification and hurriedly departed. Away found a secluded corner and promptly dialed Tang Bingyan's number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. A cold, indifferent voice belonging to Tang Bingyan came through. What is it? President Tang. Mr. Su is currently in Lin Yaoyin's hospital room, that he is about to undergo spinal cord replacement surgery 3 days prior. Upon receiving Tang Bingyan's orders, he began to monitor Su Tian closely, thoroughly investigating the matters concerning Su Tian, Lin Yaoyin, and Su Pingfeng's family. Initially, he had been uncertain whether Su Tian truly agreed to the surgery. However, today, although he could not hear the conversations within the room, the doctor had even taken out the surgical notification form, leaving no doubt about its authenticity. After Awei's words fell, silence suddenly enveloped the line. Moments later, Tang Bingyan's voice, icy to the core, pierced through. Su Tian, are you truly willing to risk your life to save that woman? At this moment, Tang Bingyan felt a tumult of anger and hatred within her. Su Tian was genuinely willing to undergo such a perilous surgery for that woman. After learning about Su Tian's recent movements, she had conducted her own investigations and discovered that the risks associated with bone marrow transplantation were significant. Not only did the patient face life-threatening dangers, but the donor also bore substantial risks that a single misstep could result in irreversible harm, or worse, endanger life itself. Yet despite her fury, Tang Bingyan could not bear to watch Su Tian gamble with his own life. Ultimately, she took a deep breath. This is the last time. I will help Su Tian one final time. Next time, even if he truly loses his life, I will not intervene. Countless times, Tang Bingyan vowed in her heart that this would be the final time she assisted Su Tian. With her words uttered, she disregarded everything else and rushed to the rooftop, boarding the helicopter that had been prepared early that morning out of concern for Su Tian. Ding! An hour later, a sudden notification sound of a text message pierced through the quiet hospital room. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned towards Su Tian. He opened the message, revealing a notification from a bank. Your account ending in 5104 has received a transfer of 100 million yuan. Please check your balance. Upon reading the message, a faint smile curved Su Tian's lips. The funds had arrived. Su Pingfing's expression darkened. Now you can sign the documents, right? Su Tian suddenly chuckled. The money is in my account. Why should I sign anything? What do you mean? Su Pingfing's face turned grim. Seeing this, Su Tian's smile widened. I said, signing is out of the question. It will never happen in this lifetime. Now that my money is returned to me, I shall take my leave. With that, Su Tian chuckled again and began to walk away. Su Tian, where do you think you're going? Su Pingfeng and Su Rixing quickly blocked his path, their expressions dark and menacing. Did Su Tian think he could simply walk away after taking their money? Not a chance. Su Tian regarded the 3 blocking his way with an air of calmness, not displaying a hint of panic. What do you intend to do? If I refuse to sign, can you force me onto the operating table? He glanced briefly at Lin Yaoyin's attending physician. Even if you were to force me, would any doctor dare perform such a surgery against my will? Su Pingfing's face darkened further, as if he could drip water from it. Suddenly, he smiled. Originally, I did not wish for Dr. Lin to take this risk, but if you insist on refusing to sign, then there's no other option. With that, Su Pingfeng turned his gaze towards the entrance of the hospital room. Dr. Lin, I may need to trouble you today. Upon hearing Su Pingfeng's words, an unsettling premonition surged within Su Tian. Just then, a familiar figure stepped through the door. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Tian's pupils dilated in shock. Lin Tong. How did Su Pingfeng manage to contact Lin Tong? The reason he felt secure today was because he was certain that no doctor would dare operate without his consent. If an accident were to occur during the surgery, no one would want to bear that responsibility. But Lin Tong was different. She would likely be enraged with him now. She could very well carry out a forced surgery. As Lin Tong entered, her gaze casually swept over Su Tian before she smiled at Su Pingfeng. It's no trouble at all. Treating and saving lives is my duty as a physician. Upon Lin Tong's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, especially Su Rixin and Yang Rongjuan, whose eyes sparkled with excitement deep down. Once Su Tian was on the operating table, he would surely perish. Then all of Su Tian's belongings would belong to them. Next, Su Pingfeng smiled courteously. Then, Dr. Lin, please commence the surgery. After Su Pingfeng spoke, two bodyguards who had entered the room at some point swiftly restrained Su Tian. You want to force me into surgery? I have not signed the surgical consent form. If anything goes wrong during the procedure, you all will not have a good outcome. Lin Tong chuckled. If you can't sign, can Tiwi take your fingerprint? Once you're dead, who can prove whether it was voluntary or coerced? With that, she stepped forward and pressed a cloth over Su Tian's mouth. Soon, Su Tian's consciousness began to fade. In a hazy state, he felt himself being transported into the operating room. Then, mechanical and emotionless voices reached his ears. Check the patient's bodily functions. Prepare for surgery. Su Tian wanted to resist, but he found himself utterly powerless. A sense of despair washed over him. Had he truly failed to escape the tragic fate of his past life? Was he destined to die at the hands of Su Pingfeng and his family once more? Meanwhile, outside the operating room, Su Pingfeng and his wife, along with Su Rixin, were filled with excitement. They were on the verge of obtaining all of Su Tian's assets, as long as Su Tian died on the operating table. They would quickly cremate him, ensuring that neither Tang Bingyan nor Li Fujin would uncover any trace of wrongdoing. However, at that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the operating room. The three members of the Su family instinctively looked up. Upon seeing the person leading the charge, they all inhaled sharply, nearly frozen in disbelief. Chapter 28. The arrival of Tang Bingyan. Tang Bingyan? Wasn't she supposed to be in the capital? Yet before the Su family could fully process their shock, Tang Bingyan stormed into the operating room, accompanied by several subordinates. Who are you people? This is a hospital, a surgical room. What do you intend to do? The doctors and nurses inside the operating room rushed to intervene. Get out of the way. Ah Wei, who had left earlier to fetch Tang Bingyan, quickly stepped forward to push aside those obstructing their path. Like a tea that moment. He was consumed with anxiety, for he had been the sole guardian of Su Tian, fearing that a large crowd might raise suspicions. But he never anticipated that in the time it took to fetch someone, Su Tian had already been wheeled into the operating room, that if anything were to happen to Su Tian today, Tang Bingyan would ensure that he would not escape unscathed. President Tang. The door to the operating room is locked from the inside. A subordinate of Ah Wei reported anxiously. Ah Wei's heart sank, and he quickly commanded, breach the door. Yes, but it will require some time. Tang Bingyan glared at the tightly shut door of the operating room, her aura chilling to the bone. She turned to the surrounding medical staff, her voice devoid of any emotion. Tell those inside to cease the surgery. Otherwise, if anything happens to him, I will ensure that all of you accompany him to the grave. The surrounding doctors and nurses felt their hearts race. However, whether out of fear or shock, no one moved. Su Pingfeng hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to stand before Tang Bingyan. Bingyan, Su Tian is undergoing surgery inside. If you force your way in, the doctors might panic and cause an accident during the procedure, which would not be good. Tang Bingyan coldly regarded Su Pingfeng. Why are you allowing Su Tian to go on a knife? Are you unaware of the dangers involved in this surgery? Su Pingfeng sighed, wearing an expression of both sorrow and helplessness. It was Xiao Tian who insisted on saving Lin Miaoying, claiming they were childhood sweethearts. He couldn't bear to watch her die, and today he voluntarily signed the consent. We did not coerce him. The moment his words fell, the temperature around Tang Bingyan plummeted to an icy low. Childhood sweethearts? Ha! What a farce! No matter what she sacrificed, even her life for Su Tian, it still paled in comparison to the term childhood sweethearts. Yet even with her fury, knowing Su Tian faced life-threatening risks inside the operating room. She suppressed her anger. Next, her gaze, as frigid as glacial ice, locked on his Su Pingfeng. You had better pray that Su Tian emerges unscathed. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to arrange a surgical procedure for you as well. Su Pingfeng's heart constricted suddenly. Tang Bingyin's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate his very soul. He could clearly sense that she was not jesting. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, Su Tian, in a dazed state, sensed the blinding surgical lights above him. He struggled to open his eyes wider to see everything clearly before him. Through his blurred vision, he saw Lin Tong approaching with a scalpel in hand at this moment, although Lin Tong was wearing a mask. It seemed as if Su Tian caught a glimpse of her wielding a scalpel, her face twisted into a malevolent grin. Lin Tong looked down at him, her gaze reminiscent of that directed at a fish awaiting slaughter on a chopping board. Su Tian, because of you, I have lost 2 valuable connections, and even my job. It is also because of you that I have descended from a renowned top physician sought after by many to being a mere doctor in this dilapidated hospital. Everything you are about to endure today is of your own making. As her words echoed, Lin Tong slowly moved the hand clutching the scalpel above Su Tian's exposed abdomen, sensing her movements. Su Tian strained to lift his hands in a futile attempt to resist. However, the anesthetic rendered him utterly immobile despite his desperate efforts. All he could do was watch as the blade, glinting ominously, drew ever closer. Bang! At that moment, the operating room door was flung open with great force. Stop! A Wei stormed in, accompanied by a throng of bodyguards. Upon seeing Tang Bingyin, Lin Tong shuddered, nearly dropping the scalpel onto Su Tian. Tang Bingyin? In that instant, Lin Tong was utterly taken aback. She never fathomed that Tang Bingyin, who Su Pingfeng had claimed was divorced from Su Tian, would appear here, away, observing the scalpel tightly grasped in Lin Tong's hand and the partially exposed Su Tian on the operating table. Trembled in terror. Lin Tong, you're courting death. In an instant, he kicked toward Lin Tong. Crack! Ugh! Lin Tong, already over 50 and lacking physical fitness, was sent crashing to the ground, her right leg shattered by a Wei's kick. The intense pain drained the color from her face. Under the gaze of her sheer horror, Tang Bingyin stepped forward, approaching Su Tian. Glancing at Su Tian, who was deeply anesthetized yet unharmed on the operating table, she let out a sigh of relief. After a moment of contemplation, she stared at Su Tian and spoke, her expression complex. Su Tian, are you truly willing to sacrifice your life for such a woman? At that moment, a Wei approached Tang Bingyin and inquired, Tang Zong, how should we deal with that doctor? Upon hearing this, Tang Bingyin cast a dismissive glance at Lin Tong, her tone devoid of any emotion. Drag him out and dispose of him. Yes, a Wei nodded, not wasting another word as he commanded his subordinates. Take him away, dismember him. Upon hearing this, Lin Tong's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. A paralyzing dread gripped her, rendering her nearly voiceless. No, please don't. Taking a life demands a life in return. You can't kill me. You mustn't. Away merely scoffed, then waved his hand to his bodyguards, who hastily dragged Lin Tong away an hour later. Su Tian was settled into the hospital's finest ward at that moment. He lay pale and unconscious upon the bed. Tang Bingyin was gently wiping his body with a handkerchief. Suddenly, the ward door burst open. Chun Xiao, having just received news, stormed in furiously. Tang Zong. Tang Bingyin paused her ministrations, raising her head slightly, her icy gaze locking on at Chun Xiao. Are you questioning me? Chun Xiao's breath caught in her throat. Her tones softening. Tang Zong, please be rational. Su Tian has no feelings for you. He is intent on divorcing you. Now that you have saved him, once he awakens, he will seek that wretched woman again. Your actions will only deepen the wounds he inflicts upon you. Chapter 29. Li Fujin called, informing that Su Tian was looking for Tang Bingyin. Tang Bingyin continued her task, unhurriedly replying, I will not allow him to seek that woman again. Even if he despises me, I will ensure they never meet. She could bear Su Tian not loving her. She could even accept that he loved someone else. However, she could not tolerate Su Tian endangering his own health for a woman. Regardless of whether Su Tian might hate her, she would never allow a repeat of today's events. Tang Zong. Chun Xiao interjected, pulling out her phone, opening the album, and presenting it to Tang Bingyin. Tang Zong. Please stop deceiving yourself. Su Tian is not worth your affection. Tang Bingyin remained silent, merely lowering her gaze to the photos on the phone. Most of the pictures depicted Su Tian and Lin Miaoyin in intimate poses. Chun Xiao had been collecting these images, intending to present them to Tang Bingyin after her recovery, hoping to sever her lingering feelings for Su Tian. In her heart, she believed that regardless of the past or present, Su Tian had not changed. He remained the same Su Tian. Indeed, as Tang Bingyin perused the photos, she fell into a deep silence, her beautiful eyes fixated on each image, one after another, though she exhibited little overt emotional reaction. Her fingers gripping the phone had turned pale, revealing her inner turmoil. She had to seize this moment. Chun Xiao gritted her teeth and stated, Tang Zong, he only has eyes for Lin Miaoyin. You do not even compare to her little finger. Oh, you truly believe such a man is worthy of your love? Tang Bingyin shut her phone. Enough, do not speak further. However, Chun Xiao was unwilling to relent. Gritting her teeth, she continued, Tang Zong, please stop lying to yourself. You know full well what kind of person Su Tian is. Your saving him today will not evoke gratitude. He only harbors feelings for Lin Miaoyin. And in his eyes, you do not even measure up to her. Tang Bingyin's complexion darkened further upon hearing this. How could she not understand the reality of Su Tian? Yet how could she possibly let go so easily? Chun Xiao, seeing that her words had escalated to this point, and Tang Bingyin still showed no sign of abandoning Su Tian, clenched her teeth and uttered the word she had dreaded to say. Tang Zong, you have asked me several times if Su Tian sought you out after your departure. Allow me to clarify once more. He has never looked for you. Not once. Furthermore, he has already agreed to sign the divorce papers. He is merely waiting for me to handle matters pertaining to the Yin Group, so he can take over directly. Once he signs, all the divorce assets you leave for him will be transferred to Lin Miaoyin. Tang Bingyin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Zong, Chun Xiao, and Awei's expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed to support Tang Bingyin. However, she had already lost consciousness. Someone, quick, get help! Chun Xiao shouted anxiously. Though she had deceived Tang Bingyin, it was all for her benefit. She had not anticipated such a severe reaction from Tang Bingyin upon hearing her words. Soon, several medical personnel hurried in. Ding, ding, ding. Just as one of the doctors began examining Tang Bingyin, Awei's phone rang unexpectedly. His brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at the screen, noting an unfamiliar number. Concerned it might be an important call, he hesitated briefly before answering. Hello? Hello? May I speak with Mr. Awei, the personal bodyguard of Miss Tang Bingyin? A middle-aged man's voice on the other end was exceedingly polite. This is he. How may I assist you? Awei responded. Though his phone number wasn't as confidential as Tang Bingyin's, it was not easily accessible to the general public. Mr. Awei, hello, I am Li Fujin, the chairman of Fujin Group in Jiang Province. The thing is, I have a friend named Su Tian who wishes for me to help him get in contact with Tang Zong. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to facilitate this? Since the last time Su Tian had entrusted Li Fujin to inquire about Tang Bingyin, he had been diligently seeking connections to gather information about her. In the business world, Tang Bingyin was quite renowned, and he had managed to unearth a fair amount of information regarding her. For instance, 3 years ago, the legendary business figure Tang Bingyin had unexpectedly married a nondescript individual from Jiang City. Jiang Province. It was only at that moment that Li Fujin realized the connection between Su Tian and Tang Bingyin, which further enhanced his admiration for Su Tian. After all, he was aware of the romantic history surrounding Tang Bingyin. In the past, the 4 young heirs of the capital had all pursued Tang Bingyin, and countless scions of business tycoons had vied for her affection, each with formidable backgrounds. Su Tian, as the man who ultimately won Tang Bingyin's heart, could not possibly be ordinary. In his quest to build a relationship with Su Tian, he had invested significant effort to track down Awei's contact information. Upon hearing Li Fujin's words, Awei was momentarily taken aback. Then, casting a peculiar glance at the unconscious Su Tian and the fainted Tang Bingyin, he inquired of Li Fujin, Su Tian, you mean Su Tian is looking for Tang Zong? When did Su Tian ever seek out Tang Bingyin? It always Tang Bingyin, looking for Su Tian. Indeed, it is a common occurrence for couples to engage in disputes and conflicts. General Tang's sudden disappearance over such trivial matters has left Su Tian in a state of great anxiety. Otherwise, he would not have sought my assistance. Wei, somewhat perplexed, has been closely associated with Tang Bingyin for many years and is well aware of the dynamics between her and Su Tian. He finds it hard to believe that Su Tian would reach out to Tang Bingyin. When did Su Tian ever express a desire to contact General Tang? Wei inquired 3 days ago. Mr. Su saved my son's life and asked me to gather information about General Tang, replied Li Fujin. Wei was taken aback. What? 3 days ago? Are you certain you aren't mistaken? His disbelief was evident. I am quite certain, Li Fujin affirmed. After a brief hesitation, he cautiously probed, Is there an issue with this? Nothing significant. I will inform General Tang. Thank you, replied Wei. Very well, my friend Wei, if you encounter any matters in Jiang province, do not hesitate to reach out to me. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Fujin hung up the call. Wei, still processing the conversation, found it difficult to comprehend. Based on his understanding of Su Tian, even if Tang Bingyin were to vanish without a trace, Su Tian would not pursue her. However, if he had not sought Tang Bingyin, it was implausible for someone like Li Fujin to personally contact him. This implies that Su Tian indeed solicited someone to inquire about Tang Bingyin's whereabouts. Quite extraordinary. At that moment, Tang Bingyin happened to regain consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was still somewhat disoriented. General Tang, you are awake? Chun Xiao exclaimed, visibly relieved and with a look of surprise. After speaking, she cautiously picked up a glass of water and gently helped Tang Bingyin take a sip. The warm water slid down her throat, allowing Tang Bingyin to finally gather her senses. Without sparing a glance at Chun Xiao, she directly turned to Wei and asked, Wei, who just called? In her semi-conscious state, she had vaguely heard Wei mention Su Tian during the call. Wei hesitated for a moment, glanced at Chun Xiao, and ultimately responded, General Tang. The caller was Li Fujin, the chairman of Fujin Group in Jiang Province. Li Fujin. She recognized that name 3 years ago. When she ventured to Jiang Province to start her business, she had inquired about various matters in the region. Li Fujin was certainly a significant figure there. However, Tang Bingyin recalled that she had no commercial dealings with Li Fujin during her time in Jiang City. Why would he contact her? If it were business-related, he could simply reach out to her company's personnel. Tang Bingyin remarked at Wei, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Hurriedly clarified, General Tang, he mentioned that Su Tian had entrusted him to inquire about your whereabouts 5 days ago. Chapter 30. Chun Xiao exposed on hearing this. Tang Bingyin paused. Inquiring about me? Indeed, it seems Li Fujin gathered from Su Tian that you had a minor disagreement, and it appears Su Tian has sought his assistance in mediating before Tang Bingyin could further express her thoughts. Chun Xiao suddenly interjected, Wei, what nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, her gaze towards Wei was filled with a murderous intensity. Wei, fully aware of Tang Bingyin's deep affection for Su Tian, realized that discussing such matters with her was akin to pushing her deeper into a quagmire. Upon hearing Chun Xiao's accusation, Wei instinctively lowered his head. Tang Bingyin observed Chun Xiao's unusually agitated demeanor and, locking her gaze onto her, spoke, Before reporting to me, you ought to consider what should and should not be said. So, Su Tian did reach out to me, but you deemed it inappropriate to inform me. Is that correct? Chun Xiao's heart raced. General Tang, how could that be? I do not know why someone called Wei claiming Su Tian was looking for you, but he truly has not come to find me. Tang Bingyin regarded Chun Xiao silently for a moment before stating, You are one of my most trusted subordinates. Do not betray my trust in you. General Tang, I, Chun Xiao, swear I will never maliciously deceive you. However, just as Chun Xiao finished her declaration, a suited bodyguard entered the room. Lawyer Wu. Chun Xiao's heart seized. She had previously instructed Lawyer Wu to ensure that Su Tian signed a divorce agreement at all costs. Initially, she thought that Lawyer Wu would not encounter Tang Bingyin for some time, never considering that he might inadvertently reveal something. Yet, she never anticipated that Tang Bingyin would suddenly arrive in Jiang City. Prompting Lawyer Wu's visit, Tang Bingyin, Having noticed Chen Xiaoxiao's unusual reaction, calmly instructed the bodyguard. Let him in. Understood. Soon, the impeccably dressed lawyer Wu entered the room. Before he could speak, Tang Bingyan directly inquired. Lawyer Wu. Has Su Tian agreed to the divorce? General Tang. I regret to inform you that Mr. Su refuses to sign and insists on meeting you. Lawyer Wu replied apologetically. Su Tian wishes to see me? Tang Bingyan's fingers involuntarily trembled slightly. Su Tian was searching for her. He truly was. Observing Tang Bingyan's somewhat unusual reaction, Lawyer Wu's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Nonetheless, he continued, General Tang, I have already reported Mr. Su's request to Assistant Chen. I personally advise that you clarify matters before proceeding with the divorce. Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiaoxiao had been deceiving her all along. Tang Bingyan's fingers clenched tightly as she abruptly turned to face Chen Xiaoxiao, whose complexion had turned pale. In that moment, her voice dripped with icy disdain. Chen Xiaoxiao, did you not say that Su Tian has been with Lin Miaoing these past few days and has not sought me out at all? Feeling the frigid intensity of Tang Bingyan's gaze, Chen Xiaoxiao trembled uncontrollably under the immense pressure. Although she had prepared herself for the consequences of being exposed, facing Tang Bingyan's inquiry proved to be overwhelming. Meanwhile, Ah Wei, familiar with Tang Bingyan's temperament, also felt a slight tremor. He recognized that Tang Bingyan was on the verge of fury. Under the mounting pressure, Chen Xiaoxiao's voice quivered as she spoke. General Tang. Su Tian did indeed come looking for you, but it was solely for your wealth. I refrained from disclosing this to you for your own good. Chen Xiaoxiao gazed earnestly at Tang Bingyan, attempting to explain herself. However, before she could finish, Tang Bingyan suddenly rose and grasped her throat. Chen Xiaoxiao, you are the one I trusted the most, yet you deceived me. Tang Bingyan's gaze turned frigid, as if she were staring at a lifeless corpse. She might have forgiven her for other transgressions, but Su Tian's betrayal was unforgivable. Chen Xiaoxiao, you wretched being. Chen Xiaoxiao struggled to breathe under Tang Bingyan's grip, instinctively grasping at her hand in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet no matter how hard she fought, she could not budge an inch. She felt the tightening of Tang Bingyan's grip, realizing that she was genuinely at risk of being murdered. The suffocating pain and the threat of having her neck snapped brought visions of death looming before her. General Tang, Ah Wei, initially thinking Tang Bingyan merely intended to punish Chen Xiaoxiao lightly, suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation and rushed to intervene. General Tang, Assistant Chen acted with your best interests in mind. Su Tian has indeed committed numerous egregious acts over the years. While Assistant Chen's methods may be questionable, her loyalty to you is beyond reproach. For years, Assistant Chen has been diligent. Please let this one instance slide. Tang Bingyan paused at his words. She scrutinized Chen Xiaoxiao for several seconds before slowly releasing her grip. However, her gaze towards Chen Xiaoxiao remained devoid of any warmth. Do not let there be a next time. Coughing violently, Chen Xiaoxiao collapsed onto the floor, her pale neck bearing a purplish-red mark, a testament to the force Tang Bingyan had exerted. Yet as she stifled her cough, she inhaled deeply and met Tang Bingyan's gaze with unwavering resolve. General Tang, I should not have concealed the truth from you, but I am not at fault. You know better than anyone what kind of person Su Tian is. He has become cunning, appearing amiable on the surface while secretly wishing for your demise. I understand you may not believe me, but mark my words, Su Tian is not one to remain composed. Within 7 days, his true motives for suddenly being kind to you will undoubtedly surface. Tang Bingyan's brows furrowed slightly as she regarded Chen Xiaoxiao with a cold, piercing stare. Her expression remained unchanged, yet something unusual flickered in her eyes. After a brief silence, Tang Bingyan spoke indifferently. Ah Wei, take her away for the family punishment. Upon hearing this, Ah Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Tang Bingyan's words indicated that they had finally passed this hurdle, and she would not pursue the matter further. However, it seemed that Chen Xiaoxiao would endure some hardship. The Tang family's rules were notoriously strict, and after a session of punishment, she would likely be bettered in for a week or two. Ah Wei said, Sister Chen, let us go. Chen Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, casting a deep glance at Tang Bingyan before following Ah Wei out of the room. This moment, she felt no sorrow. In fact, she breathed a sigh of relief. This was because Tang Bingyin had fallen silent. Given her understanding of Tang Bingyin, she was certain that her words had been absorbed, as long as Tang Bingyin believed that Su Tian's sudden kindness was driven by ulterior motives. This instance of familial discipline would not have been in vain. With Tang Bingyin on guard, Su Tian's attempts to harm her would not be so easily executed. This was sufficient. Tang Bingyin had bestowed upon her a second chance. As long as Tang Bingyin remained unharmed, Chen Xiaoxiao could endure a bit of suffering without complaint. After Chen Xiaoxiao and Wei departed, Lawyer Wu, feeling the weight of the atmosphere, dared not linger in the room. He exchanged a few words with Tang Bingyin before making his exit. Soon, only Tang Bingyin and Su Tian on the bed remained in the room. Suddenly, Su Tian, lying down, stirred slightly. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. And before him was the exquisite visage of Tang Bingyin. Chapter 31. Does Su Rixin truly consider him a fool? Su Tian was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, "Am I dreaming?" He reached out, captivated, as if to caress Tang Bingyin's face. "Darling, you are truly beautiful." His gesture was filled with tenderness, as if he were about to touch an unparalleled treasure. However, just as his hand reached halfway, his eyes widened in surprise. Tang Bingyin regarded him with a cool gaze. Noticing the frigid aura surrounding Tang Bingyin, which was even more pronounced than usual, Su Tian refrained from speaking further at that moment. "From today onward, you are not permitted to leave this villa." Upon entering the room, Tang Bingyin fixed her eyes on Su Tian and spoke decisively. Upon hearing this, Su Tian's face broke into a radiant smile. Although Tang Bingyin appeared icy, her presence here spoke volumes. This woman had not changed. She was still the one who loved him to the core. Everything he had done had not been in vain after all. "You were worried I might seek out Lin Miaoyin, so you want me to stay here?" Su Tian teased with a smile. "Afraid I might go looking for her? Your possessiveness has grown quite strong." Tang Bingyin pressed her red lips together, remaining silent. She merely gazed at Su Tian, her enchanting yet profound eyes as tranquil as still water. Yet Su Tian understood. He had struck a chord. Tang Bingyin was primarily concerned for his safety, wanting to protect him in this almost obsessive manner. Moreover, it seemed she'd harbored doubts about him. "Rest for now," Tang Bingyin declared and strode out of the room. "Bingyin," Su Tian instinctively sought to follow her. However, at that moment, his phone rang abruptly. He picked it up to see the caller ID belonging to his elder brother, Su Rixin, and a flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. But soon he glanced at the closed door where Tang Bingyin had exited. Pondering something, he narrowed his gaze and pressed the answer button. "What is it?" "Xiao Tian, are you at Bingyin's villa?" Su Rixin's voice was remarkably cordial. "Are you following me?" "Elder brother, isn't this just concern for your safety?" Su Rixin replied dismissively, then suddenly lowered his voice. "Xiao Tian, is it convenient for you to talk right now? Is Tang Bingyin beside you?" Hearing this, Su Tian narrowed his eyes instantly. "She isn't here. Speak plainly." "I'm currently at the entrance of your villa. Would you mind stepping outside? I have something very important to discuss with you." Upon hearing Su Rixin's words, Su Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Did Su Rixin truly think he was a fool? He had nearly met his demise on the operating table at the hands of this very person, and now he was mysteriously inviting him to meet, practically writing "I want to harm you" across his forehead. However, Su Tian glanced once more at the door through which Tang Bingyin had just disappeared, and hesitated. It seemed Tang Bingyin was suspicious of his sudden kindness toward her. She might even suspect him of colluding with the Su family to harm her. Before he dealt with Su Rixin, perhaps he could utilize him to dispel some of Tang Bingyin's doubts. With this thought, Su Tian spoke again. "You're outside the villa. I've already entered, waiting for you in the living room." Because he was a member of the Su family and had frequently visited Su Tian in the past, the bodyguards outside the villa did not obstruct him. "All right, I'll come down now." As Su Tian descended the stairs, Su Rixin was seated in the living room, sipping tea. "Xiao Tian, today our parents and I were worried that Lin Miaoyin might cause you distress, which led us to act impulsively. But after all, we are family. We could never wish you harm." Su Tian suddenly laughed upon hearing this. "Su Rixin, stop pretending to be the good elder brother in front of me. Just speak your mind." Su Rixin's smile faltered slightly. However, he soon leaned closer to Su Tian, lowering his voice. This is Tang Bingyin's territory. Some matters are better discussed elsewhere. Su Tian cast a cool glance at him. There's nothing that cannot be said. Let us speak here. Su Rixin opened his mouth as if to say something, but, upon seeing Su Tian's resolute demeanor, ultimately decided against further persuasion and stated directly, "Very well, if you insist on this location. Then I shall speak plainly." As he spoke, Su Rixin glanced around furtively and whispered, at this moment, behind a sculpted column on the second floor of the villa, Tang Bingyin and Wei are standing there. Upon hearing Su Rixin's words, Tang Bingyin's aura instantly turned frigid. Wei, upon hearing this, prepared to rush downstairs to bring Su Tian up. However, just as he was about to step forward, Tang Bingyin's hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. "Wait!" Wei nearly lost his balance, stumbling into a nearby trash can. "President Tang," Wei began, but Tang Bingyin furrowed her brow slightly, signaling him to remain silent. Meanwhile, downstairs on the sofa, Su Tian was about to inquire about Su Rixin's plans. Before he could utter a word, he heard faint movements from the second floor. He cast a sidelong glance and noticed two indistinct figures hiding behind the sculpted column upstairs. He was not surprised to see them. Knowing Tang Bingyin's nature, he was certain she would be secretly watching him and Su Rixin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his time meeting with this fool. Su Tian sensed the subtle movements on the second floor. Su Rixin opposite him also took note. Instantly, a smirk crept onto Su Rixin's lips. Su Tian observed Su Rixin's reaction and, in a cooperative manner, asked Su Rixin, "What is the plan you speak of?" "Once Tang Bingyin has been drained of her value, you can take her money and elope with Lin Miaoing." "Xiao Tian, how could you forget something so crucial? Have you been affected by the anesthetic?" Chapter 32. My wife is a beauty of unmatched grace. The moment Su Rixin's words fell, Wei, hiding behind a column on the second floor, clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. "Beast! Su Tian is nothing but a beast. President Tang loves him to the core. Yet he repeatedly conspires with outsiders to deceive her, even plotting her demise. How could he do such a thing?" Just as Wei struggled to suppress his urge to charge out, he suddenly felt a chilling wave wash over him. A shiver ran down his spine. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. As if a wild beast was about to pounce and devour him whole, he instinctively slowed his breathing and stole a glance at Tang Bingyin, only to find her stunningly beautiful face was dark and cold, as if icicles could form from her expression. Especially her captivating eyes, now fixed on Su Tian as though he were her prey, ready to pounce at any moment. Wei understood clearly that Tang Bingyin was on the brink of an explosion. Such betrayal, such schemes. If it were him, he would have made Su Tian vanish long ago. The mere fact that Su Tian was still alive spoke volumes about Tang Bingyin's love for him. Wei observed Tang Bingyin's countenance, swallowing hard. In that moment, he could vividly envision the gruesome fate awaiting Su Tian. Meanwhile, under Wei's watchful gaze, Su Tian remained unfazed by Su Rixin's words. He regarded Su Rixin as one would a fool. Draining Tang Bingyin's worth? Running away with Lin Miaoing? Su Rixin was momentarily taken aback by Su Tian's reaction. He expected Su Tian to vehemently deny such baseless claims, yet his calm demeanor was perplexing. Nevertheless, to avoid revealing any cracks to the concealed Tang Bingyin, he furrowed his brow and said, "Yes, Xiao Tian. That was your exact phrasing. Now, what are your plans? Shall we proceed with the original plan to eliminate Tang Bingyin and inherit her wealth?" Upon hearing this, Su Tian suddenly laughed. "Elder brother, do I appear to be mentally deficient?" Su Rixin blinked in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. "Xiao Tian, have you truly been muddled by the anesthetic? You've always been so intelligent. How could you say such a thing about yourself?" "Indeed, you are right. I am not mentally deficient. Rather, it is you who must be." Su Rixin's expression darkened abruptly. "Su Tian, what do you mean by that?" Su Tian abruptly stood up at that moment. His face bore no trace of a smile. All that remained was a chilling disdain, as if regarding a fool. "Su Rixin, you claim I would conspire to deceive my wife out of her money to elope with Lin Miaoing. So tell me, what reason does Lin Miaoing have to compel me to commit such an act? In terms of beauty, my wife possesses a grace that surpasses all others, rendering Lin Miaoing's allure trivial in comparison. When it comes to wealth, The combined assets of 10 Lin families pale in comparison to a single fund my wife casually purchased for me. You have already acknowledged that I am not a fool. So why would I forsake my wife, who effortlessly outshines Lin Miaoying, to entangle myself with that wretched creature? In the shadows, Wei found himself utterly stunned. What is happening? Is this truly something Su Tian would articulate? Su Tian, who has always acted like a sycophant before Su Rixin, suddenly exhibited such masculinity. In that fleeting moment, the icy demeanor Wei had sensed from Tang Bingyin dissipated entirely at this juncture. A faint smile graced Tang Bingyin's lips, illuminating the darkness around her like a radiant light, her beauty truly unparalleled. Simultaneously, Su Rixin's expression darkened upon hearing Su Tian's words. He quickly realized he had been outmaneuvered by Su Tian, who had already known Tang Bingyin was present. This was a clever counter-strategy. However, he understood that confronting Su Tian now would be unwise, as Tang Bingyin was watching from the shadows. Su Rixin inhaled deeply, his expression grim. Xiao Tian, how could I have known? You devised that plan. After all, did you not claim you had no interest in Tang Bingyin and favored Miaoying instead? Su Rixin, do you possess no shame? Su Tian interjected bluntly. If it weren't for your earlier suggestion to approach Lin Miaoying to gauge my wife's feelings for me, I wouldn't even deign to glance at that woman. At this moment, you're still using her as an excuse to sow discord between my wife and me. Do you take me for a fool? Or are you merely showcasing your own foolishness? Su Tian's words echoed powerfully, resonating throughout the villa. Wei, concealed behind a column on the second floor, questioned his own hearing. Su Tian had approached Lin Miaoying for the sake of President Tang. Could this be true? Beside him, Tang Bingyin's expression softened further. She understood that Su Tian's words might not reflect reality, but even if they were false, the fact that he spoke them was sufficient. In the wake of Su Tian's righteous rebuke, Su Rixin's countenance fluctuated between anger and despair. Yet he was acutely aware that Tang Bingyin was observing him from the shadows, regardless of how frustrated he felt. He dared not confront Su Tian at this moment. Thus, despite the inner turmoil, he managed to force a strained smile. Xiao Tian, I understand that you're uncomfortable speaking here. You could have simply told me earlier. Why belittle both yourself and Lin Miaoying merely to please President Tang? Very well. Since today is inconvenient, we shall discuss this another time. Meanwhile, Su Tian remained motionless on the sofa, merely observing Su Rixin's retreating figure with narrowed eyes. His elder brother truly possesses remarkable patience. The affairs of the Su family must be resolved promptly. In this lifetime, he would ensure that the Su family never had the chance to rise again. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase leading to the second floor. And Tang Bingyin descended gracefully. Su Tian beamed at her. Greeting, wife. Tang Bingyin elegantly settled onto the sofa opposite him, her beautiful eyes gazing at Su Tian. Did my brother visit just now? Su Tian chose not to acknowledge her feigned ignorance, simply responding with a smile. He came to check on my health. Nothing of consequence. Are you hungry, dear? Let me prepare a meal for you. Tang Bingyin shook her head, replying, No need. You are still recovering. Let the kitchen staff handle it. The effects of the anesthesia have worn off. I'm fine. With that, Su Tian rose and entered the kitchen. Tang Bingyin hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to assist him. Just as the dishes were prepared and placed on the table, a commotion from outside signaled the arrival of some bodyguards attempting to intervene. Miss Xiao, President Tang, is resting inside and has yet to awaken. You, Miss Xiao, please wait while we inform him. Following this, a strikingly beautiful woman stormed in, visibly upset. Standing at around 1.75 meters tall, she wore denim shorts that accentuated her long, fair legs. This woman was none other than Xiao Rongyu, one of Tang Bingyin's few friends. Upon seeing Tang Bingyin, she immediately exclaimed in anger. Bingyin, I've heard that Su Tian, that good-for-nothing, divorced you. The bodyguards, unsure whether to intervene, hesitated, but Tang Bingyin promptly instructed, You all may leave. The bodyguards, recognizing the bond between Tang Bingyin and Xiao Rongyu, quietly retreated from the villa. Bingyin, I specifically came from the capital to help you deal with that scoundrel Su Tian. Gurgle, just as she finished speaking. Her stomach growled, seemingly drawn by the delicious aroma wafting from the table. She instinctively glanced at the spread. Peking-style shredded pork, stir-fried fish fillets, kung pao chicken, and several other dishes. Though these were simple, home-cooked meals, Tian had prepared them with remarkable finesse, making them visually appealing and mouth-watering. Xiao Rongyu inhaled deeply. It smells amazing. Having practically grown up alongside Tang Bingyan, she felt at ease, sitting down and picking up chopsticks to sample a few dishes. Instantly, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. However, just as she prepared to take a second bite, Tang Bingyan suddenly pressed her hand down. Stop. Xiao Rongyu was taken aback. Bingyan, when did you become so stingy? She instinctively looked towards the kitchen. Upon seeing the man's silhouette within, she appeared to grasp something. Bingyan, are you hiding a handsome man in a golden house? In the kitchen, Tian overheard Xiao Rongyu's words and raised an eyebrow. Handsome man? Before he could react further, Xiao Rongyu sighed dramatically, feigning heartbreak. Alas, it seems that friendship pales in comparison to romance. With a man around, you won't even let your friends eat. However, considering that you managed to let that scoundrel Tian leave, I won't hold it against you for prioritizing him over our friendship. Sigh. Regardless, your taste in men appears to have improved. After all, putting everything else aside, this one's culinary skills far surpass those of Tian. That good-for-nothing, Tian. Good-for-nothing? I wouldn't say that. You should have moved on by now. Given your looks and assets, you could have any young man you desire. Why must you cling to that spineless Tian, who lacks both looks and physique? Tian, that spineless tree. As Xiao Rongyu spoke, a mischievous glint appeared on her face. Bingyan, tell me, what type do you prefer? I could find a few more for you. Tian. He abruptly turned around, his expression dark as if he were about to erupt. Xiao Rongyu, as a 26-year-old woman still without a boyfriend, what nonsense are you spouting to Bingyan? What the? Xiao Rongyu froze upon seeing Tian. What is happening here? The delicious chef in the kitchen turns out to be this good-for-nothing. Who are you calling lacking in looks and physique? Can't you see my beauty? As for my figure, Tian suddenly smiled, looking meaningfully at Tang Bingyan. Bingyan knows whether my physique is commendable. Do I need to prove anything to you? Xiao Rongyu. All right. She conceded that calling Tian unattractive was somewhat insincere. As for his physique, she instinctively looked Tian up and down, her gaze lingering at a certain spot for a moment. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. The next second, realizing what she had done under Tian's subtle influence, she bit down hard. That scoundrel! Yet before Xiao Rongyu could voice her anger, Tang Bingyan, exuding a demeanor that suggested she was ready to support Tian against Xiao Rongyu, suddenly revealed a barely perceptible smile on her stunning face. Very good. Xiao Rongyu's eyes widened in shock. Very good? What does that mean? His physique is good. This is terrible. Bingyan has been tainted by this scoundrel. Bingyan, you must open your eyes and not let this jerk deceive you, Tang Bingyan replied. If you remain here for another minute, you'll find out. Xiao Rongyu. What does Bingyan mean? Oh no, Bingyan no longer loves me. I'm no longer her most cherished little darling. Once Xiao Rongyu's figure completely disappeared from the doorway, Tian smiled at Tang Bingyan. Bingyan, let us go, just as Tang Bingyan was about to sit down to eat. She asked, where to? Tian's lips curled slightly. Upstairs to show you just how impressive my physique truly is in gratitude for the favor you just did me. Tang Bingyan at dinner. Tian smiled deepened at her words. Although his wife remained icy at this moment, for some inexplicable reason, he felt she was SHY in his past life. He had never noticed how adorable his wife truly was. That it seemed that in the days to come, it would be quite entertaining to tease her occasionally. However, to avoid provoking her too much, Tian decided to comply with her wishes and sat down to dinner. Before their marriage, Tian had been employed at Su Corporation. After their union, the Su family, grateful for the countless benefits she had bestowed upon the company, promoted Tian to the position of vice president, albeit merely in title. Eventually, since she had been supporting him financially, and he no longer needed his modest salary, he ceased to go to work. No. Upon hearing this, Tian fell silent. He understood that Tang Bingyan's intention was not merely to confine him, but was primarily due to her concern that he still harbored feelings for Lin Miaoyin and might act impulsively because of her. Tang Bingyan furrowed her brows and said, I will take care of these matters. You need not worry. Chapter 34. A proper reward for my wife if he failed to seize these opportunities to accumulate strength. He might never stand on equal footing with Tang Bingyan. How could a relationship endure between two unequal partners? Yet, upon hearing Su Tian's words, Tang Bingyan remained unfazed. If they had not harmed you, I could overlook it, but they have already acted against you today, and I will not let any of them who wish you harm go unpunished. Su Tian felt a sense of warmth despite his helplessness upon hearing this. In the stillness of the late night, on the second floor of their residence, Tang Bingyan lay in bed while Su Tian rested on the sofa. Both bore injuries and had yet to recover. Initially, Tang Bingyan had suggested that Su Tian sleep in another room, but he insisted on sharing the same space, choosing to sleep on the sofa. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the silence of the bedroom. Su Tian awoke with a start. Bingyan, what's wrong? At that moment, Tang Bingyan sat up in bed, pale and breathless, with a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead, as if she had been startled. The nanny quickly entered the room from the adjacent chamber. Miss, did you have another nightmare? Su Tian frowned and directed his gaze at the nanny. Another one? Does she frequently have nightmares? Previously, he had always believed that Tang Bingyan approached him with ulterior motives and had never shared a room with her, leaving him unaware of her recurring nightmares. Yes, Miss has been having nightmares frequently and rarely sleeps soundly, the nanny explained as she habitually approached the bedside table and retrieved a bottle of sleeping pills from the drawer. Leave this to me. You may step outside, Su Tian said, taking the sleeping pills from the nanny, who nodded in acknowledgement and exited the room. After a moment's contemplation, he set the pill bottle down and said, You shouldn't take these anymore. Too much is harmful to your health. Tang Bingyan looked up at Su Tian without saying a word. Observing her haggard visage, he gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and smiled. How about I tell you a story? Tang Bingyan frowned. I am not a child, Su Tian chuckled wryly. All right then. Shall we discuss something else? Tang Bingyan remained silent, simply leaning against the bed, seemingly waiting for Su Tian to speak. After a brief pause, he ventured, I've always had a question. When you barely knew me, why did you suddenly wish to marry me? Even if you have a unique taste for someone like me. Surely in such a vast capital, there are others like me. Moreover, after our marriage, I have done so many things that hurt you, yet you never seemed angry, forgiving me regardless of the situation. The more you do this, the more uncomfortable I feel, leading to even more actions that wound you. You need not be so indulgent towards me. Before Su Tian could continue, Tang Bingyan interjected, I have not been indulgent. The abruptness of her response left Su Tian momentarily speechless. The very reason he had been averse to Tang Bingyan was due to her tendency to stifle conversation. In their early encounters, it was often he who spoke, only to have her interject and cut him off before he could express his thoughts. At times, he felt as though she nearly caused him internal injuries from her interruptions. Nevertheless, he had grown accustomed to her nature and, after a brief pause, followed her lead. Since you have not been indulgent, allow me to return to work. Tang Bingyan contemplated for a moment and replied, That is acceptable. Really? Su Tian was taken aback. Just hours earlier, she had refused, and now she had changed her mind. When had his wife become so agreeable? However, before he could express his surprise, Tang Bingyan clarified, If you wish to work, then you shall be the president of Yin Corporation. That company has always been intended for you, to Su Tian. No wonder Tang Bingyan had changed her stance so suddenly. However, Su Tian was not one to simply capitulate. Tang Bingyan possessed her own tenacity, and he held his principles. Taking a deep breath, he looked earnestly at Tang Bingyan and stated, Tang Bingyan, we are married. Does it matter whose money is used? Su Tian smiled. If I were to spend your money even on a wedding gift, would your family respect me? Others may not regard me, but your family must. Upon hearing this, Tang Bingyan fell silent. That moment. Her emotions were tumultuous. In the past, Su Tian would never have made such a statement. Now, she could not deny that his words struck a chord within her. She did not care how her family perceived her, but she wished for no one to belittle Su Tian. Most importantly, his consideration for her family suggested Su Tian was beginning to care for her. Yet, she had been deceived by him too many times. She was unsure if his change of heart was sincere or if he sought to use this opportunity to pursue Lin Yaoyin. This was her last chance. She would grant him one final opportunity. With this thought in mind, Tang Bingyin gazed intently at Su Tian and said, "If you wish to go, then go ahead. Should you deceive me again, I shall never grant you another chance to leave my side." "Wife, thank you." Su Tian gently cradled Tang Bingyin's face and placed a soft kiss on her fair forehead. "That I will not disappoint you." "Good," Tang Bingyin replied. Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled that he lowered his head, his gaze falling upon Tang Bingyin's nearly perfect crimson lips. However, just as he leaned in to kiss her, he felt a sudden heaviness on his shoulder. In the next moment, looking at the peacefully breathing Tang Bingyin, he found himself at a loss for words. Originally, he had intended to seize this opportunity to reward his wife. Yet now it seemed that such a splendid chance had slipped through her fingers. He felt a pang of regret for her. The following day, when Tang Bingyin awoke, she found Su Tian had already left. She frowned slightly, noticing a bowl of white rice porridge on the bedside table, beneath which lay a note. Chapter 35. Su Tian returns as vice president. The note bore strong and vigorous handwriting. "Wife, I have gone to work. Remember to have breakfast." Tang Bingyin's lips curled into a faint smile, lifting her spirits instantly. After finishing the breakfast Su Tian had prepared for her, she took out her phone, intending to handle some work matters related to the capital, when a text message caught her attention. It was a notification for a fund transfer. The amount was a staggering 100 million. The sender was none other than Su Tian, with a note reading, "This is our wedding fund. You are the leader of our family, so you shall manage it." Tang Bingyin stared at the text message, momentarily lost in thought. Previously, Su Tian had always asked her for money. Now he had transferred the entire 100 million fund to her. This sudden change left her feeling as though it were unreal. It was not that she was unwilling to trust Su Tian, but rather she feared it was a prelude to a larger deception. Hopefully, he had truly transformed. Tang Bingyin gazed at the transfer notification, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, at Su Corporation's project department conference room, Su Rixin was in a meeting with several executives. The Nordjiang district was preparing to construct a subway, and it was anticipated that property prices in the area would skyrocket in the next 2 to 3 years. Just moments ago, Vice President Wu had proposed taking out a loan to acquire a piece of land valued at 200 million as Su Rixin finished speaking. Everyone in the conference room raised their hands in agreement. Prior to the meeting, they had all conferred, so this gathering was merely a formality, and naturally, no one would oppose it. Since there were no objections, he was about to announce the outcome when a voice suddenly interrupted from the doorway. "I have an objection." The voice resonated starkly in the spacious conference room, causing everyone to turn in surprise. "Who was it?" Su Rixin's smile vanished instantly. Someone dared to oppose him at this moment. The other executives simultaneously turned their gazes toward the entrance. The next moment, their expressions shifted in astonishment. "Su Tian, what on earth was this useless person doing here? It has been quite some time since you last visited the company, hasn't it? Do you have any opinions? On what basis do you feel entitled to express your opinions regarding our decisions?" The gazes of those present in the conference room, directed at Su Tian, were unmistakably laced with disdain. In the minds of everyone, Su Tian was merely an inept scion, idling away at the company, without contributing. In response to their ridicule, Su Tian simply smiled faintly. "What gives me the right to have an opinion? Quite simply, the property in the Beijing district is poised for a collapse during its opening. In a previous life, the Su Group invested heavily in the properties of Zhongbei district, only to face utter ruin. Had it not been for the acquisition of all of Tang Bingyin's assets in Jiangsheng, bankruptcy would have been imminent." However, as Su Tian's words hung in the air, the senior executives of the company reacted as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke, their faces betraying nothing but sarcasm and disdain at a collapse in the Beijing district. What a preposterous notion! Su Rixin, witnessing this, raised his hand to silence the crowd and turned to Su Tian, asking, "Su Tian, could you enlighten me on the rationale behind your statement?" Su Tian, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, "The property in the Beijing district has been inflated in value due to the planned subway line. However, what if that subway line were to be scrapped or relocated? How could that be possible? This is a government project. It cannot simply be abandoned at will. Do you think this is a trivial matter?" The senior executive scoffed. Su Rixin feigned a sigh of disappointment. appearing quite let down by Tian. Tian, you are still young. There are matters you do not comprehend. I do not blame you. For now, please sit quietly and observe. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to showcase your abilities in the future. Daha. Tian chuckled. Perhaps we should place a bet on this matter. Rishin furrowed his brow. A bet on what? If the subway line is not relocated, I shall voluntarily resign from the company and refrain from involving myself in any of its affairs. Furthermore, I shall generously donate 50 million to the Su Group. Upon hearing this, Rishin's eyes momentarily gleamed with intrigue. With Tang Bingyan as Tian's backing, he dared not forcibly expel Tian from the company. However, if Tian were to propose it himself, then he could not be held accountable. Noticing the change in Rishin's expression, Tian's lips curled slightly. However, I must make it clear that if the subway line is indeed relocated, I shall claim your position and 20% of the company's shares. Very well. Rishin readily acquiesced, not pausing to consider the implications that it was common knowledge that although the subway line for the Beijing district had been discussed recently, it had been in planning for many years and could not be altered on a whim. Moreover, if he had not received some reliable insider information, he would not have dared to take the immense risk of borrowing 200 million to purchase the land. Tian, that fool, dares to wager on such a trivial matter. What utter foolishness! Meanwhile, the other senior executives remained silent, yet their expressions conveyed a shared sentiment of mockery and anticipation. They all believed, as Rishin did, that Tian was destined to be ousted. After Rishin's agreement, he expressed some concern and asked with a smile, Tian, you should specify a time frame for this matter. 3 days. Tian extended 3 fingers. In 3 days. If the subway is not relocated, I will voluntarily leave the company. Agreed. Is settled. Rishin hastily affirmed, anxious that Tian might have a change of heart. He then added, to ensure everything is in order, let us formalize this agreement. Should the subway line be relocated, we will transfer 20% of the company's shares to you. Conveniently, all the shareholders are present today. I wonder if anyone has any objections? The senior executives, upon hearing this, voiced no dissent. After all, Rishin was wagering his own shares against Tian. Should he lose, they would not incur any losses, and should he win, the company would gain 50 million without any effort. They would all benefit from this arrangement. Soon enough, Rishin drafted the agreement with Tian right then and there. After both parties had signed, Rishin looked at Tian's signature on the document. A shadow of a smile creeping onto his lips. Tian, this is a pit you have dug for yourself. Do not blame me. Conversely, Tian gazed at the contract in his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He distinctly remembered that in his previous life, the announcement of the subway's relocation for the Beijing district came precisely 3 days later, due to a local investor's interest in the original subway site for the construction of a factory. In a bid to attract investment, the Jiangxing government altered the subway's construction site. Consequently, the Su Group suffered greatly from this decision. Had it not been for the pressure from Su's father and son duo, prompting him to seek out Tang Bingyan, he would not have found himself entangled with her even after their divorce. Chapter 36. A gift. After Rishin and Tian completed their signatures, Rishin announced that the land acquisition plan will be discussed 3 days later. And the meeting adjourned. As they were leaving, a vice president, passing by Tian, cheerfully patted him on the shoulder. Young man, the subway relocation. What are your thoughts on it? The other senior executives also laughed and shook their heads in unison. Each one believed that the subway's relocation was an impossibility, absolutely out of the question. Unless an extraordinary natural disaster were to occur, the construction of the subway in the Beijing district was a foregone conclusion. In 3 days, the truth would reveal itself. Tian, having no desire to engage in further discussions, exited the conference room directly. After leaving, he headed to the company's archives and perused all the project materials and bid documents from recent years. The subway would simply not be built in the Beijing district. Not that it would not be constructed at all. As for the soon-to-be connected Nanshan district, property prices were about to surge dramatically. Recalling from his previous life, he knew that a parcel of land in the Nanjing district would be auctioned tomorrow, that he needed to prepare the bidding documents before then and submit the bid under the name of the Su Group. However, Due to his prolonged absence from work, his position had been revoked. He casually grabbed a stack of documents and searched for an available conference room to study them. Since his rebirth, Tian's memory had proven to be remarkably sharp, though not photographic. He could recall the contents after just one glance. However, before he could delve too deeply into the documents, Rixin and a vice president approached, escorting a young woman in her 20s who exuded an air of elegance beneath her oversized sunglasses. Obscuring much of her face, the identity of this young lady was unmistakably that of a prominent figure from a distinguished family. The young beauty appeared indifferent to Rixin's sycophantic demeanor, while he and Vice President Wu dared not say much, merely following behind with 4 smiles. Who is she? Such an impressive presence. I heard she is a major client visiting from the capital. I just overheard Rixin refer to her as Miss Tang. Perhaps she is affiliated with a branch of the Tang group. No wonder Rixin and Vice President Wu are so courteous. They treat her like royalty. Yet, one must admit, this beauty is truly stunning. Amidst the whispers of the office staff, Miss Tang was ushered into the conference room. That's Rixin's associate, spotting Tian in the meeting room. Couldn't help but frown. Why is he pretending to be busy here when he is about to be ousted? Get out. He had clearly observed Tian swiftly flipping through the pages. Spending barely 5 seconds on each dot, it was evident he was merely putting on a fade. The young lady they were welcoming, upon glancing at the documents in Tian's hands, subtly raised an eyebrow. However, she said nothing, casting one last penetrating look at Tian before exiting the conference room and addressing Rixin. Let us change locations. That evening, Tian returned to his former workspace, tidying up the items that had been carelessly discarded beside his desk. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a beautifully wrapped red gift box among the clutter. Upon opening it, a platinum necklace emerged, its pendant engraved with the letters YT. This was the necklace he had meticulously chosen for Lin Miaoying. The letter Y represented Lin Miaoying's initial, while the letter T corresponded to his own that he had intended to gift it to her on her birthday. But due to unforeseen circumstances, he had never had the chance to present it before his rebirth. Reflecting on some of his past foolishness, Tian shook his head and casually placed the necklace on the table. At that moment, Rixin entered the room. As he was about to speak, he caught sight of a necklace in Tian's hand. Momentarily taken aback by the initials on the pendant, he quickly masked his surprise, allowing a faintly sinister smile to surface for just an instant before repressing it. With a congenial expression, Rixin approached Tian, saying, "Little Tian, my brother's agreement to that wager was not a wish for you to leave the company. Rather, he simply wanted you to understand that you are now an adult and must bear the consequences of your impulsiveness." Tian smiled warmly at Rixin. "Is it not your desire for me to depart? Surely, you must be eager for me to vacate the company." Rixin sighed. "Little Tian, Tang Bingyan has shielded you far too well. Without her, you would undoubtedly find it difficult even to have a meal." Hearing the sardonic tone in Rixin's words, Tian couldn't help but chuckle. "My wife is young, beautiful, and capable by day. She tirelessly works to support me, and by night, she is my little darling who indulges my every whim. Brother, are you envious?" Rixin's expression suddenly stiffened in that moment. His gaze towards Tian was filled with a murderous intensity. He still could not fathom why Tang Bingyan, a stunning beauty with remarkable abilities, would choose to be with someone as inept as Tian. "Little Tian, some things, once acquired, must also be safeguarded. I hope Tang Bingyan is genuinely fond of you, and not merely seeking temporary novelty." Having said that, Rixin turned on his heel and left Tian's office with a cold demeanor. Outside the office, Rixin immediately accessed the surveillance footage. Soon, he saved a screenshot of Tian opening the gift box. Subsequently, he sent the screenshot to Tang Bingyan, sister-in-law. "Tian has been quite diligent at the company today and even prepared a gift for you." After sending the message and confirming it was received, a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. In the villa, Tang Bingyan sat on the sofa, her hands tightly gripping her phone, her fingers turning pale. Her phone screen displayed the very photo Rixin had sent her. She stared at the image, her gaze fixating on the letters engraved on the necklace's pendant, her expression growing frosty that moment. The entire living room seemed to be engulfed in the icy chill of her emotions. After a brief silence, Tang Bingyan dialed Ah Wei's number. Considering the approaching end of the workday, she had already sent Ah Wei to wait downstairs at Sue's company. Meanwhile, upon ending the call, Ah Wei felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he could sense from Tang Bingyan's tone that Su Tian had certainly done something foolish again. A storm was brewing. Something significant was about to happen. He had to act swiftly. Ah Wei could hardly imagine what would unfold next. His sole focus was to execute Tang Bingyan's instructions flawlessly, for he knew that if Su Tian faced misfortune, his own situation would be dire as well. At the same time, Su Tian casually glanced at the camera overhead. Su Rishin's demeanor upon leaving had been off, based on his understanding of his brother. It was uncharacteristic for him not to scheme against someone. Yet, Su Tian exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly took out his phone and snapped a picture of the gift box, sending it to Tang Bingyan. After sending the photo, Su Tian composed a text. "Darling, guess what I bought for you?" Chapter 37. When did Su Tian become so cunning? He did not stop Su Rishin from secretly plotting something. After all, he was aware that Tang Bingyan currently harbored doubts about him. His aim was to use certain events to ensure she would not easily trust others' words, thereby reducing her suspicions towards him. In the villa, Tang Bingyan stared at the text message and the familiar gift box in the photo, her expression momentarily dazed. Was that necklace intended for her? Upon reflection, the letter Y on the pendant could signify not only the beginning of Yin, but also the first letter of Yin. However, upon first seeing the photo Su Rishin had sent, her initial thought was that it was a gift from Su Tian to Lin Miaoying. Yet, it was not entirely her fault for jumping to conclusions. After 3 years of marriage, Su Tian had always been infatuated with Lin Miaoying and had never given her a gift. This was the first time Su Tian had taken the initiative to present her with a gift. Stirring an unfamiliar emotion within Tang Bingyan, "I don't know," she replied, but on the other side. Upon reading the message, Su Tian couldn't help but smile. Regardless of whether Su Rishin had sent something to Tang Bingyan, his crisis seemed to have been averted. He then edited another message and sent it. Suddenly, the office door was flung open. Su Tian turned to see Ah Wei briskly entering with 2 burly bodyguards. Su Tian's movements momentarily halted. Although he had suspected this scenario, Ah Wei's arrival confirmed his fears. Fortunately, he remained quick-witted. Otherwise, his previous efforts might have been in vain. Su Tian nodded at Ah Wei. "All right." With that, he picked up the gift box from the table and followed Ah Wei out of the office. It seemed Su Tian was off to meet Lin Miaoying again. He had even prepared a gift. With that thought, Ah Wei's expression grew colder. "This is a gift I bought for your General Tang." Su Tian smiled. Indeed, Ah Wei scoffed derisively. "Do you take me for a fool? Or think General Tang is one?" Su Tian did not engage in a debate with Ah Wei. Striding towards the company entrance, Ah Wei watched Su Tian's audacious demeanor, bolstered by Tang Bingyan's affection, and felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him. However, he suppressed the impulse, realizing that if Su Tian were able to resolve today's crisis and then whisper sweet nothings to Tang Bingyan, his own fate would be dire. He could not comprehend how Su Tian's judgment could be so clouded. Compared to Lin Miaoying, General Tang was in a league of her own. Any man would choose General Tang. Yet Su Tian remained fixated on that wretched Lin Miaoying. It was utterly nonsensical. The two remained silent as Ah Wei observed Su Tian's tender care for the exquisite gift box. Nearly choking on his frustration, upon returning to the villa, Ah Wei entered the living room first. Finding Tang Bingyan seated at the table, sipping coffee, she acknowledged him with a soft hum before instructing, "Have the kitchen bring out dinner." Ah Wei was taken aback by her request. During their earlier phone conversation, the ominous chill in Tang Bingyan's voice had been palpable. It was clear that she was aware of Su Tian's rendezvous with Lin Miaoying. Now, why would she prepare dinner for such a useless man who betrayed her trust? Did Su Tian truly deserve it? Unable to restrain himself, Ah Wei blurted out, "General Tang, Su Tian mentioned he prepared a gift for you. Would you like to see it?" On the way, he had inadvertently noticed the letter on the necklace pendant and had been convinced it was for Lin Miaoying. Although he understood that Tang Bingyan would not truly harm Su Tian regardless of what she knew, he figured she would not be able to enjoy her dinner in peace. However, He never anticipated that Tang Bingyin's reaction to his words would not be anger, but instead a hint of embarrassment. Wei was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Surely, General Tang did not believe that Su Tian's gift was intended for her. How could the cold, ruthless businesswoman lose her wits in front of Su Tian? Even without thinking, it was evident that the gift could not possibly be for her. At that moment, he suddenly felt reluctant for Tang Bingyin to see the necklace inside the box. He had no idea how heartbroken she would be upon seeing it. Meanwhile, Su Tian, unbeknownst to him, had already entered the living room. He shot Wei a disapproving glance. I was planning to surprise my wife, but you ruined it. That Wei was taken aback. He had not expected Su Tian to remain so composed. Could it be that he had prepared 2 gifts? Then, under Wei's astonished gaze, Su Tian slowly approached Tang Bingyin. Without any preamble, he opened the gift box to in that instant. The very necklace that Tang Bingyin had seen in the surveillance screenshot from Su Rixin appeared before her eyes. Darling, this is a necklace I specially customized for us. The 2 letters correspond to the last letters of our names at Wei. At that moment, he was utterly dumbfounded that it could be interpreted this way. Just moments ago, he had been convinced the Y was the first letter of Yin, but he had failed to consider it could also signify Yin. Yet even now, he struggled to believe that the gift was originally intended for Tang Bingyin. When did Su Tian become so cunning? Su Tian, naturally, paid no mind to Wei's internal turmoil that he gazed at Tang Bingyin with a smile. Darling, do you like it? Tang Bingyin cast him a fleeting glance. Warmth flickering in her eyes, yet her words were nonchalant. It's all right. Seeing Tang Bingyin exhibit a hint of happiness while maintaining her aloofness, Su Tian's smile deepened. Then let me help you put it on. Before she could protest, he stepped forward and fastened the necklace around her neck. Tang Bingyin's fair skin contrasted beautifully with the black dress she wore, the platinum necklace gleaming against her porcelain neck. Radiating an ethereal glow, she sat quietly on the sofa, resembling a queen who could only be admired from afar. Darling, you look stunning, Su Tian exclaimed earnestly. Tang Bingyin shot him a cool glance, her expression seemingly conveying that her beauty was a matter of course. Su Tian instinctively leaned in and placed a soft kiss on her crimson lips. Tang Bingyin was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 38. The subway has indeed been renovated. However, before she could take any action, Su Tian had already separated from her. Wife, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go make something, Tang Bingyin. And not to mention that the meal had already been prepared by the housekeeper, was eating now really the priority? But before Tang Bingyin could say anything, Su Tian had slipped into the kitchen like a cat that had just found an easy opportunity. Tang Bingyin. The next day, Su Tian presented the completed bidding documents for purchasing land in Nanshan District to Tang Bingyin. After she helped correct a few errors, they were submitted. 3 days later, Su Tian bid farewell to Tang Bingyin early in the morning and headed straight to Su Corporation. During those 3 days, Su Tian had not gone to the company, but had dedicated his time to studying and accompanying Tang Bingyin. However, even though he was aware that Tang Bingyin would likely not refuse him, he refrained from taking a step closer. There was still some distance between them. Until he could ensure that he provided Tang Bingyin with enough trust and security, he did not plan to develop their relationship further. This was his responsibility to her, and a mark of respect. Upon entering Su Corporation, Su Tian found a conference room bustling with activity. 3 days had passed, and there was no news of any subway renovation. Haha, can I just say that Su Tian is nothing but a foolish babbler? No one disagrees, right? If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have bothered asking around. Su Tian's foolish bets with Su Zong were truly absurd. The high-ranking officials were discussing the subway renovation that Su Tian had mentioned 3 days prior. Amidst their chatter, Su Rixin slowly walked into the office. Today, he appeared particularly spirited compared to usual. Everyone's here. Su Rixin noticed that most of the senior executives had already gathered, and his smile grew even more triumphant. Today, Su Tian would be forced to leave the company. This alleviated a significant burden for him. Good morning, Su Zong, but where is that scoundrel Su Tian? Yes, Su Zong, why didn't Su Tian come with you today? Hearing the eager voices of the crowd, Su Rixin's smile deepened. However, he quickly restrained his expression, raising his hand to signal for silence, and then spoke. The wager was that Su Tian wanted to find an excuse to avoid coming to work. The subway renovation is impossible, and unless something unexpected happens, he will not be coming today. The senior executives are taken aback that he won't come, just like that. Even if he didn't show up, shouldn't he at least provide an explanation for his absurd rumors? The company's senior officials were quite displeased with Tian's actions. Many of them have been on edge for 3 days because of this matter. Now, Tian was saying he wouldn't come. And how could they simply let it go? Rixin chuckled. All right, everyone, let us put this matter to rest. Tian has received his due punishment and will no longer cause trouble in the company. However, just as Rixin finished speaking, an unexpected voice rang out from the door of the conference room. Who said I wouldn't come? Here I am. Tian. The senior executives turned in unison toward the door upon hearing that familiar voice. Under their watchful gazes, Tian strode into the conference room, beaming with a radiant smile as he greeted everyone. Good morning, everyone. You scoundrel, how dare you come back? Tian, didn't you say the subway would be renovated? Yet, there is not a shred of news about it. Today, you must provide us with an explanation. Tian observed the aggressive demeanor of the crowd, unperturbed, as he pulled out a chair leisurely and sat down. Seeing the situation in the conference room deteriorate, Rixin quickly approached Tian. Frowning, Tian, I already sent you a message this morning telling you not to come to the company. Why are you here? What? Am I not allowed to come? Tian glanced at Rixin. Rixin's expression stiffened, and he sighed resignedly. Tian, I'm not telling you not to come for your own good. The subway cannot be renovated, and your ridiculous wager has caused them 3 days of anxiety. If you stay here, the company won't let you off easily. Tian looked at Rixin, who was again putting on the persona of a big brother, and scoffed disdainfully. There's still a day left. What's the rush? However, the senior executives, witnessing Tian's audacity, felt their anger intensifying. Tian, do you find this amusing? Now, you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, we will not let this go. Rixin, seeing the situation escalate, once more earnestly advised Tian, Tian, you're only using this bet to find an excuse to avoid coming to work. I will talk to Tang Bingyan, and you don't need to put on an act here. Just then, Rixin's secretary, a striking woman clad in professional attire, hurried into the conference room. Upon noticing her unusual expression, Rixin suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The secretary approached him and whispered in his ear, Zong, just now, the Jiangxing News released a statement. The subway is being rerouted. Rixin's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Instantly, the previously noisy conference room fell silent, all eyes turning to Rixin. Realizing his lapse in composure, Rixin quickly regained his demeanor. Yet before he could deflect the situation, the secretary repeated, Zong, the Jiangxing News has just announced that the subway is indeed being renovated. At this revelation, the conference room erupted into chaos. What renovated? The subway is really being renovated? How is that possible? Assistantly, you're not trying to pull a fast one on us, are you? Hearing the doubts from the crowd, the secretary's beautiful face darkened slightly. It's true. Just search for it online. You can find it easily. Go check. Subsequently, the senior executives hurriedly pulled out their phones to search for Jiangxing News. Moments later, they stumbled upon the top headline. Jiangxing subway rerouted to Nanshan District, posted just 5 minutes ago. Instantly, the conference room was enveloped in a deafening silence, as everyone stared incredulously at the information on their screens, some even questioning whether they were seeing things, refreshing the news multiple times to confirm its authenticity. It was real. How could this be? Tian was right. The senior executives gazed at Tian as if he were a ghost, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 39. Tian. Someone is watching. Yet, the one with the most troubled expression was Rixin at that moment. His face darkened to an extreme. He never imagined that Tian's words would turn out to be true. However, Rixin did not believe this was mere coincidence. There must be some manipulation behind Tian's foresight. Suddenly, Rixin recalled something and opened his phone to check Jiangxing News again. He then discovered that the reason for the subway's renovation was due to an investor from the capital city who had set his sights on the land in the Beijiang district. Prompting the change, an investor from the capital, Tang Bingyan. Su Rixin immediately connected the dots that he knew that Tang Bingyin had significant background and status in the capital, but never dreamed she could wield such power to influence a subway renovation. However, at this moment, Tang Bingyin's identity was of little consequence to him. What mattered was that with the subway renovation, Su Tian would acquire 20% of the company's shares, becoming the second largest shareholder. The mere thought of this made Su Rixin tremble with rage. He had thought Su Tian was merely gambling to find an excuse to avoid work, but little did he know, he had already learned of Tang Bingyin's investment plans. Su Tian had outsmarted him. Moreover, he had completely humiliated him. In that moment, he was nearly overwhelmed by fury, abandoning the fa-ade of the benevolent big brother he had been maintaining in front of everyone. He wanted to berate Su Tian for being a leech, for having no shame. Yet, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. He suddenly realized that revealing Tang Bingyin's background would not benefit him at all. If the executives learned of Tang Bingyin's connection to Su Tian, they would likely flock to him, flattering him incessantly. What would that leave for Su Rixin? He could not say anything, even if he suspected the truth. He could not utter a single word. However, what Su Rixin did not anticipate was that the very concern he had would soon come to fruition. Su Tian predicted the subway renovation. There can't be such a coincidence. How could he have known? This is impossible. The reason Su Tian had dared to claim the subway would be renovated 3 days ago could only mean one thing. Su Tian had known about the renovation in advance. The senior executives of Su Corporation were not fools. On the contrary, they were all intelligent individuals. Otherwise, they would not have risen to such high positions. Many of them quickly realized that the reason Su Tian was aware of this was likely due to his connections. And these connections were substantial. At the very least, they were provincial ties. Upon contemplating this, many of the senior executives could not help but gasp in astonishment. Instantly, a sense of panic swept over them. The prospect of subway reconstruction implied a level of wealth that must be beyond their wildest imaginations. If Su Tian sought vengeance, it seemed he could easily make someone vanish with just a flick of his finger. Meanwhile, Su Rixin, overhearing the discussions among the executives, grew increasingly pale, yet he dared not utter a word. However, he was acutely aware that from this day forward, following this incident, Su Corporation would no longer be solely his domain. Su Tian, President Su, you have long been aware of the subway's impending reconstruction, haven't you? A cautious executive glanced at Su Tian, tentatively inquiring. The others, upon hearing this, simultaneously turned their gaze towards Su Tian, their hearts racing. Su Tian observed their expressions, grappling with how to explain his foreknowledge of the subway plans, only to find that they had conjured the answer themselves, thus sparing him the effort. Now that I hold 20% of the company's shares, I wonder if anyone has any objections? The executives, sensing Su Tian's reluctance to elaborate, felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that their suspicions were likely correct. Su Tian has connections. None present were fools. With this realization, who would dare to oppose him? President Su, I have no objections. I too have no dissent. I shall defer to President Su. In unison, the senior executives agreed to Su Tian's acquisition of 20% of the shares. With the shareholders exhibiting particular enthusiasm, they swiftly devised a stock distribution plan and promptly signed a new contract. Thus, Su Tian was officially recognized as the second largest shareholder of Su Corporation. It was from this moment that Su Corporation boasted two presidents, one being Su Rixin, and the other, naturally, Su Tian. Although Su Tian's shareholding was a few points lower than Su Rixin's, the upper management knew of Su Tian's influential backing, rendering his status within Su Corporation no less significant than Su Rixin's. Su Rixin, witnessing Su Tian's elevation to the position of second largest shareholder, turned a deep shade of ashen. This cannot continue. At this rate, Su Tian would surely ascend above him. He would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Just then, he received a call from Su Rixin. Xiaotian, hurry to Jiangxing Hospital. Miaoyin is in trouble. The voice on the other end was fraught with urgency. Su Tian furrowed his brow. What happened? Miaoyin realized that there was no future between you two and, unable to cope, attempted to take her own life by cutting her wrists. She is currently undergoing emergency treatment. but the hospital is running low on blood plasma. As you know, her blood type is rare, and only your blood type matches hers. That if you do not wish to regret it for the rest of your life, come to the hospital at once. Tian chuckled at this. Last time, it was leukemia, and now self-harm. Does Rishin truly consider him a fool? On the other end, Rishin, having received no response from Tian for some time, feared that Tian might not believe him. Tian, I know we have had misunderstandings in the past, but this time it is genuine, a matter of life and death. Do not act petulantly. Tian's smile widened. He could only imagine that Rishin was anxiously waiting at the hospital entrance for him. The moment he set foot in the hospital, images of his visit to see Lin Yaoyin would likely be sent to Tang Bingyin's phone. Such a ruse, while perhaps excusable once, would be foolish to fall for a second time. Did Rishin truly think he could play him for a fool? Nonetheless, Tian did not outright refuse. His continued association with Rishin was a strategic decision, aimed at using Rishin's schemes to foster greater trust from Tang Bingyin. This was yet another opportunity. After a brief silence, before Rishin could speak again, Tian replied coolly, "All right, I am on my way." Simultaneously, as Tian concluded his call with Rishin, Awei upstairs received a call of his own. After hanging up, Awei approached Tang Bingyin with a grave expression. Since the incident at the hospital and the gift debacle, Tang Bingyin had been keeping Awei on watch over Lin Yaoyin. Thus, when Lin Yaoyin encountered trouble, Awei was the first to receive the news. She did not care for Lin Yaoyin's fate. Her concern lay solely with Tian's response. Awei opened his mouth, intending to warn Tang Bingyin about something. Just then, Tian approached. "Darling, I need to step out for a moment. Please have the maid prepare something to eat." Seemingly in urgent need, Tian greeted Tang Bingyin and left the villa without even changing his clothes. However, the instant Tian turned away, Tang Bingyin's expression turned icy. Her eyes, dark as abysses, grew even more shadowy, a frigid intent swirling within. Awei, standing behind her, trembled uncontrollably. Tian was going to see Lin Yaoyin. He had just received news, and now Tian was about to leave. This was no mere coincidence. Tian was undoubtedly heading to Lin Yaoyin. Awei, observing Tang Bingyin's menacing demeanor, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Tang Bingyin said nothing, her icy glare washing over the room, slowly closing her eyes. The living room fell into an oppressive silence. Awei's heart raced with trepidation. This time, Tang Bingyin's fury was more intense than ever. Tian was finished. This time, he was truly finished. At that moment, Awei found himself longing for the tranquility of the past week, despite still doubting Tian and believing he was deceiving Tang Bingyin. Yet, these days had indeed been peaceful. But Tian would ultimately remain a dog, unable to change its ways. Meanwhile, Tian exited the villa complex and hailed a taxi to Jiangqing Hospital. Once in the car, he provided the address, and the driver wasted no time, accelerating toward Jiangqing Hospital. Half an hour later, Tian alighted from the taxi and walked directly into the hospital. Tian, I knew you would come. Rishin, hiding behind a flower bed at the hospital entrance, watched Tian enter and immediately texted Tang Bingyin. "Sister-in-law, I just heard that Lin Yaoyin attempted to take her life. I came to the hospital to visit and saw that Tian is here too. Is he unwell?" Rishin certainly would not foolishly inform Tang Bingyin that Tian was there for Lin Yaoyin. He only needed to mention both names together. The rest would be clear to Tang Bingyin, without him needing to elaborate. Rishin was confident that upon receiving the message, Tang Bingyin would rush to the hospital, ideally arriving to find Tian and Lin Yaoyin together. In that moment, all his previous machinations would likely culminate. However, what Rishin had not anticipated was that after entering the hospital, Tian did not proceed deeper, but stood at the transparent glass door for a moment, silently observing Rishin's every move. A faint smile crept across Tian's lips. "Rishin, do you truly believe you can toy with me?" Meanwhile, back in the villa, Tang Bingyin sat with her eyes slightly closed, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, the tranquility of the living room was shattered by Awei's phone ringing, its sound piercingly sharp. Awei jumped in fright. Though Tang Bingyin said nothing, he could feel her mounting displeasure, fearing to provoke her. He hastily answered the call. Afterward, he covered the phone with his hand, speaking softly as he took the call. Upon hanging up, Awei's expression was one of uncertainty. He hesitated before approaching Tang Bingyan, as if he had something to say but was hesitant to voice it. Finally, summoning his courage, Awei spoke. "President Tang, Tian." Before Awei could finish, Tang Bingyan's phone vibrated on the tea table, displaying a message from Su Rixin. Tang Bingyan glanced at the message, and in an instant, her dark, penetrating eyes seemed to freeze. Awei also saw the message and quickly covered his mouth, fearing to utter a word. The living room fell into a profound silence. This oppressive quietude stretched on for an indeterminate time before Tang Bingyan picked up her phone and dialed Su Tian's number. "Where are you?" "Darling, I'm at Jiangxing Hospital. A renowned doctor just arrived." On the other end, Su Tian attempted to explain, but before he could finish, Tang Bingyan's cold voice interrupted him. Without allowing any opportunity for explanation, she hung up the call. "He went to Jiangxing Hospital?" Tang Bingyan suddenly turned, her icy gaze fixing on Awei. Awei, startled, stammered. "The people over there just said that. Go find out whom he met." Tang Bingyan's voice was devoid of any warmth, icy and commanding. Awei, hearing her tone, dared not utter another word, feeling suffocated by her chilling presence, and fled the villa in a panic. About half an hour later, from Tang Bingyan's expression and the heavy atmosphere in the living room, Su Tian could sense that her emotions had plummeted to an icy low. He rubbed his nose and approached. "Darling, take this. It will greatly help to relax your mood and assist with sleep." Saying this, Su Tian placed a prepared herbal sachet on the tea table. However, Tang Bingyan didn't even glance at it. Even now, Su Tian continued to deceive her. "Su Tian, I have previously stated that this is your final opportunity. You need not return to the company henceforth." Tang Bingyan's frosty gaze bore into Su Tian, revealing that she was genuinely incensed. "Darling, what has happened?" Su Tian feigned ignorance as he inquired. Tang Bingyan coldly interrupted, declaring, "From this day forward, you are not permitted to leave this place." With that, Tang Bingyan rose and exited the villa. Immediately after her departure, the villa's door was securely locked, making it evident that she was resolute in confining Su Tian within. In the hushed confines of the villa, Su Tian surveyed the empty surroundings, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Being confined by his wife, could this not be deemed domestic abuse? Amused by his own thoughts, Su Tian did not linger idly. Instead, he made his way to the kitchen, locating a clay pot to brew medicine for Tang Bingyan. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Tang Bingyan stood with her striking eyes slightly reddened, filled with a chilling intensity. Behind her stood Awei, who felt as though he were suffocating beneath the oppressive aura emanating from Tang Bingyan. Awei's mind was in turmoil, caught in a dilemma about whether to divulge a certain matter. He hesitated, not wishing to speak, yet the sight of Tang Bingyan in such a state left him uncertain of her potential actions. Despite Su Tian's past transgressions, he had never witnessed Tang Bingyan so incensed as she was today. After a prolonged internal struggle, Awei could no longer contain himself. He steeled his resolve and quickly organized his thoughts before speaking. Chapter 41. Tang Bingyan embraces Su Tian from behind. Tang Bingyan's gaze suddenly shifted to Awei, her lips forming two icy words that a shiver ran through Awei as he inhaled sharply. Continuing, Su Tian never made his way to the emergency room, nor has he ever encountered Lin Miaoyin. This is the hospital surveillance footage I obtained. The video was not only crystal clear, but also captured audible dialogue that in the background of the video. The scene was set in a hospital consultation room, where a doctor, well past 50, had just finished diagnosing a patient when Su Tian entered and took a seat before him. "Young man, what seems to be the problem?" the doctor inquired. "Hello, I was referred by Dr. Zhang Zizhen that I understand you are an expert in treating insomnia." Upon hearing the name Zhang Zizhen, the doctor's expression shifted slightly. "Ah, so it is a recommendation from Dr. Zhang that he mentioned your wife has been experiencing severe insomnia lately, correct?" "Yes, she has nightmares as soon as she falls asleep. That I wonder if you can treat this condition." "Mr. Datsu, I'll prescribe a calming remedy for you to try over a few courses. Most cases of such ailments stem from mental stress. As you know, the pressures on young people today are immense. Besides medication, the best approach is to spend more time with your wife and offer her some guidance. The doctor advised earnestly. As the few minutes of surveillance footage concluded, silence enveloped the room. From those initial brief exchanges, it became apparent that Tian had sought medical help for her some time ago, searching for remedies without informing her. Although Wei held a certain disdain for Tian, he could discern from the dialogue that Tian had genuinely invested effort this time. President Tang, here is the prescription list from the hospital, along with the registration form. Wei carefully placed the documents in front of Tang Bingyan. President Tang, it seems we have misjudged Tian. However, as soon as Wei set down the documents and raised his gaze, he found a striking figure on the sofa had already risen and departed the room. Upon opening the villa's front door, a pungent odor of medicine assaulted her senses. In the kitchen, Tian, hearing footsteps, turned to see that Tang Bingyan had silently approached the doorway. "Darling, you're here. The medicine will take a little longer." The doctor is an experienced traditional Chinese physician. According to Zhang Laoshi, he has successfully treated many insomnia cases, Tian said, wearing an amiable smile as he donned an apron, acting as though nothing had transpired. Tang Bingyan pressed her lips together slightly, standing still as she gazed at Tian, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, she appeared to exhale softly, then cautiously stepped behind him, awkwardly wrapping her arms around his waist. "Darling, what is the matter?" Tian asked, yet Tang Bingyan remained silent. He could not see her expression, but felt her grip tighten around him. He smiled gently and turned to embrace her, saying, "Darling, the doctor mentioned that you're under too much pressure and anxiety. If this is due to me, I promise I will never leave your side again." Tang Bingyan responded softly. That afternoon, Tian chose to forego work to remain with Tang Bingyan. The following day, Su Rixin was taken aback to see Tian walk into the office and scathe. Given Tang Bingyan's temperament, how could she have so easily let Tian off the hook after discovering his visit to the hospital the previous day? Back in the office, Su Rixin felt increasingly frustrated. Quickly suppressing his thoughts, he dialed his secretary's number. "Secretary Li, we have an important client who needs Tian to follow up today. Please arrange it." "Certainly, President Su. May I ask which company's client it is?" Secretary Li inquired. "The president of Anjiang Group and Rongshuan." Before long, Tian received the information regarding Rongshuan. The dossier was quite detailed, containing personal information about her, as well as details about her family and interests. Tian noted that the recorded date spanned back 6 months. This client had proven challenging to secure for half a year. However, she had an interest in stocks. Half an hour later, in the office of the president of Anjiang Group, president and someone from Su's group has come again. Rongshuan's secretary cautiously knocked on the office door and respectfully informed her. "Su's group?" And Rongshuan's indifferent expression darkened slightly. "Oh, they still dare to send someone here." Although the secretary also believed Tian's visit would yield no results, she dutifully reported to Rongshuan. Upon hearing this, Rongshuan's demeanor softened slightly, though her icy aura remained intact. At least they are not as foolish as before. Last time, Su's group sent a mere department manager to negotiate with me. Clearly underestimating my position as president of Anjiang Group, I dismissed him without even reviewing the proposal. Now that Su's group has sent their second largest shareholder, it barely meets my expectations, and I can afford to grant them an opportunity. "What is your command, President?" The secretary, hesitant to presume, sought clarification on Rongshuan's intent. "Let him in." Soon after, the secretary ushered Tian into the office. "Hello, President. I am Tian from Su's group." Tian extended his business card, placing it on the desk when Rongshuan showed no intention of taking it. Instead, she fixated on her computer screen, though she had afforded Su's group an opportunity. It did not imply she would be easily swayed. If Tian's performance failed to meet her standards, he would share the same fate as the previous manager, facing expulsion at the hands of security. "President, what are you reviewing?" Just as Rongshuan intended to leave Tian in suspense, Tian casually maneuvered to the side of her desk, gaining a clear view of the screen's contents. "Presumptuous! Do you not understand the rules?" Before Rongshuan could express her ire, her secretary barked from the doorway. "Is it permitted for you to pry into President and confidential company documents?" Although Tian was the second largest shareholder of Su's group, to Rongshuan, the entire company was inconsequential to her secretary. she naturally held little regard for Su Tian. Hearing the reprimand, Su Tian remained unfazed, merely chuckling lightly. If it were truly confidential, President and would not be perusing it in my presence. Are you implying that President and lacks the basic understanding of such matters? Chapter 42. President and arrives. You speak foolishness. The secretary, having intended to intimidate Su Tian, was caught off guard by his retort. Now flustered, she hurriedly pledged loyalty to Enrongshuan. I truly did not. Please believe me. Enough, you may leave, Enrongshuan said, her expression devoid of emotion as she waved the secretary away, dismissing her. When she turned her attention back to Su Tian, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet her gaze remained frigid. Su Tian, you are rather eloquent. Thank you for the compliment. President and Su Tian seized the moment to retrieve the project proposal from his briefcase. To be frank, the plan prepared by Su's group was sound, albeit overly conventional, which would likely fail to capture Enrongshuan's interest. Before arriving at Anjiang Group, Su Tian, drawing from the memories of his past life, made slight modifications to the proposal, convinced that this time he would surely receive a favorable response from Enrongshuan. However, Enrongshuan did not even glance at the proposal Su Tian had placed on her desk. Instead, she completely disregarded him, focusing all her attention on the stock trading software displayed on her computer screen. At that moment, Su Tian, who had been quietly serving as a mere backdrop, spoke up once more. President N, this stock should no longer be purchased, and it would be prudent to divest the shares currently held as soon as possible. Enrongshuan paused her mouse, furrowing her brows as she turned to Su Tian. And what is your reasoning? In just a few hours, this company will be embroiled in a scandal of monumental proportions, causing its stock price to plummet and remain stagnant for the foreseeable future. Su Tian recalled this particular stock. Although it had consistently been favored by investors, the company's owner had recently made headlines for solicitation, leading to a significant downturn in the stock's value. Enrongshuan suddenly laughed. How do you know this company will face a scandal? Don't tell me you moonlight as a gossip journalist. Clearly, she was skeptical of Su Tian's assertions. She had conducted her own research before investing in this stock and found no issues with the company. President, and I understand your disbelief, but let us wager on it. Su Tian proposed, picking up the proposal from the desk once more, that if by 5 o'clock today, the stock does not decline, in that case. We at Su Corporation shall reduce our profit margin by 3 points in our collaboration with your esteemed company. However, should the stock indeed plummet as I predict, I would hope that President and can sign the contract with us at the standard price. You have quite the scheme, Enrongshuan retorted with a cold smile. This way, regardless of the outcome of the bet, you ensure a collaboration with Su Corporation. You think I cannot see through your intentions? Indeed, you have caught me. Su Tian feigned annoyance, though his expression betrayed little regret, as if everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Enrongshuan raised an eyebrow at his demeanor. Then, she smiled at Su Tian. I shall grant you this opportunity. Should you lose, even a collaboration with Anjiang Group would cost you several million. Are you capable of making such decisions at Su Corporation? Of course, Su Tian replied with a calm smile. However, I assure you, I will not lose. Humph, how presumptuous. Enrongshuan scoffed, her irritation evident as she turned her gaze back to the stock software, which was showing a steady upward trend. I truly do not believe this stock will hit a limit down today. Moments later, just as she was contemplating purchasing a few hundred more shares, her secretary hurriedly knocked and entered the room. President N, this is bad. What is it? Enrongshuan's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The president of Zhengtong Group has been sentenced to 15 days in detention for solicitation. This news is trending. What did you say? Enrongshuan's expression changed dramatically. Zhengtong Group was the very stock she had wagered on with Su Tian. As soon as the news broke about the company's head being arrested for solicitation, the stock price quickly hit its limit down. Although Enrongshuan still had some funds trapped, the previous earnings of 30 million would perfectly offset her losses, leaving her at a break-even point. President, you haven't made any additional investments, have you? The secretary, unaware of the bet between Enrongshuan and Su Tian, feared that she might vent her frustration on him. Su Tian's demeanor was rather intriguing. According to his plan, it wouldn't be long before Enrongshuan would send someone to sign the contract with them. Now, as the vice president of Su Corporation. He had been reluctantly assigned an office by Su Rixin. Despite the latter's reluctance, in his previous life, he had diligently served Su Corporation, yet had not even had a private office, forced to share a large workspace with the marketing department staff. He had once believed that Su Rixin was merely trying to hone his skills, feeling gratitude toward him. This time, however, he would not repeat his past mistakes, given the chance to atone for them. Su Tian, the boss, wants to hold a meeting as soon as he settled into his office. Su Rixin's secretary approached him. I understand, Su Tian replied. Dismissing the secretary, he then printed the already drafted contract and placed it in a folder before heading to the conference room. Upon entering, he found the company's shareholders and senior management already present. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Tian calmly took an empty seat. The atmosphere felt somewhat akin to a tribunal, as expected, before he could even settle in. Vice President Wu, sitting across from him, questioned with an accusatory tone, Su Vice President, what is President An's response regarding the collaboration with Anjiang Group? Wu, being Su Rixin's confidant, naturally took this opportunity to voice what Su Rixin could not. As one challenge was raised, others from Su Rixin's camp followed suit, directing their criticisms towards Su Tian. Our marketing manager was sent over, yet no agreement was reached. You must know that Manager Cui is the highest performing talent in the entire company. How long has Vice President Wu been in office? He knows nothing. It is a minor issue if he fails to secure the agency rights from Anjiang Group, but if he offends President and due to reckless behavior, it could result in a catastrophic loss for Su Corporation. Let's not be too harsh, Su Rixin interjected, maintaining his facade of a supportive older brother. Su Tian wishes to alleviate my burdens. And regardless of how he fared in talks with President In, I will not hold it against him. President Su, while you are the general manager and we should not normally question your decisions, your defense of the vice president not only jeopardizes him, but also the company. Indeed, even if he is your brother, he must not be exempt. Despite Su Tian's position as the second largest shareholder, the company's power still lay firmly in Su Rixin's hands, who held more shares than Su Tian. Therefore, apart from a few fence-sitters, the company's senior management remained steadfastly aligned with Su Rixin, determined to complicate matters for Su Tian. They aimed to sway neutral shareholders, making it abundantly clear that even as vice president, Su Tian was viewed as ineffectual and unworthy of respect. Su Rixin struggled to suppress a smile, feigning difficulty as he looked at Su Tian. Su Tian, I believe in your potential for growth, but seeing as other senior members and shareholders have voiced their opinions, you ought to provide everyone with an explanation. Su Tian raised an eyebrow. An explanation of what? Vice President Wu interjected again. Let me be direct. I believe Su Tian is unfit for the vice president position and should first gain some experience at the grassroots level before being considered for promotion. Who among us hasn't started from the bottom, gradually ascending to this position? A worthless individual, relying solely on family connections, will only make outsiders perceive Su Corporation as unprofessional. Several of Su Rixin's loyalists nodded in agreement. I too support revoking Su Tian's vice president position. Given the importance of the collaboration with Anjiang Group, if he messes it up, he must face consequences. Su Tian has barely assumed office and has already jeopardized such a crucial collaboration. If he continues as vice president, the company may face imminent collapse. Su Tian listened impassively to their tirades against him. As the atmosphere grew increasingly heated, with many eager to expel him from the company, he slammed his hand on the table. Who says I have jeopardized the collaboration with Anjiang Group? Vice President Wu coldly retorted, are you still making excuses? Have you signed a contract with Anjiang Group? Although we haven't signed yet, we're close to... As soon as Su Tian's words fell, laughter erupted in the conference room. Huh? Who gave you the audacity to make such claims? If the talks failed, there should be no excuses. Do you really think President N would regret coming to you for a contract? If President N does sign a contract with you, I'll kneel before you in front of everyone. Vice President Wu seized every opportunity to undermine Su Tian. But if you fail to secure the contract, you should voluntarily leave the company. What do you say? Do you dare to accept? Of course I dare. Everyone had assumed Su Tian would back down to preserve his position at Su Corporation. Yet to their surprise, he chose to confront them head-on. Are you certain? Even Su Rixin had not anticipated Su Tian's boldness. I've secured a major client for the company. Why should I apologize? Su Tian glanced at his watch. In no more than an hour, Anjiang Group will send someone over to sign the contract. Very well. If you are so obstinate, I shall leave you to your own devices. Su Rixin sighed. Disappointment etched across his face. However, despite his words, he felt an inner joy. Su Tian, the fool, could not resist courting trouble. He had thought this young man had shown some progress recently and required caution, but seemed to have been overly concerned. Given Su Tian's lackluster character, it is inevitable that both the Su Group and Tang Bingyan will eventually face ruin at his hands. Su Tian, this defeated underling, shall await his fate, groveling like a dog at his feet. Vice President Wu beckoned to the assistant at the door. Come here, contact the Anjiang Group, since the vice president insists on going his own way. We shall no longer extend him any courtesy. However, at that moment, the assistant's expression shifted dramatically after receiving a phone call. President Su, president from Anjiang Group, has arrived. Chapter 43. Does Su Tian have a girlfriend? What? The room was instantly enveloped in shock at the assistant's words, and one anticipated that the esteemed Rongshuan would personally make an appearance. Quick, go welcome President in, Su Rixin urged, immediately rising to head outside. Yet before he could exit the conference room, a strikingly formidable and cold beauty, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards, strode in. The occupants of the conference room gasped in unison, their breaths momentarily stilled. Rumored to possess breathtaking beauty, and Rongshuan was equally known as a cold-hearted dominator, leaving many suitors devastated and despondent. Now that they beheld her, it was clear that her reputation was well-deserved. Her appearance and aura rendered everyone present utterly awestruck, scarcely daring to breathe. President in, I apologize for not greeting you properly, Su Rixin proclaimed, donning what he believed to be an impeccable smile as he approached Rongshuan. Yet, she did not spare him a glance. Walking past him directly into the conference room, Su Rixin's smile froze on his face, humiliated by Rongshuan's disregard, yet he could neither lash out nor harbor any resentment towards her. The others in the room, witnessing her reaction, were left perplexed. If Rongshuan dismissed even President Su's face, what could her purpose for visiting the Su Group possibly be? Was it conceivable that Su Tian had previously overstepped boundaries, offending this formidable woman, thus prompting her to come in person to seek retribution? The mere thought sent a wave of dizziness through everyone present. Failing to secure a partnership with Anjiang Group was not the most dire outcome. Incurring in Rongshuan's wrath would spell disaster for the Su Group. A palpable sense of anxiety swept through the room, with each individual casting resentful and furious glances at Su Tian. Incompetent and more trouble than he is worth. Is he intent on dragging us down with him? President in, Su Tian has been dismissed due to his work-related blunders and bears no connection to the Su Group. Should you wish to deal with him, please do not consider us. Vice President Wu, fearing the company might bear the brunt of wrath, took the initiative to distance themselves from Su Tian. Not consider you. And Rongshuan regarded the speaker with a frigid gaze. Her extensive experience in the business world allowed her to see through their pretenses. She then noticed Su Tian's calm demeanor, his interest evident in his eyes, by coming to the Su Group. She not only aimed to finalize the contract, but also to assert her authority over the higher-ups of the Su Group. How astute! And Rongshuan despised being manipulated, yet today she did not mind being used by Su Tian to embarrass the other executives at Su Group. For no reason other than her burgeoning curiosity towards this seemingly unremarkable man. Of course, Su Tian's offense towards President is a grave transgression. We shall uphold our principles and personally hand him over to you for your judgment. Vice President Wu declared with a sycophantic smile. Just say the word, and we will have security break Su Tian's legs to relieve your anger. And Rongshuan, upon hearing this, responded with a wry smile. If that is the case, then the contract I signed with President Su should also have no ties to the Su Group. Boom! Her words struck like a thunderclap, leaving the entire assembly in stunned silence, particularly Su Rixin and his confidants, who were certain Su Tian had offended Rongshuan, stared with wide eyes in disbelief. President, what did you just say? After several seconds of stunned silence, Vice President Wu finally stammered in incredulity. And Rongshuan cast a fleeting glance at him before continuing. I am quite interested in the proposal President Su brought forward. I came here to sign a contract with him. Since you claim it has nothing to do with President Su, this collaboration shall have to proceed under his personal name. And no, Su Rixin was utterly bewildered. After expending tremendous effort over 6 months, he had been unable to secure an Rongshuan's agreement. How could Su Tian, an outsider with no formal management experience, so effortlessly forge a partnership with Anjiang Group? This was impossible. He swallowed hard, refusing to give up. President In, you truly came to sign a contract with us? No, I am signing with Su Tian. In Rongshuan's cold, unequivocal voice resonated in the conference room, clear to all ears. If Su Tian is no longer affiliated with the Su Group, then Anjiang Group would await him to form another team. Silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Su Tian produced the contract and placed it before Rongshuan. Only then did Su Rixin come to his senses, hastily amending his previous statements. President In, you've misunderstood. We were merely jesting with Su Tian. He is the second largest shareholder of the company and my brother. How could he possibly be dismissed? We were under the impression that he had offended you and sought to teach him a lesson. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, all is well. And Rongshuan leveled a dispassionate gaze at Su Rixin. Misunderstanding. She then shook her head with a faint smile, directly signing the contract Su Tian had presented. She noted that the contract was still under the name of the Su Group. After signing, she looked at Su Tian, a flicker of curiosity crossing her eyes. In truth, Su Tian could have used this opportunity to establish an independent venture. Merely securing a collaboration with Anjiang Group would suffice to assemble a team and attract investment swiftly. Yet it appeared he had no intention of doing so, of course. It was a misunderstanding, right, Su Tian? Su Rixin looked at Su Tian, apprehensive, fearing that Su Tian might indeed choose to pursue an independent path at a critical moment. Since you say it is a misunderstanding, then naturally it is. Su Tian replied with an indifferent tone as he took the contract from Rongshuan that I will oversee the subsequent collaboration in the capacity of deputy manager. With that, Su Tian turned to Rongshuan, smiling as he said, President In, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Indeed, and Rongshuan nodded, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. After speaking, Su Tian exited the conference room. Watching his figure disappear through the door, and Rongshuan's eyes glimmered with intrigue. President In, it is nearly 4 o'clock. Given the rare opportunity, how about I treat you to dinner? Su Rixin approached Rongshuan with a flattering smile. As our two companies collaborate, we ought to get to know each other better. And I am collaborating with Su Tian.as for you. There is nothing more to understand. And Rongshuan resumed her icy demeanor, her aura radiating unyielding authority. With that, she did not even glance at Su Rixin. Striding out with her entourage, Su Rixin, witnessing in Rongshuan's blatant disregard for him, yet her amiable demeanor towards Su Tian, felt his blood pressure surge, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. However, he could not afford to offend this formidable figure and thus pretended as if nothing had occurred, hastily following in her wake to escort her out. President In, take care that I hear you are Su Tian's elder brother? Yes, I am his older brother, and we share a close bond, Su Rixin said, forcing a smile, his expression unyielding, since Rongshuan was pleased with Su Tian. He had to convince her of their deep brotherly connection. Does he have a girlfriend? A girlfriend? Su Rixin paused, momentarily baffled by Rongshuan's inquiry. Did he have a girlfriend? Noticing Su Rixin's hesitation, and Rongshuan's displeasure was evident as her brows furrowed, impatience flickering in her eyes. Chapter 44. I will take you to meet my wife. Su Rixin instinctively shook his head. No, he does not. What a jest! If Rongshuan were to discover that Su Tian's wife was Tang Bingyan, she would undoubtedly pursue a deeper alliance with that good-for-nothing. After all, many sought to associate with Tang Bingyan, forming a line from the city center to the outskirts. He absolutely could not let Rongshuan know of Su Tian's substantial backing. No, he does not. Rongshuan, for the first time, allowed a hint of a smile to grace her lips, nodding in satisfaction at Su Rixin. That is good. That is good. Su Rixin was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom Rongshuan's meaning. Yet, she had no patience to explain, and as Su Rixin furrowed his brow in contemplation, she had already strode away in her 7-centimeter heels. Since her rebirth, Many paths had diverged from her previous life. To prevent Su Rixin from resorting to desperate measures, Su Tian decided to fully engage in the collaboration with Anjiang Group. The afternoon flew by, and before long, it was nearly time to clock out. Su Tian tidied his belongings, preparing to leave, when he heard the distinctive sound of high heels echoing outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. The door to the office was gently knocked 3 times, and soon after, a graceful and alluring figure appeared at the threshold. Su Tian, surprised, raised his gaze. President In, do you need something from me? The fact that Rongxuan had personally come to sign the contract indicated that he had indeed won the previous wager, and thus he felt no pressure in her presence. Have you planted spies in the Jingtong Group? No, Su Tian shook his head. Then how do you know that their leader was soliciting prostitutes and was subsequently caught? And Rongxuan inquired curiously, could it be that you possess the gift of foresight? You may consider me as such, Su Tian replied. The outcome is that I have emerged victorious. I hope for a pleasant collaboration with you in the future. President, and he had no intention of elaborating further to Rongxuan. It seemed pointless. Just call me Rongxuan. President and feels too distant. And Rongxuan, shedding her usual assertiveness, softened her tone considerably. Isn't that inappropriate? Su Tian looked at her in astonishment. Puzzled by her intentions, that Su Tian, you are an intelligent man, so I will be straightforward, and Rongxuan was not one to mince words. Upon realizing her interest in Su Tian, she decided to take the initiative beyond a business relationship. I wish to pursue something more with you. Pursue? What exactly? Su Tian wasn't entirely oblivious, but hearing such words from this woman, who had captivated countless men yet remained unattainable, felt profoundly incongruous. Must I spell it out for you? And Rongxuan's expression darkened slightly. Yet she continued, Su Tian, I like you, and I hope you will be my boyfriend. What? That in Rongxuan, whom he had only met twice, would boldly confess her feelings left him utterly bewildered. Sensing his confusion, and Rongxuan smirked with satisfaction. She then locked the office door and stepped closer to Su Tian. We are both adults and single. There is nothing impossible about this. My only requirement for a boyfriend is unwavering loyalty when you are with me. Otherwise, wait. Su Tian hastily pushed back against Rongxuan, who was leaning in. Who said I am single? I already have a wife. This woman was not to be trifled with upon hearing Su Tian's words. And Rongxuan's expression turned icy. Even if you do not wish to be with me, there is no need to fabricate such a flimsy excuse that I have investigated, and you are indeed still single. And Rongxuan was genuinely angered. Typically, it was the men who fawned over her, and she had never pursued anyone herself. She should have swiftly backed down, yet the challenge ignited her determination to not give up easily. You investigated me. Su Tian came to a realization. He had gone to great lengths to distance himself from Tang Bingyan and had kept his marriage a closely guarded secret. Apart from the Su and Tang families and a few confidants of Tang Bingyan, few knew he was already a married man. That it was no surprise that Rongxuan had not uncovered the truth and assumed he was single. However, he needed to dispel this misunderstanding quickly. After all, from the moment he was reborn, he had resolved to lead a good life with her, compensating for the mistakes of his past life. Moreover, considering Tang Bingyan's possessiveness, should she suspect he had entanglements with other women, it would be uncertain whether he could even leave the villa the next day. Most importantly, he could endure some discomfort, but he could not allow his wife to become distressed. With this in mind, Su Tian solemnly addressed Rongxuan. President In, you may not have conducted a thorough investigation. I truly do have a wife. However, both she and I are quite low-key, which is why our relationship has not been publicly disclosed. Low-key. And Rongxuan scoffed. She did not believe Su Tian's claims that low-key to the extent that even his older brother was unaware of his marriage. Who would buy such a poor excuse? Su Tian, even if you wish to reject me, at least come up with a more reasonable excuse. Do you think I am someone who can be easily deceived? And Rongxuan was genuinely irked. Had it been any other man, they would have eagerly agreed at the moment of her confession. Yet Su Tian's calm reaction, along with his fabricated claim of having a wife, felt like a provocation to her pride, igniting her competitive spirit, making her even less inclined to relent. I am not lying. I truly have a wife. Su Tian felt utterly helpless. How about this? When the opportunity arises, I will invite my wife to dinner with you as a gesture to celebrate our successful collaboration. Once he introduced Tang Bingyan to Enrongshuan, she should ultimately come to believe him, though he was uncertain whether Tang Bingyan would be willing to cooperate. After all, her daily schedule was typically packed. She would likely view such a pointless dinner invitation as a waste of time. Invite your wife to meet me? A peculiar expression crossed Enrongshuan's face before she nodded. Fine, if you can truly arrange for me to meet your wife. I will believe you and will not pursue this matter further. Regardless of how proactive Enrongshuan was, she possessed her own pride. Her self-esteem and principles prevented her from becoming a third party. Nevertheless, she remained skeptical about Su Tian's claim of having a wife. Chapter 45. My wife is busy making money to support me. Seeing Enrongshuan nod, Su Tian contemplated. Enrongshuan assumed that Su Tian was merely stalling for time to find a woman to placate her. And she couldn't help but chuckle. Your wife must be quite the busy person. Su Tian nodded nonchalantly. Yes, busy making money to support me, Enrongshuan. This implied he was living off her generosity, and he seemed to take it quite for granted. However, Enrongshuan fell silent for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, she suddenly smiled. I was worried you weren't that fond of money. Since you are, why not say so earlier? Marry me, and you won't have to work. I'll provide you with a fixed allowance each month. Su Tian was not particularly surprised by Enrongshuan's rather unconventional proposal. After all, she was a renowned strong woman, and the idea of keeping a man was hardly foreign to her. But however, no need. My wife is more beautiful, wealthier than you, and if I desire, she can provide me with all her assets. Compared to her, I have no reason to choose you. Upon hearing this, Enrongshuan's brow furrowed. Su Tian's refusal, underpinned by a lie about his wife, was one thing, but to say she was less attractive and less wealthy? Was he taking her for a fool? I hope to meet this wife of yours whom you have praised so highly tomorrow. I sincerely hope she does not disappoint. After speaking, Enrongshuan cast Su Tian a glance and walked directly toward the company entrance. However, as Su Tian finished his drink in the pantry and prepared to leave, a rather handsome young man in his 20s walked in. Upon seeing Su Tian, the young man frowned slightly and asked with a hint of sarcasm, "Why are you still here? Don't you need to go curry favor with President In?" Su Tian looked up and recognized the young man as Yin Shua, a shareholder of the company. Yin Shua was a quintessential rich second generation. After graduating from university, he inherited the family business. Yet his interests lay not in commerce, but in hiring professional managers to run the family company that AS for the Su family as shareholder meetings. He had originally no intention of participating, but concerned for Su Rixin, whom he had a good relationship with, he frequently attended to lend support after Su Rixin took over. However, based on Su Tian's memories from his past life, Yun Shua trusted Su Rixin and regarded him as a younger brother. Yet at this moment, Su Rixin had already betrayed him in a significant way, leading to Yun Shua's eventual depression upon discovering that Su Rixin had taken his beloved woman. Su Tian had no desire to engage with Yun Shua and chose to clarify. My relationship with President In is purely business. Business collaboration. Yin Shua scrutinized Su Tian with disdain. Stop pretending. I overheard everything Enrongshuan said to you just now. After the meeting, Yin Shua had inadvertently heard Enrongshuan confessing to Su Tian. He immediately understood why an order that Su Rixin had struggled for half a year to secure was finalized by Su Tian in just half a day. This led him to attribute Su Tian's success in getting Enrongshuan to sign the contract to some underhanded scheme to seduce her. If Yin Shua had just shown a bit more patience, he would have heard Su Tian's rejection of Enrongshuan. Now, he was even more indignant on behalf of Su Rixin that, Shua, there must be a misunderstanding. Originally, Yin Shua's remarks were quite subtle, but Su Rixin bluntly pointed out that Su Tian had attempted to seduce Enrongshuan to secure the contract with Anjiang Group. This inadvertently solidified Su Tian's guilt. Rixin do not continue to protect him, that he is an ne'er-do-well who does nothing but waste time. How could he possibly secure a contract worth millions? I know he is your brother, but you cannot keep indulging him like this. Otherwise, our company will be plunged into chaos. If our competitors learn that Su Tian is seducing President and for contracts, the reputation that our Su family has painstakingly built will be ruined. As the clock neared the end of the workday, the employees within the company found themselves devoid of motivation, with many opting to loiter in the break room. They had long been privy to the news of Tian's successful acquisition of the Anjiang Group collaboration project, and were astonished by the rapid transformation of someone they had previously deemed incompetent. However, at that moment, upon hearing Su Rixin's words, the employees suddenly grasped the situation. It turned out that Tian had shamelessly endeavored to seduce An Rongshuan in order to secure the partnership. While the business world was rife with unspoken rules, it was particularly distasteful for a man, especially one who was the second largest shareholder in the company, to engage in such behavior. Indeed, Tian had not changed. He remained unworthy of respect. "Ashuo, I believe you have misjudged Tian," Su Rixin declared, feigning concern for Tian while secretly reveling in his own satisfaction. It is only natural for someone as accomplished as president and to attract admiration. Who knows, perhaps they are genuinely fond of each other. Fond of each other? Mr. Yun, one cannot speak so carelessly, Yin Shuo interjected, his tone growing increasingly confrontational. Su Rixin, sensing the rising tension, coldly interrupted him. Carelessly? Then explain why it was so effortlessly that we secured the contract from President Yin. Furthermore, why did she come to your office to profess her affection? The impact of Yin Shuo's words resonated like a thunderclap, causing the surrounding employees to erupt in astonishment. Initially, they had been cautious, whispering even while gossiping, but upon hearing that An Rongshuan had actually confessed her feelings to Tian in his office, their disbelief was palpable, eyes widening in shock. Chapter 46. Su Rixin, the Cad. Who is An Rongshuan? She is renowned as the aloof queen of Jiangqing's elite society. How could she possibly take an interest in someone like Tian? Was her vision impaired, or did he possess some leverage that compelled her to submit? Consequently, the employees' gazes towards Tian grew increasingly scornful. Not only was he a slacker, but he was also a cad who toyed with women's emotions for his own gain. Utterly revolting. It is not that I wish to remain silent. Tian sighed, appearing troubled. It was president and who requested confidentiality. However, since this misunderstanding has caused such turmoil, I ought to clarify for the sake of both our reputations. It is true that president and has someone she admires. But it is not me. She mentioned that she had never pursued anyone and asked for my advice. What you heard, Mr. Yun, was merely her rehearsing a confession with me. The surrounding employees were momentarily taken aback by Tian's explanation. Was it really as he claimed? Yet, the rationale seemed more plausible to them. After all, who could believe that An Rongshuan would be interested in a man of Tian's caliber? And what do you have to say about the contract? Yin Shuo pressed, his expression darkening. Tian raised an eyebrow, glancing at Su Rixin in confusion. You already know about the contract. Brother, president and has long wished to collaborate with us, but during her last meeting with you, you were unavailable, so I went in your stead to meet her. Wait a moment, Su Rixin suddenly interrupted. President and has long wanted to collaborate with us? When did this happen? How come I was unaware? That day, you and Miss and attended a concert and left your work phone at home. I answered the call for you, and later, when I reached out to inform you that the concert was about to start, I asked you to meet with President, and have you forgotten? Su Rixin's face paled as he instinctively glanced at Yin Shuo, feeling a twinge of guilt like a tea that moment. He recalled receiving a call from Tian a few days prior. But he had been engrossed in charming a lady to gain her family's support, leaving him little mental space to absorb Tian's word. He had hastily brushed him off, never realizing he had missed such a significant piece of information. However, how did Tian know he had been with Xingyue that day? Could it be that he had inadvertently let it slip? How infuriating! That fool Tian had revealed his date with Xingyue right in front of Yin Shuo. What if Yin Shuo caught on? Seeing Su Rixin floundering, a fleeting smirk of derision crossed Tian's lips. Despite Su Rixin's camaraderie with Yin Shuo, he was secretly entangled with Yin Shuo's childhood sweetheart, and Xingyue in a previous life. Even after Xingyue married Yin Shuo for familial interests, she often carried on an affair with Su Rixin behind his back. Yin Shuo, having placed immense trust in Su Rixin, ultimately lost everything. Falling from a carefree wealthy heir to a homeless drifter, Tian was privy to these details because in his past life, after Yin Shuo's downfall, he had penned a song expressing his fury, which unexpectedly became a viral sensation, leading him to a successful music career. As time passed, traditional industries faced diminishing prospects. Thus, he understood that if he wished to stand beside Tang Bingyin, he could not cling to the Su family enterprises. He must innovate. The future belonged to self-media. With the pioneers reaping substantial rewards, he had begun formulating preliminary plans, and, upon discovering Yun Shua's talent, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Mending his relationship with Yun Shua was the first step that as expected. When Yun Shua heard Su Tian mention the concert and Misin, his brows furrowed in concentration. He had no desire to pursue the matter of an Rongshuan's confession, but instead focused intently on Su Tian. The concert you mentioned, was it the one held at the Jiangcheng Grand Theater at the beginning of the month, by the renowned Russian Casa Orchestra? Indeed, Mr. Yun. Do you also enjoy classical music? Su Tian feigned surprise. I heard tickets for that concert were quite scarce. However, with your status, acquiring VIP seats should pose no challenge. That of course not. Yin Shua's fist clenched, his eyes ablaze with fury. Then the Misin you refer to. Is it in Xingyue? Yes, she's my brother's college mate. That I didn't realize you also knew Misin. Su Tian responded, appearing enlightened. That he chuckled. I almost forgot. Mr. Yun and my brother were classmates. What a small world. Isn't Misin your fiancée? A junior employee exclaimed in astonishment, only to be quickly silenced by those nearby. Yin Shua harbored feelings for Xingyue, and it was common knowledge among even the lower ranks that the two were engaged. Now, Su Rixin had gone to the concert with his close friend as fiancé. How could this not raise eyebrows? The employees regarded Su Rixin with growing skepticism, their respect for him waning. Surely, their general manager was not truly a cad who would betray his brother. Yun Shua's expression darkened ominously. He recalled the concert vividly. He had gone to great lengths to procure 2 VIP tickets to impress Xingyue, only for her to mention that a friend studying music had been eager to attend but had been unable to secure a ticket. Lacking interest in classical music, Yin Shua had given her both tickets. However, the entire situation felt increasingly suspicious. If Su Rixin genuinely wanted to see the concert, there was no reason not to invite him. Yet it sought out his fiancée, instead. Then, a realization struck Yin Shua. Initially, he had assumed the bracelet Xingyue wore was merely a gift from a friend, but now he suspected it was not a gift at all. Ashuo, you have misunderstood. It is not as you think. Su Rixin had intended to revel in Su Tian's embarrassment, but now felt the heat of the situation turn against him, wishing to vent his frustration on Su Tian. Chapter 47. Su Rixin messages Tang Bingyin, however. The immediate priority was to dispel Yun Shua's suspicions, and Su Rixin had no choice but to press on with his explanation. Yin Shua, it truly is a misunderstanding. It was Xingyue who said her friend had backed out at the last moment, and she asked me to accompany her to the concert. Yin Shua's expression darkened further. So, you are admitting that you were the one who attended the concert with Xingyue that day, correct? He had been puzzled as to why Xingyue had gone to the concert with a friend, yet had taken such care with her appearance, doing her hair and meticulously selecting her outfit. Having grown up with Xingyue, he knew her well. She typically did not bother with makeup when out with friends. However, that occasion had felt different, and he had attributed it to the concert. But now, upon learning that it had been Su Rixin accompanying her, all his previously lingering doubts fell into place. No, it wasn't me. It was Xingyue. Su Rixin stammered, a loss for words. Xingyue? Yin Shua's eyes narrowed, an icy gaze directed at him. How affectionate of you to call her that. Haha. Su Rixin, you were my college mate for 4 years. Fully aware of my long-standing relationship with Xingyue, yet you conspired behind my back with my woman? No. Ashuo, you truly have misunderstood. Su Rixin felt the weight of the employee's scrutinizing gazes bearing down on him. He understood that if he did not clarify things today, his reputation within the company would likely plummet. Soon, he made an effort to steady his nerves, gazing sincerely at Yin Shua as he said, Ashua, the reason I came here is to explain things to Misin. I want her to truly be with you. Oh, is that so? Yin Shua, seething with anger, pulled out his phone and retrieved a photo of the necklace Xingyue had posted on her social media that very night of the concert. He coldly inquired, You meticulously prepared a gift just to reject her. She still wears this bracelet. How do you explain that? Su Rixin's face turned ashen. Damn it. That foolish woman wore the bracelet he had gifted her every single day. Was he that akin to digging his own grave? He had clearly warned her not to be so ostentatious. So had also gifted a bracelet to Yun's fiancée. The onlooking employees were taken aback. How could Yin Shua's fiancé be like this? I never casually accept necklaces from men, nor would I wear one daily unless I had feelings for the man. Yin Shua's fiancé undoubtedly came from a well-off family. She was not a gold digger. The only reason for accepting gifts was that she liked Su. The employees, akin to discovering a new continent, whispered among themselves, though their hushed voices still reached Su Rixin's ears. He wished he could expel those gossiping employees from the company immediately, but the more agitated he became, the more guilty he appeared. Sure. Let us find a place to talk. I truly didn't intend to ruin your relationship with Missin. There's no need. Yin Shua clenched his fists and suddenly delivered a fierce punch to Su Rixin's face. Su Rixin, you truly disgust me. With that, Yin Shua turned coldly and left the crowd. The number of onlookers increased, and those who arrived later were baffled to see Yin Shua leave with a grim expression. Su Rixin's actions were truly unscrupulous. After all, Yin Shua was his good brother. Su Rixin's face turned a shade of green with rage. Yet he could not explode in anger. Just as he was about to dismiss the onlookers, Su Tian approached him, his face filled with anxiety. Brother, did I say something wrong? Su Rixin's lips twitched, but with so many people watching, he could not let his brotherly image crumble. Thus, he suppressed his fury, forcing a ghastly smile as he replied, No, it has nothing to do with you. It's all a misunderstanding on Shua's part. I will find a chance to explain it to him. Su Tan, visibly relieved, responded, I also believe it's a misunderstanding. How could brother possibly like a good brother's fiancé? Even if he did, he would likely keep it to himself and wouldn't stoop to such despicable acts. Su Rixin. This foolish brat. However, not wanting this rumor to spread within the company, he smiled at the surrounding employees and declared, That's right. Su Tian, suddenly enlightened, remarked, I found it strange when I heard Yin Shua's accusations. He must have misunderstood. How could you possibly like Yin Shua's fiancée? The woman you like is clearly a strong, independent type. After all, your dreams align with mine. Su Rixin, sensing that Su Tian was straying further off course, quickly interrupted him. He then turned to the employees, still watching, coldly stating, It's time to clock out. Do you all wish to stay and work overtime? The employees immediately scattered. Su Tian watched Su Rixin's frantic figure, raising an eyebrow in silence. Although these rumors could not shake Su Rixin's status within the company, they would certainly influence the employees' perceptions of him. For capable leader, employees would not overly scrutinize his moral character. However, once they discovered that Su Rixin's abilities were not as exceptional as they had thought, they would begin to unearth past grievances, highlighting various flaws to justify their belief that he was unworthy of his position. Moreover, after today's incident, Yin Shua would undoubtedly find it difficult to support Su Rixin without reservations, meaning he had one more enemy at the shareholders' meeting. Despite Yin Shua's feelings towards him being negative, he believed there would eventually be an opportunity to gain the other's trust. His current abstention from revenge was merely due to the lack of a suitable moment. At that moment, as Su Tian stood in line, a loud crash echoed. Su Rixin was in his office, venting his anger by smashing everything he could get his hands on. That bastard Su Tian had dared to scheme against him. If it weren't for Su Tian's words, Yin Shua wouldn't have developed a rift with him, and the employees wouldn't have believed those rumors. Though Su Tian feigned innocence, Su Rixin was convinced it was all intentional. In his fury, he recalled the previous encounter when Yin Shua had witnessed in Rongshuan confessing to Su Tian, and a cold smile crept across his face. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message. Sister-in-law. Today a female boss confessed to my brother. Although her conditions are nowhere near yours, her enthusiasm is hard to ignore. My brother is naive and inexperienced. I'm worried he might be swayed. So please keep an eye on him. If Su Tian's careless words led to a rift between Yin Shua and himself, then he shouldn't expect to have an easy time either. Chapter 48. Where is your wife? In Jiangcheng, at the Tang family villa, Tang Bingyan sat on the sofa, exuding an aura of icy gloom. President Tang, Wei, perceptive as he was, immediately sensed that Tian, that scoundrel, had caused yet another mess. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion was heard from the villa's entrance. The moment Tian stepped inside, he noticed Wei's expression, which clearly conveyed a desire to murder him. He paused for a moment, then deduced that Su Rixin had once again gone to his wife to file a complaint. In an instant, Tian hurried over to the sofa, placed a box of snacks on the coffee table, and squatted beside Tang Bingyan, adopting a serious tone. "Wife, I have something to report." Rather than allowing his wife to feel disappointed due to the slander of a petty person, he would rather confess proactively. After all, the principle of honesty yielding leniency applied here. Tang Bingyan fixed her expressionless gaze on Tian. "What is it?" Su Rixin's message had a significant impact on her. Just moments ago, she almost blurted out that Tian should never go to the company again. Tang Bingyan couldn't help but smile bitterly inwardly. She never expected to find herself treading so cautiously. Perhaps she should grant him another chance if Tian truly could not resist temptation. With that thought, various complex emotions surged in Tang Bingyan's beautiful eyes. Ultimately, she sighed internally. "Let us see how it unfolds." "Wife, today, I represented Sue's in a business meeting and encountered a female client. After finalizing the contract, she outright confessed her feelings for me. Tian's expression was quite complicated. I directly rejected her, saying I have a wife, and that my wife is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Even more stunning than any celebrity by 100-fold. Yet, she didn't believe me. Wife, do I truly appear so unconvincing as a man with a celestial wife?" Tang Bingyan, that she never anticipated that Tian would take the initiative to confess. She was momentarily speechless at his extravagant flattery. Tian, seemingly oblivious to Tang Bingyan's complex expression, continued, "To prove it to her, I suggested that I could bring my wife to meet her. Wife, do you have any plans tomorrow? If not, could you accompany me to meet this female client to convince her?" Beside them, Wei gaped at Tian in disbelief. "You want President Tang to meet a female client? What on earth is he thinking? Does he feel uncomfortable if he doesn't provoke President Tang's anger for a single day?" However, just as Wei braced for Tang Bingyan's wrath, he was taken aback as she not only refrained from being angry, but also unexpectedly asked, "You want me to accompany you to meet her?" "Exactly. What time works for you?" Tang Bingyan interrupted Tian directly. "Is 6 o'clock suitable?" Tian was slightly taken aback, but quickly added, "We'll go to that Western restaurant you like." "You actually remember?" Tang Bingyan appeared momentarily dazed. She had thought he would be so preoccupied with his own affairs that he wouldn't pay attention to her preferences, let alone remember the significance of that restaurant for them. "Of course, I must keep track of my wife's preferences." In truth, he felt a twinge of guilt. In his previous life, he had constantly sought to escape Tang Bingyan's entanglement and had completely forgotten her tastes. The only reason he remembered this restaurant was that after their divorce in his past life, she had repeatedly chosen to meet there. With a smile, Tian picked up the box of snacks from the coffee table. "Wife, this is the rose cake I specially bought for you. Give it a try." Standing nearby, Wei felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. This scoundrel had become so insufferably sweet. Moreover, did he not realize that President Tang generally disliked sweets? Just as Wei prepared to intervene and dispose of the box of pastries for Tang Bingyan, he witnessed her pick up a piece of rose cake and take a delicate bite. "Is it delicious?" Tian's face was filled with anticipation. "Delicious," Tang Bingyan nodded, elegantly finishing an entire piece of rose cake that Wei remarked. Love can indeed render one devoid of taste. For the first time, he felt somewhat superfluous standing there. Early the next morning, Tian called in Rongshuan to arrange the time and place for their meeting that evening. Rongshuan had initially thought Tian would take his time selecting a suitable actress to play the role of his pretend wife. But she was pleasantly surprised by the swift invitation, which she gladly accepted. She was quite curious about the woman Tian had found, who was purportedly more beautiful and wealthier than herself. With a sense of intrigue, Rongshuan arrived at the St. Laurent restaurant half an hour early at T5:50. Tian entered the establishment. "Mr. Su, you arrived quite early," and Rongshuan remarked. Tian took a seat across from her. Smiling as he replied, "I was out for business in the afternoon and happened to be close to this restaurant." And Rongshuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What about your wife?" I told her to arrive at 6. She should be here shortly. Tian glanced at his watch and added, however, my wife is quite busy with work, so she might be a bit late. Let's be honest, Tian, such excuses won't fool me. And Rongshuan laughed lightly, as if she had uncovered his ruse. Are you going to say your wife is working overtime and won't make it tonight? And Rongshuan had never believed Tian truly had a wife. And seeing him alone only reinforced her suspicions. You resort to such absurd lies to reject me. Do you think so little of me that you lack even the interest to get to know me? As she spoke, her expression darkened. And oh, I really do have a wife. Tian felt more wrong than dough if he had arranged for the busy Tang Bingyan to come out. Why couldn't Rongshuan just believe him? And Rongshuan snorted dismissively. You can keep spinning your tales. After that, she fell silent, patiently waiting for Tian's so-called wife to arrive. That a few minutes later, and Rongshuan glanced at her watch and then turned it towards Tian, asking, it's already 6 o'clock. Where is your wife? I'll call and check. Just as Tian reached for his phone in his coat pocket, it rang first. It was Awei, if not for Tang Bingyan's instructions. Awei would never have contacted him. Was Tang Bingyan truly occupied? Tian looked at the caller ID, rubbing his temples, realizing the misunderstanding had deepened. Hello, Tian. Tang Zong has a matter to attend to and will be a bit late. Is Bingyan working overtime? Tian replied nonchalantly. It's fine. She can come after she finishes. Yes, just wait a little longer. Awei's tone was somewhat hesitant, as if he was reluctant to elaborate, and he quickly hung up. Tian gestured to his phone and said to Rongshuan, unfortunately, my wife really does have something to attend to, but rest assured, she will arrive soon. It's all right. I will wait for her, no matter how late it takes. And Rongshuan smiled, as if to block off all retreat for Tian. Even if she's working overtime, she should be off before midnight, right? If she works through the night, I can wait for her. After all, this restaurant is open all night, that we will wait. She will eventually show up. However, the prerequisite is. And Rongshuan leaned closer to Tian, her hands resting on the table. You truly have a wife. Of course, Tian replied, entirely unfazed. An hour passed, and Tang Bingyan still had not arrived. Tian understood that she was busy and felt reluctant to pressure her with a phone call. Yet, Awei called again. Tian, Tang Zong still requires some time. She's still occupied. That's fine. Tian did not dwell on it and ended the call. However, and Rongshuan's expression revealed a knowing satisfaction, as she smirked slightly. She did not want to expose Tian's ruse immediately, so she played along. I'm not in a rush. We can wait indefinitely. Thus, they remained in the restaurant, waiting for nearly another hour. Why this time? Dinner service had concluded, and patrons were dwindling, yet Tang Bingyan still had not appeared. After more than 2 hours, Awei's call came through again. Tian quickly answered, noticing the trepidation in Awei's voice. I apologize, Tang Zong still hasn't left. This time, Tian finally detected a hint of urgency in Awei's tone and quickly inquired, is Bingyan very busy? Or is she? Tian's mind raced with another possibility. Perhaps Tang Bingyan had impulsively agreed to meet in Rongshuan and now regretted it. Hence a reluctance to fulfill the appointment that he tentatively suggested to Awei. If it's too much trouble, we can skip today and reschedule when Bingyan is free. No, we can't cancel. Awei interjected urgently. Tang Zong has a crucial matter to address and cannot come right now, but she will definitely make it to see you. Please wait a little longer. Understood. Please let Bingyan know I will wait for her and that she shouldn't rush. Tian replied, reassured by Awei's steadfastness. However, he pondered over what could possibly be keeping Tang Bingyan occupied for so long. Could there have been an unexpected incident at the company? What could have delayed her so significantly? As midnight approached, and Rongshuan, losing her patience, addressed Tian, stop pretending. I know you have no wife, you are not married, and this excuse doesn't work on me. She straightened her hair with a victorious demeanor. Speaking nonchalantly, since you're single, I have the right to pursue you. Tian found himself a loss for words. And Zong, how can I convince you that I am not deceiving you? Want me to believe you? And Rongshuan raised an eyebrow. Then your wife must appear before me today to quell my doubts. Otherwise, I shall assume you are indeed single. She will surely come, Tian asserted with conviction, recalling Awei's earlier words. If you remain patient, I promise to provide you with a satisfactory answer. Very well. I shall wait a little longer. And Rongshuan summoned a waiter for a cup of coffee, clearly intending to prolong the encounter. Although she was now fully confident that Su Tian had no wife, she maintained her composure, choosing to stay by his side. After all, pursuing someone, especially someone like Su Tian, who had sparked her interest, required a modicum of patience, did it not? Half an hour later, a young couple settled their bill and left, leaving only Su Tian and Rongshuan in the restaurant. The staff began casting curious glances their way. The two had been seated since 6, only ordering drinks without touching any main courses, leading to whispers that they might be trying to skip out on the bill. Noticing the staff's probing gazes, and Rongshuan's expression soured, her patience had worn thin, and she resolved to confront Su Tian. Ew. However, just as Rongshuan began to speak, a melodious chime echoed from the entrance of the restaurant. A remarkably graceful figure entered, drawing her immediate attention. Rongshuan instinctively turned to the door, and upon seeing the incoming woman, she froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. The woman who entered bore no makeup, her skin radiant like sheep fat jade, glowing with a delicate luster under the restaurant's lights, breathtakingly beautiful. Clad in a simple cream-colored professional ensemble, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, she nonetheless radiated an undeniable aura that captivated the room. And Rongshuan recalled Su Tian's words, "My wife is more beautiful and wealthier than you." Initially skeptical, she now felt an overwhelming sense of threat as she beheld the woman approaching, unable to tear her gaze away. Even though this woman was ostensibly her rival, and Rongshuan could not help but admit that she was indeed more striking. Most importantly, the woman's presence was such that even someone seasoned in business like Rongshuan felt overshadowed. Rongshuan involuntarily rose to face the approaching woman. Just as she began to speak, Su Tian promptly stepped forward. "Wife, you finally arrived. Mr. N, allow me to introduce you. This is my wife, Tang Bingyin. Now, you must believe I am not deceiving you, right? The only possibility for her appearance here is that these two individuals are indeed in a romantic relationship. Hello." Tang Bingyin gazed indifferently at Rongshuan, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement, projecting an air of aloofness. "Hello, my name is Rongshuan." Tang Bingyin's demeanor exerted immense pressure on Rongshuan, instantly quelling her impulse to delve deeper into the matter. "Darling, is there an unexpected issue at the company?" Su Tian gently pulled Tang Bingyin to sit down. Beckoning a waiter to bring a glass of warm water, he tested the temperature in her presence before handing it to her. "You should drink some water first." Tang Bingyin lowered her gaze slightly. A fleeting expression of unease flickered in her eyes upon Su Tian's inquiry. Yet when she lifted her head again, her composure had returned. "I've already informed Away that if you truly cannot make it, we can reschedule for another time." Su Tian tenderly squeezed Tang Bingyin's shoulder. "However, I've already ordered the set meal in advance. Please sip some warm water to soothe your stomach before eating. Otherwise, you might feel unwell." Sitting across from them, and Rongshuan watched Su Tian's attentive gestures towards Tang Bingyin, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She felt that she had no place in this setting. Once the dishes arrived, the meal was tasteless to her. She hastily took a few bites and excused herself, claiming to have other matters to attend to. Su Tian observed Rongshuan's flustered departure, feeling a slight sense of relief. "Darling," Su Tian expertly sliced his steak into bite-sized pieces, exchanging his plate with Tang Bingyin's. "After working for so long, you must be famished. Do eat more." Away, who had followed Tang Bingyin into the restaurant, couldn't help but twitch his lips at Su Tian's words. Working for so long. What a farce. Their esteemed president had been preening since 1 o'clock in the afternoon, clearly relying on her looks to overshadow her rivals. After driving 5 makeup artists, 8 stylists, and 12 wardrobe consultants to the brink of madness, she still seemed poised to continue her antics, if not for the time constraint. Heaven knows this was merely to confront an ordinary rival. One might think she was preparing to meet the president of country. Naturally, he would reveal none of this to Su Tian, as Su Tian's credibility in his eyes remained woefully low. Should Su Tian learn the lengths Tang Bingyin had gone to for this date, that scoundrel's ego would surely soar to the heavens. Su Tian was oblivious to Wei's inner thoughts and instead remarked in a complaining tone, "You are Bing Yin's most trusted confidant. You should remind her to rest and eat on time when she is busy away." "This has nothing to do with work, you know. Never mind. I'll pay more attention next time." Su Tian failed to notice Wei's cryptic expression as he suddenly recalled something and said to Tang Bingyin, "Darling, I told this manager how exceptional my wife is, and she didn't believe it before. Now that she sees you in person, she must be convinced. Undoubtedly, she will no longer harbor any thoughts toward me, for how could I possibly look at anyone else with such a stunning wife? Just look at how lovely you are, having come straight from work without any adornment. If you were to dress up, she would surely wish to find a hole to hide in." Chapter 51. Su Tian discovers infidelity Tang Bingyin. Away. Nevertheless, Su Tian's seemingly innocuous words were quite pleasing to Tang Bingyin that a subtle smile graced her lips, and after finishing their meal, she casually took Su Tian's hand. Su Tian felt a warm sensation enveloping his right hand and instinctively looked down to find his hand held tightly in Tang Bingyin's delicate grasp. A smile beginning to blossom in his eyes. "Shall we go, darling?" As they exited the restaurant, the surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the crisp sound of Tang Bingyin's high heels, the silvery moonlight intertwined with the glow of the streetlights. Casting a gentle illumination upon the ground, Su Tian felt a moment of daze, enveloped in an idyllic tranquility. In his previous life, he and Tang Bingyin had never had the chance to coexist so peacefully. And now, this rare moment of serenity felt exquisitely beautiful. There were no conspiracies, no misunderstandings, just the two of them. However, they had not walked far when Su Tian suddenly halted. He spotted two figures briskly heading toward a hotel. Instinctively, he raised his phone to capture a few photographs. "What are you taking pictures of?" Tang Bingyin inquired beside him. Su Tian glanced at the images he had just taken, his gaze laden with unspoken implications. "My dear brother and his good friend's woman are checking into a hotel." Indeed, the individuals entering the hotel were Su Rixin and his brother Yin Shua's girlfriend, and Xingyue at point one could only wonder how his brother's reputation would crumble if the employees caught sight of these photos. The following morning, Su Tian arrived at Su's corporation as usual. After clarifying matters with Rongshuan, he was confident she would not pursue the issue further. As expected, the representative from Anjiang Group, who arrived to discuss subsequent collaborations, was the project manager. And after Su Tian engaged in discussions, he escorted the individual out of the company. However, just as Su Tian thought he would navigate the day without incident, a series of notification sounds echoed. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Employees from all departments of Su Corporation received an anonymous email simultaneously. The email vividly detailed how Su Tian had ingratiated himself with clients, even dining late into the night to please a female client. Attached were photographs of Su Tian entering the restaurant with Rongshuan and conversing over dinner. Due to the positioning, the two appeared quite intimate. Not a single photo bore any trace of Tang Bingyin. With evidence at hand, the employees quickly concluded that the newly appointed Vice President Su Tian had stooped so low as to compromise his integrity for the sake of securing clients. How could President Su, so upright, have such a brother? I've never seen a man so shameless as to seduce a female client. It's utterly disgusting if this is how things are done when negotiating partnerships. The company will descend into chaos. As the anonymous email was sent en masse, Su Tian naturally received it as well. He cast a glance at the email's contents and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He didn't need to ponder long to deduce the identity of the sender. Although the higher-ups harbored some biases against him, they did not concern themselves too deeply, as he had not engaged in any actions that materially impacted the company. Having only recently joined, he had already secured 2 significant contracts, with the most anxious being Su Rixin. That a smirk played on his lips, yet his eyes were devoid of mirth. Su Rixin, do you still believe I am the naive fool you toyed with in my past life? Since you have chosen to self-destruct, do not blame me. Chapter 52. Su Tian releases the photos. The email subject line read, "Shock. President Su is actually the third party interfering in Yun Shua and in Xingyue's relationship." Attached were, without a doubt, the photographs Su Tian had captured the previous night of Su Rixin and Xingyue entering the hotel. Heavens, how could this be possible? President Su has always acted with integrity. He hardly seems like such a person. This email even includes photos of their hotel visit. What could be more conclusive? Yin Shuo loves his fiancée dearly. There are photos of them in the office. I can assert that the woman dining with President Su is indeed Yin Shuo's fiancée. Are President Su and Yin Shuo not good friends? Knowing that President Su has been overwhelmed with work lately, Yin Shuo even relocated his office to assist him. How could he repay such kindness with betrayal? Although some employees had caught wind of the rumors concerning Su Rixin and Yin Shuo's fiancée in the break room, the lack of evidence had kept the matter contained. However, this meticulously substantiated anonymous email confirmed that Su Rixin was indeed the third party undermining their friendship, following the revelation that Su Rixin had stolen Yin Shuo's girlfriend. Female colleagues at Su Corporation expressed their outrage on behalf of Yin Shuo. After all, Yin Shuo was a wealthy and dashing heir, well-liked among the female employees. Meanwhile, male colleagues couldn't help but criticize Su Rixin's actions. As men themselves, they knew that the worst humiliation was being cuckolded, especially by one's own close friend. What if I like Su Rixin? In my eyes, he is 1,000 times better than you. The sharp voice of a woman pierced Yin Shuo's heart. Just moments ago, Yin Shuo had received the email while with Xingyue. After discovering her secret rendezvous with Su Rixin, he had refrained from confronting her immediately, clinging to a glimmer of hope that she would sever ties with Su Rixin, considering their long-standing friendship. However, upon seeing the photographs in the anonymous email, he realized that Xingyue's recent eagerness to meet him was merely a ruse to sneak away with Su Rixin. Enraged by the images, Yin Shuo lost his composure and confronted Xingyue at the company entrance. And Xingyue, if you do not love me, then why agree to our engagement? He initially believed that he and Xingyue shared a mutual affection, only to discover in the end that it was merely his own misguided feelings. Why did you agree to the engagement? If it weren't for the pressure from my family, do you think I would even bother with you? Now that her true intentions were laid bare, and Xingyue no longer felt the need to feign politeness, Rixin is young, yet capable of taking over the family business and achieving great success. While you, Yin Shuo, merely delegate the company's management to others, spending your days idly, reaping dividend without contributing anything that I feel embarrassed for you. I spend my days idly. Yin Shuo's face turned ashen as he clenched his fists. And Xingyue, is this truly how you have perceived me all along? If Xingyue and Su Rixin's betrayal had already filled Yin Shuo with fury and despair, her words now served as the final straw that broke the camel's back. If he were truly a worthless person, he would never have heeded Xingyue's advice to shift his focus to Su's company, dedicating himself to cleaning up Su Rixin's mess. Yet, Su Rixin not only enjoyed the fruits of his labor, but was also having an affair with his fiancée. This was utterly intolerable. Yes, that is indeed how I see you. To me, you are nothing but a failure. The only person I love is Brother Rixin. You are unworthy to be compared to him. And Xingyue looked at Yin Shuo with disdain. So if you do not wish for the situation to escalate awkwardly, you should be wise and take the initiative to speak to my parents about dissolving our engagement. And Xingyue, hearing his beloved woman insult him so brutally, Yin Shuo roared in rage, attempting to pursue her. That moment, an SUV suddenly barreled around the corner. The driver, taken by surprise at the unexpected appearance of pedestrians, had no time to brake. Yin Shuo was equally taken aback. But in the next instant, he felt a strange sense of relief wash over him, even contemplating surrendering to the vehicle, thinking that if he were to be struck down, all his troubles would vanish. Chapter 53. Collaboration with Yin Shuo. Due to inertia, the two fell to the ground together. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? As the SUV sped past, the driver stuck his head out of the window. Cursing to Yin Shuo's astonishment, the anticipated pain did not come. He opened his eyes to see who was beside him and was taken aback. Why is it you? The next moment, as if realizing something, his face turned cold. Tian, are you here to mock me? President Yun, I saved you out of kindness. Don't confuse right and wrong. Tian replied as he got to his feet, dusting himself off. Before extending a hand to Yin Shuo remained sullen, frowning as he pushed Tian's hand away and gritted his teeth to stand up. Kindness? Ha! For the sake of a contract and a female client. You are no better than Su Rixin. You're not a decent person either. Fine, believe what you will. I want to hold it against you that Su Tian was unfazed by Yin Shua's prejudice. Saving him had been instinctive, and he did not expect gratitude in return. However, Su Tian's indifferent demeanor only served to further infuriate Yin Shu. Even you look down on me. What gives you the right to belittle me? Su Tian raised an eyebrow at the remark, then smiled lightly at Yin Shu that if you want others to respect you, you must first achieve something substantial, don't you think? He spoke with a hint of persuasion in his voice. President Yun, do you wish to turn the tables on those who have betrayed you? What do you mean? Yin Shu regarded Su Tian warily, like a squirrel whose territory had been encroached upon. What I'm dealing with is no adversity. It's just a woman that I am worth millions. Do I need to fear the absence of women in my life? Su Tian shrugged. If that's how you want to think, so be it. Yet, Su Tian's nonchalant attitude only stoked Yin Shua's anger further. Su, do you also look down on me, thinking I am merely a wastrel living off my family's wealth? Su Tian continued to gaze at him with indifference. How I perceive you is inconsequential. What matters is whether you want those who have betrayed you to pay the price. What do you want me to do? Aren't you Su Xian's brother? Yin Shua's tone held suspicion. Are you here to extract information from me on behalf of him? Su Tian raised his eyebrows at Yin Shu. Aren't you also Su Xian's good brother? Hasn't he played you like a fool? Yin Shu fell silent. He sensed that Su Tian was not particularly fond of Su Xian's methods. Initially, he had thought of Su Tian as a mere pretty boy who used deceit to ascend. But now he was beginning to realize that he did not truly understand the person before him. Could it be that Su Tian's previous remarks were not mere happenstance, but rather a deliberate attempt to expose Su Xian and warn him about the affair with Xingyue? But why would Su Tian do that, given that he was Su Xian's brother? Wait, Yin Shu suddenly recalled that Su Xian had once mentioned that Su Tian was a foster son of the Su family and notoriously unruly. Causing his parents endless headaches, it seemed he had not truly grasped who Su Tian was and had been misled by Su Xian into believing Su Tian was an ungrateful wastrel. But was that truly the case? Just then, Su Tian spoke again, his voice laced with even more persuasive undertones. President Yun, do you wish for everyone to see Su Xian's true colors? Do you want Xingyue to regret her misjudgment and lose a man who genuinely loves her? Chapter 54. Strategy. Upon hearing Su Tian's words, Yin Shua's fists clenched tightly. After a moment of silence, he fixed his gaze on Su Tian and asked, What do you wish to gain from me? Although he was tempted by Su Tian's proposition, he remained rational. He did not believe that Su Tian would help him without a reason. After a brief pause, he frowned and inquired, Why do you want to take revenge on Su Xian? Because he should not have set his sights on my woman. Your woman? Yin Shu raised his brow in surprise. Which woman? And Rongshuan? Or is there another who has been wronged by Su Xian? Regardless of who it was, Yin Shu now felt a sense of camaraderie with Su Tian, realizing they both shared the experience of being wronged by Su Xian. Although he felt somewhat comforted, he still maintained an air of superiority. I will give you one opportunity to collaborate with me, but I warn you in advance, do not attempt to deceive me or influence my decisions. Rest assured, we are partners. Harming you would be equivalent to harming myself. Su Tian attempted to assuage Yin Shua's wariness. What do you intend to do? A cold gleam flickered in Yin Shua's eyes. As Su Tian had mentioned, he certainly wanted Xingyue to regret her choices. Not only Xingyue, but also Su Xian. He wanted this treacherous couple to pay for their betrayal. Su Tian smiled faintly at Yin Shua's inquiry. You will inform your parents that you wish to dissolve the engagement with Xingyue and terminate all collaborations with the Yin family, including retracting the betrothal gifts you had planned for her. Su Tian recalled vividly that in his previous life, the Yin family had relied on the Yun family's investment to ascend from a small enterprise to one of the top companies in Jiang City, ultimately surpassing the Yun family thanks to their resources. If he were to assist Yin Shu, he must prevent the two families from continuing their collaboration. What did you say? Yin Shua's expression changed upon hearing about the dissolution of the engagement. This is somewhat difficult. Su Tian raised an eyebrow. What? Do you still wish to marry Xingyue? Of course not. Why would I ever want to marry that fickle woman? Yin Shu vehemently denied that my engagement to Xingyue was not only due to our childhood bond but also because of the project collaboration between our companies. Suddenly calling off the engagement would impact the company. Even if he no longer wished to marry Xingyue, it could not be done so abruptly. Suddenly, Su Tian interrupted Yinsha. I heard that the Yin family is currently bidding for a piece of land, and your family has invested 50 million in it. For the Yin family, investing 50 million was not crippling, but if any issues arose with the project, the company would face the risk of a cash flow crisis. You should understand that your parents are willing to make this investment because Xingyue is to be their future daughter-in-law. Helping the Yin family is akin to helping you. Now that you realize that Xingyue's heart is not truly with you, why allow the Yin family to take advantage of you? In his previous life, Su Xian had been entangled with Xingyue, while she simultaneously accepted investments from the Yin family to develop her own company. Using her savings to support Su Xian while deceiving Yin Shua into believing she was merely managing investments, if the Yin family were to secure that competitive piece of land. The Yin family's prior investments would likely go to waste when they eventually sought to dissolve the engagement. Chapter 55. You wouldn't want me to do something like that, would you? Yin Shua pondered for a while before ultimately sighing and pulling out his phone. Let me first call my father to gauge his stance and why parents are quite satisfied with Xingyue. If I were to suddenly inform them that I wish to break off the engagement, they would likely scold me instead, believing I have strayed and wronged Xingyue. If you find it difficult to broach the subject, allow me to speak on your behalf. Su Tian extended his hand towards Yin Shua's phone. You? Yin Shua hesitated. Are you capable of doing that? After all, you cannot ensure that your parents will immediately agree to the dissolution of the engagement. It might be better for me to give it a try. Su Tian did not offer Yin Shua an absolute guarantee, for that would be untrustworthy. All right. Yin Shua hesitated for a moment, but ultimately handed over the already unlocked phone. Su Tian accessed the contacts, located Yin Shua's mother's number, and dialed. Hello, Shua. Why are you calling me at this hour? Annie, this is not Yin Shua. I am his friend. Su Tian spoke with an air of deep concern. Yin Shua just had a moment of despair and nearly took his own life. We are on our way to the hospital. Could you please come? What? Yin Shua was taken aback, instinctively reaching for the phone. But Su Tian swiftly blocked him. Yin Shua's mother gasped in shock. What? Suicide? How could this happen? Why would Shua suddenly feel this way? Andy, please come first. We are at Jiangcheng Hospital, Su Tian concluded before hanging up. Let us go. We must head to the hospital. Yin Shua, filled with indignation, demanded. Su Tian, what on earth are you doing? Why did you lie to my mother about me attempting suicide when you were the company entrance? If I hadn't pulled you back in time, you wouldn't have been alive now, would you? Can you honestly claim you had no suicidal thoughts at that moment? Su Tian's words rendered Yin Shua momentarily speechless, and a hint of fear crept into his heart. If Su Tian hadn't intervened today, he would have met that speeding car head-on, and with such velocity, his fate would have been dire. After all, your family has business ties with the Yin family. Breaking off the engagement is not a trivial matter. If your parents are not made aware of the seriousness of the situation, they will surely assume that you are simply quarreling with Xingyue or being irresponsible, thus placing the blame on you. Moreover, if the Yin family hears about this and comes over to stir trouble, your parents might be even more opposed to the idea of you breaking the engagement. Upon hearing this, a look of realization crossed Yin Shua's face, and guilt began to stir within him. Just moments ago, when that car sped towards him, he truly entertained thoughts of ending it all. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. What would happen to his parents if he had actually died? He then glanced at Su Tian, a hint of something unusual flickering in his eyes. Su Tian, what is it? Su Tian, who was stepping outside, turned in surprise at Yin Shua's sudden stop. Is it possible that you and Rongshuan are not as I imagined? When Yin Shua first heard about Rongshuan confessing to Su Tian, coupled with his preconceived notions, he assumed Su Tian was using underhanded means to secure clients. However, now he felt Su Tian did not resemble the type to rely on others. That, of course, she confessed. But I also turned her down, Su Tian replied. The order from President and was not given due to any affection towards me. There was no need to divulge the betting incident to Yin Shua. But this explanation would surely clear up any misunderstandings he previously held. I apologize. I misunderstood you. Yin Shua felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over him due to his guilt. After I said that about you, why would you still help me? I told you before, our goals align. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement that I help you now, and you help me later, Su Tian remarked, unfazed by Yun Shua's earlier misjudgment. After all, he understood that Yun Shua's perception of him was influenced by Su Rixin's subtle manipulation. That brother of his, with a heart of a beast, would not pass up any opportunity to tarnish his reputation. Seeing that Su Tian bore no grudge, Yun Shua eased up. All right then, what do you need me to do? I will certainly assist you. I haven't thought of anything at the moment, but there is one thing in the future for which I hope you can lend a hand. Su Tian looked at Yun Shua, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Feeling Su Tian's gaze, Yun Shua suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were prey being stalked. You don't mean for me to do something like that, do you? He shook off the goosebumps, his face reflecting outright rejection. Let me make it clear. I am an artist, not a commodity. Chapter 56. Persuading the parents if he had not known that the other party would one day become a renowned pop star across Huaxia. Su Shua's theatrical demeanor would have likely led others to suggest he pursue acting. You are overthinking it. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal, that I merely hope that if you enter the entertainment industry as a singer, you will allow me to be your manager, that in the days since his rebirth, Su Tian had also crafted plans for his future. While he could continue managing the investments of Su Corporation's ventures using memories from his previous life, he found the entertainment industry to be far more challenging and appealing than those mundane projects. Most importantly, the most lucrative sector under the Tang family was the entertainment industry. Earned the approval of Tang Bingyin's family. He surely needed to achieve some success in that field. Naturally, to keep his privacy intact, he preferred not to debut himself, but rather wished to work as a manager. And Yun Shua was his first target, a potential superstar for whom establishing a good relationship early on would be advantageous. How do you know I won't be a singer? Yun Shua paused at Su Tian's words, well aware that he lacked the talent to manage a company. His true passion lay in singing. But he understood that his parents would likely disapprove of him entering the entertainment industry. Hence he had never disclosed this aspiration to anyone. Su Tian smiled lightly. I believe your voice is quite good. You must sing beautifully. Yun Shua fell silent for a moment before finally responding, thank you. However, I doubt I will pursue singing, considering my parents hold a strong bias against the entertainment industry. The road ahead is long. There is no need to rush. However, if you do enter the entertainment industry, remember to seek me out as your manager. Agreed? It's a promise. Although Yun Shua did not believe he would enter the entertainment industry, he still acquiesced to Su Tian's request. After all, it's good to have dreams, and who knows when they might become a reality. On their way to the hospital, Su Tian and Yun Shua synchronized their story. Although Yun Shua bore no visible external injuries, they planned to say he was struck by a car and required a thorough examination for safety's sake. They had barely registered at the emergency room when Yun Shua's parents rushed in. Upon entering the hospital, they made a beeline for the emergency room, their faces visibly marred with panic and urgency. Sitting on a bench outside the emergency room, Yun Shua appeared pale due to his anxiety, resembling someone who had been thoroughly frightened. Uncle, Auntie, there is no need to panic. I have already registered Yun Shua for a checkup. He'll be fine. Seeing their son seated on the bench without any apparent injuries eased his parents' worries slightly. However, soon after, Yun Shua's mother grew anxious again. Faced with his parents' concern, Yun Shua, as previously agreed upon with Su Tian, lowered his head in silence. This sorrowful and despondent demeanor only served to heighten his parents' distress. Uncle, Annie, you cannot blame Yun Shua for this situation. Su Tian timely interjected. Yun Shua was deeply hurt by Xingyue, which led to his moment of despair. Deeply hurt by Xingyue? Yun's father frowned and inquired. What exactly happened? What couldn't Xingyue have done to make their son contemplate such drastic actions? Su Tian sighed. He had some conflicts with Miss In and Su Rixin. That Yun's father paused momentarily. His brows knitting tighter, Su Tian hurriedly continued. No, it's not that. Su Rixin and Xingyue have been having an affair behind Yun Shua's back. Now, this matter has become common knowledge within the company, and many employees are gossiping about it. Yun Shua, influenced by these rumors, acted impulsively. Chapter 57. They are unworthy. Nonsense. Yun's father's expression shifted suddenly to Yun's mother frowned. How could this be possible? Xingyue is a child I have watched grow up. She is cultured, gentle, and virtuous. How could she betray Yun Shua and have an affair with his good friend? Although Xingyue can be a bit of a princess at times, her character is beyond reproach. Could there be some misunderstanding here? Su Tian, hearing this, exchanged a discreet glance with Yunshu. It seemed that Xingyue had indeed put in considerable effort to win over Yunshua's parents. Given such circumstances, their first reaction was disbelief and a tendency to assume a misunderstanding. Su Tian's side. Uncle, Annie, you may not be aware, but Xingyue has never truly liked Yunshu. The reason she agreed to the engagement was only to gain benefits from your family. Something she openly admitted to Yunshu. Typically, the gifts Yunshu presented to Xingyue were met with disdain, while she wore the bracelet gifted by Su Rixin every day without fail. Moreover, the clandestine rendezvous between Xingyue and Su Rixin was exposed when someone disseminated anonymous emails containing their photographs to the entire company, and now all the employees are aware that Xingyue has been secretly involved with Su Rixin behind Yunshua's back. Alas, I surmise that the individual who sent out that secret email must have been displeased with their deceit towards Yunshu, which prompted them to act in such a manner. Yunshu also received a copy. If uncle and aunt do not believe it, they can ask Yunshu to retrieve that email. After Su Tian finished speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with Yunshu. Understanding the implication, Yunshu hurriedly shook his head in refusal, stating, "It's just a few photos. There's nothing worth seeing." Yun's father's expression darkened. "Hand over your phone. Let me have a look." The more Yunshu downplayed the matter, the more his father sensed the gravity of the situation. He snatched the phone from Yunshua's hands and swiftly located the anonymous email in the inbox. The intimate photographs of Xingyue and Su Rixin pierced Yunshua's father's eyes, nearly prompting him to hurl the phone to the ground. "Shuasha, why haven't you disclosed any of this to us? I'd thought Xingyue was well-behaved, understanding, and cultured, but I never imagined she would turn out to be such a shameless woman. A woman like her shall never step foot into our Yun family." Previously, when she claimed to be attending a concert, Yunshu had gone to great lengths to secure VIP tickets for her through a friend, only for her to hand them over to Su Rixin. Even I, an outsider, could not bear to watch this unfold and had been urging Yunshu to break off the engagement with Xingyue. Yet Yunshu remained obstinate, wanting to give her another chance. "Uncle and aunt, you should persuade him as well." "Ashua, why are you so stubborn?" Yun's father displayed a look of exasperation. "With your qualities, are you truly worried about finding a good woman to marry? Why insist on being with someone who does not reciprocate your feelings? However, our families have already established an engagement, and there are also business collaborations." Yunshua's expression was one of distress. Yunshu frowned. "Then what about the cooperation between our families? Rest assured, the investment funds I intended for the family have not yet been transferred. I will immediately notify the finance department to terminate the payment. This money, even if I donate it to a charitable cause, will not be given to the family. They do not deserve it." Chapter 58. Transformation. As he spoke, Yunshua's father took out his phone and called his secretary. Meanwhile, Yunshua's mother, with a look of gratitude, grasped Su Tian's hand. "You are also Shua's friend, right? Thanks to you guiding him. Otherwise, if something were to happen to our Shua, our family would be in disarray. It is rare to have a friend like you. I hope you can visit our home sometime, and I will prepare some of my best dishes for you." Yunshua's mother was genuinely appreciative of Su Tian. While both were friends, Su Rixin had betrayed Yunshu by pursuing his fiancée, whereas Su Tian was able to provide comfort during Yunshua's troubled times, illustrating that without comparison, one would not recognize the harm done. "Mom, I truly owe this to Su Tian. Had he not intervened in time, I fear." Yunshu sighed. "I have come to realize that rather than wallowing in self-pity over a woman who does not care for me, it is better to work hard and make Xingyue regret her choice." "Ashua, it is wonderful that you have come to this conclusion so swiftly," Yun's father expressed with satisfaction. "You need not worry about the annulment of the engagement. I will handle that." Subsequently, they waited until they witnessed Yunshu enter the examination room for his checkup and remained until the report confirmed everything was normal before preparing to leave. She was concerned that her son might be emotionally affected by the incident with Xing and "Oh, need, I plan to have Su Tian stay with me for a couple of days." "That is good. You young people will have more to discuss." Su Tian, We entrust our shuasha to you, Su Tian. I did not realize you possess such talent for acting. Yin Shua exhaled deeply. Su Tian smiled faintly, tossing Yin Shua his car keys. Let us go. Where to? Yin Shua asked, puzzled. Step 2 of the plan. We shall change your style. Change my style? Yin Shua glanced down his suit and tie. Responding, isn't this suit formal enough? Formal? Yes, but far too formal. That Su Tian shook his head at Yin Shua's obliviousness. Objectively speaking, Yin Shua had fair skin and a commendable appearance. However, he believed that girls preferred mature men. Thus, in an attempt to gain Xingyue's attention, he had dressed himself in a way that made him appear much older than his youthful age of 20. Stifling his natural charm, he vividly recalled a past performance where Yin Shua had styled his hair in golden waves and donned a pure white casual outfit that captivated the audience, almost causing a riot due to the fans' excitement. Now, Yin Shua was even younger than then, and adopting such a hairstyle and attire would only enhance his looks beyond his previous self. People are visual creatures. He could not believe that Xingyue would remain indifferent to such a transformed Yin Shua. Soon, Su Tian took Yin Shua to several casual clothing stores in the mall, where the sales associates coordinated a few outfits for Yin Shua, all in shades of white. With his flawless complexion, Yin Shua appeared striking in the all-white casual ensemble as he stood before the fitting room mirror. Wouldn't showing up at the company in this outfit seem a bit too frivolous? Yin Shua, accustomed to the rigid black suit, felt somewhat out of place in the white casual attire. Not at all. Do you believe if I were to share your current photo in the company group, you would gain a legion of admirers? Perhaps not. Su Tian chuckled at his response. Then, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, by the way, regarding the company's staff, do you know that the HR manager, Rong Yin, has a liking for you? Yin Shua was taken aback momentarily before retorting. What did you hear that? I can sense it to some extent. Yin Shua remained silent for a moment before nodding. I admit she does have feelings for me, and she confessed during college. However, I was solely infatuated with Xingyue at the time and turned her down, even asking her not to pursue me again. Su Tian remarked with a smile. Honestly, I think Rong Yin is quite a decent person. You have her contact information, right? Why not give her a call and invite her out for a meal? In his previous life, Su Tian hardly visited Su's group, hence he was unaware of Rong Yan's feelings for Yin Shua. However, he had heard of a significant event, for years into Yin Shua's marriage with Xingyue. Yin Shua suddenly passed away. Shortly after, news broke in Jiang City about Rong Yin being involved in a car accident that killed Xingyue, an act of vengeance after learning that Xingyue had caused Yin Shua's demise. Listening to Yin Shua's words now indicated that Rong Yin had harbored feelings for him for 4 to 5 years. Even though she had been rejected years ago, she had specifically sought employment at Su's group upon graduating, likely to catch glimpses of Yin Shua. She's quite a good person, but I am not in the mindset for romance at the moment, and I do not have feelings for her. But I am merely suggesting you invite her for a meal, not that you have to commit to her for life immediately. Su Tian understood Yin Shua's hesitations and encouraged him. Moreover, this would give both of you a chance to get to know each other better. You rejected her previously because your thoughts were consumed by Xingyue, and you didn't truly understand her. Now that you're no longer with Xingyue, you should explore other remarkable women around you. Rong Yin, with her background and appearance, was undoubtedly a suitable match, and Su Tian believed she was infinitely superior to the vain Xingyue, who only cared for shopping and beauty treatments. That I do not wish to use my emotions as a means to retaliate against her. Of course, I'm not suggesting you seek someone merely as a shield for revenge. I merely want you and Rong Yin to have an opportunity to understand each other. If, after getting to know her, you still do not like her, then you can part ways amicably and remain friends. Rong Yin possessed a commendable family background and looks, and Su Tian was determined not to allow the girl who had once been willing to sacrifice everything for Yin Shua to meet a tragic end in this life as well. Very well, but I will only invite her out for a meal. At most, we'll be friends. Yin Shua emphasized the word friends deliberately before retrieving his phone to send Rong Yin a message. Chapter 59. The song that made Yin Shua a sensation in his past life. After accompanying Yin Shua to purchase clothing, Su Tian conveniently reserved a seasonal limited edition handbag at a neighboring women's clothing store. This boutique only allowed VIP members to reserve limited edition bags, and Su Tian had used Yin Shua's mother's quota to secure one from the first batch of stock, which would be available for pickup in a week. He planned to present this handbag as a gift for Tang Bingyan. Although their anniversary was not imminent, Tian had decided to regularly prepare small surprises to make amends with Tang Bingyan. Let us go. Where to? Yun Shuo, who was not particularly fond of shopping, had just placed the bags containing his new clothes in the trunk and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Tian's words. Causing his body to tense up, Tian smiled slightly to the hair salon. After a brief moment, Tian conveyed his general requirements to teacher Tony, although the final result did not quite match the expertise of the professional stylist from his previous life. It was indeed a world apart from Yun Shuo's usual drab and rigid hairstyle. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Yun Shuo admired his golden brown, slightly wavy locks, complemented by a pure white casual outfit. While he found the look rather pleasing, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Tian nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "There will be a rehearsal for the company's annual meeting tomorrow afternoon, so make sure to wear this outfit." Rehearsal for the annual meeting? Yun Shuo was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he appeared somewhat uneasy. But now tomorrow is the final review before the annual meeting, and your presence is imperative. Moreover, I'm not asking you to be a mere spectator. With that, Tian produced a sheet of paper inscribed with musical notes and lyrics from his pocket, having studied music in his past life. He had composed this piece from memory. This song was born out of Yun Shuo's despair after a setback, which fortuitously skyrocketed to fame overnight. "What is this?" Yun Shuo exclaimed in astonishment as he received the paper, his eyes widening. "Did you compose this piece?" "Not quite," Tian deflected. "I acquired it from a brilliant lyricist and composer. This composition is exceptional. Could you introduce me to that composer?" Yun Shuo asked, his excitement palpable as he clutched the paper, his eyes sparkling. The quality of the piece was so exquisite that he felt an inexplicable connection to it. Could it be that the composer shared some extraordinary bond with him? That might not be feasible. Tian replied, "The condition for obtaining this song was to keep the composer's identity confidential. Artists often have peculiar habits, as you know." His intention for Yun Shuo to perform at the Su Group's annual meeting stemmed from the fact that prominent guests from various industries would be attending, including owners of 2 music companies he had seen in the invitation list yesterday. Since the song had attained immense popularity in his previous life, Yun Shuo's performance at the annual meeting would undoubtedly draw widespread attention, potentially paving the way for his entry into the entertainment industry. Following the incident with Xingyue, Tian believed that Yun Shuo's parents would likely feel apprehensive and refrain from imposing excessive expectations on him. If Yun Shuo wished to pursue a singing career while managing the family business, his parents would most likely not oppose it vehemently. Upon sharing his thoughts with Yun Shuo, the latter became exhilarated. Becoming a singer had always been his dream, and he had longed for the day when he could perform his own compositions on stage. He had previously thought that this aspiration would remain forever unattainable. Yet the opportunity had suddenly presented itself. With that, Yun Shuo swiftly turned and departed, overwhelmed with excitement over the song. Once back home, he made minor adjustments to the dissonant parts of the lyrics and sheet music, then stayed up late practicing until dawn. The next afternoon, he arrived punctually at the company's rehearsal hall. "That guy's incredibly handsome. Is he a staff member hired by the company? Did you all just notice? I've seen him for ages." "What staff?" "That's President Yin. My goodness, he's actually President Yin. How is he so different?" President Yin is unexpectedly dashing. In recent days, Yun Shuo had become the focal point of office gossip. Many female employees had initially felt sympathy for him, but upon witnessing his transformed appearance, they were left in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief. At that moment, Yun Shuo had undeniably become the epitome of the ideal man, a high, rich, and handsome figure in the eyes of the female staff. Sigh. "I was truly blind before, thinking that President Su was more handsome than President Yu, and it seems President Yin just didn't bother to dress up. Now he could easily step into the entertainment industry." Not far away, a young woman, who was confirming the sound system with the staff, frowned in annoyance at the commotion by the entrance. "Is Yun Shuo here too? Haven't I made myself clear? Is he really going to pester me again? Is he willing to sacrifice the last shred of his pride?" This woman was in Xingyue. The young man, dressed in a crisp, white casual outfit, greeted the employees with a gentle smile. How could Yun Shuo, whom she remembered as an old-fashioned, dull man, appear so drastically different. At that moment, he resembled a leading man from a Korean drama, exuding an irresistible charm that captivated all attention. And Xinghua even pinched her fingers discreetly, questioning whether she was experiencing an illusion. How is this possible? How could Yin Shua undergo such a remarkable transformation in such a short time? Meanwhile, the surrounding murmurs continued. No matter how you look at it, President Yun is far more attractive. Why wouldn't Xinghua choose President Su over him? In terms of status and background, President Yun is undoubtedly superior. President Su only has her company, while President Yun holds shares in numerous listed corporations that he only came to our company out of brotherly affection, supporting President Su, yet President Su remains ungrateful, secretly flirting with President Yun's fiancée, E. It's utterly outrageous. Just then, Su Rixin entered the hall. Upon overhearing the employee's comments, his expression darkened. As if he could kill, he cleared his throat heavily, and his intense anger prevented him from maintaining his facade. He shouted at everyone, "I summoned you here for rehearsal. Anyone who continues to chatter will be dismissed." At Su Rixin's reprimand, the employees promptly fell silent. He maintained a nonchalant demeanor, showing no guilt for his questionable actions. His feelings towards Yin Shua were more resentful than grateful. Although Yin Shua had consistently looked out for him as a brother, Su Rixin felt oppressed by Yin Shua's innate nobility, as if Yin Shua's kindness was merely a condescending charity. In university, Yin Shua was a figure of prominence, wielding influence effortlessly, while Su Rixin trailed behind like a lackey. Even after stepping into society and taking charge of the family business post-graduation, while Yin Shua squandered his time with shares, the ingrained inferiority complex still drove Su Rixin to seek to undermine Yin Shua. Thus, he advised Yin Shua to project a mature and composed image in front of shareholders and in Xinghua, while also suggesting that he give her ample personal space, implying that women preferred reliable partners. He had indeed succeeded, relishing the sight of Yin Shua's fiancée, doting on him daily, but he had not anticipated that Su Tian's casual remark would expose his relationship with Xinghua. Seeing Su Rixin's pretentious demeanor made Yin Shua feel nauseated and own need for President Su to worry. You have your hands full, so perhaps you should focus on matters that truly require your attention. Su Rixin was taken aback by Yin Shua's blatant disregard for his authority, his expression freezing in disbelief. He then looked at Yin Shua with a mix of disdain and satisfaction. Why else would Yin Shua suddenly change his appearance? However, his expression soon shifted to one of irritation as he addressed Yin Shua. "Yin Shua, stop making a scene. It's not that I dislike you. I simply want to break up, and it has nothing to do with Rixin. Why do you place all the blame on him? Is that what a man does?" Were Yin Shua to approach her with some flattering words, she might have considered giving him a chance. However, his current lack of respect for Su Rixin was akin to a public slap in her face. Blame him? Yin Shua scoffed. "I'm here for the rehearsal, and I certainly do not have the luxury of wasting time on inconsequential matters." "You are attending the rehearsal for the annual meeting?" And Xingyue's eyes briefly widened in surprise. How was she unaware that Yin Shua would also be participating? Removing his solo performance would not only affect the overall effect, but would also be unfair to Rong Yan, who had worked diligently in rehearsals. After much contemplation, the administrative manager made a decision. "Miss N and Manager Rong, what are your thoughts on this? Are you joking? Under normal circumstances, a solo performance lasts around 5 to 6 minutes. But due to the relationship between Xingyue and Su Rixin, the administrative manager found it challenging to express certain sentiments directly." And Xingyue exploded. "It is a privilege for you to have me perform. Now you dare question whether I should perform. Who do you think you are? Enough. You should speak less." Su Rixin finally lost his temper. "Rixin, do you really think I should compete with her?" And Xingyue gazed at him in shock. Tears of grievance welling in her eyes. Su Rixin, in front of the employees, displayed a complete lack of regard for her, compelling her to compete with a frontline worker. How is this different from slapping her in the face before everyone? If she did not wish to compete, she might as well relinquish her spot. Chapter 61. He is truly watching me. However, he has already found himself at odds with Yin Shua, even for the sake of his own interests. He is reluctant to engage in any direct confrontation with Yin Shua. At the very least, he must project an image of wanting to mend relations with Yin Shua in front of the crowd. She has always held affection for Yun Shuo and naturally harbors no fondness for his rival. And Xingyue, if Xingyue were truly a suitable match for Yun Shuo, she would silently wish the two well and relinquish her feelings for him. Yet, Xingyue, despite being engaged to Yun Shuo, clandestinely pursues Su Rixin, igniting a flicker of hope in Rong Yin, who had merely wished to steal a few more glances at Yun Shuo. Rong Yin recalled the message Yun Shuo had sent her the previous day and instinctively lifted her gaze towards his direction. Yun Shuo felt the intensity of Rong Yin's gaze and, somewhat awkwardly, cleared his throat, making a gesture of encouragement towards her. Rong Yin's cheeks flushed, and she hastily lowered her head, her heart racing faster. Since everyone has no objections, you two should prepare to commence the competition, Su Rixin declared, utterly disregarding Xingyue's forlorn expression, before turning to take a seat with Secretary Song, embodying the role of a judge. Su Tian also dragged the stationary Yun Shuo along, securing a spot behind Su Rixin. Meanwhile, Xingyue and Rong Yin entered the fitting room to change into their costumes, and Xingyue, with an air of superiority, looked down on Rong Yin, declaring, "You are no match for me. If you concede now, you won't lose face entirely." Rong Yin chuckled lightly. The outcome is still uncertain. Her words carried a deeper implication. Whether in this competition or concerning Yun Shuo, she was determined to prevail. "Let us wait and see." And Xingyue scoffed disdainfully. Confident, she believed that she could never lose to Rong Yin. Given her prowess, even a fair competition would see her easily overpowering Rong Yin. Not to mention the advantage of Su Rixin's presence today. With unwavering confidence, she took the stage. It must be said that Xingyue indeed possesses a foundation in dance, and although her haughty demeanor may be somewhat off-putting in reality, on stage her commanding presence shines, allowing her to fully showcase her strengths. Initially, employees of Su's company held some prejudice against Xingyue, but after witnessing her performance, they had to admit that she indeed had the credentials to be proud. As the dance concluded, Xingyue triumphantly lifted her skirt and performed a curtsy, strutting off stage like a victorious peacock, proudly taking a seat next to Su Rixin. This caused many employees to waver in their opinions. Despite their aversion to her, she was, after all, the rumored girlfriend of their boss. Furthermore, Xingyue's stage performance was undeniably impeccable. This shift in perception caused employees who initially thought Xingyue was merely seeking attention to reconsider, tilting the scales of their judgment in her favor. Rong Yin, having studied dance from a young age and participated in numerous competitions, typically felt at ease in such settings. However, standing on stage, she sensed the weight of the crowd's gaze upon her, including that of Yun Shuo. What should she do? She began to feel anxious. The accompaniment music started, and Rong Yin instinctively drew upon her dancer's professionalism. Yet her heart was in disarray. Yun Shuo usually refrained from attending rehearsals. Why was he here today? Yet, even without deliberately looking in his direction, she felt the intensity of his focused gaze. Is he watching me? It seems he truly is. In that moment of distraction, she faltered on her triple axel. Landing clumsily on the ground, a gasp rippled through the audience. Such a significant mistake rendered the need for a vote moot. The outcome was clear, and Xingyue laughed maliciously. "Did you not study dance? How could you make such a blunder?" Rixin, if she were to perform on stage, she would surely bring shame to your company. Rong Yan's complexion turned pale as she gritted her teeth and rose from the stage. The mistake she made was so substantial that further competition seemed unnecessary. Yet her pride and dignity forbade her from conceding. Thus, she continued to perform as if nothing had happened, completing the entire dance. As the performance concluded, applause erupted from the audience. Yet everyone understood that this applause was merely a gesture of sympathy for her defeat. What a pity. Was she simply too nervous? After all, competing against Miss N was understandably daunting. Miss N's temperament may be a bit overbearing, but her dance skills were undeniably exceptional. The rehearsal room, originally a conference hall, had seats in close proximity to the stage, allowing Rong Yin to clearly hear the murmurs of the employees below. She lowered her head, a bitter smile forming at the corners of her lips. She had indeed lost. In truth, she did not fear losing, but losing to Xingyue was something she could not accept. Surely, Yun Shuo must be disappointed in her as well. Rong Yin could scarcely bring herself to glance in Yun Shua's direction, fearing she would see disdain reflected in his gaze. Yet, seated in the audience, Yun Shua was fixated on Rong Yin, his eyes unblinking. He had previously perceived her as a fragile woman, but witnessing her resilience in completing the dance despite her blunder led him to a new understanding of the woman he had known since university. Perhaps Rong Yin was not as dull as he had imagined, or perhaps they merely lacked the opportunity to truly understand one another. Although Yin Shuo remained unmoved at that moment, he felt an urge to take a step forward and offer them both a chance. Isn't it clear enough that a vote is unnecessary? Just as the crowd lamented for Rong Yin, and Xingyue strutted over to the administrative manager, her head held high like a victorious peacock. Yet, as her triumphant words fell, Chapter 62. Going home to accompany my wife, the administrative manager felt somewhat awkward, internally cursing Su Tian's relatives. Should they make exceptions for shareholders? It all sounded so easy. Su Tian, being a member of the Su family and holding shares, naturally had no fear. And no matter. Let us proceed according to the usual process. Yin Shua, appearing unfazed, confidently approached the front of the stage. However, rather than stepping directly onto the platform, he approached Rong Yin and, with a gentlemanly gesture, extended his hand. What? Rong Yin was so overwhelmed with emotion that her words stumbled. Miss Rong, do you refuse? Seeing Rong Yan's stunned expression, Yin Shua found her somewhat adorably bewildered. No, not at all. Rong Yin felt unable to articulate her thoughts, merely nodding fervently to indicate her willingness. Su Tian watched the interaction between Yin Shua and Rong Yin with satisfaction. Reflecting on how he had initially intended to suggest Yin Shua invite Rong Yin to perform together, only to realize that Yin Shua had already grasped the idea on his own. Pleased by such evident progress, he led the applause. Next, I shall sing a song for everyone, Falling Snow. Yin Shua gestured for Rong Yin to join him, microphone in hand, as he ascended the stage as the accompaniment began. Yin Shua's magnetic voice reverberated through the audience, captivating their ears. This song had been penned during a time of hardship in his previous life, naturally carrying a tinge of melancholy. However, with some modifications reflecting this life, it now possessed an additional spirit of striving for a resurgence. Rong Yin, who had originally trained in ballet, adapted her style to modern dance in response to Yin Shua's musicality, despite some initial awkwardness in their collaboration. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman on stage allowed the audience to overlook any minor flaws. After several moments, the audience erupted in a thunderous applause. President Yun's song was simply magnificent. Manager Rong's accompaniment was perfectly timed. Since Manager Rong's solo did not make the cut, why not let her accompany President Yun? The female employees below gazed at Yin Shua with starry-eyed admiration. They had previously thought him to be a dull and uninteresting man, yet today he had transformed his attire and showcased his talents. He was, without a doubt, the ideal man in their minds. What was I thinking before, believing Su Rixin was more handsome than President Yun? I must get my eyes checked. Me too. I even imagined Su Rixin as a domineering CEO in a novel. In hindsight, how foolish. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let the boss hear. However, the whispers of the employees were overheard by Su Rixin that he feigned indifference, though internally he felt ready to explode with anger. He loathed being compared to Yin Shua. During their university days, he had always been in Yin Shua's shadow, inconspicuous. Now that he had only just begun to enjoy some peace, Yin Shua had completely shattered the image he had painstakingly built. Yin Shua, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Yin Shua gazed at Xingyue, suddenly perceiving her as a stranger, despite having harbored feelings for her for over a decade. Why would you allow that bumpkin to accompany you? Are you doing this to irritate me on purpose? And Xingyue had not yet savored her triumph over Rong Yin when she found herself overshadowed once more by the latter, leading her to unleash her ire upon Yin Shi. However, it was evident that this time she had miscalculated. And Xingyue, do not flatter yourself. I chose Rong Yin as my dance partner because she is suitable to AS for you. Having chosen Su Rixin, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and separation from causing harm to others. Yin Shua had previously harbored feelings for Xingyue, indulging her unreasonable tantrums, but he had since seen through her true nature and would no longer tolerate her whims. With that, Yin Shua dismissed the agitated Xingyue and approached Rong Yin, who had already changed out of her dance attire. "So you remember our date tonight?" "Yes, I do." Rong Yan's earlobes flushed. This was Yin Shua's first invitation to dinner. She had initially planned to ask for a 2-hour leave after the rehearsal to visit a salon for a makeover before their rendezvous. "After work, I will wait for you in the underground parking lot." "All right." Rong Yin sighed inwardly, realizing that her most disheveled state had already been witnessed by Yin Shua. A last-minute effort to change her appearance would be futile. Yet, why had Yin Shua suddenly invited her out for dinner? Was he intending to clarify things and suggest she keep her distance from him in the future, before Yin Shua could utter a word? Rong Yan's mind had already conjured a scenario in which she was rejected, akin to a rabbit whose cherished carrot had been snatched away, leaving her dejected. "Tian, do you sense something amiss with Rong Yan?" Yin Shua gazed pensively at Rong Yan's retreating figure. "That is something you must inquire of yourself." Tian could somewhat surmise Rong Yan's mental state, but he refrained from elaborating to Yin Shua. For romance was a matter between two individuals, and excessive interference could prove counterproductive. "Will you accompany me to tonight's date?" Yin Shua asked, slightly anxious. If Tian joined him, he would feel less out of his depth. Despite being a wealthy heir, Yin Shua was rather naive when it came to matters of the heart. Apart from Xingyue, he had never courted another girl that Tian could not help but marvel at Xingyue's perspective, forsaking a pearl in favor of a mere fish like Su Rixin's. Chapter 63. The Terror of Tang Bingyin. "What? You truly have a wife?" Yin Shua was astonished. No wonder Tian remained unmoved by Rongshuan's confession or Tang Xine's advances. He already had a wife. "Who is your wife? Bring her out to meet me sometime. Perhaps another time," Tian replied vaguely, aware that Tang Bingyin had little fondness for chaotic gatherings. The last occasion she had accompanied him to meet in Rongshuan had already been a significant concession. After purchasing an array of fresh ingredients at the supermarket, Tian also stopped by a popular dessert shop in Jiang City to buy a box of osmanthus cake. The previous rose cake had been excessively sweet, so he opted for a milder flavor this time. However, upon arriving at the villa, laden with bags of groceries, he found it eerily silent within, devoid of any sounds. Had Bingyin given the household staff a day off? After placing the ingredients in the kitchen, Tian reconsidered and retrieved the box of osmanthus cake. But he took out his phone, intending to inquire whether Tang Bingyin was aware of the situation. Yet upon dialing her number, he was met with a cold, electronic voice. "Hello, the user you were trying to reach is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Was it his phone with no signal, or was the signal poor on Bingyin's end? Tian furrowed his brow, planning to move to the living room to attempt another call. However, as he exited the kitchen, he suddenly caught a faint whiff of the metallic scent of blood in the air. His previous experiences had honed his instincts, and something about that overwhelming odor suggested it was the result of significant blood loss. A wave of dread washed over Tian. Could it be that intruders had entered the villa? Holding his breath, he softened his footsteps, striving to trace the source of the blood scent. Ultimately, he discovered that the odor emanated from the basement. Tian had always known of the basement's existence. But in his past life, Tang Bingyin had strictly forbidden him from descending there to tea that time. Their relationship had been fraught with tension, leaving him uninterested in the mysteries of that enigmatic space. Now, standing at the basement staircase, confronted by the wafting scent of blood and a chilling breeze, his heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his throat. Surely, nothing terrible had occurred. The first thought that crossed Tian's mind was that Tang Bingyin had stashed considerable cash and jewelry in the basement, and the household staff, under duress from intruders, had led them there. After acquiring the wealth, the intruders would likely seek to eliminate witnesses, hence the strong scent of blood. Uncertain of the situation below and hesitant to call the police, Tian's concern for Tang Bingyin momentarily eclipsed his caution, prompting him to stealthily descend the stairs. The further he ventured down, the more pronounced the stench of blood became. Eventually, the nauseating odor compelled him to cover his mouth and nose, fearing that he might involuntarily vomit. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, he heard a series of cracking sounds from the basement's far end, sounds reminiscent of a whip cracking. Were the intruders still present? Heightening his vigilance, Tian crept closer, yet as he neared the tightly shut basement door, He peered through the glass window to glimpse the scene inside. Tian gasped, even though he had steeled himself for the sight. The gruesome reality before him sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within. Tang Bingyan, may you suffer a fate worse than death. The wail was so harrowing, it seemed to emerge from the depths of hell. Instilling terror in Tian's heart, he froze, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. Through the glass, he could see blood splattered throughout the room. Tang Bingyan sat impassively on the sofa, flanked by Wei and the long-unseen Qin Xiaoxiao. Before her knelt a figure, grotesquely mangled and unrecognizable, from which Tian could only discern, through her agonized cries, that she was a woman. This woman was drenched in blood, her body convulsing, clearly enduring immense suffering. Tian even glimpsed the stark white of bone protruding from her arm as pieces of flesh littered the floor around her. The visceral impact of such a sight left Tian feeling cold. And despite his considerable fortitude, the horrific scene sent shivers down his spine that continued. In the next moment, Tang Bingyan's indifferent voice resonated, as though the figure before her were merely a lifeless object to be disposed of at her whim. After Tang Bingyan issued her command, Qin Xiaoxiao raised her hand and struck the woman fiercely with a whip. The woman emitted another anguished scream, writhing on the ground while still cursing Tang Bingyan. Those things rightfully belong to me. They are what I deserve. I am your sister. You will face retribution for this, sister. Tian's gaze fixated on the bloodied woman, his pupils constricting in realization. She must be a member of the Tang family. However, with many young members in the Tang family and numerous collateral branches, he could not identify her. From her voice, he could ascertain she was not Tang Exen. Tang Bingyan, if grandfather learns of your mistreatment of kin, you will surely be cast out. The woman struggled weakly, attempting to crawl toward the door. Yet her grievous injuries and excessive blood loss rendered her attempts to flee nothing more than a desperate struggle for survival in the eyes of Tang Bingyan and the others. Tang Bingyan remained composed, gazing at the screaming woman with an air of detachment. At that moment, the woman, having mustered her last ounce of strength, managed to grasp the doorknob. Just then, Qin Xiaoxiao swiftly moved in front of the young woman, seizing her throat and effortlessly lifting her off the ground. The woman gasped for breath, her voice reduced to a raspy wheeze, struggling with flailing limbs but utterly unable to break free. The sudden turn of events instinctively caused Tian to take 2 steps back, while the keen-eared Qin Xiaoxiao immediately sensed movement from outside the door. Who is there? Chapter 64. Wife, would you like some osmanthus cake? Tian stiffened momentarily at the sound. However, he soon sighed softly and slowly raised his hand to open the basement door. Tian, Wei and Qin Xiaoxiao both turned to him, their breaths catching in their throats. This is bad. A flicker of panic flashed in Wei's eyes that in contrast to Wei's alarm. Qin Xiaoxiao regarded Tian with a mix of disdain and hatred. She had been punished by Tang Bingyan due to Tian's actions, yet she bore no resentment toward Tang Bingyan. Merely believing that the young lady had been ensnared by this scoundrel, as long as she was present, she would ensure that Tang Bingyan would not suffer further harm from this man. As Tian stood before the gruesome tableau within the room, he found himself confronted with a sight so blood-soaked that it left him reeling. The acrid scent of thick blood assailed his senses, provoking a visceral sense of discomfort. Despite his prior preparations, the sheer brutality of the scene still managed to shock him. However, having navigated the myriad complexities and grievances of his previous life, he had come to discern the harsh realities of a world rife with treachery. He understood that compassion and kindness could all too easily transform into fatal vulnerabilities that, in short order, Tian composed his expression. He then carried the box of pastries into the basement, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. Tang Bingyan's countenance had soured upon seeing him, her eyes glinting with a fierce resolve to annihilate everything in sight. Initially, she had contemplated letting Tian go, yet he had inadvertently rekindled a flicker of hope within her. Just as she braced herself for Tian's disdain, or even an outright rebuke, he unexpectedly waved the pastry box before her and softly inquired, "Wife, would you care for some osmanthus cake?" In that moment, Even the usually icy and composed Tang Bingyin found herself momentarily taken aback. The next instant, she lifted her gaze to Su Tian, astonished to find no trace of hatred or fear upon his face. Gradually, the frost in her eyes began to thaw. "Wife?" Su Tian gently prompted when she remained silent. "The osmanthus cake won't taste as good if it lingers too long." Nearby, Away could not help but facepalm. What a fool! Did he not recognize the gravity of the situation? Was it truly the time for pastries? Yet, as he berated Su Tian internally, he was compelled to witness Tang Bingyin stiffly accept the pastry box he offered. She quietly opened it, retrieving a piece of osmanthus cake and taking a tentative bite. Away found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was Su Tian who possessed the sound mind, while he himself was the one lacking clarity. Tang Bingyin, having taken a small bite of the cake, turned her gaze to Su Tian and asked in a measured tone, "Do you not have anything you wish to ask me?" "Of course I do," Su Tian replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, a bitter smile graced Tang Bingyin's lips. As expected, the inquiries would inevitably arise. However, the next moment, Su Tian, with a hint of solicitude in his tone, asked, "I purchased some ribs at the supermarket. Do you prefer them braised or steamed?" With a soft thud, the half-eaten piece of osmanthus cake slipped from Tang Bingyin's fingers and fell back into the box. Away and Chan Xiao Xiao exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. "Was this truly what you wished to ask me?" Tang Bingyin fixed her gaze on Su Tian, attempting to glean his thoughts. But his eyes remained serene and inscrutable. Of course. Why would there be anything else? Su Tian replied with an air of inevitability. "If you do not fancy ribs, I also procured some carp for soup." "Do you not wish to inquire why I would take such actions?" Tang Bingyin pressed. "Why would I?" Su Tian seemed genuinely puzzled. "Surely you must have offended my dear wife in some manner for which you would require punishment." Chun Xiao Xiao and Away exchanged looks of astonishment. This was decidedly not the Su Tian they had known. Tang Bingyin was equally taken aback by his words, momentarily rendered speechless. "Wife, rest assured, no matter your actions, I will always stand by you. Should you wish to deal with those who vex you, that is entirely within your purview. Just avoid entangling yourself in unnecessary trouble. After all, we live in a society governed by law. If you find it overwhelming, leave it to me. Your husband will handle it." The chill ran down Chun Xiaoxiao's spine as she, in a way, contemplated the implications of Su Tian's words. Their only thought was that their esteemed young lady would never fall for such tactics. Yet, as they harbored their disdain for Su Tian, they were taken aback by the warmth that suddenly illuminated Tang Bingyin's previously frosty visage. With a nod, her face blossomed into a smile reminiscent of the first rays of dawn. "Very well." Away and Chan Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their trepidation. Could it be that their young lady had been possessed by some foreign spirit? Suddenly, Away's phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID, his eyes widening with alarm. "Young lady, it's a call from the old master." Tang Bingyin's expression remained inscrutable. "You may answer." Away steeled himself and connected the call, switching to speaker mode. "Old master, why are you calling the young lady during dinner? Is there something urgent?" "Have Bingyin answer the phone," came the stern voice of the elder from the other end, laced with barely suppressed anger. Away glanced nervously at Tang Bingyin, who nodded, prompting him to hastily hand her the phone. "Hello, grandfather? Bingyin, why didn't you answer the phone earlier? What are you occupied with?" The elder's tone was accusatory, clearly having caught wind of some troubling news. Away, and Qin Xiaoxiao's expressions grew grave. They understood that the elder detested familial discord above all else. If he learned of the earlier events, his wrath would be monumental, possibly even leading to disciplinary actions. "I am at home," Tang Bingyin replied coolly, "to the family home in Jiangsheng." The elder's voice remained firm. "Then tell me, have you had someone deal with the third girl, Isaac grandfather on the line?" Before the elder could finish a sentence, Su Tian interjected, "May I have a word with him?" "Who are you?" The elder's tone grew icier upon hearing Su Tian's voice. "Greetings, grandfather. I am Su Tian." "You are Su Tian." The elder's surprise was palpable. He had investigated Su Tian when Tang Bingyin had defied family opposition to marry him. However, Su Tian had always seemed disinterested in his granddaughter and had often spoken of divorce. "Yes, grandfather," Su Tian continued, seemingly oblivious to the elder's ire. These past few days, both Bingyan and I have been quite busy. Today, I finally managed to leave work early and prepared some ribs for her, but it appears she has little appetite. Although it may be rude to ask, could you enlighten me on what Bingyan typically enjoys to eat? Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao stood aghast as they listened to Su Tian engage in small talk with the elder. Did he truly lack the awareness to realize the elder was angry? However, Su Tian's casual demeanor seemed to soften the elder's heart. Upon hearing that Tang Bingyan had been disinterested in food, he momentarily forgot the purpose of his call. Bingyan has always been a picky eater. I've had to exert considerable effort to ensure she eats on time. How about this? I will have the butler compile a list of recipes for a way to send over to you for reference. Thank you, grandfather, Su Tian replied, as if suddenly struck by inspiration. Are you wishing to speak with Bingyan? I shall not intrude any longer and will pass the phone to her. That won't be necessary. The elder sighed. You and Bingyan should enjoy your meal. With that, he ended the call. Meanwhile, in the capital, the elder's butler inquired, Old master, will you not ask about the young lady? No need, the elder replied, removing his glasses and rubbing his temples. I have looked into Su Tian. He is merely an ordinary young man. He initially had no desire to marry Bingyan, and she has invested considerable effort to win him over. With him by her side, she will certainly refrain from any rash actions. Yet the elder also recognized that Su Tian's background was insufficient. He was not worthy of their esteemed young lady. The butler poured a cup of tea for the elder. The young lady has endured much for this marriage that I am too old to concern myself with such matters. As long as Bingyan is happy, I will allow it. Our family need not sacrifice itself for the sake of alliances. Many signs of powerful families possess a mercenary disposition that hardly makes them worthy of Bingyan. The elder's perspective was refreshingly clear. Back at the villa in Jiangcheng, Su Tian returned the phone to Tang Bingyan. Wife, I hope I did not say anything to upset grandfather. Tang Bingyan gazed at the phone he offered, momentarily lost in thought before shaking her head. The changes in Su Tian over the past few days have been so profound that she felt as though she were ensnared in a dream, a beautiful reverie from which she was reluctant to awaken. Young lady, do you think the elder will call again? Wei ventured cautiously to remain skeptical that this matter had truly been settled. That I doubt it, Tang Bingyan replied, her tone measured. Thus, with Su Tian present, there was no need for any explanations on her part. Darling, let us ascend quickly. It is rather chilly here. Su Tian extended his hand towards Tang Bingyan, saying, Come, I shall prepare a meal for you. You go upstairs and take a bath first. Once the food is ready, I will call you. Next time, let Wei and the others handle these menial tasks. What brings you to such a place? Su Tian, how dare you speak to the young lady in such a manner? What the young lady chooses to do is none of your concern. Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her irritation palpable at Su Tian's audacity to direct her. Who did he think he was, to presume to instruct the young lady? Wei, exasperated, tugged at Chen Xiaoxiao's sleeve. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. Do you wish to be grounded? Su Tian's actions were clearly intended to curry favor with their CEO, yet somehow they transformed into unwarranted interference in Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes. It was no wonder this woman had remained single for over 20 years. Am I mistaken? Or are you also being deceived by this scoundrel? Young lady, Su Xiao, please proceed upstairs. We shall manage things down here. Wei promptly opened the door to the basement room, allowing fresh air to circulate, thereby dissipating the oppressive stench of blood that had lingered. Chen Xiaoxiao glared at Wei in frustration, feeling betrayed that even he had turned against her after just a few days of confinement. How could he refer to Su Xiao as a scoundrel? Did he even deserve such a title? Wei, however, observed Chen Xiaoxiao's hostility towards Su Tian and surmised that she was not likely to come around any time soon. It was best to hope she would not continue to openly defy the young lady's wishes. He had no desire to suffer the consequences himself. In the depths of the night, Tang Bingyan's bedroom was engulfed in flames. The inferno devoured everything in its path, and she could feel the searing heat of the flames against her skin. Amidst the blaze, Su Tian's figure gradually faded from her sight, ultimately consumed by the fire. No! Tang Bingyan cried out, springing from her bed, clutching her chest where her heart thudded wildly, gasping for fresh air like a fish out of water. The erratic beating of her heart left her with an unsettling sensation of freefall. She gritted her teeth, striving to quell the violent tremors coursing through her body. With a sudden click, the room's lights flickered on, prompting her to instinctively squint against the warm, white light pouring down from above that moment. A figure rushed through the door and enveloped her in an embrace. For a fleeting instant, Tang Bingyin felt bewildered. But the familiar scent quickly calmed her racing thoughts. "My dear, did you have another nightmare?" Tian, still sleeping in a separate room, had initially planned to rest on the sofa in Tang Bingyin's master bedroom. However, she insisted that it was not conducive to rest, so she arranged for a room to be prepared for him in the villa next door. In truth, Tian wished to share a bed with Tang Bingyin, but he felt that moving too quickly would be unwise. He preferred to wait for the right moment, when she fully trusted him before progressing their relationship further. Yet tonight, he found himself restless. Just as he began to drift into a light slumber, he heard a gasp from the adjacent room. Without a second thought, he dashed into Tang Bingyin's chamber. As expected, upon seeing her distressed state, he realized her sleep anxiety had resurfaced. "I'm fine," Tang Bingyin insisted, though her body tensed in his embrace. "Are you truly all right?" Tian observed the paleness of her face and felt a pang of concern as she attempted to maintain her facade of strength. "If you're frightened, I can stay with you." The moment Tian spoke, he felt her body stiffen momentarily. A subtle smile graced his lips as he tightened his hold around her. "Do you not have anything you wish to ask me?" After a brief silence, Tang Bingyin gently pushed him away, locking her gaze with his. Some matters she would have to confront eventually, rather than worry about Tian's potential disdain for her due to past events. It was better to lay everything bare. However, since he refused to leave when she had proposed divorce, even if he viewed her as cold-hearted or a demon, she would not relinquish him. "What do you wish for me?" to inquire. Tian sighed in exasperation. It seemed his beloved was still preoccupied with the events of the evening, enough to disturb her sleep with nightmares. Realizing this, he felt a swell of affection for her. She truly cared for him. "Do you think me frightening?" Tang Bingyin paused, striving to maintain a calm tone. "That is because she deserved it." Tian embraced her once more, this time with an intensity that seemed to meld her into his very being. "Bingyin, you are not fearsome. Your actions stem from the violation of your boundaries." Despite the misunderstandings from his previous life, Tian understood the immense pressure Tang Bingyin had endured. She was constantly surrounded by individuals eager to undermine her, including those she once deemed family. "But what if I am indeed the one inflicting harm upon the innocent? Then I shall stand by you." Tian leaned down and tenderly kissed her forehead. "For I know you would never harm me." Tang Bingyin gazed at Tian for a prolonged moment, the frost in her dark eyes beginning to thaw. She met his gaze with an unnerving calmness. "Tian, do not deceive me, that I promise, Bingyin." Tian replied softly, "I will never deceive you again. Although you may not be able to believe me immediately, I will demonstrate my sincerity. I wish to build a life with you." Tang Bingyin responded with a soft murmur, her enchanting eyes still clouded with uncertainty. "Tian, should you continue to deceive me, I hope you possess the ability to maintain your lies for a lifetime." Meanwhile, in a VIP room at a beauty salon in the heart of Jiang City, and Xingyue and 3 of her friends were indulging in beauty treatments. Why would a woman as intelligent and beautiful as you pursue someone as inconspicuous as Rongyan? "I truly believe Yin Shaw must be blind. He's merely seeking a substitute for us, since he cannot win me over," one of her friends chimed in. "But goodness, this substitute is far from impressive." As one friend spoke, another suddenly recalled something and turned to Xingyue. "Xingyue, isn't your family collaborating with the Yin family? Given your current quarrel with Yin Shua, will that affect the partnership?" And Xingyue scoffed dismissively. "Yin Shua's dalliance with another woman is merely to provoke me. He would not dare jeopardize our family's collaboration over such a trivial matter." Upon hearing this, and Xingyue's expression grew increasingly smug. However, just as she was about to continue her tirade, her phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, she quickly gestured for her friends to be silent. "It's my grandmother calling." "Then you should answer. We will remain quiet." And Xingyue picked up the phone and retreated to the inner room of the suite, speaking softly. "Hello, Grandma. Why are you calling so late?" since the power of the Yin family was still in the hands of the matriarch. And Xingyue treated her grandmother with utmost respect. Xingyue, I wish to ask you something, that a voice on the other end, aged yet commanding, inquired. Why has the Yin family's investment not yet been transferred? What? And Xingyue frowned in surprise. Did they not promise to transfer the funds as soon as the bank opened today? The Yin family claims there is an issue with their account. Some of their cash is frozen, and they will not be able to transfer the funds for a week. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, fury surged within in Xingyue. What is the Yin family playing at? We had an agreement, and now they choose this critical moment to falter. Clearly, the matriarch was equally displeased with the Yin family's actions. However, having weathered many storms, she approached the situation with a broader perspective. Xingyue, speak candidly. Have you and Yin Shua quarreled recently? And no, we haven't quarreled. And Xingyue felt a flicker of guilt but maintained her facade of calm. We are doing quite well, that my dear. Do not always act like a spoiled princess in front of Yin Shua. The Yin family circumstances are not inferior to ours. He is also a pampered young master. If you continue to have him cater to your every whim, he will eventually grow weary of it. Grandmother, why must I pander to him? I am not his maid, nor am I obligated to cook for him. Moreover, I have already informed the family that I have someone I care for. My relationship with Yin Shua is merely a union for the sake of family interests. How can you? Silence. The matriarch's tone shifted, her voice stern as she reprimanded in Xing, I may allow you to act recklessly in other matters, but marriage is no trifling matter, since our family is already allied with the Yin family. Regardless of whom you favor, you must fulfill your responsibilities as their daughter-in-law and ensure that no mistakes are made. You must understand, our family's company is on the rise. Securing the Yin family's investment will ensure our company's growth. Afterward, you may pursue whomever you wish. However, if your stubbornness leads to a failure in the collaboration between the two families, I will not forgive you. Although everyone in the Yin family is aware that Xingyue harbors a dislike for Yin Shua, they have nevertheless arranged for her to be betrothed to him for the sake of the family's interest. Of course, the Yin family has only agreed to a temporary engagement. Once they leverage the Yin family's influence to develop, they can cancel the engagement as of now. They have yet to secure the investment from the Yin family, and neither old lady nor Xingyue's parents will allow her to jeopardize the relationship between the two families at such a critical juncture. I don't care what methods you employ, but you must charm Yin Shua in the next couple of days and persuade his family to expedite the transfer of that funding to the company account. Do you understand? Chapter 67. No comparison, no harm, I understand. The next day at noon, Tian and Yin Shua were having lunch in the company cafeteria. How was your date yesterday? Tian inquired between bites. Yin Shua hesitated for a moment before responding honestly. Tian, I laid my cards on the table with Rong Yin. Lay your cards on the table. What do you mean? I told her that inviting her out for dinner was your idea. My main intention was to use her to provoke in Xingyue. However, since Yin Shua had already been forthright with Rong Yin, and she was willing to temporarily remain friends, it indicated that she was not overly concerned. Well, if you two truly cannot be together, being friends is also quite fine. After all, this was Yin Shua's personal matter, and Tian would not meddle excessively. Yin Shua sighed. Actually, I find Rong Yin to be quite nice. I deleted all my female friends' contact information after I started dating her, including Rong Yan's, because I was worried that Xingyue would feel jealous. Thinking back, I got along well with Rong Yin when we were in the same club in college. I wouldn't mind being friends. Yes, just don't stress too much, Tian reassured him. Your father personally taking charge of the company matters is certainly foolproof. But just as Tian was about to caution Yin Shua to be wary of the Yin family's recent moves, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching. It was in Xingyue. Tian immediately fell silent, returning his focus to his meal. Today, Xingyue approached Yin Shua with an air of arrogance, as if nothing had transpired the previous day when they had quarreled publicly. Yin Shua, are you having lunch? What a coincidence. I had someone order a 5-star hotel's nutritious meal for you. Saying this, she directed 2 bodyguards behind her to set down a series of meal boxes on the table. Yin Shua glanced at the dishes. Not one was to his liking, but rather, they were all foods that Su Rishin enjoyed. Soon, his gaze fell upon a bowl of seafood porridge. It was one thing that he disliked. But didn't Xingyue not know that he was allergic to seafood? And Xingyue, oblivious to Yun Shua's expression, continued in a patronizing tone. Yin Shu, look, I specially brought you lunch that I was wrong about what happened before. So please don't be angry, I'm just a straightforward person. You should have gotten used to it by now. Eat the meal I brought, and I'll consider it my apology. Tian could not help but put down his chopsticks and look at the woman sitting across from him. He had never seen anyone apologize in such a manner. Today was truly an eye-opener for him. He understood very well that in Xingyue's willingness to lower herself to Yun Shua was likely due to pressure from the Yin family, forcing her to come and admit her mistake. Unfortunately, this young lady had long been accustomed to Yun Shua's indulgence, and the concept of apologizing simply did not exist in her vocabulary. Thus, even under duress, she still maintained a lofty demeanor, embodying the image of a high-born lady. Had it been the usual Yin Shua, he might have succumbed to her charms and chosen to forgive her. But now, having seen through Xingyue's true nature, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for this woman and would not show her any mercy. As Tian had anticipated, Yin Shua pushed away the bowl of seafood porridge before him, his tone frigid as he stated, "And Xingyue, after being together for so long, are you truly unaware of my seafood allergy?" And Xingyue was taken aback. "You're allergic to seafood? Damn it, when had Yin Shu ever mentioned his seafood allergy to her? Moreover, how could she possibly remember what he liked or disliked? With so many people around, why did he have to bring it up? She had already come to apologize in a subdued manner. Did he really want to humiliate her in front of everyone? And Xingyue slowly clenched her fists, unable to suppress her urge to berate Yin Shu. Yet, recalling her grandmother's admonitions from yesterday's phone call, she inhaled deeply, forcing herself to suppress her anger, and managed to squeeze out a smile. "Perhaps I forgot, but I bought a variety of dishes. Even if you can't have seafood porridge, you can still eat the other dishes. The dishes you brought are all things Su Rishin likes." Yin Shua's lips curled into a cold smile. "And Xingyue, are you certain you came to bring me lunch and not to deliver it to Su Rishin? The meal you brought contains none of my preferred dishes, but rather all of Su Rishin's favorites." What a sincere apology this is. Upon hearing this, and Xingyue's expression darkened further, "I had someone send you these dishes before. I distinctly remember you enjoyed them very much, didn't you? Yin Shua, I admit I was wrong this time. Can we please stop this?" Yin Shua let out a self-deprecating laugh, his eyes filled with derision. "I enjoyed them? Ha! That was because you rarely sent me meals. When you did, I was flattered that I would have devoured anything, even spoiled leftovers. Now that I think about it, every time you sent meals, Su Rishin was always present, and you would have dozens of boxes delivered in one go. Since I couldn't finish them alone, you would distribute the food among others, including Su Rishin's share. It seems you had it all planned out. Sending me meals was merely a ruse, the main objective being to curry favor with Su Rishin. Unbeknownst to me, you two were already conspiring behind my back. I was foolish to consider Su Rishin a friend." "Enough! What are you being so dramatic about? I brought you so much food. It can't go to waste." And Xingyue retorted as she placed a box of braised ribs in front of Yin Shu. "Hurry up and eat. These dishes will taste terrible once they cool down." Tian, who had been observing the entire exchange, thought to himself, "Is this woman out of her mind?" Yin Shua had actually tolerated such a person before. It seemed love truly could blind one, but clearly, and Xingyue had miscalculated this time. Even the most oblivious would eventually wake up. "I've already told you that I don't like these dishes. I am not a garbage bin. Take it away." And Xingyue had never anticipated that Yin Shua would dare to humiliate her to such an extent. In her fury, her sharp nails nearly dug in her flesh. "Yin Shua, don't push your luck. You think I'm being excessive? Did you ever consider how overstepping you were when you were cozying up to Su Rishin behind my back?" And Xingyue's eyes turned red with anger. The reason she had previously held the upper hand during their quarrels was that Yin Shua had always indulged her, never allowing her to feel even a hint of grievance. How had it come to this? Just as Xingyue was about to unleash a torrent of curses, a slender figure in a beige professional outfit approached her. As Xingyue watched the woman striding toward them, her expression darkened ominously. "Rong Yin, you vile woman, why are you still haunting me?" Rong Yin seemed to ignore Xingyue entirely, walking straight to Yin Shua and placing an exquisite food container on the table. "Yin Shua, are you having lunch? Just so happens I made a few dishes myself. I brought you some extra. As she spoke, she opened the container, revealing a selection of exquisite dishes for meat and 4 vegetable dishes, along with cold appetizers and neatly cut fruits for dessert. Chapter 68. Tian observes Su Rixin's computer. Rong Yin, did you really make all of this yourself? Yin Shua gazed at the smiling woman before him in astonishment. He had thought someone like Rong Yin, a career-oriented powerhouse, would not deign to step into the kitchen. Yes, Rong Yin replied with a bashful smile. Although my culinary skills are rather average, please don't hold it against me. You worked so hard to prepare this for me. How could I possibly complain? Yin Shua smiled as he looked at the table, realizing that the dishes Rong Yin had prepared were all to his liking. Even the fruits and snacks perfectly suited his taste. Soon, his gaze landed on the osmanthus and taro balls. Although he typically did not have a penchant for sweets, he had a fondness for this particular dish. As it was a snack his grandmother often made for him during his childhood, go ahead and try it. If it doesn't taste good, there's no need to force yourself. Upon hearing Rong Yan's gentle voice, Yin Shua finally shifted his attention away from the taro balls and examined the other dishes. How did you know I love charcoal grilled lamb chops? Yin Shua was somewhat astonished. And this mapo tofu too. It's also one of my favorites. Wow. Manager Rong even knows President Yun's preferences. The employees around the cafeteria, quietly indulging in gossip, wore expressions of disbelief at what they overheard. Some even claimed to be Yun's fiancée. Yet they were oblivious to his seafood allergies. Alas, to apologize is to treat someone like a trash can. Simply delivering items struck a chord with the person, yet if Yun had been a tad more reasonable, he would have known what to choose. Haha, if it were me, I would feel too embarrassed to remain here. You all, just you wait. And Xing Yue's face darkened like a soot-covered pot as she shot a fierce glare at Rong Yin, storming off in fury. Does anyone want more dishes? Yin Shua called over his secretary who was dining nearby. Please distribute these items brought by Xing Yue among everyone. Although these dishes did not align with his taste, they were crafted by a 5-star chef, and wasting food is a shameful act. Thank you, President Yin. Then we shall not be polite. The onlookers not only enjoyed a splendid show, but were now treated to delicious food. Each of them grinning ear to in that moment. Many began to feel that the rumors were mistaken. Yin Shua was not nearly as rigid and unyielding as the company gossip suggested. And what about these? After the secretary distributed the dishes delivered by Xing Yue to the nearby staff, he glanced at the plates brought by Rong Yin and inquired that I can finish all of these. Yin Shua, protective of his food, eyed the secretary warily, as if fearing that the dishes before him might be taken away. However, the secretary looked at the table in confusion. These dishes, even 4 people would struggle to finish. Wouldn't they? Under Rong Yan's expectant gaze, Yin Shua scooped a spoonful of mapo tofu, then immediately gave a thumbs up. Rong Yin, I never knew you possessed such culinary skills. If you open a restaurant, I would definitely visit every day. Really? Rong Yin lowered her head shyly. As long as you like it. Like it? These dishes suit my taste perfectly. You needn't stand. Please, sit down and eat with me. Yin Shua urged Rong Yin to take a seat, then asked, did you personally make that osmanthus lotus root powder with taro balls as well? Rong Yin nodded and replied, I recall hearing you mention in college how your grandmother often made this for you. But I'm sure mine doesn't compare to what is served in restaurants. Yin Shua paused, incredulous as he lifted his gaze to meet Rong Yan's. What's wrong? Rong Yin felt a pang of guilt under Yin Shua's scrutinizing gaze. Should I not have taken the initiative? No, Yin Shua quickly clarified. I simply didn't expect that my offhand remark would stay with you all this time. Yet at that moment he was genuinely moved. He couldn't even recall mentioning this to his classmates. Yet Rong Yin remembered and took the effort to learn how to make that dessert that this is what it feels like to be cherished. It turns out that love is not merely endless apologies and compromises. It can be this romantic toot. Tian had been silently playing the role of a professional backdrop, quietly consuming his meal. Having been unknowingly fed a substantial amount of dog food, he suddenly found himself missing his own wife. As the afternoon drew near to the end of the workday, Su Rixin summoned Tian to his office. What is it you need? Upon entering Su Rixin's office, Tian got straight to the point. Su Rixin maintained his usual pleasant demeanor. Little Tian, as your elder brother, can't I call you over without a serious matter? Little Tian, do you harbor any misunderstandings about me regarding Xing? I can explain. I do not like her at all and have consistently rejected her. However, she is Yin Shua's fiancée, and I fear that revealing this to Yin Shua might embarrass him. Hence my silence. Yet I never anticipated that Yin Shua would misunderstand regardless. Misunderstanding. If it were the Su Tian from his previous life, he might have believed this was a misunderstanding, thinking that Yin Shua had not given Su Rixin a chance to explain. But now, Su Tian was no longer the fool who had been spun around by Su Rixin's deceit. Dingling. Before Su Rixin could utter another word, his phone on the desk suddenly rang. Su Tian caught a glimpse of the caller ID, a woman's name he vaguely recognized as one of Su Rixin's admirers. Little Tian, please sit. I need to take this call. Su Rixin's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly took the phone and stepped out onto the office balcony. He was quite the connoisseur of comfort. Having intentionally chosen an office with a small terrace, furnished with 2 lounge chairs and a small tea table, where he often enjoyed afternoon tea. However, it was evident that the terrace lacked soundproofing. For even as Su Rixin stepped outside to make his call, fragmented sounds drifted back and I'm sorry. This week has been quite busy at the company. I may not have time to accompany you. How about this? I will definitely find time next week to take you shopping. All right? Su Rixin's tone was gentle, markedly different from his indifferent demeanor towards Xingyue. This was likely a fish that had yet to be caught. Su Rixin was selfish and highly opportunistic, with clear objectives. When dealing with women he had just met or hadn't yet won over, he could still feign the appearance of a considerate gentleman. But he had little patience for women, like in Xingyue, who were already infatuated. Su Tian had no interest in listening to Su Rixin's flowery words and shifted his focus to the desk. Su Rixin's computer screen was still active, and Su Tian noticed a WeChat notification in the lower right corner. He peeked again at Su Rixin, who was engrossed in his phone call and oblivious to his presence. Then moved the mouse to the WeChat interface. The top conversation was with a familiar name, Yin Qingxue. Upon seeing the exchange between these two, Su Tian's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 69. A limited edition sport car. This name was one Su Tian could never forget. In his previous life, during his lowest moments, this woman had claimed to be his sister, repeatedly extending a helping hand, and ultimately lost her life in a bid to save him that time. Su Tian had been deeply curious about Yin Qingxue's identity, wanting to know why she would risk her life for his sake. Unfortunately, he had been too engrossed in his own struggles to investigate. Why had Yin Qingxue chosen to help him in his past life? Tang Bingyan quickly picked up on his unusual demeanor and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Su Tian took a deep breath and looked up at Tang Bingyan. "You know, I am the adopted son of the Su family. Right? What has happened?" A complex emotion flickered in Tang Bingyan's icy eyes. "Nothing. I just suddenly want to know about my origins. Are my biological parents still alive? Do I have other relatives on the way home?" Su Tian pondered deeply. Yin Qingxue claimed to be his sister and had gone to great lengths to assist him. Could it be that she was truly a family member? After all, he had very few friends in his past life. And the only person who valued him more than their own life, aside from Tang Bingyan, was Yin Qingxue. If Tang Bingyan's motivations stemmed from love, then what about Yin Qingxue? Wasn't he having me enough? Tang Bingyan forcefully turned Su Tian's chin to make him face her. "There's no need to dwell on the past. Just remember that you are Su Tian, my husband, and that is enough." I didn't mean that. Su Tian thought Tang Bingyan was being overly possessive and could only chuckle helplessly as he explained. "I simply feel that perhaps my family is also searching for me." Tang Bingyan fell silent, her grip on his chin tightening slightly, leaving an imprint on Su Tian's skin. Noticing that Tang Bingyan's mood seemed off, Su Tian quickly changed his tone. All right, since you don't want me to investigate. I want Tang Bingyan's character of being overly cautious about his interactions with others was just as it had been in their past life. Back then, she had disapproved of the other members of the Su family, always wanting him to distance himself from them. The time. Su Tian had thought Tang Bingyan cold-hearted and unsympathetic, aiming to sever his ties with his family. In hindsight, she had likely seen through Su Rixin and the others' ulterior motives long ago. "My dear, I've promised not to investigate. Can you smile for me?" Seeing that Tang Bingyan's expression remained frosty, he couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. "You look so much better when you smile. Like this?" Tang Bingyan's face remained impassive as she forced a stiff smile at Su Tian. As long as you're happy. However, it must be said that despite its rigidity, it was still strikingly beautiful. He gazed at Tang Bingyan's breathtaking face, contemplating a question that had perplexed him for quite some time. How could someone like Tang Bingyan, who possessed both beauty and wealth in her 20s, have taken an interest in him? My dear, why are you so good to me? Su Tian, seated on the sofa, wrapped his arms around Tang Bingyan's waist. He distinctly sensed her body stiffen momentarily, and his mischievous thoughts led him to give her waist a gentle squeeze. Tang Bingyan's body became even more rigid, as if she had turned into an ice sculpture in his embrace. I will always treat you well. After a long silence, Tang Bingyan finally spoke slowly. As Su Tian seized a moment when Tang Bingyan was distracted, he swiftly tilted his head and planted a kiss upon her crimson lips. Thereafter, rising nonchalantly to stretch, I am famished, my dear. I shall prepare dinner. What would you like to eat this evening? If every day could unfold in such a manner, it would indeed be delightful. A subtle smile, imperceptible to the average observer, appeared on her face as she hastened toward the kitchen. The following day, during the lunch break, Su Tian and Yin Shuo were en route to the cafeteria when they suddenly spotted a throng of female employees rushing towards the elevator, their faces alight with excitement. What's the commotion? What are you all up to? Su Tian inquired, detaining one of the female staff. Vice President, Mr. Yun. The employee, upon noticing Su Tian and Yin Shuo, wore a somewhat contorted expression and stammered. Nothing at all. We're merely going for a stroll. Something is definitely amiss. Su Tian and Yin Shuo exchanged knowing glances, instinctively turning toward the exclusive elevator for upper management. Shortly, they arrived in the lobby on the first floor of the company. Where's the boss? Has anyone notified him? A crowd had gathered at the entrance, animatedly pointing towards the outside and discussing with fervor. It is rumored that only 100 of these cars exist globally. Miss and is truly remarkable. If someone were to gift me such a flashy sports car, I would certainly whisk her away to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate on the spot. A silver sports car. This is my first encounter with such a dazzling vehicle. What an eye-opener today. Su Tian followed the direction of the crowd's gaze and spotted a silver-gray sports car parked outside the company. Within Xingyue, dressed in a strappy mini-dress, striking a pose reminiscent of a car model before it, holding a delicate velvet box that likely contained the car keys. The boss has emerged. The boss is here. At that moment, the crowd parted in unison, and Su Rixin, clad in a suit, swiftly emerged from within. Missin, what brings you here? Upon seeing Xingyue, Su Rixin first exhibited a look of astonishment, followed by a furrowed brow. Are you here to find Yin Shuo? Rixin, I've come to see you. Xingyue approached Su Rixin, her eyes brimming with affection as she extended the box in her hand. Didn't you mention before how much you adored this sports car? I had a friend procure it for you. She gazed at Su Rixin expectantly, hoping for his praise. Rixin, I like you, from the moment I laid eyes on you. My heart has belonged solely to you. Since you are also unattached, why not give us a try? Perhaps it was a means of retaliation for Yin Shuo as perceived slight the day before. Or perhaps she had grown weary of merely maintaining an ambiguous relationship with Su Rixin. She aspired to be recognized as Su Rixin's official girlfriend. She intended for Yin Shuo to regret how he treated her the day before, to come before her and beg for forgiveness, to seek reconciliation. Chapter 70. The project secured a confession. A confession. Goodness, a beautiful woman is declaring her love for me with a limited edition sports car. Any man would be overwhelmed with excitement. And Xingyue's ostentatious declaration not only drew the attention of Su's group employees, but also captivated numerous passers-by. Su Rixin maintained a facade of gentility, yet inwardly berated Xingyue for her foolishness. Their scandal had already stirred considerable gossip, and yet Xingyue insisted on being so brazen. Truly a misguided soul. Su Rixin had no desire to bear the stigma of stealing a brother's girlfriend. Yet this limited edition sports car was indeed his heart's desire. Upon learning of its global release, he had enlisted a friend to inquire about obtaining one. But ultimately, he had failed to secure a spot. Now that Xingyue wished to gift him this vehicle, he naturally could not refuse. However, he needed to find a pretext to accept it. Moreover, he must not publicly agree to be with Xingyue. Should word of that spread, how could he maintain his persona as a single aristocrat? Missin, I appreciate your sentiment. I had merely mentioned it in passing, and I am genuinely touched by your thoughtfulness. Su Rixin pretended to accept the box from Xingyue, deliberately raising his voice that I shall transfer the funds to you shortly. Rixin, there is no need for you to reimburse me. What are we to each other that we should quibble over such matters? Seeing Su Rixin accept the car keys, and Xingyue assumed he had acquiesced to her feelings, her smile growing ever brighter. What does this mean I am now? Missin, it is rather crowded here. Perhaps we should discuss this elsewhere. And Xingyue, with no other option, hurriedly followed suit. Additionally, he had not publicly acknowledged Xingyue as his girlfriend. Thus, if he ever wished to part ways, he could easily attribute it to her one-sided affections. He had made no promises, leaving his conscience unblemished. As for the transfer, he understood Xingyue all too well. Her love for him ran deep, and she would never accept his money to this a successful confession. Has the male lead agreed? Su Rixin and Xingyue departed one after the other, leaving the gathered onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Surely he must have accepted, right? To refuse such a beautiful woman's confession would be tantamount to ingratitude. Perhaps not. That man seems quite formidable himself. Did you not hear him being referred to as the boss? He could very well be a big shot, a wealthy heir and a rich heiress. What a perfect match. T's case, Tian, amidst the crowd, could not help but shake his head at the chatter of the onlookers. This Xingyue is indeed reckless. With the Yun family delaying their payment, the Yun family must have instructed Xingyue to ingratiate herself with Yun Shaw. Otherwise, she would not have gone out of her way to deliver food to him at the company. Yet accustomed to being treated like a princess, and Xingyue, feeling slighted by Yun Shaw, chose to retaliate by publicly confessing to Su Rixin at the company entrance. With such a squandering daughter, the Yun family's business could never thrive. Yun Shaw, accompanying Su Tian downstairs, merely cast a cursory glance at the unfolding scene before turning back upstairs. Su Tian refrained from following. At such a moment, he felt it necessary to grant Yun Shaw some solitary space. Nevertheless, he had faith that Yun Shaw would come to terms with the situation. Yet, who could bear to see the woman they had pursued for 5 or 6 years declare her affections for another man right before their eyes? In the ensuing days, Xingyue, believing Su Rixin had not overtly rejected her, comported herself as if she were his legitimate girlfriend, even directing company employees with an air of authority befitting a boss's wife. Yun Shaw regarded Xingyue as a transparent individual. Even when they crossed paths at the company, he never initiated a greeting. That afternoon, Su Tian was enjoying afternoon tea in Yun Sha's office when suddenly, Yun Sha's phone rang. It's my father calling. Yun Sha glanced at the caller ID. That should be news regarding the project the Yun family is competing for. Upon hearing this, Su Tian set down his cup. Yun Sha had no intention of concealing the conversation from Su Tian and promptly activated the speakerphone. Hello? Sha. We secured that project. The voice on the other end belonged to Yun Sha's father. Filled with excitement. Your friend's proposal was quite astute. We partnered with a small company lacking any competitive edge among the bidders, allowing us to easily outmaneuver the Yun family. The Yun family initially intended to collaborate with the Yun family when the bidding began. They had not registered to compete. That be why the time Yun Sha's father learned of Xingyue's actions, it was already too late to enter the bidding. Thus, Su Tian had advised Yun Sha's father to select a small company with no significant background among the other bidders. Consequently, a company that had little hope of success was able to secure a favorable outcome through the Yun family, and the Yun family succeeded in their bid with greater ease. Also, Sha, I have officially announced the cancellation of your engagement to Xingyue. We owe thanks to your friend. Without his insight, your mother and I would still be in the dark. Following Su Tian's counsel, Yun Sha's father had already withdrawn their investment from the Yun family prior to the engagement's cancellation. Even with the two families at odds now, the losses were minimal. Meanwhile, in Su Rixin's office upstairs, Xingyue sat atop Su Rixin's lap, engrossed in a mobile game, blissfully unaware of what awaited her. What do you want for dinner? I'll call to reserve a table. Despite Xingyue's daily insistence, Su Rixin displayed little impatience. All right, I feel like having Japanese cuisine. And Xingyue leaned up and planted a kiss on Su Rishin's cheek. Darling, you are so good to me. Xingyue, today should be the day your family participates in the project bidding. Right? Have they been in touch with you? Su Rishin inquired casually. Not yet, but there's no need for concern, and Xingyue brimmed with confidence. None of the other competitors pose a threat, as long as the funding is in place. This project is undoubtedly ours. That's a relief that I was worried my involvement might cause friction between your family and the Yun family. If Yin Shua were to persuade his parents to withdraw their investment, he wouldn't he dared, and Xingyue remained assured. The Yun family has numerous financial ties to ours. Pulling one thread could unravel the entire tapestry. The Yun family would not risk their relationship over a few disparaging remarks from Yin Shua. Moreover, the remarkable ascent of the Yun family to become one of the top 50 enterprises in Jiang City over the years is fundamentally attributed to the efforts of our family. Without our family, would they have achieved their current success? Chapter 71. And Xingyue is struck. Su Rishin nodded slightly. That is indeed true. Although your family's assets may not match those of the Yun family, you possess invaluable connections that in today's society. Lacking connections makes progress nearly impossible. Yun Shua relies on your family for his comfortable lifestyle, yet he fails to appreciate it, constantly picking fights with you. Even I, as his brother, find it increasingly intolerable. One cannot help but commend Su Rishin's ability to distort the truth to an extraordinary degree. It is evident that Xingyue has been unruly, and whenever Yun Shua acts contrary to her wishes, she resorts to violence and reprimands. Yet, in Su Rishin's narrative, it transforms into Yun Shua being the instigator. It is still Brother Rishin who treats me well. I truly harbor no feelings for him, and Xingyue found Su Rishin's defense quite gratifying. This time, our family has secured a project. Once all the formalities are complete, I will speak to my grandmother about letting you invest and join us. Su Rishin's lips curled into a proud smile. Xingyue, you are too kind to me. To meet a woman as understanding as you is a privilege in my life. However, just as the two were exchanging sweet nothings, and Xingyue's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from my father. He must be bringing good news. Su Rishin also raised an eyebrow, his face lighting up with joy. He had invested in this family project, and now that they had clinched it, he would also benefit. The Yun family was merely sewing clothes for others, and Yun Shua was nothing but a defeated rival. Dad, is there good news? And Xingyue eagerly inquired. Yet at that moment, she remained immersed in her delightful fantasies, completely oblivious to her father's wrath. Good. Su Rishin's smile grew even wider. To ensure Su Rishin's participation in the family project, they would undoubtedly need to gain the approval of old lady, and Xingyue was confident that Su Rishin was 100-fold superior to Yin Shua, and her grandmother would surely approve of their union. Su Rishin chuckled indulgently. Good, Dad, Mom. Are we planning a celebration? Have we reserved a venue at the hotel banquet hall, or are we going to grandmother's house? She hurriedly changed her shoes in the foyer and dashed into the living room, expecting to see her parents beaming with smiles. Instead, what awaited her was a resounding slap from her father. With a sharp crack, one side of Xingyue's face flared with pain. Dad? And Xingyue was momentarily stunned. Covering her face, her mind blank for several seconds before she finally reacted, shouting at her father. What are you doing? Upon witnessing her daughter being struck, and mother rushed over, embracing Xingyue, and complained to her father. Is there nothing that can't be discussed calmly? She is your own daughter. How could you bear to strike her so harshly? If she weren't my biological child, I would have killed her by now. And father, still seething with anger, glared at Xingyue, breathing heavily. Go ask your precious daughter what she has done. Have you all lost your minds? And Xingyue, having been pampered all her life, had never experienced such injustice, and her tone was naturally unrestrained. Aren't we supposed to be celebrating our successful bid now? Why are you taking it out on me? Xingyue, perhaps you could say a little less. And mother's expression darkened upon hearing about the bidding. It's all the Yun family's fault. They initially promised to collaborate with us to secure the project, but who knew they would cite issues with their company account and refuse to transfer funds. Today, during the bidding, they unexpectedly partnered with a small obscure company to compete against us for the bid. What? And Xingyue gasped in shock. The Yun family is competing against us for the bid? What happened? The Yun family, with ample funds and formidable strength, ultimately secured the bid in mother's side. Naturally, they were awarded the bid. How can the Yun family be so deceitful? And Xingyue's fury ignited, and she shouted, "How dare they snatch our project and deny us funding? This is utterly intolerable. If they merely desired this project, we could understand." Mother fretted. "Once you marry Yun Shua, what difference will there be between the Yun family and ours?" But what? And Xingyue felt a wave of dizziness. She no longer wished to hear any more bad news. It was just that after the bidding concluded, Yun Shua's father publicly announced the cancellation of our engagement and declared that they would no longer cooperate with the Yun family. All the projects we had previously collaborated on were unilaterally withdrawn from investment. "Mom, you must be joking," and Xingyue swayed slightly, nearly collapsing. "How dare they annul the engagement? Without us, the Yun family could not have developed so swiftly. Now that they have prospered, they wish to cast us aside? No way. The Yun family must provide us with an explanation." And Mother hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Xingyue, tell me the truth. Is your recent engagement cancellation with the Yun family related to you?" A fleeting moment of guilt flickered in Xingyue's eyes. However, the next instant, she recalled how Yun Shua had pined for her for so many years and immediately shook her head. "How could it possibly be related to me?" Yet upon hearing Xingyue's words, and Father's fury flared, "If you hadn't done something to anger Yun Shua, how could the Yun family suddenly cancel the engagement? You useless thing. Do you have any idea how much the Yun family sacrificed for this bidding? Not only did we halt a production line to ensure sufficient liquidity, but we also took out a loan from the bank for preliminary preparations. Now, the project has been snatched away by the Yun family, and they wish to sever ties with us, effectively pushing the Yun family toward bankruptcy. Do you know what Yun Jinting told me when I confronted him? How can you claim this has nothing to do with you? How did I end up with such a fool? Have I not warned you that before the project was secured, it was a critical period? You should have been nurturing your relationship with Yun Shua, not throwing temper tantrums like a spoiled princess." And Xingyue's heart sank at his words. Xingyue, tell me the truth. What has transpired between you and Yun Shua recently? Have you quarreled, or have you once again been sulking in a silent standoff? And Mother knew her daughter's temperament well. And Father suddenly seemed to recall something and coldly questioned, "When Grandmother called you last time and urged you to send some gifts to curry favor with Yun Shua, did you do it?" And Xingyue sensed something was amiss, her heart racing. However, under apparent scrutiny, she still endeavored to conceal her unease. "Dad, Mom, there is nothing wrong between me and Yun Shua. You know my character well. Don Tiu, although I may occasionally have a minor temper with Yun Shua, which girl in love doesn't have a few quarrels with her partner? There is nothing wrong between Yun Shua and me lately, and I have always been very courteous in front of his family. Surely you are aware of that." And Xingyue was indeed not mistaken. Despite her harsh demeanor toward Yun Shua, she consistently presented herself as a demure lady in front of his parents, leading them to regard her as their own daughter and often shower her with gifts. If it weren't for Tian's efforts to make Yun Shua's father, Yun Jinting, see through in Xingyue's true nature, the Yun family might still think Yun Shua was bullying her. You have indeed always performed admirably in front of the Yun family, so why does Yun Jinting suddenly harbor such strong discontent toward you? Who knows? I believe I haven't done anything to offend them recently. Dad, Mom, I suspect the Yun family feels they have become a large company and are looking down on us, wanting to curry favor with other prominent families in Jiang City. This cannot be blamed on me. I am also a victim, and Father had initially harbored doubts, but seeing in Xingyue so adamant, he began to waver. In Mother, on the other hand, fully believed in Xingyue's words, gently caressing her daughter's swollen face from the slap. "Xingyue, I am so sorry you had to endure this. Dear, it is evident that Xingyue has been getting along well with Yun Shua lately. Yet Yun Jinting speaks as if our daughter has wronged their family. I see this as a deliberate provocation. They intend to use us and then cast us aside. Yun Jinting, do you truly believe the Yun family is easy to bully?" And Father slammed his hand on the coffee table. The Yun family has always diligently supported the Yun family. Yet now you seek to sever ties. This is utterly outrageous. Chapter 72. He was truly blind before. Thankfully, she understood the importance of maintaining appearances, consistently portraying herself as a well-behaved and considerate individual in front of Yunshua's parents, earning their unreserved praise. Meanwhile, that fool Yunshua had also been defending her in front of his parents. So the Yun family was quite satisfied with her as their future daughter-in-law. However, she soon furrowed her brows again. Why has Yun Jinting suddenly become dissatisfied with her and sought to annul the engagement? She firmly believes that Yunshua, that sycophant, loves her to an obsessive extent, even though she is acutely aware that she harbors no feelings for him. He will cling to her stubbornly, refusing to dissolve their engagement, and would never dream of speaking ill of her to his parents. Meanwhile, her public gift of a sport car to Su Rixin, a bold declaration of affection, will only serve to instill a sense of crisis in Yunshuo. To prevent her from distancing herself, he ought to redouble his efforts to treat her well. After all, the reason Yunshuo altered his style of dress and deliberately associated with that unworthy woman, Rong Yen, in her presence was to elicit her attention through a game of cat and mouse, wasn't it? In Xingyue's eyes, Yunshuo resembled a pet dog she could summon at will, unconditionally loyal and forever devoted. Yet now, why had the Yun family withdrawn their investment and brazenly announced the cancellation of the engagement? And Xingyue tugged at her hair in frustration, cursing under her breath. It must be Yunshuo. He seeks to instill a sense of urgency in her through such drastic measures, hoping she would willingly marry him. How despicable! The thought chilled her expression. She then turned to her father and said, "Dad, we haven't secured the project. We need to find a solution. If the Yun family consents, there might still be a chance to mend our relationship. But if that old fox, Yun Jinting, insists on severing ties, I shall have no choice but to expose their unscrupulous behavior to others in the industry. Once we tarnish the Yun family's reputation, which company will dare to collaborate with them, or which family would consider marrying off their daughter to them?" Upon hearing this, and Xingyue felt emboldened. "Dad, let's proceed with this plan. We cannot allow the Yun family to trample over us. Alas, Xingyue, I initially thought Yunshuo was a man worthy of lifelong commitment. Yet I never anticipated his family's utter treachery." Listening to her parents' reassurances, and Xingyue finally felt a sense of relief. The following morning, and Xingyue traversed several locations and ultimately found Yunshuo at a CF. In the company of Su Tian, she stormed up to him, seething with anger. "Yunshuo, you think I owe you a favor, do you? I never imagined you to be such an ungrateful scoundrel. Now that you have a new love, you seek to cast me aside and dissolve our engagement, correct? This marriage was agreed upon by both our families. On what grounds do you unilaterally annul it? Just because your family has secured a major project. You think you can dismiss us and hoard the benefits for yourselves? Not a chance." And Xingyue's features contorted with rage, utterly devoid of the demeanor expected of a refined lady, as she pointed an accusing finger at Yunshuo, drawing the attention of other patrons. Yunshuo, faced with Xingyue's unreasonable tirade, did not even blink, instead maintaining an impassive expression as he lifted his coffee cup. "Is this why you sought me out? What else would it be?" And Xingyue snapped back, her ire intensifying at his nonchalant demeanor. "That project rightfully belongs to the Yin family. You have stolen it from us. Should you not provide an explanation?" He had previously thought that no one could rival Su Rixin in shamelessness, but now it seemed Xingyue surpassed them both. No wonder the two were so suited for each other. In a certain sense, they were indeed a perfect match. "And Xingyue, you accuse me of ingratitude?" Yunshuo scoffed, but within him lingered only a profound sense of desolation. This was the woman he had wished to cherish. How blind he had been! Looking directly at Xingyue, he slowly articulated, "Who claimed that the engagement was merely a product of our parents' agreement, and thus holds no weight, and who said they had no feelings for me. That if it weren't for familial pressure, they wouldn't even glance in my direction. Now that I wish to dissolve our engagement, should you not feel relieved?" And Xingyue found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, shooting him a venomous glare as she issued a fierce warning. "Yunshuo, do not waste my time with these pointless arguments. The engagement must stand. I command you to call your father immediately and demand that the project be shared, to be developed together with the Yin family. If you insist on dissolving our engagement afterward, That may be negotiable, but you must compensate me for the loss of my youth, and all related projects must be unconditionally handed over to the Yin family. If you comply, I might consider forgiving you and remaining friends. Otherwise, I shall harbor resentment for a lifetime and sever all ties. And Xingyue revealed her cards, knowing full well how deeply Yun Shuo loved her. He could never accept a complete break. Even his association with that unworthy woman, Rong Yin, was merely a ploy to incite jealousy. Therefore, her confidence in his eventual capitulation was unwavering, as it had always been. Whenever she expressed anger and threatened to cut ties, Yin Shuo would come crawling back like a dog, begging for her forgiveness. However, this time, Xingyue had miscalculated as she observed the twisted features of Xingyue and her shameless demeanor. Yin Shuo suddenly felt as though he were in a dream. Why had he ever loved Xingyue so fervently? Why? He had always thought her merely spoiled, a temperament he could tolerate. Yet now he discerned that her temperament was not the only flaw. Her heart was as dark as her disposition. Xingyue, how blind I was to ever fall for you. What did you say? And Xingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Repeat that. I said, I regret it. I regret ever investing my feelings in someone like you. With that, Yin Shuo rose and walked toward the CAF's exit. Chapter 73. Grandmother, the infamily Yin Shuo, what do you mean? Stop right there. She felt the piercing gazes of other customers in the CAF. Embarrassment flooding her as she lowered her head and hurried outside. In that moment, she still believed Yin Shuo was merely playing hard to get, anticipating that he would linger at the door, waiting for her to chase after him, just as before. However, this time, no one awaited her outside. As the project secured by Yin Shuo's family was still undergoing formalities, the final outcome had yet to be disclosed. Thus, aside from those privy to the details, the rest remained oblivious to the specifics. Xingyue had previously boasted about her family's high chances of winning the bid, leading the employees of Su's group to believe that the Yin family would secure the project, often lavishing her with flattery upon encountering her at the company. Yet, Xingyue found herself disinterested in basking in their adulation, her mind elsewhere during her recent visits to Su's to see Su Rixin. Her demeanor toward him was no longer as warm as it had been to Su Rixin, naturally, noticed in Xingyue's unusual behavior and speculated whether the recent changes in Yin Shuo had unsettled her. He worried that with the Yin family on the verge of securing a major project and possibly entering the ranks of the top 50 enterprises in Jiangxing, she might become haughty and disdain him. The manager of a small enterprise. Even though Su Rixin had never considered Xingyue as a potential bride, he could not afford to jeopardize the benefits that were almost within his grasp. And Xingyue had promised him that once the Yin family secured the project, she would bring him into the development partnership. At such a critical juncture, he refused to let anything go awry in their relationship. Therefore, Su Rixin resumed his attentive inquiries into Xingyue's well-being, adopting an even gentler demeanor than before, even taking the initiative to invite her out to watch a movie, just as they were about to enter the theater after purchasing tickets. And Xingyue received a call from her grandmother. Stepping aside to avoid Su Rixin, she answered, Hello, Grandma. How are things at the company? Xingyue, the Yin family is utterly unreasonable. The voice of Grandma, and came through the phone. Filled with exasperation, they refuse to negotiate with us at all. And that scoundrel, Yin Jinting, dares to ignore my calls. I am his elder, yet he shows me no respect. If the Yin family would simply draft a cooperation agreement, it would resolve the Yin family's difficulties, yet they choose to stand idly by, forcing us into a corner. That old rascal truly has no regard for past relationships. And Xingyue, too, was incensed. It seems the apple does not fall far from the tree. They are all scoundrels. The Yin family's blatant lack of compassion would not go unpunished. Grandma, and consumed by a mix of fury and despair, declared, Yin Jinting thinks that by avoiding me, he can rest easy. He is dreaming. I will expose the ugly truth of the Yin family's actions to everyone, ensuring they can never hold their heads high in Jiangxing's business community again. Grandma, what are you planning? Grandma replied confidently, I will make sure everyone knows Yin Shuo is a fickle-hearted traitor. Grandma, please don't act rashly. Let's discuss any plans together. Before Xingyue could finish her sentence, Grandma had already hung up. Perhaps Xingyue's fierce expression was rather intimidating, as Su Rixin hesitated for a moment before approaching her. Xingyue, the movie is about to start. What's wrong? Did Yin Shua bother you again? No, Rixin, don't overthink it. I'm fine, and Xingyue replied, her face pale as she shook her head, though anxiety gnawed at her insides. Why hadn't they taken the initiative to apologize to the Yun family yet? Since it is not him. Let us hasten inside. Su Rixin assumed that Yun Shua had once again come to entangle in Xingyue, leaving her in a state of indecision. Therefore, he swiftly wrapped his arm around Xingyue's waist and led her towards the cinema. He had reserved a couple's seat and deliberately chosen a romantic film, confident that in such an environment and atmosphere, and Xingyue would be entirely under his influence. As for Yun Shua, who had recently altered his dressing style and was now seen flirting with Rong Yin. Did he really think Xingyue was oblivious to his intentions? Regardless of his efforts, he would ultimately remain a defeated foe to Su Corporation. Originally, it was the weekend, but due to the upcoming annual meeting, employees were working overtime. During lunch, as Su Tian had gone out to meet a client, Yin Shua dined alone in the staff cafeteria. Upon seeing him alone, other employees began to whisper amongst themselves. The CEO is here working overtime today, while the boss isn't around. The boss is busy on a date, and poor Yin Shua, the single dog, has to put in extra hours. It seems the rumors are true. The boss and Xingyue have become a couple. How could it be false? I personally witnessed Xingyue confessing her feelings to the boss with the keys to a sports car. But wasn't Xingyue said to be Yin Shua's fiancé? What fiancé? And Xingyue has never acknowledged it. It must be Yin Shua's one-sided infatuation. Su Rixin naturally would not allow any rumors detrimental to himself within the company, thus urging Xingyue to clarify that there was no engagement with Yin Shua. Enchanted by Su Rixin's gentle demeanor, and Xingyue, given the lack of business ties between the Su and Yun families, feigned a phone call while passing the break room, effectively distancing herself from Yin Shua by stating that there was no engagement between them, and that it was Yin Shua who was persistently clinging to her. With the parties involved having made their statements, the onlookers quickly shifted their stance. The persona of the devoted second male lead is indeed appealing, yet if one resorts to relentless pursuit, it morphs into obsession, which no woman would find attractive. Initially enamored by Yin Shua's change in style, the junior employees soon averted their gazes, declaring that a man like Yin Shua, who is insistent to the point of obsession, was undesirable, for he might even pose a risk of domestic violence in the future. Unbeknownst to Yin Shua, he remained oblivious to the public opinion and in Xingyue's counterattack. So, you should hurry down and see what is happening. Seeing the anxious expression on his assistant's face, Yin Shua quickened his pace towards the elevator. An elderly lady is causing a commotion in the lobby, demanding to see you. An elderly lady? Yin Shua frowned, forming some conjectures about her identity. Upon reaching the first floor, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he was greeted by a series of sharp, piercing screams from an elderly woman in the lobby. Where is Yin Shua? Have him come out. If I do not see Yin Shua today, I will smash your company. Yin Shua looked towards the lobby to find a short, gray-haired elderly woman throwing a tantrum. Two vases positioned at the front desk had already been shattered by her, and a receptionist stood, trembling beside her, tears streaming down her face, with clear fingerprints imprinted on her cheek. Why hasn't security been called? Yin Shua coldly questioned his assistant. She claims to be the head of the Yin family, the assistant replied awkwardly. Despite the absence of business dealings between the two companies, she did not dare to offend such a significant figure. Never mind, I will handle it. Yin Shua suppressed his fury and strode over. Upon hearing that an elderly lady was causing a ruckus, he suspected it might be Xingyue's grandmother, yet had not anticipated that the Yin family would be so brazen as to create a disturbance at his company. Stop this nonsense. Yin Shua's voice momentarily restored silence in the lobby, only to ignite another explosive situation. Yin Shua, you finally dare to show your face. The elderly lady rushed towards him, striking him with kicks and blows. You wretched child, we entrusted Xingyue to you, not for you, to ruin her. Now that your Yin family has prospered, you wish to abandon her. Today, I shall expose your treacherous face to the world. Madam, please conduct yourself with dignity. Though enraged, Yin Shua's upbringing prevented him from retaliating against an elderly woman. He could only evade her assaults as best as he could. Nonetheless, his cheek was grazed, leaving a bloody mark from her nails. "You faithless scoundrel!" The elderly lady, noticing the increasing crowd of onlookers, raised her voice even higher. "Who is it that clung to our Xingyue like a dog, claiming he would marry her? With your conditions, you are unworthy of our Xingyue. We believed you to be honest and dependable, hence the engagement. Yet now, as your family flourishes, you turn your back on us, seeking to climb into the lap of a wealthy family. Oh, you truly think we, the infamily, are fools who will allow you to exploit us in silence? I was truly blind to have agreed to this union." The elderly lady pointed accusingly at Yin Sha, venting her anger before feigning a weak demeanor to garner sympathy from the crowd. "Had it not been for your flowery words deceiving Xingyu, leading her to follow you wholeheartedly, I would never have sent my granddaughter in the fire pit. Yu Yin family only sees us as easy targets, playing with my granddaughter's affections, seeking to drain the Yin family's worth before casting her aside. Today, I will expose your true nature before everyone, letting them see how vile you and your Yun family truly are." Listening to the elderly lady's vitriolic tirade, Yin Shi momentarily forgot the pain of his wound. Was this truly the kind and gentle matriarch of the Yin family? The woman before him now resembled a deranged figure, distorting the truth. Moreover, from her words, it seemed the Yin family had never regarded him as a worthy match for Xingyu. In the end, it was all his one-sided infatuation that a self-deprecating smile escaped Yun Shu's lips. It dawned on him that his feelings were utterly worthless in the eyes of the Yin family. In that instant, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He had genuinely considered the elderly lady a family member. Even upon discovering Xingyue's betrayal with his close friend, he had not directed his anger towards the rest of the Yin family, intending to treat the elderly lady with a respect due to an elder. Yet he had only received scorn and curses in return. What is that expression? "Do you think I am wronging you? Don't you think I am unaware? You have long been fooling around with some little vixen behind Xingyue's back. You are engaged to Xingyue, yet you cannot be content and resort to infidelity, ultimately coaxing Yun Jinting to tear up the contract with the Yin family, seizing our projects and driving us to bankruptcy. You are more treacherous than Chun Shimmy." Just as the elderly lady finished speaking, Tian, having heard the commotion downstairs, hurriedly arrived. Upon hearing the elderly lady's venomous accusations, he angrily stepped into the crowd. "What nonsense are you spouting, old lady? How could the CEO possibly have an engagement with Xingyue?" The elderly lady, in the throes of her fury, turned her sharp gaze towards Tian. "How could it not be possible? I am Xingyue's grandmother. Can my words be false?" Then, as if realizing something, she adopted a mournful expression. "Could it be that this scoundrel Yin Shua has been pretending to be single at the company? He claims he is not engaged to our Xingyue. Does he? You have all been deceived by him. He and my granddaughter have been childhood sweethearts, and our families arranged their engagement when they turned 18. Everyone close to our families knows they have been together for ages. My granddaughter has always wished to marry into the Yun family to be a good wife and mother, obedient to Yin Shua and his family. Yet the Yun family now turns its back, casually annulling the engagement. Everyone, tell me, how can this be justified? My granddaughter has been with Yin Shua since she was 18, and now that the Yun family has prospered, he wishes to abandon her. What right does he have? Yin Shua, you must give the Yin family an explanation today, or I will not let this rest." The elderly lady's words left the onlookers utterly flabbergasted. What? And Xingyue is indeed Yin Shu's fiancée? However, was this elderly lady perhaps losing her mind in her anger, spouting such absurdities? She claimed that Xingyue had been yearning to marry Yin Sha. It was simply preposterous. The elderly lady had expected the crowd to join her in denouncing Yin Sha. But upon noticing the lack of expected jeers, she could not help but scan her surroundings in confusion. She immediately discerned that the expressions of the onlookers were not in her favor. Yet she could not quite grasp the situation. Tian scoffed and spoke again. "To slander the CEO, you have concocted such an outrageous lie. And Xingyue is my elder brother, Su Rixin's woman, my future sister-in-law. How could she possibly be engaged to the CEO? Nonsense." The elderly lady, now infuriated by Tian's repeated challenges, retorted, "Who are you to say such things? My granddaughter could never be your sister-in-law. If you speak out of turn again, I shall tear your mouth apart. Are you, an elderly lady, devoid of reason? And Xingyue is the girlfriend of my elder brother Su Rixin, a fact well known throughout the company. Yet here you come to my brother's workplace, creating a scene and falsely accusing him of being a third party. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Upon hearing these words, Eldarin was rendered speechless. She had only known that Yin Shuo worked at the Su group and, in a fit of impulsiveness, had come to confront him. As she opened her mouth, a dazed expression crossed her face as she turned her gaze towards Yin Sha. Upon noticing the bruises on his face, she abruptly averted her eyes in a moment of guilt. Su Tian's words enlightened the onlookers, clarifying the situation at hand. The front desk girl, who had just been slapped by Eldarin, hastily approached. Are you truly Xingyue's grandmother? How could you be unaware that Xingyue has no affection for General Manager Yin? Just the other day, she mentioned that the engagement was entirely one-sided on Yun's part, and no agreement was ever reached between the families. Moreover, a week ago, Xingyue boldly confessed her feelings for our boss right outside the company and even gifted him a sports car as a token of her affection. Chapter 75. Su Rixin, the shameless male third party. You are talking nonsense. Eldarin exploded with rage, refusing to accept the truth. You are all in cahoots. How much did Yin Shuo bribe you to spread such lies? We are not lying, the front desk girl retorted defiantly. Many employees witnessed Xingyue's confession on a workday, and some even recorded it on video. Indeed, when Yin Shuo discovered that Xingyue had gone to a hotel with our Su general behind his back, he had a heated argument with her. Initially, we believed Su general had stolen his best friend's girlfriend, but Xingyue herself clarified that she only had feelings for our Su general and had no relationship with Yin Shuo whatsoever. She explicitly stated that there was no engagement, as she herself said. If she didn't want to speak, surely no one would force her to do so. Initially, the employees, trusting in Xingyue's explanation and Su Rixin's character, thought there was no relationship between Xingyue and Yin Shuo, believing it to be solely Yin Shuo's unrequited pursuit. However, Eldarin's early remarks confirmed suspicions that Xingyue had indeed been dishonest. She was clearly engaged to Yin Shuo while secretly meeting with his best friend. The employees, shocked, began to whisper among themselves as if they had discovered a new continent. My goodness, our Su general is truly a male third party. I never imagined our Su general to be such a person. He and Yin Shuo were like brothers, and Yin Shu even helped him secure a job here. How could he do this? Even if he's my boss, I must speak out. Third parties will eventually face retribution. By the way, have you heard? The major project that Xingyue had been boasting about was never secured by the Yin family. If I were the Yin family, I certainly wouldn't continue collaborating with them. I also heard that the Yin family only earned a little due to the Yin family's support. Most of their projects are funded by the Yin family. Without them, the Yin family wouldn't have any projects at all. So, doesn't Xingyue still dare to betray? Does her grandmother still dare to cause a ruckus at the company? I've never seen such a shameless family. The murmurs grew louder, with no one bothering to conceal their disdain from Elder, and hearing the scornful remarks directed at her family left Eldarin pale with rage, her body trembling. She had come to the Su group today, full of determination to seek justice for Xingyue and the Yin family, intending to tarnish the Yin family's reputation. Yet, instead of gaining any advantage, she learned the true reason behind the Yin family's decision to dissolve the engagement. And Xingyue had never informed her that she had broken things off with Yin Shuo and had publicly denied their engagement. This was akin to a slap in the face before everyone. Su Tian stood among the crowd, observing the unfolding drama, occasionally glancing towards the entrance of the company. He had just sent Su Rixin a WeChat message, not explicitly mentioning Eldarin's commotion, but instead using the pretext of a big client arriving for collaboration. Sure enough, Su Rixin, who had been watching a movie with Xingyue, rushed over upon receiving the message. As soon as Su Tian saw him enter, he dashed through the crowd and seized Su Rixin's arm. In an instant, all eyes in the company hall were drawn to the bewildered Su Rixin, who was accompanied by Xingyue, whose arm was affectionately linked with his Su Tian's words, while seemingly defending his brother. Inadvertently highlighted Su Rixin's presence to everyone. Isn't it rather foolish for the deputy general manager to protect his brother at such a moment? Elder has already acknowledged that Xingyue was engaged to General Manager Yun, making Su Rixin the third party. What a shameless woman in Xingyue is, vehemently denying any connection to General Manager Yun while shamelessly reaping the benefits from the Yun family. Now that the Yun family has offended the Yun family, they are on the brink of bankruptcy. Yet she still has the audacity to pursue Su Rixin as if nothing happened. As the murmurs intensified, Su Rixin began to realize the gravity of the situation, hastily freeing himself from Xingyue's grip. What on earth was happening? Why hadn't Xingyue's grandmother come to stir up trouble at his company? Hadn't the Yun family just secured a significant project? However, the discussions he overheard among the employees suggested that the Yun family had usurped the Yun family's project, nearly driving them to the brink of bankruptcy. How could this be? Just moments ago, during their movie, and Xingyue had assured him that once the contract with the Yun family was signed, she would immediately bring him on board. How could a duck so near to his lips suddenly take flight? Su Rixin often heard Xingyue boast about the Yun family's prowess, claiming that the Yun family would not dare to confront them. But reality had dealt him a harsh blow, awakening him to the truth. And Xingyue had been deceiving him all along. Perhaps her extravagant behavior had led him to believe that the Yun family was indeed formidable, but now he realized that they might not possess the strength he had imagined. Otherwise, how could they be on the verge of ruin over a single project? Damn it! How dare Xingyue lead him on with empty promises? Su Rixin had never held deep feelings for Xingyue. His previous flirtation with her stemmed from a desire to get back at Yin Shuo and to gain some advantages from the Yin family. Had he known the Yin family was merely a facade, he would have directed his energies elsewhere, perhaps towards Qin Yubing from Qin Feng Industries, who held at least 60% of the company's shares and wielded considerable influence. Recently, Qin Feng Industries had also secured a major project. Yet he had squandered several opportunities to date Qin Yubing due to his fixation on Xingyue, all in an effort to undermine Yin Shuo. What a pity. What a tremendous pity. Su Rixin's face turned a shade of green as he overheard the scathing accusations. Thanks to that wretched elder N, his hard-earned reputation within the company was in tatters. He understood his employees all too well, even if they dared not voice their grievances openly due to his status. They would undoubtedly gossip behind his back. Most concerning was the prospect of inciting discontent among the shareholders, leading to a collective ousting that even his father could not prevent. N Xingyue, seeing Su Rixin's face pale with anger, rushed to Elder An's side, exclaiming in fury, "Grandmother, what are you doing? This is a company, not a place for your ruckus. How dare you shout at me? Tell me, is what they say untrue? Are you truly sneaking around with other men behind Yin Shuo's back?" Elder An's gaze turned sharply towards Su Rixin, her eyes filled with venom. If looks could kill, Su Rixin would have been slain 1,000 times over. Elder An's final hope was shattered. Seeing Xingyue's willingness to appease the situation made it painfully clear that her granddaughter indeed had a connection with Su Rixin. The thought of having rushed to the Su group in a fit of fury without understanding the facts, even going so far as to scratch Yin Shuo's face, filled her with an urge to find a hole to hide in. She had never felt such humiliation in her life. With rapid strides, she approached Su Rixin, grasping his collar, and shouted, "What possessed you, a young man, to become a third party and ruin someone else's relationship? Do you have no shame?" Chapter 76. Su Rixin's secret girlfriend. Su Rixin found himself at a loss for words, struggling to provide a feeble explanation. "This is all a misunderstanding. Elder, let me explain." "What is there to explain? My granddaughter and Yin Shuo were once deeply in love. If it weren't for your seduction, would she be with you? Yin Shuo's family is among the top 50 enterprises in Jiangxing. How could she possibly be interested in a small-time boss like you? You must have used flattery to deceive my granddaughter. I've seen many like you. Just wanted to live off a woman. Ugh, shameless. Grandmother, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Rixin has nothing to do with this. He didn't pursue me. I pursued him." And Xingyue, feeling a pang of sympathy for Su Rixin, rushed to grasp Elder An's arm, pulling her aside. Su Rixin is humorous and ambitious. He is 1,000 times better than Yin Shuo, who merely waits around for handouts. Even if I have to endure hardships with Su Rixin, I would never marry Yin Shuo. Silence, madam, and upon hearing Xingyue's words, nearly fainted from anger. "Stop embarrassing me here. quickly apologized to Yin Shua and promised to treat him well in the future. If you continue to associate with this feckless man, I will make today's incident known to everyone, exposing him as a mere gigolo. And Xingyue, seeing Su Rixin's face pale and on the verge of collapse, felt a pang of sympathy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She defiantly retorted to Madam and Grandma, "On what grounds do you demand an apology from me? Do you think Yin Shua is any more devoted? He has been intimately involved with a junior staff member at the company, yet you say nothing about him. Madam, and you truly misunderstand. Su Rixin seized the opportunity to exonerate himself. I genuinely had no idea that Xingyue was already engaged to Yin Shua. He is my good brother. Why would I ever pursue his fiancée?" I was aware of Yin Shua's feelings for Xingyue, and I reluctantly turned down her confession. However, a remarkable girl like Xingyue would captivate even the hardest of hearts. Eventually, I concluded that since neither of us was married, I had the right to seek my own happiness, which is why I've been spending more time with her recently, I swear to the heavens. I truly did not know she was engaged to Yin Shua. Relying on Madame N's ignorance of the truth, Su Rixin painted himself as an innocent victim. This led the bewildered onlookers to genuinely believe he was wronged. Thinking that Xingyue had concealed their engagement and shamelessly pursued him, it seemed there was more to this situation than met the eye. If Su Rixin truly did not know about Xingyue's engagement, it would be understandable for him to be swayed by her ardent pursuit that it was all in Xingyue's fault. She was straddling two boats, toying with two men, and Su Rixin had been deceived as well. Su Tian, overhearing the discussions among the employees, curled his lips in a sardonic smile. His older brother was, as always, adept at minimizing his losses with his words. The real drama was just beginning. He quickly stepped forward, putting an arm around Su Rixin's shoulder, offering comfort. "Brother, are you all right? Don't stoop to their level. The truth will come to light. If you haven't stolen Yun's fiancé, justice will be on your side." As he spoke, he subtly extracted Su Rixin's phone from his coat pocket while no one was paying attention. "Yes, I believe justice resides in the hearts of the people." Su Rixin lowered his head slightly, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for this fool Su Tian calling him out in public, he would have taken the elevator upstairs long ago, avoiding this confrontation with Madame and entirely. He would make this fool pay dearly for his meddling. "Brother, calm down. Don't let this get to your health." Su Tian glanced toward the entrance of the company and lowered his voice to ask, "Do you need me to call the police?" "Don't meddle." Su Rixin shot him a glare, irritated and flustered. "Call the police?" As if he needed any more humiliation. Su Tian nodded silently and retreated into the crowd. Once back among the onlookers, he looked down at Su Rixin's phone in his hand. The last time he was in the office, he had inadvertently seen Su Rixin's unlocked password. Surely he hadn't changed it in such a short time. He quickly managed to unlock it, scrolled through the contacts, and focused on the name Qin Yubing. Qin Yubing was the president of Qin Feng Enterprises, a formidable woman in the real estate sector of Jiang City. He hadn't expected her to be one of Su Rixin's conquests. Not only did the call logs reveal a plethora of intimate exchanges, but there were also countless flirtatious messages on WeChat. Su Tian continued to scroll, discovering that even while Su Rixin was within Xingyue, he was simultaneously sending mushy messages to Qin Yubing. He opened the messaging interface and swiftly composed a text. "Darling, I miss you. Can you come to the office to see me?" Throughout this entire process, Su Rixin was entirely focused on Madame and in Xingyue, completely oblivious to Su Tian's actions. After sending the message, Su Tian noticed that the tide of public opinion had dramatically shifted. Su Rixin, who usually played the role of the charming and considerate boss, had cultivated a warm and humorous image, even amidst the scandal within Xingyue. Despite the exposure of their affair, he still had a considerable number of supporters. Now, having bought into Su Rixin's narrative, they perceived him as the victim of Xingyue's deceit, with a faction of female employees cursing her shamelessness and another criticizing Madame and for her lax discipline. Some even chastised Yin Shua, believing that as Su Rixin's good brother, he should have yielded for the sake of their friendship and loved in this chaotic love triangle. It appeared that only Su Rixin was the truly innocent victim. Yin Shua looked coldly at Su Rixin's theatrics, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over him. Instinctively, he turned to leave, but Su Tian blocked his path. Don't go just yet. Might as well watch the whole show. The whole show? Yin Shuo paused, unsure of Su Tian's intentions. Even with undeniable evidence, if Su Rixin could spin a tale to his advantage, he couldn't fathom what else could be done to expose the two of them. I told you, and Xingyue will regret this. However, before Yin Shuo could inquire further, and Xingyue stormed over, fuming, Yin Shuo, you are such a coward. Are you reveling in my humiliation with Su Rixin? Today, she had lost face and, unable to confront Madame, and unleashed her fury entirely on Yin Shuo. Su Rixin, standing beside her side, Yin Shuo, you are my good brother. There have been many misunderstandings between us. Please believe that I have done nothing to wrong you. I hope you won't sabotage the project with Xingyue and her family. Chapter 77. Why are you sending me nude photos? One must admit, Su Rixin was indeed skillful. With a casual remark, he not only transformed his liaison with Xingyue into a misunderstanding, but also insinuated that Yin Shuo was resorting to extreme measures out of vengeance. Rixin, you don't need to be so humble. And Xingyue felt a surge of compassion. If we have erred, it is only in failing to see his true nature sooner. With that, she cast a cold glare at Yin Shuo. Yin Shuo, you are scheming against me, against Su Rixin, with a heart full of malice. You shall face retribution. Su Tian was utterly astounded. How could someone be so shameless as to distort the truth and turn the tables? Grandma, I did nothing wrong and have no need to apologize to a scoundrel like Yin Shuo. If the Yin family wants to sever ties, let them. I am not afraid. Looking at Su Rixin beside her, and Xingyue felt a surge of pride, believing she could sacrifice anything for love. Just like Romeo and Juliet, Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, their love was also not blessed by others. Yet even so, it did not deter them from steadfastly choosing each other. Rixin, even if it means going against the whole world, I will never compromise. You are the finest man I have ever known, and I do not regret being with you. And Xingyue envisioned herself as the tragic heroine of a melodramatic series, moved to tears by her own declarations, as she clung tightly to Su Rixin, embodying a spirit of solidarity. Suddenly, a woman in a sharp gray business suit burst into the crowd, seizing Xingyue by the hair and yanking her away from Su Rixin, delivering a harsh slap to her face. And Xingyue cried out in pain. She turned to the suddenly appearing woman, exclaiming, "Who is this crazy woman? On what grounds do you strike me? Striking you is too lenient." The woman in gray looked disdainfully at Xingyue, whose disheveled hair bore the marks of a slap, and furiously scolded, "You shameless wretch! If you dare to cling to my boyfriend again, I will peel your skin off." My boyfriend? What nonsense are you spouting? And Xingyue gaped incredulously at the woman before her, then turned to Su Rixin for help. Rixin, do you know this lunatic? Yubing, what are you doing here? Su Rixin's face turned ashen, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He had not anticipated Qin Yubing's sudden visit to the company. To prevent his double life from being exposed, he hurriedly pulled her aside. Yubing, you should leave. I will explain everything later. I won't leave. This shameless woman is still clinging to you, Qin Yubing declared resolutely. If I don't teach her a lesson today, she won't know her place. Qin Yubing recognized in Xingyue. Once, while on a date with Su Rixin, she had inadvertently seen in Xingyue sending him revealing photos. At the time, Su Rixin had explained that Xingyue was persistently pursuing him, and despite his repeated rejections, she remained undeterred, causing him distress, although she had offered to confront Xingyue on his behalf. He insisted he could handle it, and after that, she had not seen Xingyue harassing him again, leading her to gradually forget about the woman in recent days. However, feeling neglected by Su Rixin, she had begun to harbor suspicions. Upon receiving a text message from Su Rixin, she was filled with overwhelming joy and, without a moment's hesitation, abandoned her work to drive to the Su family. However, Qin Yubing was unprepared for the sight that greeted her as she entered the company, and Xingyue was clinging to Su Rixin as if devoid of bones. Witnessing Xingyue entwined with her boyfriend in front of everyone ignited a furious blaze within her, prompting her to storm over and deliver a resounding slap to Xingyue's face. To her, it was clear that Su Rixin must have rejected Xingyue, who, in her stubbornness, had come to create a scene at the office, as Su Rixin's legitimate girlfriend. It was only natural for her to step in to alleviate his troubles. And Xingyue, how shameless can you be? Is it impossible for you to live without trying to seduce another woman's man? Qin Yubing declared, pulling Su Rixin protectively behind her and standing firmly before Xingyue. My boyfriend has already warned you to cease your incessant pursuit of him, yet you stubbornly cling to him. You enjoy playing the role of a mistress. Allow me to spread the word so that everyone in Jiangxing knows you. And Xingyue, as a woman who delights in meddling in others' relationships, I am the mistress. And Xingyue retorted with a mix of fury and incredulity, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Yubing. Are you out of your mind? I am Su Rixin's girlfriend. Why would I need to intrude? Who do you think you are? She continued, her voice rising. If you're mentally unstable, perhaps you should seek help instead of daydreaming all the time. Having never encountered Qin Yubing before, and Xingyue assumed she was merely another admirer of Su Rixin, driven to madness upon discovering he had a girlfriend. You are Su Rixin's girlfriend? Qin Yubing scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. Just a few days ago, he complained to me about an ugly creature who kept pestering him. If it weren't for business, he probably wouldn't have given you a second glance. I suspect that the one shamelessly clinging to him under the guise of business investment is you, isn't it? Hearing the two women argue, Su Rixin felt a chill run down his spine and reluctantly stepped forward to mediate. Please, stop fighting. Let's discuss this calmly. There are many people around, and misunderstandings can easily arise. Both Qin Yubing and Xingyue, being proud individuals, were unlikely to resort to such public displays of hostility unless provoked. Thus, upon hearing Su Rixin's plea, their tempers began to cool. Perhaps there was indeed a misunderstanding at play. Qin Yubing took a deep breath, diverting her gaze from Xingyue. She worried that her insistence on creating a scene might drive Su Rixin away. And Xingyue continued to glare at Qin Yubing, but the intensity of the confrontation had waned in her eyes. This woman was simply a jilted admirer, resentful for failing to win over her man and now seeking to tarnish their reputation. If she continued to bicker with her in public, would that not fulfill this shameless woman's desires? Meanwhile, Su Tian, observing the tension dissipate between Xingyue and Qin Yubing, felt a glimmer of malice in his eyes. Su Rixin's desire for peace was futile. Today, he would ensure that everyone present saw the true nature of this schemer. And Xingyue, I had always believed that you and my brother were genuinely in love. But it seems you have only been clinging to him out of your own delusions. Your actions are severely affecting my brother's life. Su Tian stepped forward, feigning indignation on Su Rixin's behalf. And Xingyue, who initially sought to quell the situation, now erupted in fury upon hearing Su Tian's challenge. Su Tian, if you keep talking nonsense, I will have someone break your legs. Don't think that just because you have Su Rixin's backing, I won't do anything to you. As the elder sister-in-law, I have every right to defend my brother. If you keep up this nonsense, I will take it upon myself to ensure you are expelled from the Su family. Su Tian, you incompetent fool. Qin Yubing scoffed, unwilling to back down. You dare call yourself an elder sister-in-law. And Xingyue, you are becoming increasingly shameless. Su Rixin only refrains from being too harsh with you because of business ties. He often complains to me about your incessant pursuit, and it's driving him mad. As she spoke, Qin Yubing retrieved her phone from her handbag and publicly played a voice message from their WeChat conversation. Darling, who is that woman named Xingyue? Why does she keep pestering you and sending you nude photos? As the recorded voice resonated through the air, the murmur of the crowd fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Soon, Su Rixin's voice could be heard from the phone. She's just a client. Our company has a partnership with her family. His tone was indulgent as he reassured. Don't worry, sweetheart. I have no relationship with her. Besides, my good friend Yan Shuo likes her. How could I possibly compete with my brother over her? You don't like her, so just make that clear. Qin Yubing's tone was laced with dissatisfaction. I wish I could, but we need to maintain our business relationship. That, if I were to be too blunt, it would be awkward when we meet again. Su Rixin continued to explain patiently. Once this partnership concludes, I will have no further dealings with her. You don't understand. She's been clinging to me for days. It's becoming unbearable. If it weren't for the business, I would gladly keep my distance. Then why not just tell Xingyue that you have a girlfriend? Qin Yubing pressed, unable to contain her desire to assert her claim. Su Rixin replied soothingly. I did tell her. I mentioned that I have someone I care about, and that we would be solidifying our relationship soon. However, Xingyue refused to believe me and insisted on clinging to me, even threatening to withdraw funding, that I really had no choice in the matter. My dear, I know you feel wronged, but this project is crucial for me. I cannot afford to offend Xingyue. Once it concludes, I will cut ties with her, all right? Very well. Once this project is over, you must sever all connections with her immediately. I will introduce you to some new projects. Qin Yubing paused before continuing. But that wretched woman is utterly shameless. Knowing you have a girlfriend, she still pursues you to. It seems I should gather a few friends to teach her a lesson. Since we all move in the same circles, if Xingyue refuses to play by the rules, then I won't hesitate to assert my dominance. Please, do not seek her out. Although Xingyue is bothersome, she is still my brother's fiancée. If you truly go after her, she will create a scene, and I would have no way to explain it to my brother. Rest assured, you are the only one in my heart. A woman of Xingyue's mediocre looks and lack of talent cannot possibly compete with you. All right then, but you must spend this weekend with me. Qin Yubing was entirely won over by Su Rixin's charm. Had Su Rixin not intervened to snatch the phone from her hands, the ensuing flirtation would likely have become even more explicit. Qin Yubing, why did you play our private conversation for everyone to hear? Su Rixin was livid, completely unprepared for Qin Yubing's public airing of their intimate dialogue. I was merely trying to clear your name. Qin Yubing looked at him, bewildered by his anger, and suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. You, who clearly promised to accompany me this weekend, suddenly claimed you had other matters to attend to this morning, that I was working overtime. Su Rixin instinctively sought an excuse. Meanwhile, Su Tian seized the moment to interject. And Xingyue, you heard the recording. What more is there to argue? My brother knows you are Yin Shua's fiancé, and has acknowledged his lack of feelings for you. You are the one who has been pestering him relentlessly. I told you my brother could never be a third party. Tian and Shua are good friends. How could he possibly be with you? You have only caused discord, attempting to seduce my brother and inciting jealousy between him and Yin Sha. How could you be so malicious? And Xingyue listened in stunned silence to Su Tian's accusations, trembling and at a loss for words. She could hardly fathom that Su Rixin would speak of her in such a manner behind her back. After a long pause, she finally reacted and slapped Su Rixin fiercely across the face. Su Rixin, you are a scoundrel. Am I really the one clinging to you? If you had not given me hope, making me believe you had feelings for me, would I have pursued you? You once admitted to enjoying my company at the concert, expressing a desire to take things slow, yet now you claim I am the one bothering you? If you do not like me, why not tell me directly? Why accept my investments and gifts? As she spoke, and Xingyue produced 2 movie tickets from her coat pocket. If you were so unwilling, why did you accompany me to a romantic movie instead of going out with your girlfriend? The tickets fell to the ground, and Qin Yubing swiftly dashed forward to retrieve them. Couple seats. It truly is a couple's seat, typically exuding an air of confidence. Qin Yubing's eyes turned red as tears began to form. You said you were working overtime? The esteemed general manager of Su Corporation. Working overtime by watching romantic movies with someone else? With a sharp crack, Qin Yubing tossed the movie tickets at Su Rixin's face. The motion, though moderate, echoed like a crisp slap. Su Rixin was left speechless. His face pale and defenseless, he had thought his ambiguous stance would keep both women firmly by his side as backup, yet he had never anticipated such a disastrous turn of events. The employees surrounding the company were utterly unprepared for such an outcome, particularly the female staff who had wholeheartedly believed in Su Rixin. Their hearts shattered. They could not fathom that their revered superior was, in fact, a hypocritical man who played both sides, dependent on the kindness of others. This cannot be true. How could our boss be such a person? The receptionist's illusion was shattered, and she began to question her very existence. With the truth now laid bare, what could possibly remain to be doubted? We had wronged Yin Shua all along. It was Su Rixin who, fully aware of Yin Shua's engagement to Xing, still pursued her. While courting in Xingyue, he simultaneously engaged in flirtations with other women over WeChat. This is the very definition of a scoundrel. Just look at his adeptness. It is clear this is not his first dalliance. Balancing multiple affairs, perhaps 3 or 4, or even more. Nearby, old lady Yin's blood pressure soared, her trembling arm pointing accusingly at Xingyue. Is this the man you chose to defend? You, for the sake of this beast Su Rishin, have led our family to the brink of ruin, and what does he care? He is only after your money. After hurling her accusations, old lady enfeebly attempted to strike Su Rishin. Xingyue, let me explain. I am not. What more is there to explain? And Xingyue suddenly realized, joining old lady and in the fray against the man before them. She had sacrificed everything for him, only to discover that the love she had yearned for was merely a cruel jest. I love you so much, yet you betray me with other women and call me clingy. I will make you pay for this. Chapter 79. Regret like never before. Su Rishin was caught off guard as Xingyue struck him twice, hastily seeking refuge behind Qin Yubing. However, at that moment, Qin Yubing had no intention of aiding him. She swiftly joined the ranks, assaulting Su Rishin. You scoundrel! I trusted you completely, and yet you deceived me. Qin Yubing was not naive. If Su Rishin dared to vilify Xingyue before her eyes, he was equally capable of slandering her in front of other women. All the affection that once bloomed had turned to dust. Now, she sought only to vent her fury. Stop. If you don't cease this madness, I will call the police. The employees of Su's company stepped forward in a token gesture to intervene, but since Su Rishin had previously ordered them not to involve the authorities, they were reluctant to meddle further. They would still need to work at the company and were naturally hesitant to offend Su Rishin. However, from this day forth, the carefully cultivated image of Su Rishin lay in ruins. Su Rishin cowered, shielding his head as he evaded the onslaught from Xingyue and Qin Yubing. But he was too concerned with maintaining his dignity to retaliate against women. Consequently, he was no match for the two furious women. Su Tian, come help me. Pull these two crazy women away. Su Rishin's face bore scratches from their nails, and he could only plead with Su Tian, who stood closest. Su Tian, however, had no intention of intervening. His expression was one of disappointment as he murmured, Brother, I never expected you to be this kind of person. You have truly let me down. No, Xiao Tian. Believe me, there is a misunderstanding here. Su Rishin feared that Su Tian might question his previous actions due to this incident, and he hurriedly attempted to explain. Yet, how could he focus on concocting excuses while fending off the assault from the three women before him? Yin Shaw, observing this farce from a distance, could not help but shake his head. Su Tian's acting skills were truly remarkable. Su Rishin, under Su Tian's orchestration, had unwittingly descended into a trap that had long been laid, and he remained blissfully unaware. Scoundrel, why don't you just die? And Xingyue shouted as she struck Su Rishin, suddenly pushed off balance by him and nearly falling to the ground. And Xingyue, no one to stop. Su Rishin finally erupted. Don't think that just because you are a woman, I want to dare lay a hand on you. Gasping for breath, he resembled a cornered dog. While he feared Qin Yubing, what did he have to lose with a nearly bankrupted family? Yet, and Xingyue seemed to ignore him, standing vacantly and gazing beyond the crowd. Yin Shuo, arms crossed, stood tall and detached, silently watching this spectacle, and Xingyue's tears surged forth. Upon seeing Yin Shuo, it was as if all her strength had been drained, and she could no longer muster the will to strike Su Rishin. Her makeup smeared, her meticulously manicured nails broken, her hair a wild tangle. She suddenly recalled that she had once been cherished like a princess in Yin Shuo's hands. Deserving of none of this humiliation, Yin Shi was suddenly realized, as if grasping at a final lifeline. She dashed toward him, reaching out to fall into his embrace. That I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded. I truly understand my mistake. Please forgive me. I promise I will never do this again. Let us marry and live happily together. Yet, just as Xingyue was about to fall into Yin Shuo's arms, he sidestepped, leaving her to tumble helplessly to the ground. Old lady Yin felt a profound regret. She never anticipated Xingyue would be foolish enough to lose a golden opportunity for the sake of a man who depended on others. But with matters reaching this point, she had no choice but to swallow her pride and appeal to Yin Shuo. Yin Shuo, now that the truth is revealed, Xingyue recognizes her error. Please forgive her. I assure you, from now on, my granddaughter will sincerely commit herself to you and will never again waver. Yin Shuo, for my sake, please forgive Xingyue, and let our families continue to cooperate. Shall we? Yin Shuo looked at old lady and with an expression devoid of emotion, his heart unaffected. Once she finished speaking, her hopeful gaze fixed upon him, he finally replied, "For your sake? I'm afraid, old lady Yin, you no longer hold any favor in my eyes. Moreover, I have never interfered in the affairs of the family business. Regarding project cooperation, you should discuss it directly with my father as for my engagement to Inxingyue. As she herself stated, she has never consented, thus it is null and void." The Yin family, fixated solely on their own interests, shamelessly sought his forgiveness, entirely disregarding the profound hurt Inxingyue's betrayal had inflicted upon him. He could never again entangle himself with this family. Old Lady Anne's complexion shifted dramatically. As an elder, she had already compelled Inxingyue to apologize, yet Yin Shuo remained unmoved, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. She then turned to him, her tone growing harsh. "Yin Shuo, do you truly intend to sever ties with our family? You have grown up before my eyes. Are you truly going to turn your back on us? You are a grown man, and Inxingyue is merely young and has not committed a principled error. What is there that cannot be forgiven? Principled error." Yin Shuo blinked, then laughed. "She has already gone off to a hotel with Su Rixin. By your logic, does that mean as long as she hasn't registered a marriage with another man, it doesn't count as a principled error?" In that moment, he felt utterly foolish for having considered such a self-serving individual as family. Old Lady Yin, realizing that Yin Shuo was offering her no leniency, found her expression darkening. "Yin Shuo, is this how you speak to your elders?" However, before she could escalate the situation, a cold voice suddenly emerged from beyond the crowd. As the voice echoed, a group of people entered the company. Leading them was none other than Yin Shuo's father, Yun Jinting. Chapter 80. Tang Bingyin's grandfather comes to Jiangcheng following Yun Jinting, were Yun Shuo's mother and a middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Inxingyue. It was presumably her father. Upon noticing the scratches on Yun Shuo's face, his mother quickened her pace toward him. "Dad, Mom, what brings you here?" Yun Shuo was somewhat surprised and instinctively tried to conceal the wounds on his face. But he was too late. His mother's eyes filled with tears as she reached out to touch the marks on his face. She immediately recognized that the scratches had been made by a woman's nails and asked, "Ashuo, who did this? Was it Inxingyue or Old Lady Yin?" Yin Mu understood her son's character well. The values instilled by the Yun family ensured that Yin Shuo would never resort to violence against a woman. However, she now regretted having taught him to be so proper and respectful, allowing the women of the Yin family to bully him to in-laws. This is all a misunderstanding. Old Lady Yin nervously glanced at Yin Mu and quickly suggested, "Let us not make a spectacle here. Let us find a place to discuss this properly." Misunderstanding? Yin Mu stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Yin Shuo, her gaze toward Old Lady Yin chillingly resolute. "My son nearly had a car accident after discovering Inxingyue's infidelity. And you dare mention misunderstandings to me? If it were not for the timely rescue of my son by his friends, he would likely still be languishing in the hospital. The infidelity of Inxingyue is an undeniable fact. Do not attempt to tell me that she is merely young and naive, having made a minor mistake. In Huaxia, upon reaching the age of 18, one is considered an adult, and she ought to bear the consequences of her actions." Upon hearing this, Old Lady Yin was utterly taken aback. She had not anticipated this turn of events, and it was no wonder that the Yun family was so incensed. Meanwhile, Inxingyue's father, upon hearing Yun Mu's words, suddenly darkened in countenance. Although he was aware of their family's shortcomings, he had still mustered the audacity to plead with Yun Jinting to temper his anger that very morning. After much coaxing, he had managed to persuade Yun Jinting to consider a renewed collaboration. However, his father abruptly received a phone call informing him that his mother had gone to the Su family to create a scene with Yin Shuo. With his mother causing such a ruckus, and compounded by Inxingyue's infidelity and her attempts to shift the blame onto Yin Shuo, the prospect for the two families collaborating seemed utterly bleak. Contemplating the imminent downfall of the Yin family, he trembled with rage. Yet he dared not unleash his fury upon Old Lady Yin, instead redirecting all his frustrations onto Inxingyue. Suddenly, he stepped forward and confronted Inxingyue, followed by a slap. "Slap! You unfilial daughter! How have I raised you?" Without another word, Inxingyue's father delivered 2 resounding slaps across her face, leaving her dazed. Hurry and apologize to Yun Shua and your future mother-in-law. No need for that. I cannot afford to treat such a future mother-in-law with any regard. Yun Mu scoffed, stating, your daughter previously declared before many that the engagement between our families was null and void. Now we shall publicly announce the dissolution of the engagement as well. Henceforth, the Yin family shall have no further ties with the Yun family. Yun Mu's words left Xing Yue's father ashen-faced. Yet he was still racking his brain to explain. My mother surely was unaware. Otherwise, she would not have approached Yin Sha. Can you? Cannot. Yun Mu interjected coldly. Do not even claim ignorance. We never imagined our son would be persistently bullied by Xing. Jewelry worth hundreds of thousands, dresses. My son has purchased everything for Xing Yue each quarter, even going out of his way to procure various VIP concert tickets for her enjoyment. And yet, your precious daughter wears the clothes my son bought for her and wields the tickets he obtained to invite other men. Does she consider my son a fool? In Guobang, we initially aimed to sever ties between our families without exacerbating the situation, not out of consideration for our past relations, but to swiftly establish boundaries so that my son would no longer be reminded of his feelings. However, since he refused to recognize goodwill, do not blame the Yun family for being ruthless. Old Yun, since the Yun family has so brazenly bullied my son, I shall ensure they have no chance of recovery. Although Yun Jinting has always managed the company, the weight of Yun Mu's words is not to be underestimated. Her pronouncement effectively severed the Yun family's lifeline. Yun Jinting hastily followed suit. As they passed Su Tian, he offered a slight nod. Su Tian, with his back to the entrance, discerned the shape of his lips and smiled, shaking his head in response, indicating no need for thanks. In-laws, please allow me to explain. Old Lady Yin, seeing this, hurried after them. Anne's father and Xing Yue followed closely behind. Once the members of the Yun and Yin families departed, the crowd that had gathered began to disperse. After a moment, Yin Shuo, having left the Su family company with his parents, called Su Tian. That I heard from my dad that you sent a message to inform him and my mom? Yes, I was concerned that old lady Yin might cause a scene, and no one would be able to contain her. Thank you, brother. Yin Shuo expressed with a hint of gratitude. You still owe me a favor. Su Tian smiled dismissively. Just remember our agreement. It's good to hear you think that way. Wait a moment. I have an incoming call. Su Tian was somewhat surprised to see the name Tang Bingyan on the caller ID. Was during working hours, and she typically would not call him during that time. Hello, wife. What is the matter? Su Tian, do you have any plans for tonight? None. Why? Su Tian inquired with a smile. Are you hoping to arrange a romantic evening for just the two of us? After a brief silence, Tang Bingyan continued. My grandfather has come to Jiangsheng at T5 in the afternoon. I'll park the car in front of shopping mall in the heart of Jiangsheng. Su Tian hurriedly boarded the vehicle, laden with various gift bags. Wife, why did Grandpa suddenly come to Jiangsheng? Su Tian had originally planned to wait until he had made a mark in his career before introducing Tang Bingyan to her grandfather in the capital. However, with Tang's grandfather arriving in Jiangsheng, he had no choice but to meet him. After receiving Tang Bingyan's call, Su Tian had made a quick stop at a mall to select gifts for her grandfather. The Tang family owned several properties in Jiangsheng, including a standalone villa in the Lanshan Hot Springs Resort. It was worth mentioning that Tang Bingyan's initial meeting with Su Tian had stemmed from accompanying her grandfather to the resort for health reasons. Given that Grandpa's health isn't great, should we find a doctor to examine him? Su Tian thought of Zhang. And no need. Grandpa brought his family doctor along. He trusts no one else but doctor. Su Tian nodded, then rummaged through the various gift bags at his feet. Wife, I bought some gifts for Grandpa. I hope he likes them. I got him a bit of everything I could think of. In his previous life, he had been so intent on divorcing Tang Bingyan that he had never met her family. Having lived two lives, this would be his first encounter with Tang's grandfather. Chun Xiao, seated beside Ah Wei, cast a glance at the gifts Su Tian had purchased, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes. However, out of respect for Tang Bingyan, she pursed her lips and refrained from voicing her thoughts. Grandpa will surely like them. Tang Bingyan grasped Su Tian's hand, her typically icy tone softened slightly. As long as I like them, Grandpa will too. After a while, Ah Wei stopped the car in front of villa. Su Tian followed Tang Bingyan into the villa and was greeted by the sight of a silver-haired elder calmly sipping tea in the main seat. The elder appeared to be in his 60s. exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. Grandpa, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Tian. Upon finishing his introduction, Tian noticed Wei and Chun Xiao entering and quickly took the gift bags from their hands. Grandpa, I brought you some gifts. I hope you like them. I've included a bit of everything. This is a 50-year-old wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain. This is sugar-free delicacies from Changshu's Hao. And this is a fleece-lined vest. Upon seeing the pile of gifts Tian had placed on the tea table, the old man twitched his eye. The assortment was chaotic, resembling a makeshift shop. However, the gifts he typically received were either antiques or cultural artifacts. It was rare for someone to present such an array of everyday items. This child indeed possesses a certain charm. Tang Bingyin was his most cherished granddaughter, and naturally, he intended to conduct a thorough investigation into her suitor. It must be said that the Tian before him bore little resemblance to the information he had gathered. Grandpa, if you do not fancy these, feel free to pass them on or store them away. I was in a hurry this time, and I promise I will be more thoughtful next time. It's the thought that counts. The old man's sharp gaze swept over Tian several times. His tone neither cold nor warm. Tang Bingyin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Her grandfather's reaction suggested that his first impression of Tian was rather favorable. Previously, when Tian had been causing a scene, Tang Bingyin had kept the details under wraps. So her grandfather was unaware of the incident where Tian had nearly been led astray by Su Rixin's schemes, according to the information her grandfather had gathered. Tian was merely an unremarkable man with no particular affection for Tang Bingyin. Indeed, Tian's status did not match that of Tang Bingyin, but since his granddaughter was fond of him, he would not stand in their way. After all, the Tang family lacked nothing, and his granddaughter did not require a marriage alliance. However, ever since entering, Tian had been exceedingly considerate towards Tang Bingyin, which was not in line with the information presented, suggesting he held no feelings for her. Was he deliberately putting on an act in front of him? The old man scrutinized Tian discreetly, eager to unveil his clumsy performance. Everything appeared normal. Tang Bingyin was typically concise with her words. Grandpa, it was my fault. Tian's heart sank. He realized that Tang's grandfather was about to hold him accountable. And he quickly clarified, it is I who failed to take proper care of Bingyin. Grandpa, the accident was not his fault. I was the one who was not paying attention. Tang Bingyin wished to avoid discussing the accident, as it would remind her of the photos of Tian and Lin Miaoying together. Didn't know. It was my actions that upset Bingyin and distracted her. Ultimately, it is my fault, Tian earnestly assured. I promise such an incident will never occur again. Seeing Tian take full responsibility, the old man's expression softened somewhat. Just then, a warm voice came from the staircase. Grandpa, are there guests? A tall, slender young man in a dark suit descended from the second floor. Upon catching sight of Tang Bingyin seated opposite old Master Tang, he paused momentarily, then quickened his pace. Bingyin, you have arrived, Tian remarked, directing his gaze toward the source of the voice. A familiar figure came into view, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Gu Beicheng. He has actually come to Jiangcheng. Gu Beicheng, a distinguished young gentleman from the capital, was Tang Bingyin's childhood companion, her trusted partner, and a man whom the entire Tang family regarded as her future husband. In his previous life, Tian perceived this man as inscrutable, adept at concealing his emotions. However, as he was entirely focused on escaping an uncontrollable marriage, he had not taken the time to guard against Gu Beicheng. Beicheng, your timing is impeccable. Allow me to introduce you, old Master Tang said, his face breaking into a warm and affectionate smile upon seeing Gu Beicheng. Tian, this is my friend's grandson, Gu Beicheng. He has grown up alongside Bingyin and can be considered half a grandson to me. The old man's tone was imbued with an unmistakable fondness. Beicheng, this is Tian. Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Gu Beicheng approached Tian, extending his hand with a congenial smile. Likewise, Tian replied, his gaze flickering momentarily to the outstretched hand and the gentleman's composed demeanor, a glint of wariness flashing in his eyes. This man was every bit the same as in his past life, remaining unfazed in the presence of his rival, proving to be a formidable opponent. My apologies. I was unaware you would be joining Bingyin today, and thus I have not prepared a gift for our meeting. However, I shall make amends and deliver a present personally on another occasion. Mr. Gu, You are too gracious. Su Tian's internal caution towards Gu Beicheng had reached its zenith, yet he maintained a facade of cordiality. Since you are an acquaintance of Bing Yin, there is no need for such formalities. Besides, Bing Yin and I are not lacking in anything, so let us forego the gift. Even among close friends, etiquette should not be disregarded. Gu Beicheng replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. At your age, I presume you have a penchant for sports cars. Perhaps we could arrange a visit to my garage sometime to choose one in the next moment. He turned to Tang Bingyin. Darling, would you like to join me for a soak in the hot springs? Bingyin's expression remained subtly composed as she replied, What brings you here? Upon hearing her words, Su Tian recalled that Gu's family had business interests nationwide. Much like the Tang family, which had a branch in Jiangcheng, Gu Beicheng, as the heir to the Gu family, would routinely spend a month or two in Jiangcheng managing company affairs. However, since Tang Bingyin's marriage to him, Gu Beicheng had not visited. What could be his purpose for coming to Jiangcheng this time? Was it merely to oversee the branch, or something more? It was I who invited Beicheng to accompany me, Old Master Tang explained. As an old man, visiting the hot spring resort alone would be rather dull. It is rare for this young man to be so dutiful, not minding the tedium of my company. Spending time with grandfather is anything but dull. I truly enjoy listening to your tales from your youth, Gu Beicheng remarked with a smile. Bingyin, you and Mr. Su will be staying at the resort. Yes, I shall have his servants prepare your rooms at once. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Su Tian felt discomfort at Gu Beicheng's authoritative manner, yet he could not fault his impeccable etiquette and warmth compared to Su Rixin, who wore his intentions on his sleeve. Gu Beicheng was indeed a more challenging adversary. Calling me M.R.Gu is rather formal. Just like grandfather, please call me Beicheng that I am but a few years your senior. And if you do not mind, I would like to address you as Xiao Tian from now on. Mr. Gu, you are also in Jiangcheng. At this moment, Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao returned from delivering gifts. Upon spotting Gu Beicheng, Chen Xiaoxiao immediately approached him with enthusiasm. Bingyin, have you encountered any troublesome matters? Gu Beicheng looked at Tang Bingyin in surprise, believing he was her most trusted partner and that she would not conceal any issues from him. It's just a minor issue that I've already resolved, Tang Bingyin warned, casting a pointed glance at Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiaoxiao shrank back, but in front of Gu Beicheng, she was unafraid, eagerly complaining, You really ought to have a word with the young lady. She is a complete workaholic, neglecting meals when she gets busy. With you watching over her, I can rest easy. Xiao, it is your responsibility to care for Bingyin. If you fail to do so, do not shift the blame to Beicheng. You are not trying to get your salary docked again, are you? Old Master Tang chuckled. Although Chen Xiaoxiao was Tang Bingyin's assistant, she had grown up within the Tang family and was treated like a granddaughter by Old Master Tang. Thus, she spoke candidly in the presence of the Tang family. Old Master, I am left with no choice. You know how stubborn the young lady can be. Even if I wanted to persuade her, it would be futile, so I must rely on Mr. Gu. You impudent girl, always finding excuses. Old Master Tang laughed good-naturedly, clearly not holding any resentment toward Chen Xiaoxiao. Bingyin, this is not the first time Xiaoxiao has complained. Gu Beicheng feigned seriousness that if you continue to skip meals due to overtime, I shall have to supervise you at the company daily. She is overreacting, Tang Bingyin replied coolly. Besides, Su Tian has been cooking dinner for me lately. I have not worked overtime in quite some time. As she spoke, Tang Bingyin subtly grasped Su Tian's hand, their fingers intertwined. You are too thin. You should eat more. Su Tian smiled gently, patting her hand affectionately. If Xiao had not mentioned it, I would have remained unaware that you often skip lunch at the office. It seems I shall have to supervise you daily from now on. Observing the harmonious interaction between Su Tian and Tang Bingyin, Old Master Tang's initial doubts dissipated. However, he cast another glance at Gu Beicheng and sighed softly. How wonderful it would have been if Bingyin had chosen Beicheng instead. But he understood his granddaughter's disposition well. Having chosen Su Tian, it seemed unlikely she would change her mind anytime soon. Bingyin, why not show Su Tian around the estate? I will assist grandfather upstairs to rest. Of course, Tang Bingyin nodded, and once Old Master Tang had ascended the stairs, she took Su Tian's hand and led him out of the villa. During their first encounter, Gu Beiqing had assumed a distinctly host-like demeanor, indicating that Su Tian could engage in light-hearted conversation with old Master Tang. He had been trusted by Tang Bingyan, and even her subordinates regarded him as one of their OW. As long as Gu Beiqing was present, Su Tian was merely an outsider. Yet, what did it matter? Su Tian scoffed inwardly. Had such a scenario unfolded in his past life, he would have erupted in fury, blaming old Master Tang and quarreling with Tang Bingyan. But he was no longer the naive fool he once was. Even if Gu Beiqing asserted his dominance in front of him, what of it? He was now Tang Bingyan's lawful husband, as long as they did not divorce. Regardless of Gu Beiqing's prominence, his role would remain that of a business partner to Tang Bingyan. Do you wish to visit the hot springs? Tang Bingyan noticed Su Tian's unusual demeanor, presuming he was upset by the earlier atmosphere in the living room. Wife, would you like to join me for a soak in the hot springs? Who wishes to accompany you? Tang Bingyan's stunning visage appeared slightly flustered. You may go alone. Then I shall not go. I do not wish to accompany you either. These past few days had indeed been inconvenient for Tang Bingyan. If you wish to go, then do so. I have been busy with work and need to unwind, that I shall not go anywhere. Su Tian turned, embracing Tang Bingyan firmly, stating with conviction, soaking in the springs is not as important as being with my wife. At that moment, Chun Xiaoxiao emerged from the villa, witnessing Su Tian wrapping his arms around Tang Bingyan. Infuriated, she rolled up her sleeves, prepared to confront him. How dare he lay hands on the young lady? Xiaoxiao, do not make a fuss. Gu Beiqing observed Su Tian and Tang Bingyan, but refrained from reacting as Chun Xiaoxiao did. Mr. Gu, why are you stopping me? Chun Xiaoxiao's face flushed with indignation. That scoundrel is taking liberties with the young lady. Are you not angry? Xiaoxiao, they're legally married. What right do you have to interfere? But he does not truly care for the young lady. He only covets her wealth and status, Chun Xiaoxiao retorted defiantly. Xiaoxiao, Gu Beiqing's tone grew firmer. His intentions matter little. What is important is Bing Yin's feelings toward him. Furthermore, if all he seeks is money, he is hardly a threat. What is worrisome is if he desires more than just financial gain. Chun Xiaoxiao's expression fell. She had initially intended to question what Su Tian could possibly want beyond money. Could it be that he truly wished for the young lady's life? That would be utterly despicable. Their lady was the queen of the business world in the capital, the most beautiful woman in the nation, yet she was marrying a man who seemed to possess no talents other than soft reliance on her. This was already a disadvantage. If that scoundrel were to take advantage of her, it would be utterly unjust. Su Tian was so malicious. She wished for his demise, that he might never be reborn. Chun Xiaoxiao was so furious that smoke seemed to emanate from her 7 orifices, fiercely glaring at Su Tian's hand wrapped around Tang Bingyan's waist, wishing she could charge forward and chop him into pieces. Xiaoxiao, you are still too impatient, Gu Beiqing remarked as he turned to head towards the backyard. Did you not say you wanted me to guide you in archery? Let us do it now. Chun Xiaoxiao watched Gu Beiqing's retreating figure, stamping her foot in frustration, yet ultimately she followed him out. She could not fathom Gu's intentions. Giving Su the scoundrel and the young lady a chance to be alone together was simply unthinkable. Gu Beiqing entered the room, holding a folder. Bingyan, I need to discuss something with you. Could you come to the study? He added, it's fine to speak here as well. Tang Bingyan remained seated on the sofa. Unperturbed, Gu Beiqing glanced at Su Tian, hesitating to speak, ultimately choosing to remain silent as he moved directly to Tang Bingyan's side to report on work matters to in professional affairs. Gu Beiqing was always meticulous. Su Tian did not intentionally eavesdrop, continuing to peruse the magazine before him. However, whether it was due to exhaustion from the past few days or Gu Beiqing's voice being too soothing, Su Tian found his eyelids growing heavier. And eventually, he slumped sideways on the sofa, succumbing to sleep. Bingyan, I believe we should. Gu Beiqing was discussing a significant project for the upcoming spring with Tang Bingyan when she suddenly raised a finger to her lips. Gu Beiqing, taken aback, fell silent, following her gaze to discover Su Tian deep in slumber. Let us discuss the project tomorrow, Tang Bingyan suggested as she stood up to retrieve a blanket from the cabinet, tiptoeing over to cover Su Tian gently. Her actions finally revealed a crack in Gu Beiqing's otherwise perfect expression. Bingyan, this project is critical for the Tang Corporation that I am well aware. Tang Bingyan replied. Her tone laced with impatience. She swiftly gathered the documents spread across the coffee table and turned to leave with them. Tian, in his dreamlike state, vaguely heard the sound of Gu Beicheng closing the door. And despite his heavy eyelids, he struggled to open his eyes. Wife, are you done discussing? Be careful not to catch a cold. You should go to bed. Tang Bingyan reached out to Tian, attempting to help him up. Yet still disoriented from sleep, Tian instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Though Tang Bingyan was light, as she fell, she inadvertently pressed down on a sensitive part of Tian's lower body, surprised by his sudden strength. Tang Bingyan found herself momentarily at a loss atop him. Wife, I senti it inconvenient these days. Why are you throwing yourself at me? Tian chuckled lightly, and as he sat up, he wrapped his arms around Tang Bingyan's waist. Lifting her effortlessly, Tang Bingyan's body stiffened for a moment. The next instant, a hint of annoyance crossed her otherwise cold and elegant features. Put me down. She had grown accustomed to Tian's brusque demeanor, and this tender, affectionate side of him made her feel as though she were in a dream. Not a chance, Tian declared possessively as he carried her to the bedside, laying her down before joining her, murmuring, I will never let you go in this lifetime. Bingyan, are you asleep? Gu Beicheng's voice was low enough to ensure that only the two in the bedroom could hear. Tian and Tang Bingyan both froze, their faces quickly shifting to expressions of displeasure. Let us discuss this tomorrow, Tang Bingyan replied coldly. Apologies for disturbing you so late, but there's been a sudden issue with Tianfeng Entertainment that pertains to the company's reputation. I must speak with you urgently. Even if the company were to collapse, it can wait until tomorrow. Tang Bingyan's tone grew increasingly frigid. But outside the door, Gu Beicheng remained insistent, as the tension in the air surrounding Tang Bingyan diminished. Tian sat up in bed. Wife, it seems something serious has occurred. Let him RGU in. After his rebirth, Tian was determined to be a considerate husband, devoted to his wife. It was late, and she was burdened with work. He could not act like a jealous husband throwing a tantrum. Moreover, Tian was acutely aware of Gu Beicheng's feelings for Tang Bingyan, rather than allowing Gu Beicheng to have an excuse to seek her out alone tomorrow. It was better to resolve the company's matters under his watchful eye today. Tang Bingyan had no desire to discuss business matters tonight, but Gu Beicheng's interruption had extinguished any lingering romantic atmosphere. Tian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and sneezed involuntarily. Rubbing his nose, he looked up and sensed the hidden coldness beneath Tang Bingyan's calm black eyes before she stepped down from the bed. He paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his expression. Was he not being sufficiently considerate and magnanimous? Chapter 84. Shang Yaran. Once Gu Beicheng entered, he sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room. However, he quickly adjusted his expression, offering an apologetic tone. Bingyan, I'll keep this brief so as not to disturb your rest with Su. Are you familiar with Shang Yaran? Gu Beicheng handed a stack of documents to Tang Bingyan. He has been accused of raping a minor. Shang Yaran. Upon hearing Gu Beicheng's words, Tian quickly recalled the news from his previous life. Shang Yaran was a singer under Tianfeng Entertainment, known for his deep, magnetic voice and unique creative style, earning recognition within the industry. Coupled with his handsome appearance and outstanding charisma, he had captured the hearts of countless fans. Shang Yaran and Xia Yuxuan were often compared, as both were idol singers with substantial talent, leading to long-standing rivalry between their fan bases. Yet shortly after their official announcement, such a scandal erupted. If Shang Yaran were to be blacklisted from the entertainment industry, most of his resources would be seized by Xia Yuxuan, effectively ending his career. Currently, there were testimonies from the victim and accusations from her parents, and several rival companies had dispatched their own public relations teams to fan the flames. Particularly Superstar Media, which sought not only to ruin Shang Yaran, but also to tarnish Tianfeng Entertainment's reputation that, if mishandled, it would become quite troublesome. Can we confirm that he is being framed? Tang Bingyan had some recollection of Shang Yaran. Having seen him once at a company annual meeting, he did not appear to be the type to molest minors. However, she was disinclined to jump to conclusions if he truly were a predator. She would not show him any leniency. That I have inquired with Shang Yaran's manager, and I can assure you, he is undoubtedly innocent, Gu Beicheng replied. His team had conducted an investigation immediately after the incident. and they were now certain that Shang Iran was being framed. However, allegations of molesting a minor were difficult to refute, even if they were false. The company's public relations department suggested reaching a private settlement with the girl's parents to withdraw the accusations. But that would still severely impact Shang Iran's reputation. Shang Iran was one of the company's most profitable artists, holding numerous endorsements and performance contracts, and some brands had already sent legal notices intending to terminate their contracts with him. Bingyan, if we do not handle this properly, it will severely affect the reputation of Tian Entertainment. How do you suggest we proceed? Although Gu Beiqing had come to consult Tang Bingyan, he was well aware that there was no other solution. The company could only negotiate a settlement with the girl's family, while reallocating Shang Iran's resources to other artists. After all, litigation takes time, and the company was not a charity. Minimizing losses was the foremost concern of decision-makers. After a moment of silence, Gu Beiqing spoke again. Bingyan, Shang Iran has generated considerable revenue for the company. If we abandon him now, wouldn't that be excessively heartless? Are there any other solutions? Tang Bingyan inquired, her expression remaining unchanged. None. Gu Beiqing shook his head. The most challenging aspect is that we cannot provide evidence to prove that he has been framed, and the media is currently amplifying the narrative in favor of the victim. Then let us proceed as you suggested earlier. Tang Bingyan's demeanor showed no sign of wavering. As a decision-maker, her priorities lay with the company, not philanthropy. Wife at that moment, Tian, sitting on the bed, suddenly spoke up. I have a way to expose the accuser and clear Shang Iran's name. Tian recalled that a similar situation had unfolded in his previous life. After achieving success, Shang Iran began to sponsor underprivileged students, occasionally inviting them to meals to encourage their studies. This time, however, the minor's parents had likely concocted lies to extort a large sum in compensation, guiding their daughter to falsely accuse Shang Iran of molestation and rape. Tian remembered that although the parents' deceit was not particularly sophisticated, the court had not found Shang Iran guilty. However, due to the public uproar and the company's eagerness to mitigate losses, they chose to settle with the girl's family, leading to a public perception of guilt and intense backlash against Shang Iran, ultimately devastating his career. Years later, perhaps feeling guilty, the young girl finally came forward to clarify the truth, revealing the actual events to the public. Despite having garnered countless sympathies from netizens after the truth came to light, such compassion proved to be of no tangible assistance to him. The belated revelation, however, could not restore Shang Iran to the pinnacle of his career. His professional trajectory had plummeted irreparably due to that egregious slander, leaving him unable to recover. The once resplendent star had fallen from grace, a casualty of the malice of the envious, which left Tian feeling a profound sense of lamentation. Mr. Su. Before Tang Bingyan could utter a word, Gu Beiqing interjected with a hint of disapproval, saying, I understand your desire to assist, but the public relations landscape in the entertainment industry is exceedingly convoluted. Without experience, I fear that Tian disregarded Gu Beiqing's skepticism and turned earnestly to Tang Bingyan. According to the plan you discussed earlier, at best, we could reach a settlement with the girl's family. This would not only involve substantial compensation, but would also tarnish Shang Iran's reputation and artistic career. My dear, trust me, I am absolutely confident that I can not only clear Shang Iran's name, but also ensure that the perpetrator faces appropriate consequences. Moreover, should my approach prove unsuccessful, you can still adopt the strategy we just discussed and negotiate a settlement with the victim. Therefore, I propose you allow me to give it a try. Chapter 85. Gu Beiqing's embarrassment Gu Beiqing's expression stiffened at Tian's explanation. He recognized that Tian lacked the requisite skills. Yet he was taken aback by Tian's unwarranted confidence that if even a seasoned public relations team with over a decade of experience in the industry struggled to manage Shang Iran's scandal, what basis did this novice have to claim he could resolve it satisfactorily? Nevertheless, in the presence of Tang Bingyan, Gu Beiqing maintained his genteel demeanor. He hesitated for a moment, furrowing his brow as he advised, if you fail, it will undoubtedly anger that girl's parents, making any subsequent negotiations far more challenging. I appreciate your good intentions, but it would be wiser to leave this matter to a professional team. Wouldn't you agree, Bingyan? After Gu Beiqing spoke, he turned to Tang Bingyan. He knew her to be the most decisive woman he had encountered, confident she would not tolerate Su Tian unless he had yet to encroach upon her limits. When it came to matters of fundamental interest, no one could sway her, not even Su Tian. However, the very next moment, he realized he would have to allow her to test the waters, with a resounding clap. Gu Beiqing felt as though an invisible slap had struck his face. Starting tomorrow, let Su Tian assume the role of general manager at Tian Feng Entertainment, that I want the entire company to cooperate with him in resolving Shang Iran's disputes. Tang Bingyan's words caused Gu Beiqing's brows to knit tightly. He fell silent for a moment, then refrained from dissuading her further and instead reconsidered. Allowing Mr. Su to handle this is acceptable, but it would be prudent to defer his appointment as general manager for now. If he were to suddenly ascend to that position, it would undoubtedly incite discontent among the other executives, placing undue pressure on him. Furthermore, should Mr. Su's methods falter, he would bear full responsibility as general manager. And given his relationship with you, it could also tarnish your reputation and that of the company. Gu Beiqing understood Tang Bingyan all too well. Once she made a decision, she seldom wavered. Rather than having Su Tian work at Tang Bingyan's firm, Gu Beiqing preferred to keep Su Tian's identity concealed, that if Su Tian were directly appointed as general manager, the employee's propensity for gossip could easily lead to the revelation of his legal marriage to Tang Bingyan. A scenario Gu Beiqing dreaded. As Su Tian had finally taken the initiative to assist, she naturally aimed to secure a higher position for him to retain his involvement. However, just as she was about to speak, Su Tian interjected. I believe Mr. Gu's suggestion is commendable. I admittedly lack familiarity with the operations of an entertainment company. Someone will assist you in understanding. Tang Bingyan's tone left no room for debate. Clearly insisting that Su Tian be appointed directly to the managerial position. My dear, I merely wish to help you navigate this crisis. As for the position, it will be more persuasive to consider it after I have achieved some results. Yet upon hearing this, Tang Bingyan's frown deepened. Su Tian noticed her reluctance to acquiesce, sighed, and ultimately decided to employ his trump card. He knelt slightly before her. Gazing earnestly into her eyes, I do not wish to be perceived as merely a man living off his wife's success. My love, grant me an opportunity to prove myself. Will you? Tang Bingyan felt her ears flush at Su Tian's repeated address as my love, maintaining her formidable demeanor as a commanding CEO in front of Gu Beiqing. She ultimately relented to Su Tian's wishes. Very well, but should anyone dare to make things difficult for you, you must inform me immediately. Su Tian smiled slightly. There's no need to trouble my dear wife with such trivial matters. I have full faith that you will arrange everything for me. Gu Beiqing was momentarily taken aback before he nodded slightly. Tugging at his stiffened lips, Bingyan, I will ensure Mr. Su's onboarding process is handled efficiently. Meanwhile, in a wealthy villa district of Jiangsheng, reporters who had caught wind of the situation surrounded every entrance, creating an impenetrable barrier. Upon sighting Shang Iran's vehicle, they swarmed like flies drawn to carrion. Encircling the car entirely, as Shang Iran stepped out, he nearly had a microphone thrust into his face. Disgusted, he recoiled, swiftly lowering the brim of his hat and raising the collar of his coat. Shang Iran, do you have any explanation regarding the recent allegations of your indecent behavior towards underage girls? Is it true that, as reported, you've been engaging in lewd conduct and harassment of minors whom you have financially supported? You have sponsored impoverished students for years. Are you using this as a facade to mask your perverse inclinations? Half of the impoverished students you support are female. Does that not suggest premeditation on your part? Confronted with these sharp and cutting inquiries, Shang Iran maintained a stoic expression, shielding his face with the brim of his hat and collar as he proceeded into the villa with the assistance of his manager and bodyguards. Manager Zhou Ping positioned himself in front of Shang Iran, pushing aside the reporters' microphones and cameras. That we are not accepting interviews at this time, that we are actively gathering evidence, and will provide a satisfactory response shortly. Our Iran is law-abiding and of good character, and would never engage in morally reprehensible actions. As they moved towards the villa, a tall, lanky reporter burst forth, obstructing Zhou Ping and Shang Iran's path. Law-abiding and of good character? Ha! Spare us the nonsense. Look at these photos. You're seen in a room with underage female students. Does that not speak volumes? In truth, the photos the reporters possessed were publicly available online. Taken during a charity event organized by the company to promote Shang Iran's philanthropic efforts. In those images, Shang Iran was indeed in a room with the students he sponsored, sharing snacks and conversing. However, the reporter had deliberately edited the images to erase the male students, crafting a misleading narrative that implied Shang Iran was alone with underage girls. With his path obstructed, Shang Iran halted, his gaze fixed on the manipulated images before him, his fists clenched in anger. Other reporters, seeing the lanky journalist brandish the photos, surged even closer to Shang Iran. Shang Iran, with these photos as evidence, do you still wish to deny it? Your sponsorship of students from impoverished areas was merely a guise to fulfill your own depraved desires. Was it not? The victim has already confessed that you provided her with a drugged drink and even removed her skirt. How could you engage in such vile and despicable acts? You presented yourself as a beacon of positive energy to the public while, behind the scenes, you shamelessly exploited the guise of charity to prey upon underage girls. Oh, you not fear divine retribution? Chapter 86. My daughter is only 12. Shang Iran raised his head coldly, locking eyes with the reporters thrusting their microphones into his face. Initially, upon seeing those photos, he had felt a surge of anger, but witnessing the ease with which these reporters could fabricate baseless accusations based on a meticulously doctored image brought him a sense of calm. Did these reporters truly seek the truth or justice for the victim? No, they were merely intent on attaching the label of predator to him, eager to pin a sensational headline that I have not committed any such acts. Shang Iran asserted loudly, emphasizing his words that I trust that the court and relevant authorities will restore my honor. The reporters, sensing his response, became agitated, akin to hounds catching wind of prey, snapping away at their cameras to capture every fleeting expression. The lanky journalist smirked, pressing further. The evidence is laid bare before you, yet you persist in denial. You are a deviant who preys on underage girls. Oh, and I recall you had a 9-year-old sister who tragically passed away last year. Should I not justifiably suspect that you had a hand in her demise? Before the reporter could finish, he was abruptly kicked away by an enraged Shang Iran. Iran, calm down. Zhou Ping witnessed Shang Iran's inability to restrain himself and quickly reached out to grab him firmly. However, by this point, Shang Iran had been thoroughly provoked by the reporters. He had yet to emerge from the sorrow of his sister's passing, and the malicious speculation from the journalist had struck at the very core of his anguish. Ah, Shang Iran, are you truly incensed by my words? Ah, he has lost his mind. Quickly, someone pull him away. Justice may be delayed, but it shall never be absent. Shang Iran, you shall face retribution for your actions. It was only when Shang Iran was on the brink of beating the reporter to a pulp that the surrounding crowd finally managed to restrain the furious Shang Iran and pull him aside. The reporter, gasping for breath and filled with resentment, glared at Shang Iran with venomous eyes. Shang Iran, you will inevitably pay for your transgressions. You are a scoundrel, and I will ensure that everyone sees your true, despicable nature. Once the reporters were dispersed, Shang Iran was escorted into the villa. His expression was dark, and his fingers, cut during the altercation, were bleeding profusely. Yet he walked forward in silence, seemingly devoid of any feeling. Zhou Ping, his face etched with worry, hurriedly dialed the public relations team of their company, recounting the events that had unfolded outside the villa. Coupled with the reporters' exaggerated accounts, Shang Iran had been branded with a tarnished label of moral decay. Outraged netizens flooded the comments, demanding that Shang Iran be expelled from the entertainment industry. While expressing sympathy for the injured reporter, no one cared what the reporter had said, nor did they ponder why Shang Iran had reacted violently. At this moment, the filth that had been hurled at Shang Iran had become fuel for the frenzy among netizens, igniting a firestorm within the entertainment realm. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhou Ping received a call from a senior executive at Tian Entertainment. Without allowing him a chance to explain, the caller unleashed a torrent of scolding, even threatening to suspend him if the situation did not calm down. Zhou Ping hung up, his face pale, and turned to look at Shang Iran, who was sitting on the sofa. Iran, no matter how furious you are, you must not resort to violence. Those paparazzi are deliberately trying to provoke you into making a scene, hoping to seize evidence against you. After all this time in the industry, how can you still be so impulsive? Zhou Ping lamented, but he found Shang Iran staring blankly at a photo frame of his sister on the coffee table. Ultimately, he could only shake his head helplessly, swallowing the reprimand that was about to escape his lips. That reporter had indeed been insufferable. Zhou Ping could understand Shang Iran's reaction, and even felt that the reporter deserved a beating. But the other netizens remained oblivious. Under the reporter's deliberate incitement, netizens only perceived Shang Iran's actions as a result of shame and rage, believing that his transgressions warranted the backlash he was receiving. Dingling, just as Zhou Ping was frantically contemplating how to mitigate the damage to their public image, Shang Iran's phone, resting on the coffee table, began to ring. Zhou Ping glanced at the caller ID, which bore no label, but was a familiar number. He quickly recalled that it belonged to the father of the underage female student. Zhou Ping felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly snatched the phone before Shang Iran could reach for it. "I will answer this call for you. Do not act rashly." Zhou Ping pressed the answer button, and a cold, gravelly male voice resonated from the receiver. "Have you received the court's notification?" Zhou Ping, maintaining his composure, discreetly activated the recording function and calmly negotiated with the caller. "Hello, I am Zhou Ping, Shang Iran's manager. You may present any demands you have, and as long as you are willing to restore Shang Iran's reputation publicly, I can meet any condition you propose." Upon hearing Zhou Ping's words, the middle-aged man on the other end erupted in fury. "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I the kind of person who would sacrifice my daughter for money? Shang Iran is a scoundrel. He has done something vile to my daughter, and I will ensure he is incarcerated." Given Li Chang's vehement rebuttal, an uninformed person might genuinely believe he was indignantly defending his daughter. Zhou Ping felt a headache coming on from the anger, but he suppressed his fury and gently advised, "Li Chang, previously your daughter was on the verge of dropping out of school, and it was Shang Iran who covered her tuition and textbook costs. Moreover, he contributed funds to establish a cafeteria at the school, ensuring that impoverished students like your daughter could enjoy nutritious lunches. Now, you are distorting the truth in front of the media for your own gain. Don't you feel any pangs of conscience? What does it matter if Shang Iran paid for my daughter's education? Isn't he merely using it to sell himself as a philanthropist?" Li Chang scoffed derisively. "Furthermore, just because he paid for my daughter's schooling, does that mean I should offer her to him to be defiled? My daughter is only 12 years old and knows nothing of the world. Is Shang Iran even human?" Chapter 87. Handling the situation, Zhou Ping's blood pressure surged with anger. Li Chang's words were nothing but lies, devoid of any moral foundation. Shang Iran is a disgrace, and aside from my daughter, there are surely others who have fallen victim to him. I will not relent or compromise, even for the sake of those other children." Li Chang continued to speak with a self-righteous tone. Meanwhile, Shang Iran, unable to hold back any longer, snatched the phone from Zhou Ping's hands. "Li Chang, without evidence, even if you take this to court, the judge will not convict me. You want money, right? Then I will ensure you receive not a single cent." "Huh. Shang Iran, you truly are blind to the consequences." Li Chang's voice dripped with menace. "Just wait and see if I will bring you to your knees, leaving you destitute and infamous." With that, he abruptly ended the call. "Scoundrel! Iran, calm down. There's no need to stoop to his level. The immediate priority is to devise a plan to minimize the repercussions of this incident. If he wants to sue, then let him. I have done nothing wrong, and I trust that the court will deliver justice." Shang Iran had not anticipated that his altruistic endeavors would lead to extortion by a shameless individual like Li Chang, and the thought of giving up in despair began to creep in. Early the next morning, a large crowd of fans gathered outside the headquarters of Tian Entertainment, holding banners aloft. Most of these fans were young, predominantly in their 20s. The banners proclaimed messages such as "Shang Iran is innocent. We believe in him, and we will always support him." Some more extreme young girls even held signs declaring, "May the family of the slanderer perish," and shouted slogans, "Trash Company, restore Shang Iran's innocence." Naturally, the demonstration by these fans garnered the attention of various media outlets. When Tian exited his vehicle, he noticed a serious-looking female reporter covering the protest scene. The parents of the alleged victim have already engaged a lawyer to formally file a lawsuit with the court. We must trust that the law will ultimately deliver a fair judgment and bring the perpetrator to justice. Passers-by stopped to gawk at the fans' demonstration, pointing at the young girls. The moral fabric of society is deteriorating. Anyone can have brainless fans. Those entertainment stars are akin to actors of old, and what good can come from them? Indeed, those who stand on stage can earn millions merely by speaking for a day, while we ordinary folks continue to toil. That I see that Shang Yuran is nothing but a pervert. Otherwise, why would he neglect numerous charitable projects and focus solely on sponsoring underage girls from impoverished districts? I suspect the victims extend beyond just the Lee family's girl. All the female students receiving sponsorship at that school ought to be thoroughly interrogated. Some families have chosen to remain silent. If the Lee family had not stepped forward, we would all have remained in the dark, and who knows how many more children would have suffered at the hands of that pervert. These bystanders gossiped eagerly, treating hearsay as if it were first-hand witness accounts. Tian even noticed a gaunt reporter, sporting a bandage on his forehead, approach the young fans with ill intent, camera and microphone in hand, throwing pointed questions at them. The naive fans, believing the reporter would advocate for their idol, spoke up, asserting that Shang Yuran was being wronged and hoping that the relevant authorities would conduct a thorough investigation. However, they were unaware that their words would only be used by the opportunistic reporter to label them as brainless and naive, seeking sensationalism. Meanwhile, in the conference room at Tianfeng Entertainment's upper management, the participants wore solemn expressions. The news has taken over the social and entertainment sections, causing a tremendous uproar. Daily, protests are occurring outside the company, and we have received hundreds of complaints. Can your public relations department come up with a reasonable solution? Guo Qishan, the executive president of Tianfeng Entertainment, slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily at the attendees. You were all so eloquent before. Why has everyone suddenly turned mute? If you cannot present a solution today, you can forget about your year-end bonuses. In the face of Guo Qishan's reprimand, the heads of various departments dared not utter a word. After Guo Qishan vented his anger, he turned to the lawyer seated to his left and inquired. Lawyer Song, if we truly engage in a lawsuit against them, what are our chances of success? Song, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, replied with a grave expression, although the court lacks substantive evidence. The current public sentiment is overwhelmingly sympathetic towards the victim, condemning Shang Yuran. The court will inevitably consider the influence of public opinion and will not hastily conclude the case. The longer the proceedings drag on, the more unfavorable it becomes for us in terms of public perception. These words, Guo Qishan's countenance grew increasingly grim. This meant that as long as the court did not reach a verdict, there would be no way to prove Shang Yuran's innocence. Present, Shang Yuran was at the pinnacle of his career. This news served as a death sentence to his future in the entertainment industry. It was unlikely that any brands would collaborate with him, and his albums and concerts would face widespread boycott. What is the fastest time frame for the entire case to be resolved? Guo Qishan asked, inhaling deeply and speaking in a low voice. The fastest would be 1 to 2 years. If the victim's family continues to appeal, it could potentially take even longer. Upon hearing Song's words, not only did Guo Qishan's expression change, but the other executives present also gasped in shock. Is there any way to minimize the damages? After a moment's contemplation, Guo Qishan turned to Song and asked. Song adjusted his glasses and hesitantly responded. There is a possibility that I suggest that the company reach an out-of-court settlement with the victim, allowing them to withdraw the lawsuit. This would significantly mitigate the company's losses. In no way. Zhou Ping immediately could not sit still and spoke up hastily. If we settle out of court, it would only further solidify this baseless accusation, wouldn't it? Yuran has not committed those acts. He should not bear such slander. Which is more important, preserving Shang Yuran's reputation or safeguarding the reputation of Tianfeng Entertainment? A middle-aged man seated diagonally opposite Zhou Ping spoke coldly. Are we really to jeopardize the livelihoods of all our other artists for the sake of Shang Yuran alone? Zhou Ping retorted angrily. Du Xiaowei, what do you mean by jeopardizing other artists' livelihoods? Shang Yuran has not threatened minors. He is innocent. Why should he concede to such defamation? Du Xiaowei scoffed, a dismissive glint in his eyes. Zhou Ping, despite being a senior agent, why are you still so naive? Do you still believe that this is merely about Shang Yuran's tarnished reputation? If a scandal continues to fester, it will implicate the entire company, and even the reputations of other artists will be affected. You wish to vindicate him, but do you possess any evidence to prove his innocence? Without evidence, your words are futile. The best course of action now is to defuse the situation and choose to settle with Li Chang's family. Afterwards, we can deploy some online public relations efforts to clear his name. There are so many headlines in the entertainment industry daily. It won't be long before this matter fades from public discourse. The executives nodded in agreement at his words. I believe Xiaowei is correct. We cannot allow Shang Yiran's situation to adversely affect the reputations of our other artists in the industry. Currently, our company's several popular artists have not yet been impacted, but some lesser-known actors have already been dropped from their projects, as the production teams do not wish to assume any risks. If the situation drags on, it will undoubtedly be detrimental to the company and the other artists. Once one person spoke up, other agents began to voice their grievances, laying blame on Zhou Ping and Shang Yiran for affecting the resources of their artists. Zhou Ping, with a pale face, stared at the crowd, criticizing him, rendered speechless with rage. When Shang Yiran was rising to fame, these agents and artists clamored to ride on his coattails, eager to curry favor, while the company capitalized on Shang Yiran's popularity to provide numerous opportunities for lesser-known singers. Yet now, these individuals showed no gratitude, instead resenting Shang Yiran for supposedly dragging them down. Seeing that other executives were in agreement with his stance, Du Xiaowei couldn't help but smile subtly. He then turned to Guo Qishan, feigning a request for his opinion. Guozong, ultimately this matter requires your judgment. However, considering the company's development and future, this is not the time for sentimentality. Naturally, Guo Qishan was reluctant to part with Shang Yiran's commercial value. After all, the company had painstakingly nurtured this talent, and after 2 years of hard work, they were finally on the cusp of profitability, yet now faced the prospect of cancellation and obscurity. No one would be willing to accept such a fate. If decisive action were not taken now, it could very well jeopardize the other artists in the company as well. Noticing that Guo Qishan seemed swayed by Du Xiaowei's words, Zhou Ping felt a sinking sensation in his heart and quickly interjected. Guozong, you must believe in Iran. He could never commit such heinous acts. It is clearly Li Chang's family who have instigated the young girl to lie, aiming solely for extortion. Even if we settle privately, these scoundrels will only become greedier and stir up more trouble, leading to Shang Yiran's complete ruin. With a smile, Du Xiaowei shook his head. Zhou Ping, why are you still so oblivious? The crux of the issue is not whether Shang Yiran has committed those acts. Our priority now is to minimize the company's losses. Public sentiment is already aligned against the accused, and we have already condemned Shang Yiran. If our company appears to favor him, it will only incite the wrath of the public towards the entire organization. Du Xiaowei, you. Zhou Ping was about to argue with Du Xiaowei when he saw Guo Qishan cough heavily, directly raising his hand to stop Zhou Ping from speaking further. Zhou Ping, now is indeed not the time for impulsive decisions. As Du Xiaowei mentioned, whether Shang Yiran is innocent is no longer our primary concern. Our immediate task is to minimize the negative impact of this incident on the company. Guo Qishan's words were akin to handing down a death sentence to Shang Yiran. Zhou Ping's face turned ashen, his body swaying unsteadily, instinctively grasping Shang Yiran's arm. Meanwhile, Shang Yiran wore a disturbingly calm expression. He should have been well aware of the company's stance by now, should he not? To the company, he was merely a commodity. They cared not for his innocence, but solely for his profitability. Once he was tarnished with such accusations, the company would not expend effort to cleanse his name or hold the perpetrators accountable. They would simply allow this worthless commodity to wither away. Seeing that Shang Yiran remained silent, Guo Qishan nodded with satisfaction and sighed, offering words of consolation. Shang Yiran, the company understands your feelings, but for the greater good, we must seek peace. Du Xiaowei, you go find Li Chang's family and negotiate privately. However, just as Guo Qishan was about to continue, the previously closed conference room door was suddenly pushed open. A tall, handsome young man strolled in leisurely. I apologize. Am I interrupting your meeting? Although the young man said this, there was no hint of apology on his face. Moreover, he showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he walked further into the conference room, scanning the faces of everyone present before smiling and introducing himself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tian, and I am the new employee reporting for duty today. Where did you come from? Upon seeing Tian interrupt Guo Qishan, Du Xiaowei's expression darkened, as if he were ready to kill Can't you see we're meeting? Leave. However, Guo did not lose his composure like Du Xiaowei. He scrutinized Su Tian carefully before asking, "You are the new employee reporting for duty today?" Earlier that morning, Gu Beiqing had indeed called him to mention that someone would come to assist with handling Shang Iran's crisis. But Gu Beiqing had stated that the person sent was merely an ordinary employee, advising him not to treat them differently. Nonetheless, the fact that this person warranted a personal call from Gu Beiqing necessitated a careful approach. Indeed, Su Tian nodded slightly, diving straight to the point. "Guozong, I have heard that our artist Shang Iran has become embroiled in a scandal involving the molestation of a minor, and I possess a method that can minimize the company's losses. You have a solution?" Guo stared intently at Su Tian, seemingly assessing the veracity of his claim. "Yes, and according to my method, we can not only vindicate Shang Iran, but also expose the true face of the accusers, all while ensuring the company incurs no losses." Upon hearing this, Guo expression subtly shifted. It was undeniable that Su Tian's words piqued Guo interest. Shang Iran was a cash cow for Tianfeng Entertainment, and Guo was naturally eager to protect him. Were it not for the circumstances, he would not wish to extinguish Shang Iran's career. This moment, seeing the unwavering certainty in Su Tian's tone, Guo mind sparked with curiosity as he asked, "Please, share your method." Du Xiaowei's expression darkened at this, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had several half-popular artists under his wing, and should Shang Iran be blacklisted, the resources would be ripe for the taking by the talents he managed. After much anticipation, he finally encountered a fortuitous opportunity, and he was determined not to let it slip away. How could he allow Shang Iran a chance to redeem himself? Guozong, he is merely a novice who has just joined the company. He lacks the qualifications to partake in such significant decisions. Moreover, what if he is an undercover agent sent by a rival entertainment company or a journalist from some media outlet? What then? Su Tian chuckled upon hearing this, with a knowing glance at Du Xiaowei. He calmly began to explain. Other companies are likely preoccupied with dividing Shang Iran's resources. They hardly have the time to infiltrate Tianfeng Entertainment. Su Tian's words held merit, yet the senior executives present still harbor doubts about his ability to exonerate Shang Iran. "Young man, you are but a fledgling employee. What can you possibly do?" Even our seasoned public relations team, who have long dealt with the media, finds themselves at a loss this time. How can you possess the confidence to preserve Shang Iran's reputation? I understand that newcomers are often filled with fervor and ambition to make their mark, but your inexperience coupled with eagerness to prove yourself may lead to a misstep in that case. Not only would you fail to vindicate Shang Iran, but you could also implicate the entire company in harboring a tainted artist. Seeing the skepticism in the voices of the other senior executives, Du Xiaowei couldn't suppress his delight and quickly seized the opportunity. "Guozong, we should swiftly dismiss this audacious newcomer. I suspect he harbors ill intentions." Before Guo could respond, Su Tian interjected, "Until I resolve this matter, I do not expect you to trust me completely." However, he slightly turned his head, locking eyes with Du Xiaowei. "Your demeanor suggests you do not genuinely wish for Shang Iran to regain his honor. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly?" However, Du Xiaowei's retort was cut off as Su Tian pressed further. "Even Guozong wishes to confirm how I intend to address this public relations crisis. Yet you repeatedly interrupt me. What is your true intent?" Du Xiaowei's features twisted in indignation, and he could only stiffen his neck and retort, "That is because I have no desire to listen to your drivel. It is an insult to our collective intelligence and a waste of time. If our professional public relations team cannot devise a solution, what gives you the right to claim you can? Whether I can resolve this crisis is not solely up to you." Su Tian chose to disregard Du Xiaowei and turned his attention back to Guo. "Guozong, you are the executive president of Tianfeng Entertainment. Are you not? Must every decision you make be approved by a mere agent? If that is the case, I shall not impose further." Su Tian smiled, retreating strategically, which only served to heighten Du Xiaowei's blood pressure. As he was referred to as a mere agent, as expected, Guo shot a fierce glare at Du Xiaowei and sternly admonished, "Be quiet and do not interrupt." However, upon turning Su Tian and observing his youthful visage, Guo gradually calmed. If even the professional public relations team could not devise a solution, what could a recent graduate possibly accomplish? With this thought, Du Xiaowei felt reassured. He reclined in his chair, awaiting Su Tian's inevitable embarrassment before the gathered crowd. Guo Qishan turned once more to Su Tian. Can you now share your plan with me? I cannot disclose my method just yet. But grant me 1 week, and I will not only restore Shang Yiran's innocence, but also uphold Tianfeng Entertainment's reputation. Cannot disclose? Guo Qishan's brow furrowed deeply to Du Xiaowei, seemingly having anticipated this response, pointed at Su Tian with a sardonic tone. Who do you think you are to make such grandiose claims here? Anyone with a modicum of experience knows that public relations has a time-sensitive nature. Why should we grant you a week? Moreover, you currently have no credible plan. What grounds do we have to trust you? Du Xiaowei hastily turned to Guo Qishan. Guozong, this newcomer's behavior is exceedingly peculiar. At such a critical juncture, it is better to err on the side of caution. If he is a spy sent by a rival company, we could be in serious trouble. After all, he is merely a novice with no substantial contributions to the company. It is prudent to dismiss him immediately. This time, Guo Qishan ignored Du Xiaowei's outburst and instead fixed a penetrating gaze upon Su Tian. Are you certain you can clear Shang Yiran's name within a week? Absolutely, Su Tian nodded. If I manage to resolve this matter within a week, I require you, Guozong, to agree to a condition that does not violate principles and provide me with a position commensurate with my abilities. Su Tian had no genuine interest in the operations of Su's group. He aspired to delve into the realm of self-media eventually. His offer to assist Shang Yiran was as much an opportunity for Shang Yiran as it was a chance for himself to forge a new path, escaping the fate of his previous life. And what if you failed to clear Shang Yiran's name within a week? Su Tian smiled confidently. If I fail, I will compensate the company for any losses incurred. Why should we trust you? Du Xiaowei remained dismissive of Su Tian's assertions that if you botch this and simply walk away, we would have no means of tracking you down to D. Oh, you truly believe we would be foolish enough to believe your empty promises? The other executives, stirred by Du Xiaowei's sentiments, displayed their disapproval. Yet, out of deference to Guo Qishan's silence, they refrained from voicing their opinions. I believe in that moment, Shang Yiran, who had remained silent until now, suddenly lifted his head. He directly addressed Guo Qishan. Guozong, I hope you can give him a chance to assist me with public relations. The company's executives had already dismissed him as a lost cause. And now one person stood up to assert that he could restore his honor. Since there was no turning back, it would be better to take a leap of faith if you were concerned. I can also sign a contract with the company. Su Tian continued. I could even provide a modest deposit. Before arriving at Tianfeng Entertainment, Su Tian had already contemplated this. Although he possessed little cash, he held 20% of Su's group shares that, if necessary, he could liquidate those shares and own need for a deposit. However, you must sign an agreement to fulfill your commitments. Guo Qishan, recognizing Su Tian as someone arranged by Gu Beicheng, was not entirely skeptical. After all, they had no superior options at present. It was worth allowing Su Tian a chance. If he succeeded, it would be a win-win. If he failed, the losses would rest solely on him. For Guo Qishan, this was indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. Very well, Su Tian readily assented. After the meeting adjourned, Su Tian planned to take the elevator downstairs when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Mr. Su, wait a moment. The once prominent young singing sensation appeared somewhat haggard due to recent sleepless nights. There's something you need, Mr. Shang. I want to thank you. Regardless of your motivations for helping me, I am truly grateful for your willingness to believe in me and to clear my name. Su Tian regarded Shang Yiran's retreating figure, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips. This individual seemed rather intriguing. After leaving Tianfeng Entertainment, Su Tian paused briefly before an artistically decorated flower shop, then pushed the door open and entered. Welcome! The shop assistant promptly greeted him with warmth. How may I assist you? I would like a bouquet of red roses. Certainly. All our flowers are freshly flown in from Yunnan today, exceptionally fresh. Sir, how many would you like? Su Tian pondered. 19. Pleased, he chose not to opt for the symbolic 99 roses, as carrying such a large bouquet would be impractical, and he suspected his wife would prefer a more understated gesture. The assistant swiftly wrapped up 19 red roses. Sir, are these for your girlfriend? Would you like to include a card? No need. Tian accepted the bouquet from the assistant, offering a faint smile as he departed. These flowers are for my wife. As a long-married couple, we can forego the formalities of a card. The assistant stood in stunned silence, watching Tian's figure disappear through the door, feeling a twinge of envy. Even after marriage, he still buys flowers for his wife. She must be truly fortunate. Meanwhile, the enviable Tang Bingyan sat at her office at Yan's group, facing three visibly anxious company executives. Why has the budget for the Nanxing project exceeded 5%? Where's the market department's research report? Tang Bingyan's words, coupled with her palpable aura of authority, left the three executives struggling to breathe. Mr. Tang Point, one of the short and stout executives, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and, with a trembling voice, began to explain, "It is not that we are negligent in our duties, but rather the project in Nan City. I do not require an explanation. What I seek are results." Tang Bingyan interrupted coldly. "However, I shall ask you one last time. Does this project require a personnel change?" The executives' hearts quaked in unison. No need for a change. Please provide us with a deadline, the mention of a deadline. The executives immediately lowered their heads that if they proposed too short a time frame, they would fail to meet it. If they suggested too long, Tang Bingyan would undoubtedly refuse, just as they found themselves in a dilemma. Wei suddenly knocked and entered. "Mr. Tang, Mr. Su has arrived." The three executives, trembling under immense pressure, were taken aback. They then witnessed the previously icy demeanor of the formidable Su transform into one of warmth. In that moment, they were utterly bewildered. Who exactly was this Mr. Su? Furthermore, Tang Bingyan had consistently kept her marriage with Tian under wraps. Although the relationship between them had somewhat thawed, Tang Bingyan remained uncertain about Tian's desire for it to be made public, thus maintaining the status quo. Consequently, even the company executives were unaware of Tian's true identity. Yet, those who occupy high positions in a company are astute. They discerned from Tang Bingyan's reaction that Mr. Su held significant importance to her point. One perceptive executive spoke up. "Mr. Tang, you focus on the project. We can discuss this later." With that, the three men, seeing no dissent from Tang Bingyan, discreetly made their exit as they left her office. They encountered a strikingly handsome and slender young man bearing a bouquet of red roses approaching from the opposite end of the corridor. The executives collectively gasped, having worked at the Yin Corporation for so long. They had never heard any rumors regarding Tang Bingyan's romantic life. The audacity of this Mr. Su to present flowers so openly suggested that he was indeed extraordinary. However, given their recent reprimand from Tang Bingyan, they dared not indulge in idle gossip, and, after a furtive glance at Tian, hurriedly made their way to the elevator. Tian found their reaction of avoiding him quite curious, but did not dwell on it. Instead, walking naturally into Tang Bingyan's office, he approached her, who appeared somewhat dazed, and presented her with the 19 red roses he held. "Darling, may I leave work early today? It has been quite a while since we enjoyed some time together." Tang Bingyan stared blankly at the vibrant bouquet in her hands, seemingly momentarily lost in thought regarding Tian's words. This was the first time he had gifted her flowers, and red roses at that. What could it signify? Their family's young lady would hardly be swayed by a mere bunch of ordinary and pedestrian roses, especially such a modest number. Indeed, Tian, with his lack of romantic finesse, seemed utterly oblivious. However, just as Wei internally criticized Tian's straightforward approach, he was astonished to witness their typically aloof and icy female subtly curve her lips into a fleeting smile that Wei was momentarily taken aback. Was he imagining things? He instinctively rubbed his eyes. Yet Tang Bingyan had reverted to her usual regal and frosty demeanor. Though she clutched the bouquet tightly as she approached an antique shelf and selected a porcelain vase, "Wei, please fetch some water for the vase." "Wei." He stood dumbfounded, taking the porcelain vase from Tang Bingyan's hands. This was a priceless piece worth millions, yet their young lady treated it as a mere flower holder. Could there be anything more absurd in the world? Chapter 91. Press conference. Meanwhile, as Wei pondered the absurdity of life, the dormitory was prepared for those aspiring artists who had yet to debut or had only recently begun their careers. However, due to media and paparazzi incessantly surveilling his apartment and villa, He had no choice but to temporarily retreat to the company's employee dormitory to avoid the spotlight. That he sank into the sofa, and the surrounding silence compelled him to turn on the television to inject some life into the desolate room. The parents of the victim in the Xiang, Iran incident have filed a lawsuit with the court. The seemingly upbeat and popular singer is, in fact, a depraved individual who has committed heinous acts against underage girls. Our station will continue to follow the case closely, hoping for justice to be served. The television broadcast from a local news channel featured a well-dressed female reporter speaking confidently into the camera. We have contacted the victim's father, Mr. Lee, and through our interview, we learned that Xiang Iran and his manager attempted to privately settle the matter, seeking to use money to persuade the victim's family to withdraw their complaint and provide false testimony to exonerate Xiang Iran. I has announced that a press conference will be held soon to disclose details of the case to the media. Let us stay tuned. Zhou Ping observed Xiang Iran staring blankly at the television screen and sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Iran, please turn off the TV. Zhou Ping understood the despair Xiang Iran felt at that moment. The young girl he had once helped had now become the blade that harmed him, and the company that should have been his steadfast support was also considering abandoning him. Had it not been for the young man named Tian who suddenly stepped forward today, offering a week to clear Xiang Iran's name, the door of hope in Xiang Iran's heart might have closed forever after the meeting. Iran, the company has agreed to give Tian a week to handle this matter. What if he truly clears your name and reveals the truth? Zhou Ping knew he could not display any negative emotions in front of Xiang Iran, regardless of how helpless or angry he felt. He was currently Xiang Iran's pillar of support and could not afford to falter. Initially, Xiang Iran continued to gaze blankly at the television screen, but upon hearing Zhou Ping mention Tian's name, he finally reacted to, "I want to believe in him." Xiang Iran forced a self-deprecating smile. Perhaps this is my last glimmer of hope. That evening, Tian received a thick stack of documents, which included key components of Tianfeng Entertainment. To his surprise, he stumbled upon an unexpected name, Yin Qingxue, the woman who had saved him multiple times in his previous life and had recently become entangled with Su Rixin. The Yin family, now absorbed by Tang Bingyin's Tianfeng Entertainment, had become a subsidiary of the company. As he continued to read, he discovered properties belonging to the Yin family that had been publicly auctioned following their incorporation into Tianfeng. Along with the current addresses of the Yin family members, Tian then contacted a private investigator to conduct a detailed investigation into the Yin family situation, particularly regarding Yin Qingxue. 3 days later, Mr.Li and his wife summoned reporters from major media outlets in Jiangsheng to hold a press conference, simultaneously coordinating with the largest live streaming platform in Huaxia to broadcast the event. Mr.L. I had previously filed a lawsuit with the court, but gathering reporters for a live broadcast during the process was clearly an attempt to manipulate public opinion against Xiang Iran. Zhou Ping, concerned that the largest domestic live streaming platform would air the press conference and fearing it might distress Xiang Iran, confiscated his communication devices and home tablet, cutting off the Wi-Fi to prevent him from being affected. Just as Zhou Ping was about to lock away the confiscated phone and tablet, he suddenly heard Xiang Iran's phone ring. Glancing at the caller ID, he noticed it was Tian. Zhou Ping cautiously looked at Xiang Iran before answering the call on his behalf. "Mr. Tetsu, have you made any progress? Watch the live stream," came Tian's succinct reply. "Watch the live stream." Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback and then confirmed, "Are you referring to Mr.Li and his wife's press conference?" "Exactly, understood." After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Ping walked over to Xiang Iran, holding the tablet. "Iran, Mr. Su wants us to watch the live stream together." Upon hearing Tian's name, Xiang Iran, who had been staring blankly at the sofa, finally showed some emotion. He looked up at the already opened live streaming platform, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of a five-star hotel in Jiangsheng, the Li couple was conducting their press conference. The venue, capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 people, was filled to capacity, with even reporters from other provinces rushing over to capture first-hand material for reporting. The makeshift podium at the far end of the hall sat the father of the victim, Mr.Li Chong, and his mother, Qian Lily. Mr.L. was thin and wiry, with a sharp, monkey-like face, dressed in an ill-fitting patched suit, his expression serious, Beside him, Tian Lily occasionally feigned wiping away tears, presenting a facade of utter grief. The online audience would surely be eager to champion justice for this couple suffering due to their child's unfortunate fate, while condemning Shang Iran's despicable actions. Everyone, please be quiet. Once the press conference commenced, I took the microphone from the table and spoke gravely. We are not afraid of evil forces, nor will we bow to money that I believe that while justice may be delayed, it will never be absent. The scoundrel who harmed my daughter will surely face the full wrath of the law. Li Chang's impassioned speech resonated deeply with all the media present, while Tian Lily beside him wept increasingly, even softly sobbing before the cameras. Oh, my unfortunate daughter. It is all my fault. Had I not so easily trusted outsiders, you would not have had to endure such suffering. I initially believed that Shang Iran genuinely wished to help our family escape from despair and allow my daughter to continue her studies. Yet I never anticipated that he harbored such sordid and vile intentions towards her. If only I had paid more attention to my daughter, this tragedy could have been averted. I am a powerless mother, helplessly watching my daughter being tormented by that pervert. Chapter 92. Tian takes action. If Li Chang's earlier remarks successfully stirred the righteous indignation of the reporters and the public, then Tian Lily's subsequent expressions of guilt ignited their fury to a new intensity. Scoundrel! Through the live broadcast, Zhou Ping watched in outrage as Li Chang and Tian Lily shamelessly distorted the truth. He turned to the expressionless Shang Iran, anxiously inquiring, "Iran, are you all right? Don't listen to these people's nonsense." However, Shang Iran merely fixed his gaze intently on the screen. He went to the scene. He stated, "Who?" Zhou Ping asked in surprise, only for Shang Iran to point toward the corner of the live feed. Following his gesture, Zhou Ping's eyes narrowed in recognition of a familiar figure. Seated to the right of the Tian Times reporter was Tian. Tian had actually attended the press conference of Li Chang and his wife. Zhou Ping inhaled sharply, contemplating the recklessness of this young man, with public opinion now firmly against Li Chang and his wife. Tian's solo efforts could hardly resolve any issues. If he attempted to clarify matters for Shang Iran at such a juncture, it would only provoke the media further and incite even greater disdain from the online viewers. Zhou Ping suddenly felt that entrusting this inexperienced youth with public relations on behalf of Shang Iran was a rather imprudent decision. He anxiously redirected his attention to the tablet screen. At that moment, a journalist stepped forward to present evidence to the assembled media. This individual was none other than the lanky reporter, Sun Jianbiao, who had previously been assaulted by Shang Iran at the villa entrance. A journalist for the Japanese headlines, Sun Jianbiao was responsible for much of the explosive news surrounding this incident, including the current press conference, which had been orchestrated and funded behind the scenes by Japanese headlines. His actions had transformed the publication from a third-rate tabloid into a media outlet championing justice, gaining widespread support and recognition from both the public and industry. Sun Jianbiao confidently produced a pre-prepared USB drive, projecting its contents onto the conference screen. "These photographs are the evidence we have collected," he declared, displaying images of Shang Iran alone in a room with several underage girls. "The intentions behind this are all too obvious. Previously, I sought verification from Shang Iran himself using these photos, and he, unable to justify why he summoned these girls together, resorted to violence against me in public. Hence, I have reasonable grounds to suspect that his violent outburst was an attempt to silence me and cover up the truth." Sun Jianbiao's words detonated like a bomb, heightening the atmosphere within the venue to unprecedented levels. "Beast! This Shang Iran is unworthy of being human. Those girls are all minors, and he dared to bring them together alone. His thoughts are utterly depraved. It is hard to fathom the inhuman treatment those innocent girls must have endured behind these photographs." The assembled reporters expressed sympathy for their beaten colleague, while simultaneously wishing to see Shang Iran face the most severe consequences. This was precisely the scene Sun Jianbiao had hoped to provoke. Observing the outraged crowd, he smirked triumphantly and continued, "Now, with both witnesses and physical evidence at hand, Shang Iran and his management company cannot continue to obfuscate the truth, inciting his fans to defend him and manipulate public opinion. Such audacity is utterly intolerable." As Sun Jianbiao spoke, he directed the microphone towards Li Chang and Tian Lily. seated at the center. Trust me, the masses will always stand on the side of justice to support you. You need not fear retribution from Shang Iran and his company. Hearing Sun Jinbiao's fervent declaration, Li Chong's eyes brimmed with tears. He deeply bowed to Sun Jinbiao and the media present. Thank you all. Thank you. Prior to that day, we sensed something was amiss with our daughter's emotions, but no matter how my wife and I inquired, she remained silent. Until that day, we discovered bruises on her arms and marks on her ankles. Under our persistent questioning, she finally revealed her ordeal that my wife and I were utterly bewildered. We had never imagined that the seemingly kind and helpful Shang Iran was, in fact, a monster in disguise. Later, we learned from our daughter that this was not the first occurrence. He made me take off my clothes, he even tore my skirt. What else did that beast do? The recording captured the voice of the little girl weeping, "Daddy, I am scared." As the recording played on, Tian Lily broke down in tears, lamenting, "It is entirely our fault. We failed to protect our daughter, allowing that pervert to find an opportunity. If we had known beforehand what kind of person Shang Iran was, we would have rather let our daughter drop out of school than send her into such danger. No, it's all my fault," Li Chong exclaimed, filled with anger and regret. "As the head of this family, I am inept. If only I could earn more to support my daughter's education, she would not have been victimized by that pervert Shang Iran. This depraved Shang Iran has repeatedly targeted minors. I believe there must be other victims besides my daughter. I implore the families of those victims to bravely come forward and expose the crimes of this sinner." Li Chong's rage and remorse, Tian Lily's heart-wrenching wails, and the recording of the victimized little girl combined to ignite the reporter's fury and loathing for Shang Iran to a fever pitch. Meanwhile, the live comment section was flooded with curses and venomous denunciations. "I can't believe Shang Iran is this kind of person. That little girl is still a minor. How could he do such a thing to her? I saw him on television before, touted as a model youth and quality idol. He is utterly unworthy. How many in the entertainment industry are truly clean? Yet I never expected Shang Iran to be so devoid of morals. Isn't he psychologically disturbed to target little girls?" Zhou Ping's face darkened as he observed the torrent of insults flooding the live chat, helplessly turning to Shang Iran and saying, "Perhaps we should stop watching this." With that, Zhou Ping proceeded to disable the comments. However, just as he was about to close the live stream, he suddenly noticed the young man in the corner whispering to a nearby Tian Times reporter. Initially dismissive, the reporter's interest was piqued when a youth showed him something, his expression shifting to one of eagerness. Chapter 93. The fish bites soon. The Tian Times reporter, Chang Hua, nodded at Su Tian. Suddenly, he rose with righteous indignation, declaring, "The evidence is irrefutable. We cannot allow Shang Iran and his management company to continue denying the truth. We must not tolerate leniency towards such a villain, for otherwise, more victims will emerge." Seeing the Tian Times logo on Chang Hua's attire, Li Chong and his wife felt a surge of confidence. After all, the Tian Times was a well-established newspaper, renowned for its authority. Although it had gradually declined with the rise of new media, its credibility remained undeniable. Li Chong lowered his head slightly, concealing his satisfaction, before raising it again to express his gratitude and emotion towards Chang Hua. "Dear reporter, please feel free to ask any questions to seek justice for my daughter. I will answer without reservation." "Very well. I will begin my questioning now. However, before that, I would like Mr. Li, Ms. Qian, and the other reporters present to take a look at a few photographs." With that, Chang Hua approached the projector with a USB drive. Instructing the event staff to display its contents on the large screen, as the attendees turned their attention to the screen, a series of images soon appeared before them. The photos depicted a young girl of 7 or 8, clad in a pink princess dress and adorned with a splendid crown. The backdrop revealed a stage. When these several photos were viewed in sequence, it became evident that they had been captured during the girl's dance performance. Chang Hua waited a full minute, ensuring that everyone present had seen and comprehended the images, before turning to Li Chong. "What are your thoughts, and what do the other attendees think?" Chang Hua posed the question once more to the gathered journalists. "Of course, she is adorable. At such a tender age, her poise on stage belies any hint of stage fright. She is destined to become a professional dancer in the future. The young girl possesses considerable charm. And if I were to have a daughter like her, I would awaken from dreams with a smile that I am aware that this little girl is a member of an esteemed art troupe in the capital, being the youngest official member of that troupe, and has garnered numerous accolades from an early age. Now, having reached adulthood, she is furthering her studies at an art academy in France. Journalists eagerly expressed their admiration for the girl in the photograph, with most praising her and envying her parents. However, soon these journalists turned their attention to Zhanghua, perplexed by his seemingly unrelated inquiry regarding the theme of the press conference. Everyone agreed that the girl in the video was adorable and talented. Correct? Zhanghua nodded and proceeded to display another set of images on the large screen. Now, let us examine these. This time, the images did not feature the charming young girl, but rather a series of screenshots from Weibo posts. The dates on these screenshots were from 5 years prior, displaying comments beneath the earlier photos of the girl's performance. Most comments echoed the sentiments expressed by the journalists, praising her beauty and talent for not succumbing to stage fright during her first performance, along with envy directed at her parents. However, the final screenshot displayed a comment from an account whose ID and avatar had been obscured. Damn, 3 years of blood profit, death penalty, not a loss. Upon seeing this comment, the journalists erupted in outrage. Was this even human language? This individual must be a deviant. How could such lewd remarks be uttered about a child? Surely, such a person should be banned. How disgusting to utter such vile words about an innocent girl. The media professionals, having keen instincts, noted Zhanghua's deliberate censoring of this Weibo account, sensing that there was a significant story to uncover, and thus raised their cameras to capture evidence. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, Zhou Ping awaited Su Tian's efforts to salvage the situation, only to be confronted with this series of screenshots, leaving him utterly dismayed. Zhou Ping clenched his fists in anger, itching to burst through the screen and demand answers from Su Tian. Beside him, Shang Iran appeared much calmer, his pale visage betraying no excess emotion, save for indifference and despair. Goodness, such perverse comments must surely belong to Shang Iran's Weibo alt account. How could he be so depraved, especially when the girl in the photograph is still a minor? He must be psychologically disturbed. Such a person deserves to perish. Should we allow him to continue wasting the nation's resources? Zhanghua surveyed the agitated journalist below, his expression grave as he explained. Any normal person viewing this girl's photograph would recognize her talent. Only a disturbed individual would harbor the lewd thoughts reflected in the previously blurred comments. Li Chong, witnessing Zhanghua presenting evidence against Shang Iran, exhibited a look of urgency, nodding vigorously. This journalist makes an astute point. The timestamps on these screenshots are from 5 years ago. Who would have thought that Shang Iran could disguise himself so well, maintaining a facade of health and kindness to deceive countless netizens, including myself and the child's mother? I have every reason to suspect that my daughter is not the first victim, that if Shang Iran is not severely punished, many more innocent children will suffer. Observing Li Chong's righteous indignation, Su Tian glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream software, a smile of anticipated satisfaction creeping onto his lips. The fish has taken the bait. Mr. Dudley, your outrage at this comment stems from your belief that individuals who express such sentiments are indeed deviants and potential criminals, does it not? Is that even a question? Mr. Lee's sentiments were echoed by journalists in attendance. Online commentary often reflects the darker aspects of human nature. How can someone who articulates such thoughts be anything but a deviant? Let us uncover the truth. This alt account must undoubtedly belong to Shang Iran, and the unscrupulous media, along with his agency, should not attempt to whitewash him any longer. Zhanghua received the answers he sought, nodding in satisfaction, yet refrained from countering the journalist's vitriol directed at Shang Iran, instead displaying another set of images. Now, let us ascertain the identity of the individual who left such vile comments online. Upon hearing Zhanghua's words, the journalists became animated, their cameras trained on the large screen, eager not to miss this pivotal moment in unveiling Shang Iran's tarnished reputation. This was Shang Iran's alt account. Perhaps there would be even more explosive gossip to unearth. However, when a clear screenshot emerged without any blurring, the collective gasp of shock echoed through the room. The Weibo account bore the name Qiangren, and the personal verification indicated that it belonged to none other than Li Chong, the father of the minor victim in the celebrity molestation case. Chapter 94. Presenting evidence. As the reporters recognized the familiar ID, Their expressions shifted instantaneously. The press conference fell into an eerie silence. Not only the journalists, but Li Chang too was rendered speechless. He had prepared to capitalize on Zhanghua's revelation that the true owner of the alt account was Shang Iran, intending to stoke the journalist's emotions once again. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the screenshot displayed his own Weibo account. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and his face drained of color. The silence in the conference hall lingered for several seconds before the journalists began to regain their composure. This must be a fabrication, right? This Weibo alt account should belong to Shang Iran. How could it possibly be Li Chang's? It must be a doctored image. Li Chang would never utter such words. What nefarious motives lie behind the person who doctored this image? How could they malign the family of a victim with such slander? The once smug Sun Jinbiao leaped to his feet upon seeing the screenshot of Li Chang's Weibo, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhanghua, exclaiming, "Zhanghua, I never expected you to be such a duplicitous individual, willing to twist the truth for the sake of clout and profit. You, of all people, should know better than to resort to such tactics. The Tian Times has long been a reputable publication, yet now you would stoop so low as to doctor images for false evidence, sacrificing your integrity for profit. Sun Jinbiao, I seriously question your professional ethics as a journalist. This is a public press conference broadcast nationwide, with countless journalists observing me. How could I possibly use a doctored screenshot to frame Li Chang? If you doubt me, you may certainly check the comments beneath that Weibo post from 5 years ago to verify his remarks." Zhanghua's words immediately prompted the journalists to action, hastily retrieving their phones to open Weibo and searching through the relevant comments. Soon, a quick-fingered reporter discovered a comment that it was indeed authentic. It was truly Li Chang's comment. Everyone should scroll back through the timeline. One reporter found Li Chang's original comment, spurring the others to join in, including netizens watching the live broadcast who began to search vigorously. Millions joined in at that moment to corroborate that Zhanghua had neither fabricated nor lied. That repugnant comment was indeed left by Li Chang himself 5 years prior. Just as the crowd was reeling from disbelief, Zhanghua projected his phone's screen onto the large monitor, revealing a conversation between Li Chang and other netizens. The exchanges were laced with vulgarity, with some viewers urging Li Chang to delete his comments, only for him to respond with hostility. Furthermore, Zhanghua unearthed Li Chang's likes from years prior, most of which were suggestive, inappropriate videos, some of which had already been removed, yet those remaining were all related to underage girls. After showcasing these records of likes and comments, Zhanghua turned to the pallid Li Chang. "Mr. Li, do you have anything further to explain?" Zhanghua's words jolted Li Chang from his stupor as he hastily fumbled for his phone in his coat pocket, frantically swiping to unlock it. Observing Li Chang's frantic demeanor, Zhanghua couldn't help but chuckle coldly. "Mr. Li, it is far too late for you to think of deleting your comments and likes now." Li Chang's movements froze. Clenching his phone tightly, he fell silent for a few moments before abruptly looking up at Zhanghua. What if those comments were indeed mine? It has been so long. I barely remember. Back then, it was merely a joke made out of boredom with netizens. What does it prove? Just a joke, you stated. How could someone who expresses such lewd sentiments possibly be a good person? They must frequently harass young girls. Slap. Zhanghua's words struck Li Chang's face like a resounding slap. Li Chang opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. However, Zhanghua did not relent, displaying Li Chang's accounts on other social media platforms on the large screen. The comments remained equally indecent, with timestamps tracing back as far as 5 years ago to a month ago. A shocking incident occurred when his account liked and commented on a video involving a young girl on a restricted website. As Li Chang witnessed his accounts being exposed one by one, his initial disbelief gradually morphed into despair. However, he was perplexed as to how this journalist could so precisely uncover these accounts linked to him. It is worth noting that he barely remembered some of these accounts, and others were merely secondary profiles. He was certainly not a psychopathic individual. His comments had merely been a result of following the crowd online. Yet now, all his related remarks had been unearthed, painting him in a light that suggested a disturbing affinity for minors. The reporters in attendance were taken aback by the slew of evidence presented, some even forgetting to take notes. They had never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Meanwhile, the online audience watching the live stream was seething with anger. Li Chang, who had previously liked such perverse content, now had the audacity to condemn Shang Iran? Were they merely pawns in his game? Who would have thought that the very person who had just made righteous accusations against Shang Iran also harbored an interest in such lewd videos? The content he had liked was of a nature that ordinary individuals would rarely encounter. How could such depravity exist? Sun Jianbiao, who had initially felt confident about the outcome, was equally surprised by the multitude of incriminating evidence that Chang Hua had unearthed against Li Chang. With a mixture of disappointment and frustration, he cast a disapproving glance at the flustered Li Chang and Tian Lily seated on the stage. Suddenly, he snatched a microphone from a nearby reporter. Even if Li Chang had liked those videos of underage sexual content, it still could not absolve Shang Iran of her alleged crimes. He needed to redirect the attention of everyone present solely onto Shang Iran. Everyone, please listen to me. However, before Sun Jianbiao could continue, Chang Hua interrupted him directly. As you can see, Li Chang is indeed the very psychopath he himself described, repeatedly liking illegal pornographic videos, with irrefutable evidence that leaves no room for denial. It is precisely because of individuals like him that the underground industry continues to thrive. These depraved individuals with their sordid preferences are complicit in the victimization of minors. Therefore, we must not show leniency towards such perverts. With that, Chang Hua turned his gaze toward Li Chang, his eyes seemingly ablaze with righteous fury. Li Chang, you two-faced, beastly hypocrite, not only do you indulge in perverse pornographic videos online, but you have also preyed upon your own daughter. Do you still possess any semblance of humanity? Chapter 95, Preying on his own daughter. His words thundered through the room, plunging the press conference into an eerie silence once more. What was Chang Hua implying? Had Li Chang truly harmed his daughter? The weight of such a statement was staggering, leaving even the most astute journalists momentarily at a loss for words. What did he mean? After a brief pause, hushed whispers began circulating among the crowd. Harming his daughter? Is he referring to Li Chang? What has Li Chang done to his daughter? Surely it cannot be, as I am fearing, that moment. The online viewers of the live stream were equally astounded. They could no longer focus on the original purpose of the press conference, having completely cast aside any thoughts of Shang Iran. Li Chang, already reeling from the unexpected turn of events, found himself speechless in the face of Chang Hua's accusations. However, upon hearing the latter's allegations against him, he slammed his hands on the table and stood up, shouting in a frenzy, "Nonsense! What are you talking about? That is my own daughter. Do you believe I can sue you for defamation?" At this juncture, Sun Jianbiao quickly regained his composure and loudly rebuked Chang Hua. There must be limits to your fabrications. Li Chang is the biological father of the victim. Your baseless accusations constitute defamation, and you will be held legally accountable. He was acutely aware that every action he took was being broadcasted live. So he attempted to temper his emotions, striving for calm. "I do not know who sent you, but I will not accept your unfounded slander." Chang Hua had come prepared. He had already arranged for a USB drive containing photographs to be ready when Li Chang and Sun Jianbiao questioned him. "You seek evidence, do you? Very well. Let me present it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the large screen displayed a screenshot from Weibo, revealing a photograph taken in a bedroom that a middle-aged man was seen embracing a young girl in a spaghetti-strap dress while seated on a bed. The girl appeared somewhat shy as she looked at the camera, but managed to muster a faint smile. The man, on the other hand, was grinning widely. The accompanying caption read, "This is my daughter. Isn't she lovely?" along with an inappropriate emoticon, lending an air of vulgarity to the post. Upon seeing this photograph, the journalists present wrinkled their brows in disgust. Was this not crossing a line? How could a child wear such attire for a photograph? My goodness, Li Chang had actually posted such a photo online. He was nothing short of a beast. Could it be true, as Chang said, that he harbored some twisted perversion? Such a person should be apprehended immediately. Li Chang, in shock at seeing his Weibo post displayed on the big screen, momentarily froze before hastily defending himself. What is wrong with this? That spaghetti strap dress was my daughter's dance costume. She wore it for her performance. This photograph was merely taken to celebrate her debut on stage, and I shared it with my followers. Chang Hua coldly interrupted his defense, his words growing increasingly incisive. You dare claim that such a photograph is normal? Do you believe that the public is blind? Even if you attempt to argue now, it cannot change the fact that you have deviant inclinations if you think that this photograph does not serve as conclusive evidence. I possess further proof to demonstrate that you are indeed a complete pervert. Chang Hua's declaration left the journalists gasping, all eyes now trained on the big screen, eager to capture whatever decisive evidence he would unveil next. At that moment, they had entirely forgotten the initial purpose of the press conference and were instead captivated by the evidence presented by Chang Hua, instinctively anticipating more revelations. Even without Tian, Chang Hua had already leaned towards believing Shang Iran. Thus, after the incident unfolded, he had interviewed Li Chang's neighbors. Before long, a middle-aged woman appeared on the screen, though her face was pixelated to protect her identity. Li Chang's face turned ashen as he glanced at the screen. Upon seeing the woman, his expression soured even further. Meanwhile, Chang Hua commenced the interview. Are you a neighbor of Li Chang and Tian Lily? Indeed. Could you describe Li Chang's character? Character? The woman's tone dripped with disdain. He is nothing but a rogue. There is no character to speak of. He spends his days engaging in unsavory activities, indulging in drinking, gambling, and all manner of vice. Are you suggesting he has a penchant for prostitution and gambling? Yes, absolutely. Furthermore, their family has been pursued by loan sharks, with graffiti plastered all over the walls, disturbing the peace of the entire building. The woman's tone was laced with contempt. His wife may have had some savings, but he squandered it all on gambling, even losing the tuition fees she had set aside for their daughter, nearly causing her to drop out of school. Ultimately, she was only able to continue her studies thanks to the sponsorship of a celebrity that in fact, his daughter is quite fortunate. Out of all the school districts in Jiangsu City, her school happened to be chosen by that celebrity for assistance. Otherwise, at such a young age, she would have had to drop out and work to pay off Li Chang's debts, which would have truly ruined her life. Did you hear about Li Chang's allegations against the celebrity for molesting his daughter? I did. I must say, Li Chang certainly knows how to play the victim. Perhaps he believes that no one is aware of his own sordid actions. Could you elaborate on what he has done? Chang Hua continued to press her. While Li Chang may be injured well, it is hard to believe he would harm his own daughter. Do you have concrete evidence for your assertions? What evidence do you need? Our old building has poor sound insulation. Whenever something occurs in any unit, the other residents can hear it clearly. If you don't believe me, ask the other neighbors. They would tell you the same. Has Tian Lily never discovered anything? Chapter 96. A complete turnaround, even if she did. What difference would it make? Do you think his wife is a good person? The middle-aged woman scoffed. Li Chang is a scoundrel. The fact that Tian Lily has stayed with him all this time only shows that they are both cut from the same cloth. Neither of them is a decent human being. The large screen then showcased testimonies from other neighbors. Although the neighbors' remarks were not as explicit as those of the first middle-aged woman, they all indicated that at night, sounds of shouting and scolding would emanate from Li Chang's home, accompanied by the cries of girl. This is sufficient to prove that Li Chang has at least engaged in domestic violence against his daughter. The reporters, upon hearing these accusations against Li Chang, were taken aback. They never anticipated that within a mere few days, this ostensibly righteous father, who professed to protect his daughter and bring her abuser to justice, would transform into a despicable and depraved individual, capable of inflicting harm upon his own flesh and blood. Chang Hua stared furiously at the sweating Li Chang and coldly reprimanded. Li Chang, the evidence is irrefutable. Will you not confess? Li Chang's face flushed with anger as he shouted frantically at Chang Hua. What do those people you interviewed count as witnesses? They have always harbored animosity towards me and are deliberately lying to frame me. That old woman has long looked down upon our family and wishes to drive us away. Now that she has an opportunity, she will naturally embellish her accusations against me. You cannot take her word at face value. Chang Hua merely regarded him with a cold gaze. Among those I interviewed, there is more than one person who attests that you have previously abused your daughter. If the testimony of one person is deemed unreliable, then how can the testimonies of 5 not hold weight? Do I need others' approval to educate my daughter? In his fury, Li Chang nearly lost his sanity. After saying this, he turned to the surrounding reporters. Have none of you ever struck your own children? Are you then all psychologically deranged perverts? The reporters, witnessing Li Chang's refusal to repent and his attempt to deflect blame onto others, could no longer contain their indignation. Li Chang, at this point, you still do not recognize your wrongdoing. Hitting children is an erroneous form of discipline. We do not resort to violence but instead prefer to educate them with greater patience. Do not project your filthy thoughts onto others. We do not force our daughter to wear revealing clothing for photographs. Faced with the onslaught of reporters, Li Chong trembled with rage. You are wronging me. I am not a psychological deviant. My daughter misbehaves. I have merely struck her a few times, but have absolutely not engaged in any other inappropriate actions. However, not a single reporter believed his words at Li Chong. The witnesses and evidence are laid bare before you. Any attempts at evasion are futile. The accusations you previously made against Xiang Iran are, in fact, reflections of your own actions toward your daughter, which is why you can speak of them so vividly. Nonsense. I have never done such things. Say that again, and I swear I will kill you. Li Chong, incensed by Chong Hua's relentless questioning, lost all semblance of reason. He abruptly stood up, fists raised, charging at Chong Hua. This sudden turn of events left those around him momentarily stunned. By the time the security personnel intervened, Chong Hua had already taken a punch to the stomach, doubling over in pain before finally managing to stand upright. Let go of me! I will kill this bastard! Release me! Li Chong, restrained by two security guards, continued to struggle, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a murderous glare directed at Chong Hua. Taking a deep breath, Chong Hua rubbed his injured abdomen, straightened his posture, and addressed the other reporters. As you can all see, Li Chong is not only a pervert who has abused his daughter, but also exhibits severe sadistic tendencies. I have reasonable grounds to suspect that his actions towards his daughter involve not just abuse, but also a pattern of domestic violence that I urge the relevant authorities to conduct a thorough investigation. Bastard, you dare to slander me. I have not committed those acts. If you dare to accuse me again, I will kill your entire family. You better watch your back. Li Chong's furious outburst only solidified the reporter's conviction of his violent tendencies. With the foundation laid by prior accusations and the testimonies of neighbors, their discontent with Li Chong reached unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream room were unable to contain their outrage. Damn it. These two are twisting the truth and using us as pawns. I never expected Li Chong to be a pervert lusting after his own daughter, and that Qian Lily would be so indifferent. How could such disgusting parents exist in the world? How could he have the audacity to condemn Xiang Iran when his own behavior is more beastly? Wait a moment, could it be that Li Chong's accusations against Xiang Iran are false? Suddenly, a wave of realization surged through countless viewers. The credibility of such scum's accusations is utterly non-existent. Xiang Iran is clearly the victim of this heartless couple's failed extortion attempt. We have all been deceived by this vile pair. This heartless couple even turned the tables to frame Xiang Iran. Without her, their daughter would not even finish high school. This is a modern-day fable of the farmer and the snake. Thus, the farce took a complete turn. Xiang Iran, who had previously been slandered by Li Chong, was now exonerated and emerged as the victim. Zhou Ping, watching the live stream on his tablet, was astounded as the situation shifted. The viewers' curses directed at Xiang Iran transformed into sympathy and support, making him feel as if he were in a dream. Su Tian truly accomplished it. After a moment of daze, he suddenly turned excitedly to pat Xiang Iran on the shoulder. Iran, it happened. You did it. Su Tian has proven your innocence. Those baseless accusations will no longer haunt you. Zhou Ping could hardly believe that Su Tian, an outsider, had found a way to clear Xiang Iran's name in such a short time. But how did Su Tian manage this? Did he stumble upon so much evidence by sheer luck, or had he inadvertently discovered Li Chong's peculiarities? Meanwhile, Xiang Iran, who had remained silent, continued to watch the live stream intently. The entire live stream was now filled with rapidly scrolling comments. Gone were the insults directed at him, replaced instead by a flood of sympathy and encouragement. After a moment, as he gazed at the comments, Xiang Iran's fingers twitched slightly as if a thought had crossed his mind, and a glimmer of dark brilliance flickered in his eyes. Chapter 97. Nailed to the pillory of shame. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Ping was oblivious, fixated on the comments on the screen, unable to restrain himself from cursing Li Chong. This beast, he even preys upon his own daughter. I initially thought that he and Qian Lily were merely greedy, trying to extort a few million in hush money from you. But who would have imagined that he himself is the one screaming to catch the thief, a psychological deviant, and even seeks to frame you? Xiang Iran narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother Zhou, Do you also believe Li Chong is a psychological deviant who would molest his own daughter? Zhou Ping paused in surprise at Shang Yuran's question, then naturally replied, what else could it be? With so many witnesses and evidence at the press conference, how could it possibly be false? Shang Yuran shook his head in response. Indeed, the reporter presented numerous pieces of evidence, including photographs and interviews, which collectively create a significant impact. However, if we examine these pieces of evidence individually, can they truly substantiate the accusation of Li Chong molesting his own daughter? From the initial comments on social media to the photograph of the father and daughter taken by the bed, as well as the neighbors' testimonies, if we disassemble all of these, it seems they do not definitively indicate anything. For instance, those social media comments may simply suggest Li Chong is someone who follows trends. Or perhaps he possesses some peculiar preferences which only reflects his character flaws but does not confirm he would harm his own daughter. Furthermore, the photograph taken with his daughter appears quite normal. Devoid of the preceding lewd remarks, it could easily be interpreted as an ordinary image, more akin to interaction between a father and daughter. As for the neighbors' testimonies, they can at most suggest Li Chong has tendencies toward domestic violence or that he has had conflicts with them, leading them to exaggerate their claims. Yet when combined, these pieces of evidence create a narrative portraying Li Chong as a psychological deviant willing to harm his own daughter. As Zhou Ping processed this, he suddenly looked up, incredulously gazing at Shang Yuran. Could it be that Li Chong isn't? Not necessarily, or rather, it isn't certain, Shang Yuran interjected. But at this point, it no longer matters for the media and public opinion. The truth no longer necessitates excavation. Indeed, merely the existing evidence is sufficient to condemn him, rendering any chance of redemption moot. Even if Li Chong is innocent, no one would believe it. Zhou Ping observed the unassuming youth quietly departing in a live stream. Unable to help but exclaim, Su Tian's decision not to solicit help from President Hua was to enhance the credibility of this evidence, for as long as we from Tian Feng Entertainment intervene. No matter how critical the evidence proving your innocence, it would always be questioned as fabricated. Previously, our company had not issued any statements, despite the evidence that surfaced regarding Li Chong's domestic abuse of his wife. The external public and media speculated that we fabricated this evidence to exonerate you and defame Li Chong. Consequently, Su Tian initiated a collaboration with seasoned journalists from the well-respected Tongtian Times to alter the narrative. Furthermore, Chong Hua's decision to obscure Li Chong's Weibo account in advance was strategically aimed at allowing the media and public opinion to condemn such actions before revealing the truth. Once Li Chong's image of righteousness crumbled, he would lose any opportunity for rebuttal, and the subsequent evidence and interviews would undoubtedly seal his disgrace. Each element of this intricate plan was crucial. Any misstep could lead to total failure, potentially tarnishing Shang Yuran's reputation. Even further, Su Tian's maneuvers could succinctly be described as an eye for an eye if Li Chong sought to manipulate public sentiment to slander Shang Yuran. Then Su Tian would ensure he reaped the consequences, transforming into the very monster he accused others of being. Remarkably, Su Tian's orchestration was so seamless that even someone as experienced in public relations as he was initially failed to detect any flaws, only realizing the entirety of Su Tian's strategy after Shang Yuran's prompt. What astonished Zhou Ping the most was that he had never encountered Su Tian in the entertainment industry or any media sphere prior. The dialogue between Su Tian and Guo Qishan clearly indicated that Su Tian was indeed an inexperienced newcomer. To witness a novice outmaneuver a seasoned public relations team and independently resolve this crisis was truly astounding. The press conference concluded hastily due to Li Chong's irrational outburst. However, journalists stationed at various exits remained relentless, attempting to extract even more explosive revelations from Li Chong and Qian Lili. Chong. Do you have any explanation regarding the allegations of molesting your biological daughter? Ms. Qian, were you aware of your husband's actions beforehand? Are there any other children involved aside from your daughter? Li Chong. Given your apparent lack of remorse at the press conference, can we conclude that you failed to recognize your actions constitute a crime? Faced with microphones and cameras thrust almost into his face, Li Chong was on the brink of fury. Beside him, Qian Lili could only cover her face in embarrassment, desperately trying to evade the cameras. You people need to stop making baseless accusations. I have done nothing wrong. These are slanders. I would never molest my daughter. She's my own flesh and blood. How could I commit such an atrocity? Li Chong protested vehemently, his expression twisted with rage. Unfortunately, his demeanor was interpreted by the journalists as a manifestation of shame and anger. Yet, a reporter had already uncovered his previous statements on social media. How would he explain that? You have indeed made lewd and inappropriate remarks, and your browsing history indicates a preference for images and videos of minors. Will you still claim this is all a fabrication? I was merely idly browsing. There was no preference. They have framed me, Li Chong retorted, desperate to deny the allegations. However, before he could finish, reporters bombarded him with more questions. We have verified the authenticity of those images. They are not forgeries. Moreover, the account that initially posted the comments has been traced back to your own Weibo account, leaving you no room for denial. Additionally, testimonies from your neighbors all point to you being a molester of your own daughter. No, that is not true. That person named Chong is deliberately trying to frame me. Why won't you believe me? Just because of his word, you condemn me. My neighbors have a grudge against us. They want to drive us out of the neighborhood. Are you suggesting that all your neighbors have conspired to fabricate lies against you, and their accounts are completely consistent? Do you really think that is plausible? Of course it's possible. They are framing me, Li Chong insisted stubbornly. Admit it. You are nothing but a depraved, sordid pervert. You even try to cast aspersions on Shang Iran. Were you not attempting to extort money from him and his agency? Stop spouting nonsense. I did not. Li Chong continued to scream frantically, yet this time, no one believed him. AS reporters relentlessly pursued Li Chong and Qian Lili. Chong Hua emerged from the hotel entrance. The journalists, realizing they could not extract information from Li Chong, hastily approached Chong Hua. Mr. Chong, could you enlighten us on how you uncovered these pivotal pieces of evidence? Did you suspect from the outset that Li Chong and his wife were fabricating evidence against Shang Iran? Chong Hua shook his head in response. Initially, I did not believe Li Chong was framing Shang Iran. I merely felt that the existing evidence was insufficient to convict Shang Iran. Thus, I aimed to investigate further, leaving no room for them to clear their names. Little did I expect this inquiry would unveil Li Chong's grotesque behavior. Chong Hua's statement effectively distanced him from Shang Iran, clarifying to the assembled journalists that his investigation into Li Chong was not to exonerate Shang Iran, thus enhancing the credibility of the evidence he presented. Fortunately, I conducted extensive research. Otherwise, we would have wrongfully accused an innocent person. Chong Hua spoke confidently before the media that in this rapidly advancing society, the truth will never be buried, and the malice concealed beneath it will ultimately be revealed by the media and the public. His words elicited a round of enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, Sun Jianbiao, standing at a distance, wore a grim expression akin to someone who had swallowed something unpleasant. He should have been a star of this press conference, vocally condemning Shang Iran alongside Li Chong, garnering accolades from the media and enthusiastic netizens. Now, the case of Shang Iran's alleged molestation of a minor had been entirely forgotten, with the focus shifting to Li Chong, the monstrous father who had preyed upon his own daughter. After all, this scandalous news piqued the public's curiosity regarding ethical dilemmas, and the double twist only heightened interest. Those journalists seasoned in dealing with news and trending topics were acutely aware of what the audience yearned to see. They would no longer expend effort on Shang Iran, but rather sought to unearth more gossip from Li Chong and Qian Lili. If he continued to shield Li Chong, he would become a target of public ire, attracting scorn and accusations. Sun Jianbiao could hardly bear to accept that his meticulously orchestrated plan had ended in total failure. He could only watch as journalists flocked around Chong Hua, showering him with questions like planets orbiting a star. Damn it, he angrily struck the nearby car, triggering its alarm. Yet even this failed to draw any attention. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping, watching the live broadcast from his apartment, gleefully slapped his thigh that Li Chong deserves this retribution. Was he not the one who relished using online public opinion to tarnish your name? Now, it is his turn to face the scorn and contempt. Nevertheless, being a professional manager, Zhou Ping quickly regained his composure. He hesitated before addressing Shang Iran. However, although Li Chong has been exposed as a psychological deviant, this does not entirely absolve you of suspicion. If Li Chong decides to retaliate and refuses to retract his statements, what shall we do? Though Shang Iran would no longer face public pressure, and the court would ultimately rule against Li Chang due to insufficient evidence. The ongoing legal battle could still jeopardize Shang Iran's future. Producers and brands were astute. They would not collaborate with artists harboring potential risks, even if public sentiment had shifted dramatically to prove Shang Iran's innocence. Until the court delivered a final verdict, they would be reluctant to engage with him. As such, Shang Iran's prospects remained precariously uncertain, with resources that should rightfully belong to him being siphoned away by competing contemporaries. Do not worry. I trust he will find a solution. Shang Iran's resolve was stronger than ever. He believed this press conference was merely a prologue, and Tian would undoubtedly take further action. Just as Zhou Ping had surmised, following the press conference, the narrative surrounding Shang Iran's alleged molestation of a minor underwent a complete reversal online. Those who had previously lambasted Shang Iran turned their fury toward Li Chang and Qian Lili, initiating a new wave of cyberbullying. Journalists, eager to secure first-hand accounts, immediately stationed themselves near Li Chang's residence and the couple's workplaces after the press conference concluded. Li Chang's position, which he originally obtained through public sympathy, was ultimately terminated by his employer following the exposure of the truth. Pressured relentlessly by journalists, he found himself seeking refuge to avoid the storm of scrutiny. However, his relatives and friends turned their backs on him. Some even went so far as to provide the media with damaging information against him that Li Chang's reputation had already been tarnished, and thus the testimonies offered by those disloyal acquaintances only served to worsen his predicament. Similarly, Qian Lili was thrust into the eye of the storm by public opinion. The living room of Li Chang's family's old house lay in disarray, while Qian Lili clutched a large suitcase in one hand. Tugging at her daughter's arm with the other, intent on leaving the house, Li Chang dashed to the doorway, blocking their exit, and coldly demanded, "Where do you think you are going? How dare you ask us that?" Qian Lili exclaimed, her voice breaking as she confronted Li Chang, "That we can go wherever we please without your interference. I want a divorce, and you will never see me or our daughter again." Exhausted from the incessant harassment of the press, Li Chang lacked the energy to engage in a quarrel with Qian Lili. "Look at the time. Stop throwing a tantrum. There are reporters downstairs and at the community entrance. Leaving now would be utterly humiliating. In a few days, they'll pursue other big stories. And who will remember us? Once we receive the money, we can start anew in another city. Li Chang. Do you even have a brain?" Qian Lili shouted, her eyes filled with frustration. "If it weren't for the money, we wouldn't have ended up in this dire situation. With the internet so advanced, do you honestly believe that moving to another city will erase our identities? Look at the life we've been living these past few days, filled with fear. I can't even dare to turn on my phone or go to work. The moment I step outside, people point and curse at me, wishing for my demise, threatening to set our home ablaze. You were so brazen before, and now everyone knows our true story. Relatives and friends have severed ties with us. What good is the money in such a situation?" Chapter 99. Another press conference. Qian Lili was now filled with regret. Had she not heeded Li Chang's deceptive words, they would not have fallen to this lowly state. "I should have stopped you. Now, your recklessness has dragged our daughter into this mess. Everyone knows we have sullied Shang Iran's name. How will you explain this to our daughter?" As her remorse deepened, Qian Lili buried her face in her hands and wept. "Marrying you is the greatest regret of my life. Aside from asking for money to gamble, what have you ever contributed to this family? If I could choose again, I would rather live a life of solitude than be with you, especially not subjecting our daughter to this torment." The little girl stood helplessly beside Qian Lili, patting her shoulder in comfort. "Mom, please don't cry." Hearing her daughter's soothing words only made Qian Lili's tears flow more freely. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, she fixed her gaze on Li Chang, her voice rising an octave. "Li Chang, tell me the truth. What that journalist said can't possibly be real. What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Chang retorted, almost choking on his indignation. "Others may slander me, but you two? Mo is our own daughter. Yes, I may have lost my temper and disciplined her, but I would never stoop to committing such heinous acts. Those are mere fabrications." Yet, the doubt in Qian Lili's eyes did not wane. "How can I be sure you are not deceiving me? You could even stoop so low as to falsely accuse our benefactor of supporting our daughter's education." I should have realized you have no moral compass. You wretched creature. When you thought you could profit from this, you were all for my approach. Now that trouble has arisen, you cast all the blame on me. Do you have no conscience? And you question my conscience? If I truly had none, I would have run away with our daughter long ago. Who would endure this suffering with you? However, Tian Lily seemed impervious to his words, beating her chest and wailing, her piercing cries overwhelming Li Chang's senses. Just as he contemplated stepping out onto the balcony for a smoke, his phone, resting on the sofa, suddenly rang. For the past few days, he had ignored all calls, but now, with anger boiling within him, he hurried to answer, unleashing a torrent of curses. I am being wrongfully accused by those beasts. Stop harassing me. I warn you if you call again. I will make you regret it. As Li Chang spewed a barrage of venomous insults, a calm voice on the other end interrupted. Mr. Li, please don't be hasty. I have a solution that can help you escape your current predicament. Li Chang paused, then anxiously inquired, what solution? Who are you? Why do you want to help me? You don't need to know who I am. Just understand that I can assist you in evading this crisis and ensure the reporters cease their intrusion into your family's life. Really? Li Chang responded skeptically. You see, you currently hold value for them. They will cling to you, hoping to unearth more sensational stories. The young man on the other end chuckled softly before continuing. You must immediately withdraw your lawsuit and publicly acknowledge the truth, that you falsely accused Shang Yuran for personal gain. Once the truth is revealed, the media frenzy will subside in a few days, and they will no longer pursue you. Upon hearing this, Li Chang's face flushed with rage. What kind of absurd suggestion is that? You want me to confess to framing Shang Yuran? That would be driving me to my own demise. You must be with Shang Yuran's agency. If he were to admit to falsely accusing Shang Yuran, he would gain nothing and only worsen his situation. Only a fool would willingly hand over incriminating evidence against himself. Li Chang, do you still naively believe that after the press conference, you can still extract hush money from Shang Yuran? Initially, Tian Entertainment sought to settle privately to avoid damaging their reputation, hence their reluctance to engage in prolonged legal battles with you. However, circumstances have changed. Public opinion no longer favors you and has concluded that you are the one slandering Shang Yuran. Consequently, Tian Entertainment has no need to spend money on damage control, and you lack any solid evidence to implicate Shang Yuran. Even if this were to escalate to a court case, you would undoubtedly lose. Previously, you could leverage public sentiment to pressure Shang Yuran and Tian Entertainment, but now that advantage is lost, you really think you can still obtain money, since it's clear that no matter what you do, you won't get any money. It would be wiser to confess now, apologize to the media and the public, and bring this matter to a swift conclusion. Every news story has a limited lifespan. Within a week, the reporters surrounding you will be drawn to other headlines, and they will cease their pursuit. However, if you stubbornly refuse to withdraw your lawsuit, those reporters will dig deeper into your life, and your family will find no peace. Li Chang fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment's contemplation, he hung up the phone, his face a mask of contemplation. The young man's words cast him into a dilemma. If he withdrew the lawsuit now, it would all be for naught. Yet, as the young man had pointed out, neither Shang Yuran nor Tian Entertainment would ever offer him hush money again, that if he chose not to withdraw the lawsuit, the reporters would relentlessly hound him, and he would find no solace wherever he went. The harassment over the past few days had already drained Li Chang completely, though he was uncertain of the stranger's identity or intentions. He could not deny the truth in the young man's words. Just days ago, he had been so confident he could secure money because public opinion had regarded him as the victim, and many uninformed netizens had rallied to his defense against Shang Yuran. However, since the press conference, his reputation had plummeted, and no one believed him anymore. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Li Chang kicked a nearby trash can across the room and sank on his sofa, pulling at his hair in frustration. All I wanted was some money. Is that too much to ask? Why does everyone feel the need to pressure me? Li Chang could not fathom how his meticulously crafted plan had unraveled so drastically. The media had defamed him as a monster threatening his own daughter, and now even his wife sought to flee with their child. Yet his intent in framing Shang Yuran had always been for the sake of his family. Isolated and helpless, Li Chang's emotions began to crumble and he finally understood the plight and feelings of Shang Yiran from days prior. But while Shang Yiran had supportive agents who believed in him, Li Chang had become a pariah, reviled by all. 3 days later. The cacophony of vitriol directed at Li Chang online has not only persisted, but has intensified, with an ever-growing number of netizens condemning him. Some have even resorted to doxing, revealing Li Chang's home address and sending him disturbing packages, including razor blades and dead mice. Ultimately, Li Chang succumbed to the mounting pressure and issued a statement via his Weibo, expressing his willingness to convene another press conference that in Chapter 100, Tang Bingyan received a call. This press conference was even more boisterous than the last, with journalists from surrounding cities arriving via high-speed rail. Li Chang and Qian Lili appeared haggard and worn as the scheduled time for the conference arrived. He swiftly grasped the microphone resting on the table and recited the prepared statement he had rehearsed multiple times. I apologize for taking up your time. Regarding the previous case involving Shang Yiran's alleged threats against my daughter, I must clarify, Shang Yiran has never committed any act of violation against my daughter. It was all a fabrication on my part, a smear campaign. I orchestrated this deceit, enlisting my wife in the lie, and even coaxed my daughter into recording misleading audio to deceive journalists. However, my initial intention was merely to extort some money from Shang Yiran. I am not a pervert, nor have I ever engaged in any lewd behavior towards my daughter. Li Chang's words ignited an uproar among the audience. Shang Yiran was, in fact, innocent. This unscrupulous couple deserved their comeuppance. Goodness knows, good people seldom receive just rewards. It is truly outrageous. As Li Chang and Qian Lili listened to the vitriol from the crowd, their heads hung lower. Yet, in an effort to quell the public outrage, they persisted in their apologies that we are truly sorry. It was our greed that exploited public sympathy for the vulnerable. Framing Shang Yiran unjustly, we acknowledge our wrongs. Every fault lies with my wife and me. Our daughter is innocent. She is still young and attending school. We hope the media will refrain from staking out her school data. Had we known it would come to this, we would have acted differently from the beginning. Now that we recognize our mistakes, why did we not act sooner? Despite Li Chang's apologies, the journalist remained unconvinced. Shang Yiran was merely trying to help you, yet you repaid kindness with malice. Have you no conscience left? The most revolting aspect was their exploitation of the public's compassion, using innocent netizens as pawns. In light of such events, who would dare champion justice in the future? Who could be assured that there would be no further twists in this tale? Nevertheless, the little girl is quite pitiable. Having been reduced to a mere tool for her parents' profit. 1 can only hope she diligently studies and strives to escape such a toxic familial environment. Watching the live broadcast online, fans of Shang Yiran flooded the comments with messages of support. Shang Yiran is innocent. Those who blindly condemned him should come forth and apologize. I always knew our Yiran would never stoop to such behavior. Yet you refuse to believe. Now that the truth is revealed, how swollen must the faces of those sensationalist media be? Simultaneously, Tian, watching the live stream, rubbed his temples in contemplation. They say that justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. In his past life, Shang Yiran indeed encountered delayed justice, but it came at a grievous cost. His entire existence was shattered by a single lie. Even if his innocence were restored, what significance would it hold? And among the outraged netizens online, how many genuinely cared for the victim? From Shang Yiran to Li Chang, there exist true champions of justice, yet the majority merely seek an outlet for their pent-up frustrations. The public often cares not for truth, but for fodder to fuel their conversations over tea and meals. Following this public relations debacle, Tian's resolve to pursue a career in self-media grew stronger. Having been reborn, he had come to terms with the desire to cherish life alongside Tang Bingyan. Thus, he vowed to work harder to become a partner worthy of standing beside her. Meanwhile, in a wealthy district of Jiangshui City, Zhou Ping was elated while watching Li Chang's live apology. He did it. Tian truly accomplished it. I was baffled as to how Tian would manage to clear your name, but I never anticipated he would force Li Chang to admit his false accusations. What a brilliant move! No form of exoneration is as potent as the acknowledgement of wrongdoing by the perpetrator themselves. Now, the filth they cast upon you can be thoroughly cleansed. Zhou Ping felt immensely relieved that he had placed his trust in Su Tian rather than allowing the company to settle quietly and sweep the matter under the rug. Su Tian had indeed surprised them all. Iran, this is a moment worth celebrating. However, I think it would be wise for you to visit a temple first to cleanse your misfortune. Zhou Ping was already contemplating how to celebrate when he noticed Shang Iran staring intently at her phone. Seemingly oblivious to his earlier remarks. Iran, I'm speaking to you. Li Chong has publicly apologized. You can finally clear your name? Yes, I understand, Shang Iran replied in a detached tone, her focus still fixed on the screen. Iran, you are waiting for Su Tian to contact us, aren't you? Given that Zhou Ping had been Shang Iran's manager for several years, he could discern her thoughts from the slightest of her gestures. Logically, Su Tian should be calling us soon. Perhaps he simply forgot due to his busy schedule. I'll check at AS, he spoke. Zhou Ping retrieved his phone and dialed Su Tian's number. The phone rang for quite some time before anyone picked up. Just as Zhou Ping was about to hang up, the call finally connected. Hello, a cold yet authoritative female voice responded. Who is this? Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback, perhaps due to the strong presence in her tone, which made him slightly anxious. Excuse me, is this? Shang Iran, standing beside Zhou Ping, also heard the woman's voice and inquired with surprise, is this not Su Tian? Did you dial the wrong number? This, Zhou Ping confirmed once more. No, this is correct. Meanwhile, Tang Bingyan, holding the phone, slightly furrowed her brow. Su Tian was in the shower when she heard the phone ringing without any caller ID, so she casually answered it for him. The unfamiliarity of the voice only piqued her curiosity. However, that fleeting patience dissipated as Zhou Ping busily verified the number. Just as she considered hanging up, Su Tian emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Casually asking, whose call is this? It's for you, Tang Bingyan replied with a neutral expression, handing him the phone. Hello. Su Tian took the call, one hand still drying his hair. Who am I speaking with? Mr. Su, it's me. Zhou Ping quickly responded. Realization dawned on Su Tian that he had not saved Zhou Ping's number. Mr. Zhou, is there something you need? I thought I had dialed the wrong number when a woman answered the phone. Zhou Ping exhaled, relieved. That was just a friend of mine. Su Tian succinctly explained he refrained from disclosing that Tang Bingyan was his wife, knowing that Zhou Ping, with his connections in the entertainment industry, could easily uncover that detail. If that were to happen, Su Tian's reputation could be tarnished, viewed as someone living off his wife's success. Zhou Ping, being a seasoned professional in the entertainment realm, understood the nuances of relationships better than most. It was evident that their late-night rendezvous and her answering the phone indicated a bond that transcended mere friendship. Even if they weren't officially dating, they were likely in a stage of romantic ambiguity, or perhaps even a casual fling. However, Zhou Ping did not delve deeper, simply smiling as he said, Mr. Su, no need for formality. You can call me Zhou Ping or Brother Zhou. I called to thank you for clearing Shang Iran's name. This time, Iran and I owe you a favor. If you ever require our assistance in the future, don't hesitate to ask. No need to be shy. Brother Zhou, you are too kind that I will seek my remuneration from General Gua. There is no need for you to worry about that. Since that's the case, I'll press the matter, but this favor will always stand. After a few pleasantries, Zhou Ping handed the phone to Shang Iran. Iran is here with me. She wishes to speak with you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Shang Iran expressed, having rehearsed her words multiple times in her mind. Yet upon receiving the phone, she could only muster a few simple phrases. Just a small effort. Mr. Shang, no need for gratitude. Su Tian replied half-jokingly that if you truly wish to repay me, how about a signed album? I have a friend who is a fan of yours, given that Rong Yen likes Shang Iran. Su Tian had even seen her reposting messages about defending Shang Iran on her social media. However, at that time, Shang Iran was embroiled in controversy, making her endorsement counterproductive. Now that the mud had been washed away, he could indeed request a signed album and have Yin Shua deliver it to Rong Yen, thus securing a favor for his friend. Absolutely. Take as many as you like, Shang Iran readily agreed. After hanging up, Su Tian felt Tang Bingyan's gaze fixed upon him. Wife, you know that Shang Iran's scandal has been reversed, right? Su Tian continued drying his hair with a towel, eager to prove to Tang Bingyan that he could stand on his own and share burdens with her. Yes, you did well, Tang Bingyan replied, her expression revealing no surprise. She has always been acutely aware of how exceptional Su Tian is. Therefore, when Su Tian proactively offered to address the public relations crisis involving Shang Yiran at Tianfeng Entertainment, she did not hesitate to agree. Darling, you seem somewhat displeased. Su Tian perceptively sensed that Tang Bingyan was not particularly happy despite his successful resolution of Shang Yiran's public relations issues. No, Tang Bingyan shook her head. As long as Su Tian desired something, she would provide it. Yet now, she felt a pang of regret. She did not want such an outstanding individual like Su Tian to be seen by others. Rest assured, my dear, I will prove to Grandpa and the Tang family that your choice was not in vain, Su Tian. You need not provide any proof. This time, Tang Bingyan solemnly turned to Su Tian and declared, "You are the best, the best?" Su Tian recalled how he had squandered his days in his previous life, deliberately opposing Tang Bingyan, even sabotaging his work to leave her to clean up the mess. It was not that he wished to disparage himself, but upon introspection, if that could be called the best, then perhaps there were no truly bad people left in the world. My dear, I believe your rose-tinted glasses are a bit too thick. Su Tian held Tang Bingyan tightly in his embrace. But I like it. Do continue to wear them. It was indeed thanks to Tang Bingyan's extraordinarily thick filter that he had managed to avoid being ousted even after numerous blunders. After all, a woman of her caliber, a rare queen among thousands, would naturally never lack for suitors. Even the childhood friend Gu Beicheng was enough to give him a headache, if a few more were to appear. It was likely that the family heirloom jar of vinegar would be toppled over. Nevertheless, despite Su Tian's words of concern regarding Tang Bingyan's multitude of admirers and his own lack of focus on work, he still appeared punctually at Tianfeng Entertainment the following day. This time, he made his way to Gu Qishan's office without obstruction, even being personally greeted by Gu Qishan's assistant, who escorted him to the door. Gu Qishan had been waiting in his office for Su Tian for quite some time and immediately rose to greet him upon his arrival. "Su Tian, come, have a seat. I never expected someone so young to possess such experience in public relations." "I must concede, you flatter me, Director Gu," Su Tian replied with a modest smile as he took a seat opposite Gu Qishan. "Mr. Su, you did exceptionally well this time regarding Shang Yiran's public relations. Not only have you cleared his name, but you have also secured numerous new resources for him. Even our stock price at Tianfeng Entertainment has risen by 3 points in the past few days." Su Tian quietly listened to Gu Qishan's praise, gradually grasping his approach. First, compliment him to lower his guard, then present one's own difficulties, which would likely diminish the previously agreed-upon conditions. However, Su Tian had long anticipated Gu Qishan would take this route. Gu Beicheng had instructed him to keep his identity concealed, so he naturally would not mention it to Gu Qishan. In fact, considering Gu Beicheng's character, he might even hint to Gu Qishan not to assign him an important position. "Su Tian, you are here today to discuss a position with me, aren't you? Besides the position, I have another condition," Su Tian stated straightforwardly. "Director Gu, you have a tendency to forget. You wouldn't have forgotten, would you?" "Of course not," Gu Qishan replied awkwardly. "How could I forget? Please, share your conditions that I would like to request a property from Director Gu." Su Tian thought of how Yin Qingshua's family had gone bankrupt and had to auction off the villa of Jiangshui dynasty, which was ultimately purchased by Gu Qishan. Which property? Gu Qishan did not expect Su Tian to make such a straightforward request and asked nonchalantly, "Whatever you have your eye on, I will certainly provide." Number 88, Jiangshui dynasty. Upon hearing this, Su Tian distinctly noticed Gu Qishan's expression stiffen. It was no surprise. Gu Qishan had previously been a sworn enemy of Yin Qingshua's father. That villa was akin to his trophy, and persuading him apart with it would naturally be no easy feat. Thus, Su Tian had initially proposed not only a job, but also this condition to Gu Qishan. "What is the matter? Is Director Gu unwilling to part with it?" Su Tian fixed his gaze on Gu Qishan, calmly sipping from the paper cup before him. "If Director Gu truly cannot agree, then there is no need to force it. However, I have heard that you are a man of your word. You promised me in front of the company's senior management. If you were to renege now, Su Tian, you are misunderstanding me." Gu Qishan's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, though it quickly vanished. "Since I promised you, I will certainly uphold my commitment. However, the Jiangshu dynasty villa holds significant importance to me. Nevertheless, I am a man of my word. Rest assured, I will have my secretary prepare the relevant documents immediately. After saying this, Gucci-shan dialed an internal line and summoned his secretary. Once the secretary entered, he called them over and whispered a few words. Before Tian could peruse the documents, Gucci-shan continued. How about this? I will sell you the property at 60% of the auction price. Once you provide the payment, I will arrange for the transfer of ownership. Tian paused momentarily at Gucci-shan's words, mentally cursing the old fox. The condition he had mentioned was for Gucci-shan to gift him the villa. Yet, Gucci-shan was playing word games, turning a gift into a sale. Nevertheless, Tian's expression remained largely unchanged. He continued to regard Gucci-shan with an air of calm, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Dealing with a seasoned businessman like Gucci-shan would not be straightforward, a fact he had anticipated. However, if Gucci-shan believed that this level of negotiation would fluster him, he was sorely mistaken. Gucci-shan had initially hoped to see Tian's anxious demeanor, but was taken aback to find no trace of dissatisfaction on Tian's face. He frowned, scrutinizing Tian as if trying to discern other emotions, but ultimately failed. At this juncture, he could only continue the charade, striving to maintain the facade of a trustworthy superior, Tian. You need not worry that I have already instructed my team to prepare the transfer agreement. It's fine if you don't have enough funds at the moment, as long as you provide the payment. That villa will be yours at any time. Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a knowing glance at Gucci-shan before responding. Thank you for your generosity. Director Gucci-shan, unable to decipher Tian's intentions, felt a touch of displeasure but proceeded with the previously established protocol, presenting another contract. This contract is also prepared for you. Take a look and let me know if there is anything you wish to alter. I will immediately have the HR department revise it. Upon hearing this, Tian picked up the contract. As he opened it and glanced at the contents, a cold glint flickered in his lower gaze. The contract principal party was not Tianfeng Entertainment, but rather a small subsidiary company under it, Qingwu Music. Tianfeng Entertainment is one of the leading companies in the entertainment industry, encompassing numerous subsidiaries across film, variety shows, live streaming, and music, among others. However, it is well known that Qingwu Music is at the bottom of this hierarchy, with its artists predominantly being minor figures, aside from Ye Jingjing, a singer who debuted under Du Xiaowei's management. The rest were merely obscure talents, some of whom lacked even a Wikipedia entry. Moreover, the company operates in a largely unregulated manner, with Du Xiaowei holding absolute power within it. Gucci-shan continued to feign the demeanor of a considerate superior, patiently advising Tian, you understand that Tianfeng Entertainment is now a highly mature entertainment company. Your performance during the handling of Shang Iran's PR crisis indeed impressed me. After much contemplation, I ultimately believe that rather than allowing you to settle comfortably within Tianfeng Entertainment, it would be more beneficial to provide you with opportunities to explore. As a young person, you should not become complacent. You must dare to strive. I am confident that with your talent, you will undoubtedly cultivate outstanding artists. Tian remained silent, his gaze growing colder by the moment. To assign him to a nearly abandoned subsidiary under the pretext of believing in his capabilities was a mere ruse for his training. It was no wonder the Yin family could not compete with Gucci-shan and ultimately faced bankruptcy. However, Tian had anticipated Gucci-shan's intention to send him to Qingwu Music. After all, early on, Gu Beiqing had advised him to conceal his identity and resolve Shang Iran's PR crisis as an ordinary employee, leading him to suspect Gu Beiqing would not allow his development to flourish. After a moment of silence, Gucci-shan took out another folder. Tian, I have prepared this for you. It contains a complete list of all the artists at Qingwu Music, aside from Ye Jingjing, who is under Du Xiaowei's exclusive management and cannot be easily replaced. The other artists are yours to choose from. Furthermore, I've already communicated with them. Upon your arrival, you will not only serve as a manager, but can also participate in the company's decision-making processes. The future of Qingwu Music will rely entirely on you. Such a grandiose title would likely leave a novice brimming with gratitude towards Gucci-shan, eager to carve out a successful career. Unfortunately, for someone like Tian, who had already lived two lives, such flattery held no weight. Aside from Ye Jingjing, There was not a single artist at Qingwu Music capable of standing on their own. Even if he sifted through these minor talents, he would find nothing of substance. However, Tian still opened the document box handed over by Guo Qishan and meticulously examined the artist's information within, attempting to identify a potential candidate. Drawing upon the additional years of experience from his previous life, he swiftly flipped through the files, reading 10 lines at a glance, to the extent that Guo Qishan began to doubt whether he was actually paying attention. Just as Guo Qishan was about to speak, Tian's finger paused, halting on the penultimate page of the list. Murong Shui, 22 years old, graduated from the Vienna Royal Academy of Music. Works by Lan Chewing Gum advertisement song. Tian had indeed heard of Murong Shui before. In his past life, he had been chewing by Lan gum to help Lin Miaoying quit smoking. Thus he had some recollection of the advertisement song that had gone viral in a certain year. Normally, the company would capitalize on her momentum, releasing a single for Murong Shui or recommending her for variety shows to build connections. Should she be fortunate enough to catch the eye of a renowned music producer who would tailor an album for her, her future in showbiz would surely be smooth sailing. However, ever since that advertisement song, Murong Shui had fallen silent. Not only had there been no singles or albums, but she had not even been given opportunities to appear alongside senior artists from the same company to gain familiarity. Tian stared at the nearly blank resume and fell into deep contemplation. In his recollection, Murong Shui possessed exceptional vocal talent and was strikingly beautiful. If managed well, she might indeed enter the public eye. And now, there was still time. Chapter 103. Moving in with my wife having made up his mind, Tian handed Murong Shui's information to Guo Qishan. President Guo, I wish to take on this artist. Guo Qishan glanced at the information, his surprise evident as he confirmed. You want to take her? Are you certain? He simply could not comprehend why Tian would make such a choice. Although there were no standout artists at Qingwu Music, the one Tian had selected was even less notable, virtually lacking any presence, to the point that even he, the executive president, had no recollection of her. I am certain. I want Murong Shui. Seeing Tian's insistence, Guo Qishan curved his lips into an enigmatic smile. He had initially believed that Tian possessed some capability, yet appeared he was still lacking refinement, just based on his choice of artist. He could not be considered a top-tier agent. Despite Murong Shui having once had a hit advertisement song, the absence of subsequent resources meant that after signing for so long, she remained virtually unknown. With barely a few fans, what use was it to have a good voice and beauty if one could not make a mark? The entertainment industry was replete with talented and attractive artists. He had seen too many like Murong Shui, who were endowed with good innate qualities yet remained obscure. Tian still lacked experience and did not know what kind of artist to select. However, this would serve as a lesson for him, making him more compliant in the future. One could say that Tian's choice aligned with Guo Qishan's expectations, so he did not hesitate to sign the appointment agreement. I have approved this document. From today onward, Murong Shui will be your artist. Take this document to Du Xiaowei. He will make the necessary arrangements for you. Tian quickly reviewed the appointment contract and signed his name. Thank you, President Guo. Also, I have arranged your office for you. Guo Qishan paused before adding, the company provides dormitories for formal employees, and as a manager like you will be assigned a high-end apartment. Shortly, I will have someone send the address to your phone, that if you need anything, feel free to reach out to the administrative department. They will assist you with any additions. Saying this, Guo Qishan patted Tian on the shoulder. Xiao Su, you are someone I have high hopes for. Do not disappoint my expectations. Tian politely nodded and then expressionlessly exited Guo Qishan's office. Not long after leaving, he received a message from the administrative department. His dormitory was at Lanshan Houding. Indeed, a high-end apartment. It seemed that while Guo Qishan was somewhat cunning, he had not shortchanged him in terms of employee benefits. Among the dormitories under Tianfeng Entertainment, Lanshan Houding was considered the best. Many renowned managers and artists resided there. Even Shangharan had lived there for a year when he first debuted. After receiving the keys to the apartment from the administrative department, Tian began to contemplate finding a time to move. Officially becoming a manager was tantamount to stepping half a foot into the entertainment industry. If he continued to reside in the marital home with Tang Bingyan, he might be tracked by paparazzi, exposing his identity. Moreover, he did not want those unscrupulous paparazzi to disturb Tang Bingyan. However, Su Tian had yet to devise a way to discuss this matter with Tang Bingyan. After much thought, he decided to send a WeChat message to gauge his wife's reaction. Wife, I have joined Tian Feng Entertainment. The company offers good benefits and has assigned me a dormitory. Thus, he called Away. Hello, Away. Is Bingyan busy now? She hasn't replied to my WeChat. Mr. Su, what did you message Tang Zone? Away lowered his voice. Things had just calmed down for a couple of days. You better not provoke trouble. Although Away did not directly convey Tang Bingyan's feelings upon reading the WeChat message, his anxious demeanor made it abundantly clear it seemed that moving to a new dormitory would not proceed smoothly. Su Tian was acutely aware of Tang Bingyan's underlying concerns, but this time he genuinely had compelling reasons to move. If their marriage were to be exposed, the one most affected would not be him, but rather Tang Bingyan, as the heir of the Tang family. The pressure she bore was beyond what outsiders could imagine. Should paparazzi uncover their relationship, the shareholders of the Tang Group would undoubtedly be the first to react. In families like the Tang-s, advantageous marriages were a necessity. Thus, the heir must find a socially compatible spouse. Previously, Tang Bingyan had directly taken their household registration book to register their marriage in Jiangshui, which was met with opposition from the entire Tang family. However, this matter concerned the reputation of the Tang family, and aside from old Master Tang and a few elders, even the cousins from the side branches were kept completely in the dark. If exposed without any preparation, it would pose a significant problem for Tang Bingyan. He could not alleviate her burdens. At the very least, he could not become a liability during such a critical time. Furthermore, now that he was a manager tasked with taking artists to events, leading a life with reverse day and night schedules and frequent all-nighters was common. The distance from their marital villa to the company was considerable, making the artist's dormitory the most convenient option. But how could he persuade Tang Bingyan to agree to his move to the company dormitory? After finishing a meeting with the higher-ups, Tang Bingyan picked up her phone to check for new messages. Finding none. Since Su Tian had sent her that WeChat message, there had been no further communication. Away, observing Tang Bingyan's expression, cautiously inquired, but Away frowned and quickly added, Mr. Suhi. Tang Bingyan halted her steps. What about him? You can tell him not to wait for me. After speaking, Tang Bingyan entered her office, and with a bang, the office door closed emphatically. Away looked at the firmly shut door and sighed helplessly. The young lady truly was angry this time. Away had long known that Su Tian was unreliable. He had initially thought that after the incident with the car accident, he might have turned over a new leaf. Yet, unexpectedly, after just a few days of calm, he reverted to his old ways. This person was simply hopeless. Tang Bingyan's frosty visage suddenly appeared before Away, and despite his accustomedness to it, he could not help but shiver. Tang Zong, book me a ticket to Australia for tonight. Away did not dare to delay. All right, I will book it right away. However, before he could leave, he heard the sound of the elevator doors opening. Su Tian emerged from the elevator, dragging a suitcase behind him. Oh no, Away exclaimed, rushing towards Su Tian. Are you planning to run away from home? He was so anxious that he began to stamp his feet. Wasn't this directly poking at Tang Bingyan's sore spot? Who said I'm running away from home? Su Tian looked at Away with confusion. Then what are you doing that I'm moving in with my wife? Su Tian had already devised a plan. He could certainly persuade Tang Bingyan to move into the dormitory provided by the company. Moreover, Tang Bingyan was typically low-key, never appearing in magazine interviews or attending shareholder meetings of the Yin Group. And even Guoqishan and the high-ranking officials of Tian Feng Entertainment had never seen her, so there was no worry about her identity being exposed. Furthermore, even if her identity were to be revealed, it would not be unusual for the big boss of Tian Feng Entertainment to have a property in the employee dormitory. Just then, the office door swung open once more, and Tang Bingyan, glancing at a contract while speaking to Away, asked, Have you booked the tickets? Arranged for a car. Tang Bingyan's peripheral vision caught sight of a pair of familiar shoes, and she halted, raising her head to see Su Tian, suitcase in tow, smiling at her. What are you doing here? Tang Bingyan maintained her icy demeanor, but a corner of the eternal frost in her eyes melted slightly. I'm here to pick you up after work, Tang Bingyan. She had initially thought Su Tian would evade her once again, moving alone into the company dormitory, but unexpectedly he had packed his belongings as well. You want me to move in with you? Tang Bingyan made a concerted effort to suppress her emotions, striving to adopt a calm and indifferent tone. Otherwise, Tian boldly interjected, "Do you wish to separate right after getting married?" Wei was taken aback by Tian's audacious suggestion to have his family's young lady reside in the employee dormitory. Yet, based on his years of familiarity with Tang Bingyan, she appeared to harbor no aversion to the idea. Love truly has a way of clouding one's judgment. Wei silently scoffed, utterly oblivious to the impending calamity heading his way. "By the way, dear, what did you say about booking a flight? Are you going on a business trip?" "Not me. It's Wei." Chapter 104. "My dear, have your relatives left?" Wei, inexplicably mentioned, was bewildered. "He is going on a business trip? When did this happen? How come I was unaware?" "So, it turns out Wei is the one going on a business trip." Tian sighed in relief. "That is splendid. I bought Kobe beef tonight to prepare steak for you. And meat loses its freshness if left for too long." "All right, let us go." Tang Bingyan nodded, seemingly having forgotten her earlier resolute refusal to dine with Tian. Tian observed Tang Bingyan, who was now ready to leave with him, and asked, "Can you leave work now?" "Yes," she replied, taking Tian's hand as they prepared to depart. "But Mr. Su, what about the tickets to Australia?" Wei stood there, utterly at a loss. "After the project discussions, you'll have a week off." How could their principal president be so fickle? "Dear, please come in." It was Tian's first visit, and he led Tang Bingyan on a brief tour before placing the suitcase in the bedroom. "This apartment is a bit small, but we 1TB here often. Can we manage?" Tang Bingyan seemed pleased by Tian's use of we, and she ceased her previous frosty demeanor. Opening her suitcase to begin unpacking, "I'll go prepare dinner. Why don't you take a shower first?" Tian said, heading into the kitchen with the ingredients. Tang Bingyan retrieved a brand new set of sleepwear from her suitcase and stepped into the bathroom. Just as Tian was frying the steak to medium doneness, the apartment doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could that be? Tian wondered, slightly puzzled. He had only moved in a day ago. Ordinarily, apart from a few senior colleagues from the company, no one should know he resided here. Perhaps it was the property management coming to greet the new owner. With a spatula in hand, Tian approached the foyer and opened the door, momentarily stunned upon seeing the young man standing at the threshold. "Shang-Aran, what brings you here?" Outside, Shang-Aran held a bottle of champagne, astonished to see Tian in an apron wielding a spatula. "Mr. Su, are you cooking?" Yes. Tian felt a fleeting panic. He was unsure whether Shang-Aran had met Tang Bingyan. With Tang Bingyan currently in the shower, if he were to see her, the revelation of their clandestine marriage could create unnecessary complications for her. However, Tian quickly regained his composure and asked Shang-Aran, "How did you find out I live here? I heard from Brother Zhou that you moved to the apartment across from mine, so I thought I'd come by to check that. Oh, you live across from me?" Tian was even more surprised, glancing toward where Shang-Aran had come from. "But aren't you from the Huandao, a villa area?" He had expected Shang-Aran to live so close. It had been a grave oversight. "I used to live there, but after that incident with Li Chong, many paparazzi started waiting for me there. So I moved into the company dormitory." I see. Tian chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to proceed. "Is it inconvenient?" Noticing Tian's awkward demeanor and lack of an invitation, Shang-Aran took the initiative to ask, "No, it's just that my girlfriend is currently in the shower." Tian deliberately raised his voice to alert Tang Bingyan. "Darling, a colleague from work has come over." Shang-Aran was momentarily taken aback, surprised to learn that Tian had a girlfriend, especially with her being present. "Please, come in." After Tian called out to Tang Bingyan, he gestured for Shang-Aran to enter. Shang-Aran slightly lowered his head, catching sight of a pair of women's high heels at the entrance, which made him feel increasingly uncomfortable. "I wouldn't want to intrude on your time together. I just came to say hello. Here, a bottle of champagne for you. Let us plan to have a meal together sometime." Tian looked at the champagne that Shang-Aran had pressed into his hands, shaking his head helplessly. "Who's here?" On the other side, Tang Bingyan had finished her shower and emerged from the bathroom, dressed impeccably. Shang-Aran. Tian held up the bottle of champagne for Tang Bingyan to see. "He heard I moved in and came to greet me, but he is already leaving." Tang Bingyan nodded, her expression inscrutable. Tian felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and hurriedly explained, "Dear, it's not that I don't want to make our relationship public. I just wish to wait until I've established my career before doing so that I know you don't mind my background, but I don't want to be seen as a kept man. Nor do I want them pointing fingers and claiming I'm unworthy of you. He refrained from mentioning his primary concern about the potential fallout from their marriage being exposed, fully aware that Tang Bingyan prioritized his feelings over her own. However, upon hearing Su Tian's words, Tang Bingyan's expression grew cold. Who dares? They certainly wouldn't dare to say it in front of me, but can I control what they think behind my back? Su Tian chuckled helplessly. Dear, I know I've made many mistakes in the past, and I've exhausted my credibility with you. Will you trust me one more time? Once I become a top agent in the entertainment industry and build my own professional team, we can go public then. Even if I don't care what others think of me, I don't want them to believe you have poor taste. As Su Tian's words faded, an eerie silence enveloped the living room. After a long pause, Tang Bingyan spoke. 1 year. The implication was clear. 1 year from now, regardless of Su Tian's achievements, they must go public. All right. After a year, I will proudly hold your hand and give you a grand wedding. With that, Su Tian knelt before Tang Bingyan. Miss Tang, will you be my wife? From this day forth, I and all that I am shall belong to you. Tang Bingyan's long, thick lashes quivered intensely. She gazed down at Su Tian, who knelt before her, her earlobes gradually flushing. This moment was one she had long awaited. At that instant, she found it somewhat hard to believe what was unfolding before her. Dear, will you accept my proposal? Su Tian raised his head, sensing Tang Bingyan's incredulous gaze upon him, and felt a pang of tenderness, but he still sought to lighten the mood by saying, My knees are about to go numb. Tang Bingyan, awakened from her reverie, quickly pulled him up from the ground. Everything I have has long been yours. Su Tian took the opportunity to embrace Tang Bingyan, lowering his head to capture her soft lips in a kiss. He understood that the relationship between him and Tang Bingyan required time to fully blossom, and it could not be rushed. Yet now, the woman in his arms had shed her regal demeanor and wrapped her delicate arms around his neck, prompting Su Tian to yearn for further intimacy. Dear, have your relatives left? Chapter 105. Murong Shui. Have you not made up your mind yet? Just as the atmosphere became just right, Su Tian tentatively inquired. Tang Bingyan paused, her eyes regaining some clarity before she gently nodded. Just as Su Tian was about to lift Tang Bingyan into his arms and carry her toward the bedroom. Dingling, the phone that Tang Bingyan had placed on the coffee table suddenly rang. Su Tian froze momentarily. He understood that Tang Bingyan disliked receiving direct calls. If the phone rang, it typically indicated a significant issue was at hand. I'll take this call. Tang Bingyan wrested herself from Su Tian's grasp and swiftly walked to the table to answer her phone. The person on the other end said something that caused her to remain silent for a moment before she coldly replied. Understood. Have the marketing department personnel head over immediately. I will be there in an hour. Su Tian recognized that something troublesome had indeed arisen at the company. I have something to attend to, so I want to be able to enjoy the steak you prepare. After speaking, Tang Bingyan approached Su Tian, planting a comforting kiss on his lips. Feeling the softness on his mouth, Su Tian's previous frustration dissipated significantly. It's fine. I'll make it for you another day. With that, Su Tian draped a coat over Tang Bingyan's shoulders and escorted her to the parking lot before he returned home alone. Standing at his door, Su Tian hesitated for a moment before resolutely turning around and knock on the door across the hall. Who is it? Shang Yiran opened the door, surprised to see Su Tian. Mr. Su, what brings you here? My girlfriend has to work late unexpectedly. Would you like to join me for dinner? Su Tian smiled at Shang Yiran. The bottle of champagne you gave me deserves to be opened by you. Then wait for me. A moment. 5 minutes later, Shang Yiran appeared in Su Tian's dining room, dressed appropriately. Come, taste my culinary skills. That Su Tian served the previously cooked steak along with a simple vegetable salad. The steak had grown cold, but before Su Tian served it, he reheated it in the microwave. Although the texture was undoubtedly inferior to that of a freshly cooked dish, the fact that he had purchased A5 grade Wagyu beef compensated for the culinary shortcomings. Thank you. Shang Yiran uncorked a bottle of champagne and poured a glass for both himself and Su Tian, then remarked, I never anticipated that you would choose to become a manager. Why do you say that? Su Tian inquired, perplexed. With your looks, if you were an actor, you could probably achieve instant fame overnight. Shang Iran had encountered numerous handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment industry, yet none had left as profound an impression on him as Su Tian. Acting is not for me, Su Tian chuckled, shaking his head. I believe being a manager suits me better. Which branch has Mr. Guo assigned you to? Shang Iran asked, taking a bite of his steak. Qinghua Music? Su Tian replied candidly. Qinghua? Shang Iran paused, his brow furrowing tightly. The artists at that company are notoriously difficult to manage. Aside from Ye Jingjing, the artists at Qinghua Music were essentially unknown. For a manager without resources to strive for success, there would indeed be quite a challenge. However, this arrangement might not be entirely unfavorable for you. Most of the artists capable of making a name for themselves within Tianfeng Entertainment and its subsidiaries have already been claimed, and even if you were to join them, there would be no one to guide you. In contrast, Qinghua Music is different. There is only Du Xiaowei at the helm. If you develop there, you might just seize an opportunity. I think so too. Su Tian noted Shang Iran's serious analysis of the pros and cons and probed further. Iran, having been at Tianfeng Entertainment for so long, what is your opinion of Du Xiaowei? I see the fans online seem to have a favorable impression of him. Su Tian had a vague recollection of Du Xiaowei through Nye Jingjing, having read some reports about him. Nye Jingjing was known for her controversial persona, often garnering attention for her temper and scandals, which, while generating buzz, kept her from being on par with top-tier singers. Moreover, prior to Du Xiaowei taking her on, she had cycled through several managers, driving them away with her demanding demeanor or simply dismissing them. It was only when Du Xiaowei became her manager that she toned down her antics. Externally, Du Xiaowei always presented himself as a refined gentleman, resulting in a relatively good reputation within the industry. Nevertheless, Su Tian's impression of him was tainted by their earlier confrontation regarding Shang Iran. Shang Iran shook his head. He excels in maintaining appearances, but those who have crossed paths with him in the industry are well aware that he is far from benevolent. Be cautious if you end up working under him. He may very well lay traps for you. Rest assured, I will remain vigilant, Su Tian replied, noting that Shang Iran's assessment of Du Xiaowei aligned with his own. In fact, you should exercise caution as well. Su Tian set down his chopsticks and regarded the slightly puzzled Shang Iran. Do not trust others too easily, and be wary of voluntarily giving them leverage over you. Shang Iran seemed to contemplate this, his expression dimming as he nodded silently. Su Tian recognized that he had struck a nerve, but felt it necessary to continue. The incident with Li Chong accusing you should serve as a wake-up call. Your kindness does not guarantee favorable outcomes in the future. If you wish to engage in charity, allow your manager or assistant to liaise with the relevant parties. There is no need for you to get too close to those you are helping. Yes, I will not make such errors again, Shang Iran murmured dejectedly. This lesson would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. The following day, in an office within the Qinghua Music Building, Du Xiaowei lounged in his executive chair, smoking a cigarette, clad in an expensive bespoke suit and wearing a limited edition watch worth at least $1 million. The years had left their mark on his face, but proper maintenance made him appear significantly younger than his actual age. On the sofa sat a young girl, her straight hair appearing limp and her faded dress seemingly washed out, while her canvas shoes were a relic from years past. Yet, this modest attire did little to obscure her inherent charm. Her flawless features and innate purity were enough to outshine many stars. However, her once vibrant black eyes now bore signs of exhaustion, surrounded by a pallor that spoke of despair. After finishing a cigarette, Du Xiaowei stubbed it out in a ruby-studded ashtray and shifted his gaze to the girl on the couch. Murong Shui, my patience is limited. Have you made a decision? Murong Shui trembled slightly, her clenched fists shaking. Though her expression remained defiantly obstinate, Du Xiaowei frowned, growing impatient as he tapped the desk. Just as he was about to speak, a rapid knocking interrupted him from outside the door. Come in, Du Xiaowei snapped, his irritation palpable. A tall, thin, middle-aged man rushed in, panting, and before Du Xiaowei could utter a word, he blurted out, Manager Du, it's bad. The headquarters has sent over a newcomer, claiming to be a company manager, and they expect us to cooperate with him. Does Mr. Guo have something in mind? Chapter 106. Why should I support you? Though Qinghua Music was merely a small company under Tianfeng Entertainment, consistently ranking at the bottom in terms of performance, it still held some advantages compared to lesser-known entertainment firms. The evaluation process for artists and staff at Qinghua Music mirrored that of the headquarters, being exceedingly rigorous. Those who managed to secure positions there had undergone multiple rounds of interviews. As the head of Qinggu Music, Du Xiaowei held the authority to approve any new artists or staff. However, the sudden dispatch of a manager from headquarters without any prior notice had sparked considerable dissent within the company, particularly among Du Xiaowei's confidants, who had already placed Su Tian in an adversarial position. Du Xiaowei's eyes hardened at the mention of a newcomer, and he scoffed disdainfully at a newcomer. Is it that Su Tian? Yes, that's right. Manager Du, do you know him? As Du Xiaowei recalled Su Tian's earlier confrontation with him at the headquarters meeting, his expression darkened further. Just an ignorant brat who got lucky with some clever tricks. A character like him isn't worth my concern. However, the middle-aged man hesitated, about to speak when Du Xiaowei cut him off. That I am the boss here at Qinggu Music. How could a newcomer possibly cause a stir? Du Xiaowei rolled his eyes. Su Tian, the outsider, had inadvertently found the right public relations strategy to clear Shang Yiran's name. The audacity of someone with the surname Su to disrupt his plans was infuriating, and he had yet to settle the score with him. Now, he would settle both old and new grievances in one fell swoop. If Shang Yiran were to be blacklisted, the resources that should have belonged to him would inevitably be transferred to Nye Jingjing. Yet, contrary to being blacklisted, Shang Yiran had gained even more sympathy and support, resulting in a significant increase in his endorsement fees. Consequently, the artists under Du Xiaowei remained overshadowed by those from Zhou Ping's camp, leaving them uncertain about when they would finally get their chance to shine. The lean man, sensing Du Xiaowei's intent to confront Su Tian, felt emboldened and quickly added, "Here at our company, it's essential for manager Du to personally handle matters to keep those clueless young ones in check." Just then, the anxious man finally noticed Murong Shui sitting on the couch and immediately understood Du Xiaowei's intentions, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Murong Shui stiffened, her fists clenching tighter. "Is there anything else?" Du Xiaowei snapped to the man, glaring at him. "If there's nothing, get out of here and stop wasting my time." "Yes, I will leave right away." The man quickly exited the office, ensuring to close the door tightly behind him. The office fell silent once more. Du Xiaowei turned his attention back to Murong Shui, his impatience growing evident. "Murong Shui, stop pretending to be high and mighty. How many female stars in this industry are truly pure? You've entered this circle. You ought to be aware that not everyone has the patience I do. Don't continue to make things difficult for yourself." Murong Shui pressed her pale lips together. Remaining silent, "Shui, why can't you see reason?" Du Xiaowei softened his tone slightly. "If you follow me, I can guarantee you access to all my resources that ITS a mutually beneficial arrangement. Why not take advantage of it?" Du Xiaowei spoke as he rose from his boss's chair, moving closer to Murong Shui, continuing his coaxing persuasion. Murong Shui, feeling his proximity, became increasingly tense and quickly edged towards the edge of the sofa, adopting a posture that suggested she was ready to flee at any moment. However, Du Xiaowei was confident that Murong Shui would neither run away nor dare to escape. Thus, he brazenly placed his hand on her waist. "Xiao Shui, you've been in the company for 2 years now. The bloom of a female star lasts only a few years, and you've already squandered 2. Must you wait until you grow old and faded before you come to your senses? With your talents, if you had aligned yourself with me when you first joined the company, you would undoubtedly be as popular as Nye Jingjing by now. Perhaps even more so. That it's such a pity that you were so stubborn, wasting precious time. Look at those artists who debuted around the same time as you. Even if they are not superstars, at least they can drive luxury cars, live in grand villas, and enjoy financial security. Don't you feel a twinge of regret?" Du Xiaowei employed both soft and hard tactics, yet Murong Shui remained unmoved by his words. Gradually, his patience began to wane. "Murong Shui, don't make the mistake of rejecting my kindness. Do you think that by merely biding your time until your contract with the company expires, you will regain your freedom to sign with another company? How naive. While Tianfeng Entertainment may not be the sole powerhouse, it holds a significant portion of the entertainment industry that if I choose to spread a few rumors, you can forget about ever taking the stage to sing again." Upon hearing Du Xiaowei's shameless remarks, Murong Shui felt her nails dig into her flesh. Suddenly, she lifted her head and fixed her gaze upon Du Xiaowei's eyes. "As you said, there are so many people in the entertainment industry. Why should it be me? I am not the kind of woman who would sell her body for personal gain. What do you mean by selling your body? Don't make it sound so harsh. Du Xiaowei's lecherous gaze lingered on Murong Xue's graceful figure. This is about making the most of your advantages that if no one supports you, even if you're a phoenix, you will still be wallowing in the mud. Look at Chun Qianqian, who debuted at the same time as you. With her surgically enhanced face and off-key singing, she pales in comparison to you. Yet she has released 2 albums and is now acting in dramas alongside popular male leads. She was once just a local chicken, and her rise to fame was thanks to my introduction to Boss L.I. in this industry. There are countless delicate flowers like you, and without a background or connections. Why would anyone support you? Chapter 107. Murong Xue is mine unless you're like Nye Jingjing, who is from a wealthy family with billions in assets, where she can choose from top producers for her album, and countless songwriters eager to work with her. And look at you, without a solid foundation to back you up. If you continue to pretend to be so morally superior, you will never achieve anything in this life. Du Xiaowei continued, observing Murong Xue's increasingly pale face before adding, Xiao Xue, I have always believed you are a clever girl, that I hold all the resources of Qingwen music in my hands, and with just one word from me, I can make you a star. Slap? Unable to endure Du Xiaowei's lascivious words any longer, Murong Xue raised her hand and slapped him that Du Xiaowei was momentarily stunned. The next moment, his expression darkened as he glared at Murong Xue. You little vixen, are you asking for punishment? I no longer wish to follow you. I want to change agents, she declared, rising decisively from the sofa, but after just a few steps, she was caught by Du Xiaowei. Murong Xue was not particularly strong, and her slap felt like a mere massage to him, but her act of defiance still provoked desire. Want to change agents? Under my watch, no one will dare to take you on without my approval. Murong Xue's face flushed with anger, her fists clenched tightly, and her clear, dark eyes sparkled with fire. Don't push me too far. Push you too far? Oh, I am indeed bullying you. What can you do about it? Du Xiaowei smirked, his desire only intensifying at the sight of her angered expression. He could no longer wait for Murong Xue to capitulate. He lunged towards her. Xiao Xue, obey me, and I promise you will shine brightly. Get away from me. Murong Xue struggled desperately, but the disparity in strength between her and Du Xiaowei was vast. She could not free herself from his iron grip. If you keep this up, I will scream for help. Go ahead and scream. Let's see if anyone can come to your rescue. Du Xiaowei raised his hand and pinched Murong Xue's chin, threatening her. Even if you do not care about yourself. What about your father? He is still lying in a hospital bed. Murong Xue's struggles faltered, a glimmer of despair surfacing in her eyes that Du Xiaowei, knowing he had struck a nerve, seized the opportunity to pull her tightly into his embrace and leaned down towards her rosy lips. However, just as he did so, the office door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang that a tall, slender young man strode in. That he entered the office, his gaze landing on the flustered and furious Du Xiaowei. And he clicked his tongue. Manager Du, spring hasn't arrived yet, but you need to take care of your health. Du Xiaowei's movements stiffened abruptly. Murong Xue seized the chaos to push Du Xiaowei away forcefully. Retreating to a safe distance, her eyes wide with panic as she turned to the doorway, Du Xiaowei narrowed his eyes in displeasure, and upon seeing Su Tian, his expression darkened as if he could devour a person whole. Su Tian, who let you in? I knocked on the door for several minutes without a response that I was worried something might have happened. So I kicked the door in, Su Tian replied nonchalantly. After saying this, he briefly surveyed the distressed Murong Xue before turning to close the wide-open door. What do you want from me? Just when Du Xiaowei was on the verge of breaking through Murong Xue's defenses, Su Tian arrived to disrupt his plans, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration as his blood pressure skyrocketed. Su Tian, unfazed, walked over to the chair opposite the desk, raising the document in his hand. Of course, I'm here to hand over my appointment documents. Please sign here. Manager Du Xiaowei feigned a cough, maintaining a stern expression as he approached Su Tian, snatching the document from his hands and glancing at it hastily. It was indeed the appointment document. His face darkened as he rummaged through the desk drawer for a pen, quickly signing his name on the last page, then carelessly tossing the document back at Su Tian. I've signed it. Now you can leave. Su Tian smiled as he gathered the disordered papers, then slowly stood up from the chair. Don't dawdle. Hurry and leave. Du Xiaowei had lost his patience. He had waited 2 years. And just when he was about to break through Murong Shue's defenses, Su Tian had to appear and ruin everything. However, he wasn't in a hurry to settle scores with Su Tian. After all, the kid was under his command, and dealing with him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Today, having finally seized an opportunity, he was determined to make Murong Shue, the self-righteous little vixen, submit completely. Murong Shue's face grew increasingly pale. She understood that Du Xiaowei would not let this go easily. The thought of facing his coercion once again after the young man left filled her with despair. And her body swayed unsteadily as she watched the young man with the document walk towards the door. Her previously racing heart began to sink. At the same time, a self-deprecating smile slowly formed on her lips. What was she expecting? In this company, Du Xiaowei held all the power. No one could save her. Unexpectedly, their eyes met, and the young man's warm gaze caused Murong Shue's heart to skip a beat. The next second, she heard him say at the door, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you leaving?" Huh. Murong Shue was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend the young man's words. After a few seconds, she pointed at herself, bewildered. "You want me to go with you?" Su Tian found it amusing. "Isn't there anyone else in this room?" Su Tian, what are you trying to pull? Du Xiaowei's face darkened ominously. "Manager Du, you truly have a tendency to forget important matters. You just signed the appointment document yourself, and you don't remember its contents?" Su Tian reopened the document, pointing to the line in the middle. "What contents?" Seeing Du Xiaowei's impatient expression, Su Tian knew he hadn't read the appointment document carefully, so he kindly explained, "Starting today, Murong Shue is now my artist. Chapter 108. Have you never seen the world?" "What?" Du Xiaowei's face suddenly changed. "Say that again." Murong Shue, standing dumbfounded to the side, was equally perplexed, completely at a loss for what was happening. "From this day forth, I shall be the manager of Murong Shue," I declared. Su Tian patiently reiterated. "Are you joking?" Du Xiaowei sneered, saying, "Murong Shue has been under my supervision for 2 years. What gives you the right to take her away?" Su Tian innocently pointed at the document. "You just signed it yourself." Indeed, he noticed a line in the document. He stared at the handwriting for a few seconds, then fixed his gaze on Su Tian and asked, "Is it forged? If you doubt it, feel free to call General Manager Gui yourself. After all, this appointment document was approved by him." "Oh, you think I wouldn't ask?" Du Xiaowei glared at Su Tian fiercely before turning to grab his phone. "Manager Du, you better be quick." Murong Shue stood frozen in place, her body tense. Watching the confrontation between the young man and Du Xiaowei, her expression one of bewilderment. Was she dreaming? Could it be that she truly could change managers? Meanwhile, Du Xiaowei opened his laptop, launching the software to initiate a video call with Guiqi Shan. Murong Shue observed Du Xiaowei's confident demeanor, and her heart sank once more that Du Xiaowei was a veteran of Qingwu music and its head, with the artists under his management contributing to 80% of the company's revenue. His artist, Nie Jingjing, was enough to solidify his position as a top manager, even holding significant influence at the headquarters. Now, before him stood merely a newcomer, and to think she could compete with Du Xiaowei for an artist was likely wishful thinking. Murong Shue could easily guess that Guiqi Shan would undoubtedly favor Du Xiaowei, directing this rookie manager to select another artist. It could be said that just as a seed of hope had begun to sprout in her heart, it was ruthlessly extinguished by the harsh reality. Guozong. The video connection was quickly established, and Du Xiaowei sat upright, adjusting the camera before greeting Guiqi Shan,